in a realm transcending the infinite expanse of the starry sky. A pair of eyes perpetually gazes upon humanity. Chapter 1. Intelligent One. The evening had settled in. Within a room of the Theoretical Physics Research Center at Tianjin University, Su Zhenghua set down his pen, rising wearily to his feet. He paced to the window, staring blankly at the sky. As one of the most renowned researchers in modern physics, possessing profound expertise in quantum field theory, mathematics, and theory, his workload was invariably demanding. At this moment, even in repose, his mind habitually churned with esoteric problems that perhaps only he comprehended in their entirety. This assertion is not an exaggeration. The advancement of contemporary science has become exceedingly intricate. Beyond a few popular fields attracting numerous researchers, many lesser-known domains often find themselves explored by only a handful of teams, or in some cases, merely individual scientists. The direction in which Su Zhenghua was delving exemplified this phenomenon. This area of study, which he had dubbed singular M theory, was, as of now, pursued solely by him and a few graduate assistants. When he initially embarked on this path, one that the scientific community largely deemed a dead end, many expressed regret, believing it a waste of his prodigious intellect. His ability to attract graduate students was merely a byproduct of his prior renown. Nonetheless, Su Zhenghua remained steadfast in his conviction that this path was the most legitimate avenue for uncovering the truths of the universe. As he gazed vacantly at the sky, a dazzling star, previously unseen, suddenly emerged within his line of sight. This was peculiar. A slight furrow formed upon his brow. Shortly after this unexpected star appeared in the night sky, thousands of kilometers away, the capital city basked in the brightness of day. Beside the bustling human plaza, a vigilant guard at the third gate of the Wenhua Palace sternly halted a young man attempting to enter. "Sir, you lack the necessary credentials. Entry is prohibited." The Wenhua Palace encompasses a vast expanse of mountains, lakes, and modern architecture, serving as the residence of the Earth government, the absolute heart of the planet and all human civilization. The detained young man bore a sunny, handsome visage, perpetually adorned with a disarmingly innocent smile. "I have urgent matters to discuss with the leaders of your Earth government." The guard remained impassive. "You cannot enter. Please leave immediately." The young man maintained his smile. "Very well. However, due to your refusal, the city of Songwan will face destruction in half an hour." With that, he turned and leisurely seated himself on a nearby bench. At this moment, the sun continued to shine brightly, and tourists bustled nearby. Back at the research center, Su Zhenghua scrutinized the suddenly appearing star, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind. It was not a meteor, for it exhibited stability. It was not a planet either, as planets do not manifest abruptly. Furthermore, a celestial body of such brightness would inherently possess sufficient mass and volume, warranting its prior discovery. It was likewise not a comet, for the same reasons. Upon comprehensive analysis, it is highly probable that a supernova has occurred. The sudden explosion of a distant star in the cosmos signifies a plethora of physical information. At this very moment, numerous scholars on Earth are likely engrossed in their research due to this unforeseen event. However, this bears little relevance to Su Zhenghua. The conclusions drawn post-observation will surely be conveyed to him. Songwan City is a medium-sized urban center, home to approximately 4 million inhabitants. At this moment, the citizens continue their daily routines, working and living as usual. Yet, in an instant, with the abrupt appearance of a brilliant radiance in the sky, everything appeared altered. A waiter, balancing a tray, suddenly collapsed, spilling exquisite dishes across the ground. Couples, entwined in embrace, fell to the earth, their arms limp. A joyful dog, unable to emit a cry of despair, collapsed instantaneously, its owner crumpling beside it. Unmanned vehicles collided violently, igniting in flames, while the underground train thundered forward, filled with lifeless passengers. The dazzling light flickered and vanished. Yet in that fleeting moment, every living being in Songwan City had perished. This included humans, pets, feral dogs, wild cats, birds, bacteria, and viruses. All were gone. The city transformed into a ghost town. At this very moment, however, the plaza remained bustling with people, exuding an air of tranquility. Amidst this scene, a tourist seated beside a young man was scrolling through his phone when a look of shock crossed his face as he muttered, "An unidentified incident has occurred in Songwan City, and no survivors have been found yet." Upon hearing these words, the sun-kissed young man's smile grew ever more pronounced. The news spread like wildfire, reaching even the guard who had previously denied the young man entry into the Wenhua Palace. He turned his head, slowly scanning the plaza for the young man's whereabouts. Upon spotting his target, still leisurely seated on a bench, his pupils constricted sharply. After a few moments of contemplation, he retrieved the walkie-talkie clipped to his waist. 10 minutes later, a substantial number of police officers arrived quietly, and helicopters began to appear in the sky. An inexplicable tension started to permeate the plaza. Once the tourists were evacuated, a squad of police approached the handsome young man still seated on the bench. "Sir, you need to come with us," one officer stated. The young man replied with a smile, "I would love to accompany you, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. Unless, of course, you do not mind another city being obliterated." The expressions of several officers shifted dramatically, with some instinctively raising their firearms to aim at him. Yet, he maintained his cheerful demeanor. The leading officer picked up the communicator and whispered something. Moments later, he inquired, "What is it that you wish to do? Perhaps I can assist you." The young man gestured towards the Wenhua Palace ahead. "As I mentioned, I need to speak with the head of your world government." After a brief consultation, the officer replied, "Please follow me." The young man rose and, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, walked towards Gate 3 of the Wenhua Palace. Meanwhile, several inconspicuous cargo vans, equipped with various sophisticated detection devices, had already parked on either side of the entrance. After his departure, the long bench he had occupied, the floor he had tread upon, and the objects he had touched were swiftly removed. Air samples adjacent to the bench were collected from several locations. He strode directly through door number 3, and this time, the guards did not impede his passage. Within the hastily activated Doomsday Base number 1, a recent report lay before the Frere. The target is not a biological entity, but rather a mechanical creation. The Frere's brow furrowed slightly, for this revelation bore significant implications. A robot, indistinguishable from an ordinary human at first glance, suggested a level of technology that far surpassed the capabilities of humanity, akin to the instantaneous annihilation of a city. At door number 3 of the Wenhua Palace, guided by a police officer, the youthful and dashing robot finally arrived at a nondescript small room. Numerous details indicated that this room had undergone rush construction, evidenced by exposed wires, lifted metal sheets, and incompletely driven nails, yet he paid them no heed. The room was sparsely furnished, with only a large desk housing a computer and a chair positioned before it. "The Frere is unable to speak with you directly. You may converse with him via video link," the officer stated. The robot youth replied with a smile, "Very well." The officer exited, sealing the room securely behind him. The robot youth gently clicked the mouse, and a visage, slightly aged yet commanding without anger, appeared before him. Simultaneously, within Doomsday Base number 1, the Frere, numerous advisors, officials, and dignitaries from the base, along with scientists and other members of the advisory team, beheld the image of the robot youth. "Greetings, Frere of the Earth Government. I am Intelligent One." The name clearly indicated the identity of the young robot, and he seemed entirely unreserved about it. The Frere spoke slowly. "Whom do you represent?" "I come on behalf of the Savior Civilization." Upon hearing the term Savior Civilization, an unspoken understanding rippled through many hearts. "What brings you to Earth?" "To announce an important matter. From this moment forth, your human civilization shall be a vassal of our Savior Civilization." A flash of anger ignited in the Frere's eyes, quickly subdued. Intelligent One maintained a serene smile and continued, "The destruction of a city was merely a minor display of force, intended to avert any unpleasantness in the future." The Frere's voice deepened. "What do you seek from Earth?" "Resources. An immense quantity of resources. Once an adequate supply is provided, we shall depart." "How did you discover our civilization?" Before he could finish his query, he was interrupted by Intelligent One. "You need not concern yourself with such details." The Frere's tone grew increasingly frigid. "We require certain assurances." "Assurance?" "That after you obtain the resources you seek, our civilization will not face annihilation, and that the process of resource extraction will not cause excessive harm to our civilization." "I can provide you with assurances." Intelligent One snapped his fingers. "Very well." His expression remained adorned with his subtle smile, as if he were merely sharing a jest. Just a few minutes later, within the confines of the Doomsday Base 1, a message reached the ears of the Frere. "The city of Kirolo City has severed all communication with the outside world just moments ago. The first eyewitness reports numerous corpses." The Frere's arms tensed with visible veins, his gaze filled with fury. The Intelligent One smiled amiably. "Supreme Leader of the Earth Government, do you require any further assurance?" Chapter 2. a call for help. In response to the Intelligent One's inquiry, the Frere remained silent. The Intelligent One, not waiting for a reply, said calmly, "You have 3 hours to contemplate this matter. I shall await your response here." Meanwhile, at the research center, Su Zhenghua was lost in thought, gazing at the starry sky. At that moment, 2 soldiers suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Su Zhenghua felt a twinge of confusion. One of the soldiers produced identification and briefly displayed it before promptly stating, "Su Zhenghua, professor of physics at Tianjin University? That's me. What has happened?" The soldier placed a briefcase on the table, opened it, and extracted a rather heavy laptop, distinctly contrasting the current trend of sleek and lightweight designs. After a swift setup, he gestured towards Su Zhenghua. "You will understand once you take a look." Su Zhenghua hesitated momentarily before approaching the laptop. The 2 soldiers quickly exited the room, closing the door behind them and standing guard outside. Sitting at the small desk, Su Zhenghua manipulated the mouse and clicked, revealing a face he recognized all too well: the Minister of the Science Department of the World Government. "Zhenghua, an urgent incident has arisen that affects the fate of our entire civilization. The government requires your wisdom on how to proceed. I shall now play a short documentary regarding this matter, and our scientific community's online conference room has been established for you to communicate with your peers at any time. Should you have any thoughts or opinions, feel free to contact me directly." Su Zhenghua keenly noted the mention of the online conference room for the scientific community. This seemed to imply that similar arrangements existed in other fields. The wisdom the government sought clearly extended beyond the realm of science alone. His heart raced with apprehension. Something monumental must have occurred. There was no time to inquire further with the minister, as the communication abruptly cut off. Subsequently, a short film began to play automatically. He saw a youthful, handsome man, always adorned with a bright smile. The film was brief, merely outlining the sequence of events and detailing the information gathered by the human government thus far, such as the confirmation of all life in Sangwon City and Kirolo City being extinguished, along with mentions of the Savior civilization and the Intelligent One. Upon hearing the news of the complete annihilation of all life in Sangwon City, Su Zhenghua abruptly stood up, fists clenched, veins bulging with intensity, that he grew up in an orphanage located in Sangwon City. The lifelong bachelor, the old director, treated the orphans, including Su Zhenghua, as his own children, nurturing them with great care. In Su Zhenghua's heart, the old director was akin to a father figure. Every new year, Su Zhenghua would return to the orphanage to spend time with the old director and the newly admitted orphans, a tradition he never failed to uphold. It was only during these moments that Su Zhenghua felt a sense of belonging in this world, not merely a drifting leaf without roots. However, now, everyone in Sangwon City had perished. A tidal wave of anger, hatred, and despair surged within him. At that moment, a new chat window suddenly appeared. The weary and solemn visage of the Minister of Science re-emerged. "Zhenghua, I just remembered that your hometown is Sangwon City, right?" Su Zhenghua seemed to hear nothing. "I apologize," the minister sighed softly. "For this mission, you need not participate." Su Zhenghua bowed his head, his eyes bloodshot. "No, I will participate." The minister regarded Su Zhenghua for several seconds before finally nodding. The communication was severed, and Su Zhenghua closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He suppressed all the emotions that surged within him. It was a daunting task, yet he had to accomplish it. He strained to empty his mind, focusing on the information before him. Aliens? Vassals? Resources? An absurd sensation washed over him. Yet, everything unfolding before him indicated that this was no jest, but a stark reality. As one of the most distinguished scientists of his time, Su Zhenghua had pondered the scenarios of human civilization encountering extraterrestrial beings, envisioning various possibilities, yet he had never anticipated this particular one. Simple, crude, direct, and unyielding so far beyond anyone's imagination. Perhaps when the technological gap and disparity in power reach a certain threshold, simplicity, bluntness, directness, and firmness become the most efficient means of communication. The obliteration of millions of lives had already attested to the might of this civilization that called itself the Savior. Millions of lives. Millions of living, breathing beings full of flesh and blood, love and emotions. He felt his heart begin to pound violently once more, his breath becoming somewhat rapid, as the emotions he had just managed to calm began to spiral out of control. He realized that in this silent moment, while most of the world remained oblivious, everything had irrevocably changed. After a good 15 minutes, Su Zhenghua managed to compose himself. He understood that he had no time for sorrow. At this moment, all known information regarding humanity lay before him, and his task was to collaborate with the other selected luminaries chosen by the world government, relying on their intellect to seek the path most advantageous to humanity. Upon commencing his contemplation, Su Zhenghua swiftly reached a conclusion. The assertion that this so-called savior civilization descended to Earth solely for the purpose of resource acquisition holds credibility that approaches absolute zero. The rationale is quite simple. Everything on Earth is not considered rare within the vast expanse of the universe. If a civilization possesses the capability to traverse the immense void between stars only to seek resources, it is indeed unfathomable. Building upon this foundation of thought, if not for resources, then for what purpose? A straightforward and lucid conclusion materialized before him. The strength required to acquire resources. The resources that civilizations seek are not merely laid out in the cosmos for the taking. Processes such as mining, refining, and processing necessitate corresponding power. Perhaps it is the strength inherent in human civilization that this so-called savior civilization values? Yet, for a super civilization capable of spanning interstellar distances, could it truly lack such power? This presents a paradox. What exactly do they aspire to achieve? Su Zhenghua found himself perplexed. However, as a scientist, he does not subscribe to the notion that there exist phenomena in this universe beyond the grasp of human intellect. The actions of the savior civilization must be underpinned by motives that, while currently incomprehensible to humanity, may well be understood in the future. It is akin to the period before the introduction of relativity, when humanity could not fathom the intricacies of uranium refinement and processing, unaware of its implications. Yet, post-relativity, it became evident that such endeavors were aimed at the creation of atomic weaponry. This scenario bears a resemblance to the present situation. Thus, Su Zhenghua recalled his own proposition, the singularity M theory, which is yet to gain acceptance within the mainstream scientific community. Research into this theory remains in its nascent stages, yet it subtly suggests a revolutionary potential. Within the framework of this theory, numerous established concepts may be overturned, and many widely accepted notions could be refuted. The universe may not resemble the paradigm envisioned by contemporary scientists, but rather possess an entirely different visage. It heralds a novel cosmos, hinting at changes that do not exist within the current theoretical constructs. The true purpose and rationale behind the sudden emergence of the savior civilization may very well be concealed within those changes. As for the accuracy of the singularity M theory, Su Zhenghua harbors a nearly blind confidence. Certainly, even if the theory is indeed correct and its study reaches fruition, it remains possible that it bears no relation to the arrival of the savior civilization. Yet, Su Zhenghua understands that the sole endeavor he can undertake as a scientist is to persist in his research with unwavering dedication. On the computer screen, a chat window appears, divided into two halves. The right half pulsates with familiar names as numerous colleagues from the scientific community engage in discourse surrounding this unprecedented event, while the left half continuously refreshes with new announcements. The Joint Investigation Team has detected known types of radiation in Sangwon City and He-Luosi City. Analysis from the materials group reveals that the surface skin of Smart 1 exhibits an extraordinarily high level of interference resistance, with the material type remaining unknown. Surrounding Smart 1, high-power signal shielding devices have been activated, ensuring that no electromagnetic wave communication can occur. However, Smart 1's operations appear to be unaffected by any visible disturbances. This raises suspicions that it may be utilizing some undisclosed method of communication with the external environment. A colossal, unidentified flying object has been detected approximately 3,000 kilometers from Earth, suspected to be a vessel from the savior civilization. The Astronomical Observation Team has reviewed prior observational data and found no indications of any giant, unidentified flying objects approaching Earth. Following this information, an image was refreshed. It depicted a massive spacecraft exceeding 2,000 meters in length, with a width and height of 1,000 meters, resembling an iron rod encircled by several rings. Clearly, this is the latest photograph captured by the observation team concerning the colossal, unidentified flying object. The military is currently assessing the feasibility of deploying our long-range interstellar missiles to annihilate it. Chapter 3. Negotiation in the underground base designated as Doomsday Number 1. A secretary hurriedly approached the F-Rare, whispering, "The military's assessment reveals that we essentially lack the capability to pose any threat to the vessels of the savior civilization. The F-Rare's expression remained stoic as he slowly nodded in acknowledgement. Almost simultaneously, the remaining decision-makers connected in real time on the screen received the same report. A momentary silence enveloped the virtual conference room. Then, in a deep voice, the F-Rare commanded, "Initiate the counterattack." The atmosphere in the physical conference room grew tense in an instant. Several advisors instinctively rose to their feet, eager to intervene. Those 5 short words carried profound implications. The enemy's information was scant, yet their previous actions, which had indiscriminately annihilated 2 cities, suggested they did not regard human lives with any seriousness. Now, knowing full well that the counterattack would likely yield no results, was it wise to proceed? Were they not concerned that the vessel of the savior civilization might retaliate, resulting in the deaths of millions upon millions of innocent lives? Nevertheless, they managed to suppress their impulses and force themselves to remain seated. They had no authority to interfere with the decisions of the leaders. The other decision-makers did not immediately respond to the F-Rare, choosing instead to maintain their silence. The F-Rare sighed softly and reiterated his command, each word weighing heavily in the air. Initiate the counterattack. This time, he received responses from the other leaders. I concur. I concur. Meanwhile, at the research center, Su Zhenghua was deep in thought. He understood that discerning the true motives and reasons behind the savior civilization was crucial for altering humanity's current predicament. However, the research on anomalous theories was still in its infancy, and he could not rely on this framework to make any predictions in the short term. Alongside the constantly refreshing real-time information on the left side of the chat interface, the right side was abuzz with commentary. Hu Shiqing from Luobei University remarked, "I cannot fathom any method that could instantaneously extinguish all life in Songguan City and Hailusi City, especially while leaving all man-made structures and natural entities untouched." Zhang Yun from the Aerospace Research Institute added, "This vessel must be generating gravity through rotation, indicating they do not possess anti-gravity technology. Their technological level should fall within our realm of understanding." Li Lubai from the High Energy Institute of Weishan University questioned, "A sublight speed vessel? A sublight speed vessel arriving from another star system?" Each piece of information conveyed a sense of anxiety and urgency, rapidly refreshing, yet none offered any useful insights. Su Zhenghua placed his hands on the keyboard, yearning to contribute, but ultimately remained silent. He was at a loss for words, uncertain of what could be said in that moment, and thus chose to retain his silence. At that juncture, the left side of the chat interface suddenly refreshed with a new message. The F-Rare has decided to launch a military strike against the vessels of the savior civilization. In that instant, Su Zhenghua realized that the bright star that had appeared was indeed the vessel of the so-called savior civilization. Now, he is acutely aware that, in certain unseen realms, numerous interstellar missiles of immense power, capable of obliterating an entire city, are converging toward that distant star. Within the dialogue box, discussions among his colleagues in the scientific community have momentarily ceased. It is abundantly clear that everyone is awaiting the outcome of the military strike. Logically, Su Zhenghua understands that the likelihood of such an offensive threatening the savior civilization spacecraft is exceedingly low. Instead, it may provoke retaliation, resulting in further tragic losses of innocent lives. Yet, emotionally, he fervently hopes that this assault will yield some effect, if only to demonstrate that humanity possesses a modicum of resistance against the savior civilization's might. However, the results soon materialize, and Su Zhenghua's flicker of hope is swept away like fallen leaves. Over 70 of the latest interstellar missiles have inexplicably vanished. The information is swiftly relayed to the Chancellor from the Doomsday Base. While this news is far from favorable, for reasons unknown, hearing of the failed attack brings a slight easing of his expression. With 3 hours left, the final negotiations are about to commence. Time passes swiftly. In a chamber near Gate 3 of the Wenhua Palace, the image of the Chancellor reappears on the screen before Intelligent One. He is calm, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Intelligent One's demeanor remains unchanged. With a smile, he inquires, "What is your response?" The Chancellor replies with poise, "Human civilization cannot become a vassal to any entity." Intelligent One, a young man of striking charm, raises his palm, gazing at it with a playful curiosity. As if something resides within, "Do you realize that with just a command, I could effortlessly annihilate a city of yours? In fact, eradicating your entire civilization would merely be a minor inconvenience." He continues, "Or do you believe you are quite secure? Latitude 37, 2642, longitude 112, 4915, elevation 326 meters, correct?" A subtle commotion arises within the top-secret conference room of the Doomsday Base. This latitude, longitude, and elevation precisely correspond to the location of the conference room at that very moment. The coordinates of the highly classified Doomsday base have been disclosed to Intelligent One. Unmistakably a blatant threat. Yet, the Chancellor's countenance reveals neither tension nor fear. Instead, a hint of amusement graces his features. This is my position. Do you wish to kill me? Why have you not acted yet? The smile on Intelligent One's face finally fades. He gazes intently at the figure on the screen. And after a prolonged silence, he nods. You are formidable. Thank you. Perhaps you should contemplate the consequences of your refusal to become a vassal of our savior civilization. I am aware of the potential repercussions, the Chancellor replies coolly. The current government will eliminate all who refuse to submit, while those who acquiesce will be supported by you to establish a new world government. Subsequently, this new world government will grovel before you, ruthlessly exploiting our civilization to fulfill your demands at any cost. Intelligent One remains impassive. It is evident that your civilization possesses an understanding of ours. And you must be aware that in the realm of humanity, while many things may be lacking, heroes and traitors are perpetually in abundance. Once the new world government capitulates entirely, the flames of rebellion will ignite across the globe, resulting in a protracted conflict between the valiant resistance comprised of heroes and the subservient factions made up of traitors, a struggle that will never cease. Aligning poorly with your interests, Intelligent Unit 1 remarked with a hint of indifference, our technology is beyond your imagination. Identifying and eliminating all rebels with precision is not a daunting task. Alternatively, we could simply massacre city by city. There will eventually come a day when all surrender. When we retaliated with interstellar missiles, and I categorically refused to become your vassal, you did not act. Now, even if you were to do so, do you believe that I, our government, our people, would have any avenue for retreat? The obliteration of 2 cities did not shatter the backbone of humanity. And no amount of slaughter could achieve such a feat. Intelligent Unit 1 inquired earnestly, what do you seek? The leader recognized that even if the leaders of the world government displayed unimaginable resolve and courage, finally gaining a modicum of initiative before the savior civilization, the overall situation remained unchanged. The dynamics of predator and prey persisted. Since the savior civilization has arrived, they will not relent until they obtain what they desire. The leader stated solemnly, our civilization will not become your vassal, yet we can cooperate. You present demands, and we shall fulfill them. Humanity belongs to humanity, and the savior civilization belongs to the savior civilization. The world government serves as a buffer between us. Moreover, entrusting the world government to implement the subsequent demands of the savior civilization is undoubtedly preferable to them taking direct action. After all, the world government will consider human interests and strive to act with minimal harm to humanity, a consideration the savior civilization lacks. Intelligent Unit 1 nodded slightly. The atmosphere in the conference room relaxed imperceptibly. The leader understood that a significant portion of the benefits from their previous struggles had now been realized. We shall open our technology for your researchers to study. The enhancement of our technology will enable us to meet your demands more swiftly and effectively. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, advantageous for both humanity and the savior civilization. The leader was not concerned that the savior civilization would fear that the enhancement of human technology might pose a threat to them. This had been thoroughly deliberated by numerous think tanks, advisors, and secretarial teams. After all, the savior civilization would not be foolish enough to share technology that could potentially threaten their own existence. Intelligent Unit 1 fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. Or perhaps it was the entity manipulating it from behind that was in deep thought. After a brief interval, it nodded once more. Very well. However, what specific technologies to share will be determined by us. The leader did not dwell excessively on this matter, instead proceeding to present the next condition. Based on your previous actions, which resulted in the destruction of 2 of our cities and the tragic loss of millions of innocent lives, we, as a civilization, have come to believe that you lack fundamental moral principles. Therefore, you must assure us that during our collaboration, you will not impose demands that exceed our capabilities, which could lead to significant detriment for our civilization. The last time such a request was made by the F-Rare, Intelligent One responded with the annihilation of a city. However, this time he directly inquired, how do we define this? We shall establish a risk assessment committee to thoroughly evaluate the risk associated with your requests. Should the committee reject any of your demands, you are obliged to revise your proposals. Chapter 4. The Son of Heaven faced with the seemingly unreasonable request from the F-Rare, Intelligent One remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. In truth, the F-Rare held a certain degree of confidence regarding the possibility of approval for this request. Given the balance of power, the savior civilization must be aware that the Risk Assessment Committee would not exercise its rejection authority lightly. Should the committee choose to reject a demand, it would signify that, after careful consideration, human civilization is indeed unable to accommodate certain requests from the savior civilization and is prepared to sever ties. If the savior civilization insists on its demands, the outcome would likely result in a ravaged Earth, with the savior civilization losing the support of human civilization, leading to mutual destruction. In this scenario, the savior civilization would likely reassess its demands to avoid crossing human boundaries, thereby preventing the committee from exercising its rejection authority. The rationale is clear. If a demand is rejected by the Risk Assessment Committee, and the savior civilization has not prepared for the consequences of severely damaging Earth and establishing a puppet government that would drastically reduce productivity, they would be compelled to modify their requests. This would diminish their deterrent power, which is evidently undesirable. Of course, the specific boundaries of these negotiations will require both parties to engage in a complex series of games and probes to ascertain, eventually leading to a tacit understanding. However, these details are secondary to the overarching situation. At this juncture, the Frere realized that the advantages gained through previous resistance had been fully exhausted. Any further demands would only serve to invite humiliation. Intelligent One continued to smile faintly. I have a document here that requires your civilization to address in the forthcoming period. A file, already translated into the human language, manifested within the Doomsday One base, appearing before the Frere and all present, including Su Zhenghua. Su opened the document to reveal a densely packed list before his eyes. Ports. The construction of 16 large ports, each with an annual throughput exceeding 100 million tons, is proposed. Airports. The establishment of 57 large cargo airports is suggested. Roads. A total of 350,000 kilometers of heavy-load railways and highways are to be constructed. Factories. The building of a total of 13,065 factories, including chemical plants, steel mills, and precision machinery factories, is planned. Such an extensive array of construction projects leaves humanity with a mere decade. This is a grand blueprint capable of leaving any leader utterly astounded, unfathomable in its ambition. Should any leader dare to propose such plans during their tenure, it is likely they would face unanimous opposition. This endeavor surpasses the current capabilities of humankind. The leader merely glanced at the document before closing it. He then slowly shut his eyes and opened them again. After passing the Risk Assessment Committee's review, I shall commence these undertakings, he stated, his voice tinged with a weighty sorrow. It seemed he envisioned the grim reality of countless individuals struggling to meet their basic needs in the future. Bravado, marked by reckless courage, is never the most challenging pursuit. It is the burden of perseverance and resilience that truly tests one's mettle. In the scene, the dashing robot youth, Intelligent Number One, rose and surveyed the modest room's arrangement. Continuing to smile faintly, you may dispatch an individual or a team to liaise with me regarding the specific construction matters. As for the location, let it be here. Very well. There is one more matter, Intelligent Number One suddenly remarked. I shall be residing on Earth henceforth, and to adapt to local customs. I shall adopt a name befitting your humanity. From now on, you may call me Son of Heaven. Thus, the conversation that would determine the future fate and status of the human world drew to a close. Su Zhenghua silently rose, and the two soldiers re-entered the room, retrieving the hefty computer, taking a step back, saluting, and then departing. Standing before the window, Su Zhenghua gazed into the distance where the city still shone brightly, adorned with vibrant blooms. Everything appeared unchanged, yet he understood that everything was irrevocably different. He descended the stairs, started his vehicle, and embarked on a journey towards Sangwon City, hundreds of kilometers away. After approximately 5 hours, he arrived as dawn broke. As he approached Sangwon City, the security grew increasingly stringent, with the entry passages completely sealed off. However, as a top scientist privy to the highest secrets, Su Zhenghua faced no obstruction. The city was eerily desolate, littered with the remnants of abandoned vehicles, and occasionally, he glimpsed human corpses. Investigators, their expressions grave and hurried, flitted about, yet there was little interaction among them. Unable to drive further, he casually appropriated an unclaimed bicycle and pedaled toward the place of his childhood. After half an hour, he stood before the orphanage. As silent as the rest of the city, his heart heavy with sorrow. It appeared that this site had undergone some form of clearing, for no bodies were visible. Everything else remained unchanged from what he had observed during last year's New Year celebration. The playground, kitchen, classrooms, office buildings, and dormitories were all devoid of life. The elderly headmaster, with his white hair and gentle demeanor, was no longer bustling about with his endless tasks, and the orphans, once calling out to him as their brother, had vanished. Su Zhenghua stood there in a daze, motionless. At some point, a tall young soldier clad in military uniform approached him, his face betraying a cold demeanor. Professor Su Zhenghua, he inquired. Su Zhenghua replied in a daze, That's me. I am Major General Luo Haiyun. the chief engineer and lead scientist at the Weapons Research Institute. The missiles launched against the Savior Civilization S spacecraft were developed under my leadership. The young soldier paused before continuing, I hope you can join us. Luo Haiyan spoke candidly, humanity must develop more powerful and advanced weaponry to resist the invaders. Su Zhenghua turned to face him directly, asking, do you believe this will be effective? Someone must undertake these tasks, Luo Haiyan replied, his voice deep and resolute. Su Zhenghua remained silent. The world government has never wavered in its resolve to resist. As a member of the world army, I would rather die than give up. I hope you can share this conviction. Su Zhenghua slowly replied, I, too, possess that conviction. However, I am afraid I cannot join you. Luo Haiyan frowned. Su Zhenghua continued, my knowledge and expertise will serve a greater purpose in the physics research laboratory. I am primarily concerned with the potential connections between the new theories and the sudden arrival of the Savior Civilization. Speculation and intuition are merely subjective. To be convincing, empirical research data is essential. He had resolved to devote himself entirely to the study of this theory. Luo Haiyan shook his head. Truth resides only within the range of cannon fire. If I possess strategic weapons capable of subliminal speeds, I doubt those alien scoundrels would dare approach. Su Zhenghua offered a bitter smile, aware that he could not persuade Luo Haiyan. Yet, persuasion was unnecessary. As Luo Haiyan had said, someone must undertake these responsibilities. If you do not wish to join, then so be it. Farewell. Luo Haiyan saluted Su Zhenghua and departed with a decisive stride. Su Zhenghua lingered in the orphanage where he had grown up for a while longer. He did not venture to the headmaster's office or dormitory. Instead, he stood quietly, his mind racing with thoughts. Dear headmaster, you have endured the trials of war and dedicated your youth and blood to the cause of humanity's liberation. You always taught us to grow up to be individuals who contribute meaningfully to society and civilization. At present, our civilization faces an unprecedented crisis, beset by malevolent forces that disrupt our tranquility. Rest assured, I shall heed your counsel and teachings, for I am aware of the path I must tread. I vow to you, with unwavering commitment, murmured Su Zhenghua as he bowed deeply towards the office of the venerable dean before turning to depart. Near Gate 3 of the Wenhua Palace, a black sedan came to a silent halt. The door swung open, revealing a slender middle-aged woman with prominent cheekbones, exuding an air of aloofness that deterred strangers. At this moment, Gate 3 had been significantly widened, allowing a glimpse into the interior where extensive renovation work had largely been completed. Many original structures had been dismantled or transformed, creating a complex capable of housing hundreds of workers simultaneously. A comprehensive array of office facilities was now in place, poised to welcome its occupants. This location was designated as the headquarters for the Risk Assessment Committee, established under the pact between the leader and the Celestial Emperor. Furthermore, the committee would oversee the routine communication and exchanges between the Celestial Emperor and the Savior Civilization. Standing before Gate 3, the middle-aged woman's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions. Being appointed as the chairperson of the Risk Assessment Committee, wielding partial authority over the power to reject proposals, and standing at the forefront of the struggle and cooperation between human civilization and the Savior Civilization, she undoubtedly bore a heavy burden. To engage directly with the Savior Civilization, employing her intellect and capabilities to secure advantages for humanity and mitigate losses, was a role that could ignite passion in anyone's heart. Yet, she was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. In truth, she would likely spend most of her tenure not in eloquent debates or righteous arguments, but rather in the role of a servant, one destined to endure the scorn of countless compatriots, accused of compromising sovereignty while colluding with extraterrestrial beings, bowing and scraping before them. However, such tasks must inevitably fall to someone. Taking a deep breath, she confidently strode through Gate 3 and was greeted by a youthful, sun-kissed robot, whose face radiated warmth and charm as he approached, extending his hand from afar. Greetings. I am the plenipotentiary representative of the Savior Civilization on Earth. You may call me the Celestial Emperor. We shall work together henceforth, and I hope our collaboration proves fruitful. Suppressing the myriad emotions swirling within her, she managed to muster a faint smile, softening her expression. She extended her hand in return. Hello. I am the plenipotentiary representative of human civilization and the chairperson of the Risk Assessment Committee, Jiang Yulan. Behind Jiang Yulan, numerous elites drawn from various departments and fields had also arrived at this place, the duration of their service here remaining uncertain. Following a brief introduction of a few individuals by Jiang Yulan, the meeting concluded, and the bustling work commenced immediately. The Savior Civilization had submitted its request documents, and it was time to commence the review. Indeed, from the moment the Emperor entrusted that document to the leader, the analytical work concerning it had already commenced. The document was categorized and dispatched to various departments and engineering experts, who undertook a comprehensive examination of its construction costs and timelines, the requisite manpower, as well as the potential impacts on human society. Within the committee, there existed a corresponding body of experts tasked with judgment and leadership, diligently advancing the matter at hand. At this juncture, while the review conclusions had yet to be reached, it did not imply that Jiang Yulan was devoid of responsibilities. In fact, there were numerous pressing tasks awaiting her attention. Among them, the most paramount was to engage in diplomatic negotiations with the Emperor and the Savior civilization, striving to secure advantages for her own side. Since the arrival of the robot youth, the Emperor, on Earth, a behavioral assessment team composed of leading behavioral scientists, logicians, interstellar biologists, sociologists, and other experts had been established. Their singular duty was to analyze the operational logic, preferences, and personality of the Emperor, or rather, the alien controlling the Emperor from within the Savior civilization spacecraft, and to provide Jiang Yulan with valuable insights for her diplomatic endeavors. Consequently, under the counsel of the assessment team, Jiang Yulan, representing human civilization, extended an invitation to the Emperor for the first time. The team advised that for a civilization capable of piloting interstellar spacecraft across vast distances, natural landscapes were unlikely to be particularly alluring. Within the vast cosmos, countless extraordinary vistas far surpass those of Earth to such beings. Events like the collapse of Mount Everest would likely be perceived as merely curious novelties. In contrast, elements of human culture were deemed far more likely to captivate their interest. After all, regardless of the multitude of civilizations in the universe, cultural artifacts remained uniquely human, rarely observable elsewhere. Culture, in its essence, can sometimes become dissociated from the level of technological advancement. Just as modern humans, immersed in high-tech society, can still be awed by the heroic deeds of ancient times. The event Jiang Yulan invited the Emperor to attend was a cultural exhibition located at the World Museum, primarily showcasing humanity's journey from antiquity, marked by perseverance and heroism, and constantly grappling with the forces of nature and barbarism. This invitation could be seen as yet another probing of the Savior civilization and the Emperor. The development of the situation unfolded remarkably smoothly. Initially apprehensive, Jiang Yulan was pleasantly surprised when the Emperor readily accepted her invitation. This news invigorated many, as it signified that the Emperor, and by extension, the Savior civilization, held a genuine interest in further understanding human civilization. Such understanding implies communication, and communication opens the door for numerous matters to be potentially resolved through diplomatic negotiation. The World Museum extended its highest standards of hospitality for this visit. The museum was entirely sealed off, denying access to any unrelated parties, and summoned the most exceptional guides to elucidate for the visiting delegation. Certainly, the museum staff remained unaware of the true identities of their visitors. Accompanied personally by Jiang Yulan, the group leisurely entered the museum. From the ancient human skulls to the bone tools, stone implements, bronze artifacts, and the oil paintings depicting the hunt of ferocious beasts, a myriad of items related to the early development of human civilization unfolded before them. Throughout the tour, the Emperor maintained a stoic demeanor, refraining from uttering a word, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. It was not until he beheld a set of iron armor once worn by ancient warriors that he first broke his silence. The history of humanity is a chronicle of warfare. Humanity's greatest prowess lies in the art of killing. When other species cease to pose a threat, humanity turns its blade upon its own kind. In the museum's grand hall, a pin drop could be heard. The guide felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but noticing the entourage of seemingly high-ranking individuals whose identities remained unknown, instinctively sealed her lips. The members of the Risk Assessment Committee exchanged glances, and Jiang Yulan's heart sank. She understood that this cultural exhibition might yield an adverse effect. In such a solemn setting, the Emperor's words could be deemed a significant political event. Should the Savior civilization genuinely internalize this notion, future collaborations may encounter turbulent challenges, leading to countless indirect fatalities and the squander of invaluable resources and wealth. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yulan's mind grew remarkably composed. After a brief contemplation, she smiled and spoke. If your race has also evolved, then you should not be surprised. Just as your kind is engaging in such actions at this very moment, are they not? The hearts of her companions sank once again. Although the young guide could not comprehend her words, he instinctively felt a chilling tremor within the atmosphere of the exhibition hall. However, this heaviness did not linger for long. In response to Jiang Yulan's inquiry, the Emperor merely smiled faintly and chose not to delve deeper into the topic. A brewing storm quietly dissipated into thin air, and the exhibition resumed. Upon encountering a nearly 1,000-year-old white jade chessboard, the Emperor exhibited an unprecedented curiosity. I presume this is a tool for a rather intricate game of strategy, is it not? The group exchanged glances, and it was Jiang Yulan who responded. Indeed. This is a Go board. Its rules are quite simple. Do you play? Jiang Yulan hesitated. I know a little. Shall we have a match? Jiang Yulan smiled and shook her head. Even we humans have created algorithms that can sweep aside all masters. They merely execute rigid commands, even in victory. They remain oblivious to the essence of their actions. It is rather dull. I do not engage in such games. Jiang Yulan realized that the extraterrestrial being manipulating the emperor sought to play this game with humanity, relying on its own intellect. In any case, a member of the savior civilization finally revealed an interest of his own, which proved to be a significant discovery for the intelligence analysis team. Shall we have a game? With a casual gesture, the emperor pointed to the white jade chessboard encased in a chamber filled with inert gas. Jiang Yulan hesitated briefly before murmuring something to herself. Moments later, museum staff hurried in, opened the glass chamber, and retrieved the chessboard. The black and white pieces were swiftly set in place. Jiang Yulan had only dabbled in Go as a pastime, her skills hardly remarkable. Yet, at the outset, she quickly realized that the robot youth, controlled by extraterrestrials, possessed even less aptitude than herself. Within mere minutes, she had decisively outmaneuvered the emperor. However, in the subsequent game, her advantage diminished considerably. By the third match, both sides were evenly matched, and in the fourth, Jiang Yulan reluctantly resigned. I find great pleasure in this seemingly simple game that conceals profound complexities. Does anyone else share this sentiment? Jiang Yulan remarked with a smile as she gathered the pieces. If you are interested, we have the finest Go masters in our world. Would you care for a match? Given my current skills, I think not, the emperor replied, shaking his head. The visit concluded, and the group returned to the Wenhua Palace. The Risk Assessment Committee, already burdened with work, was now tasked with an additional responsibility to play chess with the emperor. He became wholly engrossed in the game, visibly enhancing his skills at an astonishing pace. If he had not relied on external assistance and was solely employing his cognitive faculties, it suggested that individuals of the savior civilization possessed remarkable learning capabilities and cognitive processing speeds. Their brains, if one could call them that, must surely be far more efficient than those of humans, indirectly affirming the insurmountable nature of their technological advancements. Merely days later, he expressed a desire to play against the top-ranked human Go master in the world. Jiang Yulan astutely recognized a significant opportunity before her. The invited human master was a slender, bespectacled middle-aged man, resembling a scholarly figure burdened with worries. The match commenced, despite Jiang Yulan's modest skill level. It was evident that both players were evenly matched, battling fiercely without a clear victor. After several games, each side achieved a mix of victories and defeats, with humanity emerging slightly more successful. Meanwhile, the emperor's prowess had not demonstrated the previously apparent exponential growth. It seemed his cognitive abilities had reached a plateau. In the fifth game, nearing the endgame, the slender middle-aged man suddenly made a blunder, a move that even Jiang Yulan could vaguely perceive as a grave error. Seizing upon this critical flaw, the emperor swiftly turned the tide, achieving a resounding victory. The middle-aged man sighed, his expression laden with gloom, as the emperor gathered the pieces. He smiled and remarked, "You made an elementary mistake that should not have occurred. Had you not, I would have lost this match." The lean middle-aged man sighed, expressing his disquietude, stating that he was inherently ill-suited for the game of chess. "Oh, I fear I shall no longer be able to play," he lamented. "Our chess academy must disband, and we shall be dispersed to various construction sites." The sovereign nodded slightly, his smile unwavering. Jiang Yulan displayed no change in her demeanor, exhibiting not the slightest hint of surprise, for she was the architect behind this very development. The lean middle-aged man departed in haste, oblivious to the fact that his opponent was not a mere human. The sovereign pondered for a moment before declaring, "Let all projects involving your World Chess Academy be temporarily postponed. It is a grave waste to assign such talent to construction sites." A flicker of a smile finally graced Jiang Yulan's face. Very well. Chapter 6. Angels and Demons. This represented a different form of engagement, one that bore no significant implications, yet was of low intensity. Everyone, including Jiang Yulan, was skeptical that the sovereign was unaware that these circumstances were deliberately orchestrated by the world government and the Risk Assessment Committee. Nevertheless, the sovereign chose to retreat, a decision that spoke volumes. Firstly, the document in question was not irrevocably binding, allowing for negotiation. Secondly, diplomatic mediation proved effective, provided the appropriate methods were employed. However, Jiang Yulan also recognized the limitations of diplomatic intervention. It could only yield minor adjustments, leaving the broader picture untouched. In this instance, the postponement of projects involving the World Chess Academy encompassed dozens of endeavors, impacting tens of thousands of workers. Delaying these initiatives could conserve immense human resources. Yet it was imperative to remain cognizant that, in the grand scheme, these resources accounted for less than 1% of the total. Nonetheless, every effort held significance. In these trying times, one should strive to contribute as much as possible. After several days, the preliminary review by the Risk Assessment Committee reached its conclusion. The final results laid before Jiang Yulan. At this juncture, the middle-aged woman, who had weathered countless storms, fell silent. The committee's ultimate verdict indicated that, based on the current productive capabilities of human civilization, the completion of the projects outlined in the document within a decade was no longer feasible, especially after removing those previously agreed upon through diplomatic mediation. The first point emphasized was a complete suspension of all internal construction tasks among humans, directing all construction resources to this cause. Furthermore, within 3 years, the world government must organize and train at least 100 million individuals with a certain level of knowledge to bolster the workforce. It is crucial to understand that the projects mandated by the savior civilization differ fundamentally from the spontaneous construction endeavors of humanity. Those projects, by nature, constituted productive activities. As the buildings constructed by humans serve useful purposes within society, providing reciprocal benefits, such as bridges and railways. Conversely, the projects required by the savior civilization, in essence, represent a form of ineffective labor, yielding little to no positive impact on human society. Like two teams of people, one digging holes while the other fills them. The scene appears bustling and vibrant, yet ultimately yields no societal benefit. If the individuals engaged in this futile endeavor number in the hundreds of millions, relying on the rest of society for their sustenance, it will inevitably lead to grave social issues. Countless individuals will suffer from lack of clothing and food. Many will lack access to medical care, and innumerable lives will be lost in despair. This is the conclusion that lies before Jiang Yulan. She feels an overwhelming urge to exercise her right to reject the proposal, even to hurl the document demanding the emperor's attention back at humanity. However, she understands that she cannot act impulsively. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. In the conference room, numerous committee members representing various industries, each with their own vested interests, are intently watching her. They recognize that as the chair of the Risk Review Committee, Jiang Yulan's recommendations carry significant weight in the highest echelons of decision-making. Eventually, Jiang Yulan opens her eyes. Her breath is slightly hurried, her tone somewhat unsteady. I have decided to recommend to the highest authority, on behalf of the Risk Review Committee, that we do not exercise our right of rejection. A thunderous uproar erupts in the conference room. Countless individuals rise, their eyes ablaze, voices raised in fury. Chairperson Jiang, do you truly comprehend the implications of this decision? Why not reject it? This document is a sacrifice of our very essence. Once enacted, every human who succumbs to hunger will look down upon you from the heavens. Traitor! Betrayer! Jiang Yulan gazes at the fervent crowd below, her mind momentarily adrift. She is acutely aware that, despite representing diverse interests, ultimately, they embody the collective interest of human civilization. Their words, though harsh, hold truth. She had anticipated such insults from the outset. This role was destined for censure. Enough! Jiang Yulan suddenly exclaims, striking her palm forcefully against the conference table. The sheer force of her presence silences the room. Her gaze sweeps over the assembly, and she speaks slowly. I will pose several questions to you all. First, will the implementation of this document undermine the fundamental social structure of our civilization? No one responds. Yet the answer is evident. It will not. Second, will the execution of this document diminish our civilization's developmental potential? Again, silence prevails. But everyone knows the answer. It will not. Third, will this document precipitate widespread societal unrest? The answer remains the same. It will not. Jiang Yulan continues to pose additional questions, but still, no one answers. Ultimately, while this document may introduce myriad challenges and inflict considerable harm, when viewed from the broader perspective of human civilization, it does not strike at its core. Such a degree of damage is insufficient to compel the world government to exercise the right of rejection, even at the risk of the planet's welfare. This is a truth understood by both the world government and the savior civilization. Without a resolute determination to reject the notion, even at the cost of the Earth's devastation, the world government found itself in a precarious position after the savior civilization declined to amend its stance. Thus, the only recourse was to act. The conference room remained enveloped in silence. I hereby name several individuals. You shall proceed with the formalities of transition and return to your original departments. Your forbearance and your caliber are insufficient for the duties of the Risk Review Committee. Jiang Yulan waved her hand and uttered a few names. Those called either seethed with indignation, appeared lost in despair, or wore expressions devoid of emotion, subsequently departing in succession. Upon reporting the review results, the anticipated outcome materialized. The decision-making body indeed concurred with Jiang Yulan's recommendations. There was no rejection, and thus, it became imperative to take concrete action. Compared to prior efforts, this undertaking was infinitely more convoluted and intricate. Under the highest orders, the entirety of the Earth transitioned into a state of military governance, as multitudes of engineers and workers, filled with emotions ranging from excitement to trepidation, began to embark towards various construction sites, while an almost boundless array of resources commenced distribution across diverse locales. Indeed, many found themselves exhilarated. Prior to this, preliminary promotional efforts had already been set in motion. The world government chose not to obscure the arrival of the savior civilization, but instead opted for complete transparency with the public. However, the specifics of the promotional rhetoric diverged significantly from the truth. In this campaign, the savior civilization was not portrayed as an invader from the depths of the cosmos wielding advanced technology to subjugate humanity, but rather as benevolent angels arriving to rescue human civilization and propel it towards unprecedented advancement. The obliteration of those two cities was recast as a rare cosmic calamity, one that threatened the very existence of humanity, only to be averted by the arrival of the savior civilization. The term savior itself suggests benevolence, does it not? Even the monumental construction tasks, nearly surpassing human capability, were redefined as essential infrastructure for the advancement of humanity, provided by the savior civilization. In essence, these endeavors were for humanity's benefit, not for the angelic savior civilization. All that humanity undertakes is ultimately for itself. Moreover, such an opportunity is rare. Consequently, the world government issued a rallying call, urging all of humanity to seize this once-in-a-millennium chance to labor for regeneration, paving the way for a brighter future for descendants. This campaign was so fervent that it rapidly saturated almost every channel of information. The entire human realm was ablaze with fervor, as countless passionate youths ignited their spirits in response to the call of the stars and the sea. Yet, Zhou Jinghua was acutely aware that during this period of extensive promotion, at least 30 high-ranking officials within the promotional department, privy to the truth, suffered mental breakdowns, condemned to spend the rest of their lives in psychiatric care. Knowing that the other party was a demon while being compelled to promote them as angels created a vast chasm between action and perception, leading to psychological and mental strains that few could endure. Nonetheless, such promotion was deemed absolutely necessary. The truth of the matter cannot be revealed. Once disclosed, the entire social structure would collapse instantaneously. The global government would be forsaken by the populace, and countless valiant souls would rise to unfurl the banner of rebellion. Even if such resistance were ultimately futile, the inevitable outcome would be the downfall of the world government, followed by the establishment of a puppet regime by the savior civilization through coercive means, suppressing its own people while bowing subserviently to external forces, plunging the entire Earth into turmoil. Within the confines of the physics laboratory at Tianjin University, Su Zhenghua closed the video interface, silencing the fervent rhetoric of a discussion program regarding the arrival of the savior civilization. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he opened another document. The negotiations between the Frere and the Son of Heaven confirmed that the savior civilization would provide humanity with certain scientific knowledge to facilitate the advancement of human technology. This document contained information regarding scientific theories that humanity had yet to grasp. To be frank, Su Zhenghua held little faith in the substance of these materials. Even a cursory thought would suggest that the savior civilization would not offer knowledge of sufficient significance. However, upon glancing through the document, his demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. The materials, meticulously categorized by scientific discipline, pertained entirely to theoretical physics. As a leading theoretical physicist, he immediately recognized the immense value of this information. As he focused intently on the content, his eyes became transfixed. Yet, a sense of unease began to settle within him. Chapter 7. Right and Wrong. This document presented a comprehensive exposition of theoretical concepts, which, in Su Zhenghua's estimation, surpassed current human understanding by approximately 5 to 10 years. The discourse was precise, the data robust, and the logic clear, rendering it highly credible. This was an authoritative assessment from a top-tier expert. Undoubtedly, it held immense value for the human realm. Perhaps, for the savior civilization, such scientific information was of little consequence. Or perhaps they believed this document would aid humanity in fulfilling the tasks they had set forth, which is why they entrusted it to humankind. Yet, for Su Zhenghua in that moment, none of this mattered. The document before him was sufficient to overturn nearly all of his previous research findings, dismantle his assumptions, and fundamentally refute the peculiar theories he had proposed. Years of diligent effort had amounted to naught. His worldview was on the brink of collapse. The so-called theory was, in essence, an attempt to unify the various compatible forms of superstring theory within physics. There exist 5 distinct superstring theories, which, despite appearing vastly different on the surface, are intricately and subtly interconnected. Thus, a brilliant concept was posited by predecessors in the scientific community, unifying these 5 superstring theories to give birth to a new theoretical framework. Superstring theory itself arises from the fusion of string theory and supersymmetry, hence its designation. The inception of string theory stemmed from scientists' endeavors to merge the realms of relativity and quantum mechanics. The application of relativity to the macroscopic realm and quantum mechanics to the microscopic world has yielded tremendous success for both theories within their respective domains. However, a striking contradiction exists between them. A definitive universe cannot be accurately described by 2 fundamentally disparate theories simultaneously. This predicament serves to validate the partial correctness of both theories, albeit their incompleteness. Consequently, generations of scientists have embarked on the quest to reconcile these 2 theoretical frameworks. The essence of merging these theories fundamentally lies in the unification of the 4 fundamental forces of nature: the strong force, the weak force, electromagnetism, and gravity. Electromagnetism has been unified, with the electromagnetic force and weak force amalgamating into the electroweak interaction. Although the standard model has yet to undergo comprehensive validation, it effectively describes electromagnetism, the strong force, and the weak force within a singular framework. Nearly all scientists concur that these 3 forces, excluding gravity, can be perceived as unified. Presently, only gravity remains unmerged. Subsequently, string theory and superstring theory, which integrate 5 distinct superstring theories, have emerged. It is essential to note that while the scientific community has made significant strides in theoretical development, no definitive articulation of these theories has been proposed even in the era of Su Zhenghua. Theories have yet to yield predictions or confirm whether these models can account for observable physical phenomena. They remain incomplete and exist primarily within the realm of mathematical computation. Nevertheless, they have demonstrated immense potential for unifying all 4 fundamental forces. Su Zhenghua's independently proposed and researched singular theory represents a further advancement on this theoretical foundation. Superstring theories are predicated on 10-dimensional or 11-dimensional space-time models, employing compactification of additional dimensions to construct a model of our 4-dimensional world. In simpler terms, higher dimensional spacetime is compactified at a microscopic scale, rendering it undetectable to humanity. However, Su Zhenghua has introduced a divergent perspective. He has refuted the existence of 10-dimensional or 11-dimensional spacetime, a position that fundamentally undermines the foundations of superstring theories, leading many in the scientific community to regard him skeptically. This skepticism has escalated to the point where he must rely on personal renown to attract graduate students. Su has adopted an alternative approach, positing that the so-called higher dimensional space is, in fact, a peculiar attribute of 4-dimensional spacetime, integral to its nature, thereby fostering the construction of a mathematical framework and related theoretical research, hence the nomenclature of the singular theory. Over the years, Su Zhenghua has dedicated a substantial amount of effort to this theoretical construct, conducting extensive research. As his exploration deepens, he increasingly believes that he is the one who holds the ultimate truth, despite the lack of recognition for his findings. He has even begun to prepare a paper destined to be groundbreaking, poised to incite a tempest within the scientific community. He is convinced that with further refinement of his research and a bit more time, once this paper is completed and published, the entire realm of physics will tremble as a result. He possessed an unparalleled confidence. However, now, this theoretical document from the savior civilization has utterly shattered that confidence and completely overturned his research findings. The document, from a more advanced perspective, employs a more rigorous logic and a more precise framework, supporting the other researchers' theories regarding the compactification of extra dimensions. If others are correct, then he must be inherently wrong. He felt his mind buzzing, his heartbeat accelerating, and his vision gradually blurring. No, it cannot be, Su Zhenghua murmured to himself. He abruptly stood up, approached the faucet, turned the water to its coldest setting, and plunged his head beneath the icy stream. The frigid water cascading over him gradually calmed his tumultuous thoughts. Subsequently, he slumped helplessly to the ground, leaning against the wall, motionless and devoid of desire to move. His pupils lost focus, while his mind raced at an unprecedented speed. At that moment, the intricate symbols and numbers seemed to come alive, wildly shifting and combining within his brain, at least in terms of the computational process and logical flow. He could find no flaws. As darkness enveloped the day, he suddenly sprang up and dashed to his computer as if in a 100-meter sprint. He summoned various mathematical models, rapidly requested the computational power of the supercomputer, and commenced his verification in his own manner. This process consumed a full 3 days. Throughout this time, he remained fixated on the verification progress. When fatigue struck, he would rest his head on the desk for a brief nap. When hunger beckoned, he would nibble on snacks. When thirst arose, he sipped cold water, never once leaving his office. After 3 days, the final verification results emerged. The conclusion was unequivocally accurate. He numbly closed the computational interface and opened the scientific department's website, where he encountered numerous articles recently published by his peers. Not only he, but also other physicists had arrived at the same conclusion. Humanity had validated the correctness of the physical theories provided by the savior civilization in its own way, with multiple individuals and institutions conducting simultaneous research. This fundamentally eliminated the possibility of oversight on their part. Suddenly, the phone rang beside him. He mechanically picked it up, and the voice of Minister Li Cheng from the scientific department resonated through. "Zhenghua, do not be so obstinate. You are still young. There is still time to turn back. Your mind does not solely belong to you. At this moment, it belongs to all of humanity. Wasting your intellect is a disservice to all of humanity." Indeed, he thought. He was still young. It was not too late to change direction. Unlike some esteemed elders in the scientific community who had chosen the wrong path and had no time left to amend it. No matter which direction or field he shifted to, he possessed sufficient confidence to achieve results. Not only could he realize his self-worth, but he could also contribute to the greater good of humanity. Yet, was he truly in the wrong? Su Zhenghua forgot how he had responded to Li Cheng. Nevertheless, as he hung up, he thought he heard Li Cheng let out a deep sigh. He paid little heed to the world around him and once again opened his computer, which was under the stringent protection of the global government. He accessed his research documents and embarked on the arduous task of meticulously recalculating and clarifying his theoretical logic from scratch. Every aspect, from the citation of the most elementary formula to the simplest derivation process, from the unremarkable data transformation to the underlying logic, required thorough verification. This endeavor could only be undertaken by him alone. No one could substitute for him, nor could anyone offer assistance. In the realm of singularity theory, he stood as the sole pioneer within the entire scientific community. Even if he were to teach a peer of nearly equal brilliance, it would demand at least a month or two to convey his ideas comprehensively, allowing others to fully grasp his thought processes. In times past, if he had insisted, a handful of individuals might have attended his discussions out of respect. Yet now, singularity theory had been nearly discredited, and even those motivated by social obligation had vanished. They were all preoccupied with their own pressing research and projects. He devoted 5 painstaking days to meticulously and thoroughly verifying his research documents, reaffirming that both his data and logic were indeed sound. A week elapsed before he conducted a second verification, yielding the same reassuring results. However, rather than commencing a third verification, he found himself engulfed in deep contemplation, questioning whether he had overlooked or forgotten something, or if he had made an empirical error. Yet, he remained at a loss. He was uncertain where his misstep lay. Simultaneously, he could not discern the flaws in the document provided by the savior civilization. It appeared that both documents were devoid of error, yet the results they implied were utterly incompatible. One of them had to be incorrect. Moreover, the quality of the document from the savior civilization was evidently superior to his own. Su Zhenghua felt gaunt and hollow-eyed. Chapter 8. The Standard Answer Deep Within. Su Zhenghua had almost come to accept the conclusion that he was the one in error. Nevertheless, he remained unwilling to concede. Rationality informed him that the data contained within the document from the savior civilization was, in every conceivable respect, more credible and flawless than his own. Yet, he could not bring himself to accept it. Had all his years of tireless effort, sleepless nights, and unwavering confidence been for naught? He simply could not accept such a fate. More critically, no one could clarify for him why he was mistaken, even in death. Should he uncover the nature of his error, he would resign himself to it. But where had he gone wrong? What precisely was his mistake? The sensation is reminiscent of one's middle school years, grappling with an exceptionally challenging mathematical problem, burning the midnight oil, and finally arriving at a solution that seems increasingly flawless and delightful upon further reflection. Yet, when the assignment is submitted the following day, one anticipates commendation from the teacher, only to be met with a curt dismissal. "You are mistaken," followed by an abrupt departure without elucidating the nature of the error. The civilization of the savior is unlikely to possess the benevolence to disclose where one has faltered. It is a journey of solitary discovery. However, what if, indeed, one were correct and the savior civilization erroneous? Firstly, with such advanced technology at their disposal, it is implausible that the savior civilization would remain unaware of their own fallibility. This implies a deliberate intention to provide humanity with erroneous information. Consequently, one must ponder the motivations behind this intentional misdirection. In an instant, Su Zhenhua recalled the thought that had surfaced upon the sudden arrival of the savior civilization, suggesting that their emergence might be linked to certain transformations hinted at in the peculiar theory he had proposed. Although this notion lacked immediate substantiation, connecting it to the current predicament, namely, the deliberate dissemination of false scientific data to humanity, offers a clear conclusion. The savior civilization does not wish for humanity to uncover the true reasons behind their arrival. While this cannot be deemed mere speculation, it undeniably presents a viable avenue for contemplation. Su Zhenhua pondered deeply, lost in thought for an indeterminate duration. Eventually, he regained his focus and promptly undertook a significant action. He meticulously organized his calculations and reasoning, collating all relevant data, and subsequently disseminated this material, which was insufficient to constitute a comprehensive and credible paper, across various platforms. He published extensively, reaching nearly every physics-related journal he knew of, and contacted every scientist by name. Yet, he did not stop there. He also posted on every public forum he could think of, even those centered around celebrities and entertainment. The internet possesses an enduring memory. Such a large-scale release implies that erasing this data would be virtually impossible. In the past, some of Su Zhenghua's thoughts and theoretical details had circulated online, and his peers had a vague understanding of his ideas, albeit lacking in depth. This time, Su Zhenhua laid bare his thoughts for all to see. Afterward, he tidied himself up, refreshed, donned clean clothing, and departed the laboratory. Half an hour later, he arrived at the office of Minister Li Cheng of the Science Department. Given his position, Su Zhenhua was able to secure a meeting with Li Cheng. Have you ever considered that the scientific data provided to us by the savior civilization might very well be erroneous, and that this could be intentional? Li Cheng, a portly official of the world government with prominent ears, paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. I do not dismiss this possibility. But Zhenhua, are you suggesting that the savior civilization's actions are intended to obstruct and interfere with your research? Do you believe your work poses a potential threat to them? Zhenhua, you are overly self-absorbed. Su Zhenhua discerned the underlying meaning in Li Cheng's words. He shook his head, stating, "They will not assassinate me. There is no necessity for that. Their objective is not to hinder or disrupt my research. I believe their aim may be to provide humanity with a definitive answer." A definitive answer? Li Cheng displayed his confusion. Indeed. Su Zhenhua gazed into Li Cheng's eyes and nodded slowly. Consider the typical trajectory of scientific development in our civilization compared to the path we find ourselves on after the savior civilization has presented us with scientific documents. What differences might emerge? The answer is evident. A normal scientific progression is characterized by a flourishing diversity. Countless researchers propose numerous theories, attacking unresolved issues from myriad angles. Over time, as science advances, some theories are discarded, fading into obscurity, while others gain a measure of validation, attracting further inquiry. Some theories, although temporarily discredited or deemed ineffective, may later reveal certain elements to be beneficial. Various tools, concepts, and techniques can prove invaluable, each contributing uniquely to the tapestry of knowledge. However, with the scientific documents provided by the savior civilization, humanity's scientific development process will be irrevocably altered. Countless unbloomed flowers, mere buds awaiting their ultimate test of viability, will be swiftly cast aside. All attention will gravitate towards this definitive answer, with subsequent efforts centering around it. Any work that deviates from this standard will be regarded as futile. The evolution of science will no longer reflect a vibrant array of ideas, but instead, a singular dominance. Under normal circumstances, this might not be excessively problematic. It would merely signify a loss of the fertile ground necessary for the emergence of certain mathematical tools, research philosophies, and niche physical theories. As long as the overarching direction remains correct, the future can always be recalibrated. Yet, the critical issue arises. What if this definitive answer is erroneous? Li Cheng's expression grew grave as he grasped the seriousness of the situation. He had previously contemplated the possibility that the scientific documents provided by the savior civilization could be flawed. However, at that time, he merely viewed it as a matter of distinguishing the valuable from the worthless, utilizing what was beneficial while discarding the rest. As humanity possesses the capacity to discern right from wrong. Yet he had not anticipated that a misleading definitive answer could lead humanity astray, squandering decades, even centuries, of precious time. While humanity indeed has the ability to discern truth from falsehood, such discernment cannot be achieved in the short term. It requires time. Consequently, one must ponder, why would the savior civilization provide humanity with an erroneous definitive answer? The answer is clear. The potential for humanity's technological advancement may pose a certain threat to them. The specific threat remains elusive, yet it undoubtedly exists. Otherwise, why would they engage in such futile endeavors? Do they genuinely harbor goodwill towards humanity? Thus, the overt technological assistance readily locks away the potential for the advancement of human civilization. Henceforth, we shall witness the cessation of whimsical, imaginative ideas that may hold utility or may not. The vibrant flourishing of diverse thoughts shall be stifled, and the wondrous transformation sparked by the collision of differing ideologies will dwindle, minimizing the possibility of human civilization posing a threat to that of the Savior. While there is currently no evidence to substantiate that the Savior civilization orchestrated this, Li Qing must take it seriously. I will report this to the leader for further arrangements. Li Qing's expression turned grave as he nodded slowly. So now, Zhenghua, what do you intend to do? Su Zhenghua replied earnestly. I am uncertain whether my theory is indeed correct, yet I shall persist unwaveringly, just as the standard answer has never materialized. If your conjecture holds true and you continue your research, the Savior civilization may very well eliminate you. Someone must undertake these endeavors. Su Zhenghua smiled faintly. Even if they do kill me, I am unafraid. All my research progress will be publicly accessible online. Killing me would be futile. Chapter 9. The island in an era where Su Zhenghua's research is overlooked and largely dismissed by his peers. The data he publishes online similarly attracts scant attention. However, one thing is certain. If Su Zhenghua were to suddenly die, even by suicide, amidst the emergence of the Savior civilization, it would ignite speculation regarding a connection between the two events. Was his demise a consequence of his research posing a threat to the Savior civilization? Moreover, Su Zhenghua has repeatedly asserted that he would never resort to suicide. Thus, without any call to action, numerous researchers would likely shift their focus, picking up the threads of Su Zhenghua's inquiries and continuing along the path he could not complete. At that juncture, with heightened interest from others, there is a chance that his research could progress even more swiftly. Should the Savior civilization decide to confront the human scientific community on a grand scale, the world government and risk assessment committees would undoubtedly intervene. At that point, unless the Savior civilization has resolved to devastate Earth, they would have to relent. Therefore, it is highly improbable that the Savior civilization would take action against Su Zhenghua. The sole possibility for rendering Su Zhenghua's efforts fruitless would be if the Savior civilization's standard answer truly is the definitive solution and if Su Zhenghua is indeed mistaken. Yet, without proceeding further, who can ascertain the truth? After concluding his conversation with Li Qing, Su Zhenghua departed and returned to his laboratory. He recognized that his most pressing task was to advance his research. Whether his inquiries could genuinely threaten the Savior civilization remains uncertain. After all, what the Savior civilization likely targets is the developmental potential of the human scientific community, rather than Su Zhenghua alone. However, should his research yield tangible progress and enhance its credibility and reliability, it might redirect the attention of more peers away from the standard answer, which would indeed be a positive outcome. More importantly, perhaps her research could indeed pose a threat to the Savior civilization. This thought was the only path that Su Zhenghua could conceive of contributing to civilization under the current circumstances. At this moment, in the vicinity of Gate No. 3 of the Wenhua Palace, where the Emperor and the Risk Assessment Committee were located, the bustling morning work had come to an end. After the staff changed shifts, they adjourned to the adjacent cafeteria for a meal and a moment of respite. The cafeteria offered a generous array of dishes, while the flavors were not particularly exquisite. They were acceptable enough, with convenience being the primary advantage. This cafeteria had been constructed primarily for the ease of the Risk Assessment Committee personnel. Jiang Yulan casually selected some food and sat alone at a small table, her mind heavy with thoughts. As of today, large-scale construction efforts had fully commenced, bearing the weighty responsibility of communication between human civilization and the Savior civilization. She was well aware of the intricacies of the construction progress. Yet, it was precisely this awareness that deepened her sense of gravity. She often pondered what transformation human civilization might undergo if such immense engineering resources were devoted solely to its advancement. Now, however, she could only watch helplessly as these efforts seemed to yield no fruitful results. At that moment, a figure she recognized all too well unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. In an instant, the previously bustling cafeteria fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. It was the Emperor. Others could choose to remain silent or feign ignorance, but Jiang Yulan could not. She set down her food, suppressing the resentment within her, and mustered a smile to greet him. "What brings you here?" The Emperor, with a warm smile, replied. "Nothing in particular. I simply wish to sample your human food. May I?" This was, of course, not a problem at all, although Jiang Yulan felt a tinge of surprise. "But your Majesty, you are a robot. Robots do not require sustenance." He chuckled softly. "Indeed, I do not require food. However, I possess intricate sensory devices in my mouth and tongue that enable me to perceive the texture and various flavors of food, rather than consuming. One might say I am collecting information on the taste of your cuisine. Jiang Yulan's surprise deepened. What purpose does this collection serve? The emperor did not elaborate, and she felt it inappropriate to press further. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds, he casually took a set of utensils, approached the serving window, and requested a bowl of rice, some dishes, and a portion of noodles. He then seated himself at a small table and began to chew thoughtfully. He did not swallow the food. It was evident he lacked that capability. After chewing, he meticulously expelled the food, discreetly using a napkin to cover the action, appearing quite polite. This scene was captured by the ubiquitous cameras and relayed to at least hundreds of analytical teams. Upon finishing, the emperor departed on his own, returning to the vicinity of his small room. In a pavilion, a sorrowful-looking top-ranking chess master awaited him. Jiang Yulan did not pay him much heed. Aside from engaging in tasks with humans, the emperor had always maintained a quiet demeanor. It either wandered about, exploring its surroundings, or sat in silent contemplation. Apart from that, it engaged in matches against Go masters. During ordinary times, the members of the Risk Review Committee could easily disregard its existence. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yulan once again entered the grand conference room. At the front of the room, the immense screen displayed countless small flags. All participants understood that each flag represented an ongoing construction project. These projects spanned all 5 continents and 4 oceans, showcasing a remarkable variety. From the perspective of construction planning, it was evident that the savior civilization aimed to channel numerous resources to this location. Jiang Yulan pointed to a small island in the Pacific, bisected by the equator. The details of this island had long been established. It was merely an uninhabited wasteland, lacking even an official name, with local indigenous people referring to it as Zekuluel, meaning Island of No One. Its area was modest, measuring less than 10 square kilometers. Yet, within the construction blueprint of the savior civilization, this desolate island occupied a position of absolute importance. It appeared that all surrounding developments were centered around it. Across the 5 continents, along with Australia, countless mineral extraction sites, factories, roads, railways, and airports were all directed towards the coastal outlets of this continent. The numerous colossal seaports were meticulously planned to converge on this barren island or the nearby smaller islands. Moreover, there were plans to construct cross-sea bridges connecting this island to its neighboring uninhabited islands, adhering to heavy-load railway specifications. On the other barren islands, vast docks were under construction, evidently intended to alleviate the pressure on the port of Zekuluel. However, this raised a perplexing question. What merit did such a mere wasteland possess to warrant such significant attention from the savior civilization? Previously, no one had noticed this issue. At that time, nearly everyone was still grappling with the sudden arrival of the savior civilization, and the subsequent period was consumed with various tasks, leaving little room for contemplation. Ultimately, it was the members of the Risk Review Committee, positioned centrally for coordination, who brought it to light. They bore the responsibility and obligation to ensure that the large-scale construction endeavors promoted by the savior civilization would not inflict excessive harm upon human civilization. Thus, Jiang Yulan promptly summoned numerous experts for this meeting. In response to Jiang Yulan's inquiries, the experts appeared contemplative. Eventually, one expert remarked, "I have a rough idea, but I cannot be certain. If possible, I would like to visit the site." Jiang Yulan nodded in agreement. After handing over the on-site responsibilities, Jiang Yulan and a group of experts immediately rose to embark towards the uninhabited island deep in the Pacific. Due to the extensive construction tasks, nearly all significant transportation routes on Earth were engulfed in a bustling frenzy. Bus stations, train stations, airports, and docks were teeming with workers laden with belongings, some bearing expressions of excitement, others filled with anticipation, and a few tinged with slight anxiety. Under the formidable mobilization capabilities of the world government, they would be assigned to various construction sites according to their respective categories. The aspiration towards the stars and the vast ocean ignited a fervor within their hearts. Underpinned by an advanced technological framework, their production capabilities would temporarily shield them from the plight of material shortages. Yet, Jiang Yulan was acutely aware that this was merely a transient state. Should the realities remain unchanged, a degradation of their living conditions would inevitably ensue. It was merely a matter of time. However, let the future unfold in due course. Alongside the workers, a vast array of resources was mobilized: steel, coal, grain, clothing, textiles, machinery, and so forth. She witnessed mountains of goods, with millions of tons of grain being swiftly transported away by a fleet of colossal cargo ships within a single day. The recently cleared factory space, sprawling over tens of thousands of square meters, was filled to the brim with a diverse assortment of supplies in just one afternoon. On average, An aircraft took off or landed every minute. At the port, dozens of giant freighters were simultaneously loading and unloading. On the heavily laden railways, countless trains stretching thousands of meters raced unceasingly. On the roads, trucks burdened with dozens of tons formed long, winding convoys. This was merely a glimpse of the activities occurring at a single airport, port, railway, and highway. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, Jiang Yulan could scarcely fathom the immense logistical capabilities of human civilization. As they journeyed onward, first by aircraft and then by ship, Jiang Yulan and her companions eventually arrived at this once obscure and desolate island. No longer was it barren. The influx of people and materials via the makeshift port had nearly filled it to capacity. A vast construction site, spanning an area of 10 square kilometers and bustling with hundreds of thousands of workers day and night, unfolded before Jiang Yulan's eyes. Chapter 10. The space elevator standing atop a small hill, which originally boasted an elevation of over 200 meters, but was now reduced to a mere 40 or 50 and still descending. They beheld the entirety of the island's panorama. Gazing upon this unprecedented colossal construction site, Jiang Yulan felt a momentary daze. An accompanying expert issued a directive, prompting several staff members to disperse with an array of tools to various locations across the island to commence data collection. 2 days later, in a modest conference room, the experts presented their conclusions: a space elevator. The term was somewhat foreign to Jiang Yulan, yet she quickly recalled having encountered the concept in a popular science program. She remained silent. Over the past 2 days, we have comprehensively analyzed the meteorological, geological, geographical, and engineering planning data pertinent to this site. We collectively believe that the most viable option is indeed the space elevator. In the future, a vast influx of resources from around the globe will converge here, transported through a tether that connects the Earth to the cosmos, reaching into outer space. If we are to construct a space elevator, this geographical location is undoubtedly the most advantageous. You see, the wind force here remains consistently below level 2, devoid of cumulonimbus clouds or any formations capable of producing thunderstorms. It lies far from various pressure systems and monsoonal currents, and the Earth's crust is stable, with a solid texture conducive to securing cables, distanced from seismic activity. Most importantly, it is located on the equator. The construction of a space elevator is imperative at the equator, for it is here that the linear velocity of the Earth's rotation is at its peak. Jiang Yulan felt her heart being pierced with a profound intensity. The concept of a space elevator has long resided solely in the realm of fantasy, however. Nearly all enlightened individuals concur that for human civilization to embark on large-scale ventures into space, a space elevator is indispensable. The core of the space elevator is comprised of a cable measuring at least 36,000 kilometers in length, with a counterweight at its terminus, one end deeply embedded underground, while the other reaches into the cosmos. This configuration allows the entire cable to rotate around the Earth with each complete rotation of the planet. Due to the substantial length of the space elevator at its apex, the counterweight circles the Earth at velocities exceeding both the first and second cosmic speeds, ensuring it never descends, but rather perpetually strives to escape the gravitational pull of the planet. This tugging and pulling creates a taut cable extending over 36,000 kilometers, akin to a person spinning while swinging a chain ball. Thus, leveraging this unyielding cable, humanity could continuously and abundantly transport various materials from the surface to the vastness of space. Prior to the establishment of the space elevator, the sole means for humanity to venture into space was through rockets. Yet, regardless of whether employing expendable rockets or reusable ones, they are constrained by 2 factors: limited payload capacity and exorbitant costs. This renders them utterly incapable of satisfying the demand for mass space exploration. The only viable solution is the space elevator. Only with the completion of the space elevator can one truly claim to have opened the gates to the stars and the sea of the cosmos. Countless researchers toil day and night on Earth, striving to realize this dream at the earliest opportunity. However, the realization of this dream, though tantalizingly close, remains beyond humanity's reach. Not only is it unattainable for human use, but it also risks becoming a conduit, incessantly siphoning resources from the human realm. The experts spoke with a gravity that matched the weight of their thoughts. It remains uncertain what materials the civilization of saviors intends to utilize for its construction. Will it be chiral or carbon nanotubes? The primary obstacle to humanity's construction of a space elevator lies in materials. Although carbon nanotubes theoretically possess the capability to meet the requirements for building a space elevator, their development is still in its nascent stages, currently yielding lengths of only about 0.5 meters, leaving a significant gap from the demand. Yet, for the civilization of saviors, this should pose no challenge. Perhaps they will employ carbon nanotubes, or perhaps even materials more advanced than carbon nanotubes. This may not necessarily be a negative outcome. At the very least, it appears that the civilization of saviors seeks only resources rather than anything else. The group murmured in somber discussion for a moment before losing interest in continuing their dialogue. Let us depart. We have clarified this matter, Jiang Yulan sighed softly, losing all desire to remain in this place. The Risk Assessment Committee's headquarters. During the past few days of absence, the staff maintained constant communication with Jiang Yulan, promptly relaying any developments regarding the sovereign. Over this period, the sovereign's behavior exhibited no remarkable deviations. If one were to insist on a peculiar observation, it would be that it has seemingly adopted eating as a habitual practice, partaking in 3 meals a day, much like an ordinary human. Additionally, the staff discovered that it only consumes a particular food item once, never to revisit it again. The cafeteria offers a diverse selection of dishes numbering in the dozens, sufficient to sustain it for quite some time. Furthermore, it appears to harbor a profound fascination with chess. The previously top-ranked Go master could no longer endure the prolonged, intense matches, prompting the Risk Assessment Committee to relocate the entire World Chess Institute nearby to accompany it. As time quietly passed, after several days, the sovereign sought out Jiang Yulan once more. I have realized that the same ingredient, when prepared through various methods, can yield a multitude of textures and flavors. For instance, this egg, whether fried, scrambled, or boiled, and paired with different ingredients, offers a vastly different taste. Jiang Yulan paused momentarily, mentally chastising the statement as trivial, yet managed to smile and listen intently. You humans categorize food based on preparation methods rather than ingredients, correct? It encompasses both aspects, I suppose. The sovereign nodded slowly, appearing contemplative. I wish to savor the taste of all your ingredients and preparations. May I? A flurry of thoughts raced through Jiang Yulan's mind, yet she ultimately replied with unreserved enthusiasm, of course. The sovereign nodded again before turning to depart. Once the sovereign had moved away, a staff member beside Jiang Yulan muttered under his breath, "What a hassle. Does it truly regard us as servants? Chairwoman Jiang, why don't you refuse it?" Jiang Yulan replied calmly, "This is a positive development. Why should I refuse?" The staff member looked momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on his face. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed Jiang Yulan had already walked away. This is a matter of great significance. Jiang Yulan felt compelled to report this development to the decision-making body. The outcome of her report aligned precisely with her expectations, as the decision-makers wholeheartedly supported her assessment. We believe that the savior civilization is highly likely to be a collective civilization akin to our own. Consequently, within it, various interests must exist. Each individual harbors their own thoughts, differing perspectives on matters, and potentially diverse attitudes towards our human civilization. There will be those with malicious intent, those with benevolence, the indifferent, and those who are apathetic. The individual manipulating the sovereign, a member of the savior civilization, has undoubtedly exhibited a keen interest in our cultural expressions. This interest, originating from Go, has evolved into a passion for gastronomy and may very well expand into other areas of fascination in the future. Given its interest, we have an opportunity to draw it closer to our human side. However, it is crucial to refrain from harboring fantasies of it fully aligning with our human civilization. Such expectations are unrealistic. A more feasible objective is to foster goodwill towards our human civilization without compromising the interests and stances of our own ethnic group, allowing us to play a significant role in the future. Specifically, for our human civilization, this entails ensuring that we meet the resource demands of the savior civilization, so that once we lose our value, we are not carelessly obliterated by them. This stands as the ultimate goal amid the current crisis. Chairwoman Jiang Yulan. This is also the paramount principle you must uphold when engaging with the sovereign. Chairwoman Jiang Yulan nodded earnestly. I understand. Everything for the sake of survival. Indeed. Everything for the sake of survival. Thus far, we might refer to the savior civilization, which clandestinely operates this machinery, as the sovereign. Its value to us has significantly increased. Chairwoman Jiang Yulan, I shall assign a team of experts, including psychologists, sociologists, astrobiologists, and behavioral scientists, to assist you. Remember, it is imperative to enhance its goodwill towards our human civilization as much as possible. Understood. With the report concluded, Jiang Yulan departed, hastening back to the committee's headquarters. Her heart felt heavy. The phrase, everything for the sake of survival, is both simple and weighty. It represents the consensus reached by the decision-making body and serves as the ultimate goal for all humanity, as well as the highest guiding principle in facing this crisis. Whatever may benefit the survival and continuity of humanity must be pursued. Honor, morality, ideals, beliefs, and laws, Everything once deemed invaluable by mankind must yield to this singular objective. Even if it means becoming a servant or enduring countless insults, what do such matters amount to in the face of survival? At this moment, in a certain mountainous area, a helicopter thundered overhead before finally landing on a patch of ground strewn with wild grass and gravel. Major General Luo Haiyun, chief scientist and chief engineer of the World Military Weapons Research Institute, disembarked from the helicopter, surveying his surroundings with a calm demeanor. He was unaware of his location but inferred from the slightly humid air, vegetation, and temperature that it was likely near the equator. A soldier solemnly asked, "Major General Luo Haiyun, are you certain you wish to proceed to Base Phoenix 1? Luo Haiyun nodded slightly. The soldier inquired again, "Are you aware that once you enter, you may never leave this life?" "I understand." A third inquiry followed. "Please note, this is the final question, Major General Luo Haiyun. Do you comprehend that Base Phoenix 1 cannot transmit any information to the outside world? Once you enter, you will be isolated from the world?" "I am aware." "Salute." Before the helicopter, several soldiers saluted Luo Haiyun simultaneously. He returned the gesture slowly and then resolutely turned to walk towards the mountain face. Chapter 11. The Black Box Project. Everything for the sake of survival. To survive, making certain sacrifices is not only appropriate but also inevitable. This phrase echoed persistently in Luo Haiyun's mind. Simultaneously, he understood that this was the truth held by the hundreds of thousands of engineers, scientists, technical workers, and logistical personnel who had already entered Base Phoenix 1. Indeed, many people were already present within the confines of Base Phoenix 1. As the head of the base, Luo Haiyun was the last to arrive. He stepped forward and casually sketched a peculiar pattern on the dust-covered rock face, causing the seemingly cohesive cliff to suddenly part, revealing a small chamber within that resembled an elevator. He entered, turned around to face the outside, and slowly raised his arm to align with his brow. Outside the elevator, several soldiers maintained a salute, their posture unwavering. As the elevator doors began to close, leaving just a narrow gap, Luo Haiyun raised his head and gazed deeply into the azure sky, devoid of clouds. At that moment, he understood that this might be the last time in his life he would behold the sky. The elevator doors ultimately severed his connection to the outside world. Soon after, he felt a sensation of weightlessness, as though he were plummeting rapidly. He realized this was no mere illusion. The Phoenix 1 base was situated 13 kilometers beneath the surface. Accounting for the mountain's height, its elevation reached an astounding -206 meters, deeper than the most profound oceanic trench on Earth. It was constructed within a vast natural underground cavern, measuring up to 22 kilometers in length, 17 kilometers in width, and 8 kilometers in height. Equipped with facilities sufficient to sustain hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Its purpose was to prepare for potential global calamities, ensuring the continuity of humanity. In the event of unforeseen disasters, such as a colossal asteroid impact, solar radiation bursts, or gamma-ray explosions, people could promptly retreat underground. Relying on over 10,000 meters of rock for protection, the name Phoenix symbolizes rebirth through fire. Remarkably, 3 such colossal underground bases had been established by the world government on Earth. However, they never anticipated that instead of natural disasters, an alien civilization would arrive unexpectedly. Nevertheless, these bases would prove equally valuable in the face of extraterrestrial threats. Inside the elevator, the numbers on the display flickered rapidly, swiftly diminishing from over 2,000 to merely 1,000, then plunging into negative figures. Luo Haiyun understood that he was now below sea level. The descent of the elevator was remarkably smooth. Apart from the slight sensation of weightlessness, he felt no vibrations. Yet, the outside world was anything but tranquil, as he could always hear the distant howls and wails. He knew this elevator was constructed within a natural rock fissure, due to its subterranean location. The internal airflow was remarkably calm. As the elevator plunged at high speed, it stirred the air, colliding with the rock walls and producing an echo that created these strange sounds, a natural phenomenon. Still, this evoked an array of inexplicable thoughts within Luo Haiyun. This was the final journey of the elevator. Once it reached its deepest point, this last passage would be obliterated. An avalanche of rock would cascade down, completely burying the fissure that extended over 10,000 meters deep. At that time, he and the hundreds of thousands of engineers, scientists, and others who had arrived earlier would be sealed within. Their only connection to the outside world would be a solitary computer, physically isolated from the base. Moreover, this computer is designed solely to receive external information, incapable of transmitting any data outward. This encapsulates the essence of the Black Box Initiative. These 3 vast underground facilities will, to the outside world, serve as impenetrable black boxes, rendering their internal affairs undetectable to anyone, including the civilization of saviors. regardless of their strength or technological advancements. They cannot penetrate over 10,000 meters of rock to witness what transpires within. This represents humanity's ultimate safeguard for self-preservation. After nearly 10 minutes, the elevator finally came to a halt, and the sensation of weightlessness dissipated. As the doors opened, the silhouettes of colleagues awaiting Luo Haiyun came into view. Without uttering a word, Luo Haiyun stepped out of the elevator, waiting for the doors to close before gently pressing a button behind him. In an instant, the resounding clash and friction of immense metal echoed in their ears, deep and resonant, yet imbued with a power that could penetrate the human heart. This was a preparation for the impending impact, ensuring that the falling rocks would not compromise the internal structure of the base. When the green light illuminated, Luo Haiyun took a deep breath. This elevator, this passage, constituted the sole link between the Phoenix 1 base and the outside world. Should it be destroyed, the only escape would be with the arrival of the day of rebirth, rendering them truly trapped. In that moment, countless breaths quickened, despite their mental preparation, resolute determination. In prior awareness of this moment's inevitability, an indescribable unease lingered as it finally arrived. Luo Haiyun gently shook his head and pressed another button. Instantly, a sense of loss swept over the crowd, leaving an emptiness in their hearts. The next moment, a tremendous and oppressive roar surged forth, akin to the roar of dragons and tigers, as if the earth itself were splitting apart. The cacophony persisted for several minutes before subsiding. Luo Haiyun lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his face. Comrades, we have no retreat. Indeed, there was no retreat. Not for them, nor for humanity. Professor Hu Shiqing had taken his own life. On a tranquil night, he returned to his bedroom and never emerged again. It was not until the following day, when his son forcibly opened the door, that the grim reality was discovered. By then, his body had already grown rigid. Professor Hu Shiqing, a lifelong professor at Luobai University, was a luminary in condensed matter physics, regarded as a towering figure in the field. Remarkably, even in his 60s, he remained on the front lines of research, producing more scientific work than many younger, emerging talents. He was a vigorous, aging scholar, brimming with boundless love for science and humanity. Yet now, he lay as a lifeless body within an ice coffin, surrounded by flowers. Upon learning of this tragedy, Minister of the Science Department Li Cheng hurried to the funeral home. Before his arrival, personnel from public security, the military, and intelligence agencies had already convened. This matter was one that Li Cheng could not afford to overlook. The untimely and inexplicable suicide of such an exceptional scientist raises profound suspicions regarding underlying motives. Might it be that Professor Hu Shiqing stumbled upon a significant discovery, prompting the savior civilization to feel threatened and covertly intervene? Is the so-called suicide merely a fade? Given their technological prowess, fabricating an impeccably staged suicide scene should not pose much of a challenge. It is not homicide, it is suicide. A conclusion that the head of the intelligence department conveyed to Li Cheng with unwavering certainty. Yet, he found it difficult to accept. He simply could not fathom how a person so full of vitality, with a harmonious family and an infinite passion for both life and work, could resort to such an act. Was an autopsy conducted? The head of the public security department interjected. No autopsy was performed, as it was deemed unnecessary. An autopsy is imperative. I demand a meticulous and thorough investigation, leaving no stone unturned. Although Li Chu was not their direct superior, in the presence of a high-ranking official from the world government, they felt compelled to comply despite their reservations. We shall proceed at once. As they departed, Li Cheng caught sight of Professor Hu Shiqing's son. His eyes were red and swollen, his spirit diminished. It was evident he had yet to emerge from his grief. My father had been acting strangely lately. In the past, though he rarely returned home, he was always cheerful during visits. Recently, however, he had been coming home more often, and when I inquired, he merely stated that there was little to do at work. This struck me as odd, as he had previously been burdened with heavy research tasks. When I pressed further, he sighed and told me that I did not understand. As he spoke, he began to choke up again, overwhelmed with emotion. The staff began to gather their belongings in preparation to transport Professor Hu Shiqing's body for an autopsy. However, a group of individuals encircled them, halting their actions. Li Cheng immediately recognized some of them. Among them were Zhang Yun from the Aerospace Research Institute and Li Lubai from Weishan University, both esteemed scientists in their respective fields. Ministerly, please do not prolong this. Li Lubai sighed, urging, let old Hu depart in peace. Li Cheng replied softly, Professorly, this matter is of great significance. Even the head of state is paying attention. The potential assassination of an eminent scientist by the savior civilization cannot be underestimated. Uncle Hu committed suicide. It is unrelated to others, and I can empathize with him. Zhang Yun, in her 40s, murmured, what is the point of living? At times, I too contemplate whether it would be better to simply die. Upon her utterance, none of the distinguished scientists present to bid farewell to Professor Hu Shiqing offered any words of consolation. Instead, they all sighed in agreement, seemingly sharing her sentiments. This is Uncle Hu's farewell note. A middle-aged man handed Li Cheng a piece of paper sealed in an evidence bag. Upon receiving it, Li Cheng discovered the poignant words inscribed upon it. We no longer have a future. The final character bore a slight slant, trembling, vividly conveying the writer's emotional turmoil at that moment, despair, melancholy, and a sense of utter hopelessness. Li Cheng's brow gradually furrowed, deepening into a tight knot of concern. What transpired between Professor Zhang, Professor Li, and Dean Wang, the eminent scholars, standing at the pinnacle of human civilization and scientific inquiry, sighed deeply and fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, it was Zhang Yun who reluctantly broke the stillness, uttering, Minister Li, you do not comprehend, you do not understand. Chapter 12, The Grand Scheme. Although Li Cheng held the esteemed position of Minister of the Department of Science, his primary focus lay in administrative management rather than the rigors of frontline research. Nevertheless, he could discern from the experts' discourse that there were certain undisclosed intricacies surrounding the matter at hand. As the specialists engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, a chilling revelation gradually unfolded before Li Cheng. Once more, his brow furrowed deeply. Professor Hu Shiqing, renowned for his extensive mentorship, possessed an illustrious reputation within the scientific community. The experts attending his memorial service encompassed nearly every domain of human scientific endeavor. Their collective judgment bore an almost irrefutable credibility. We no longer possess a future. For science itself has no future. The origins of this predicament lay within the troves of knowledge imparted to humanity by the savior civilization, which encompassed nearly all scientific fields. These documents indeed surpassed the current pace of human research, and no individual had identified any discrepancies within them. This strongly suggested their potential accuracy. Upon their initial acquisition, the entire scientific community found itself invigorated. All technological sectors exhibited explosive growth, with one challenge after another being surmounted. Every discipline thrived, further corroborating the authenticity of the materials. However, this optimistic scenario was short-lived. As the materials were scrutinized, several leading theoretical scientists soon recognized a significant dilemma. Continuing down this path would inevitably lead to an insurmountable impasse. All data and research findings indicated that ahead lay the limits of scientific understanding. Our theories, methodologies, and mathematics would fundamentally lose their capacity to describe the deeper principles of the universe. In other words, the pursuit of science, at this juncture, would reach its conclusion, and further progress would become unattainable. Li Lubai lamented, "This signifies that humanity will forever remain confined within the minuscule bounds of our solar system. It implies that the notion of universally and extensively venturing into space is nothing but a fantasy. It means that humanity will never truly comprehend the genuine principles governing the cosmos. Although these phenomena were undeniably occurring, humanity would remain perpetually oblivious to their underlying causes." Li Cheng's heart plummeted, yet he swiftly countered, "This cannot possibly be true. If the path of science concludes here, how was the space elevator of the savior civilization constructed? How were spacecraft designed? The journey of science has not been devoid of pioneers. If the savior civilization can transcend this barrier, why can't we?" Li Lubai remained silent and turned his gaze toward another expert. Li Cheng recognized this individual as a specialist in physiology and biology, who also had a background in biophysics. Biophysics is a discipline that investigates the fundamental physical phenomena occurring within living organisms and their macroscopic effects, akin to biochemistry, but with greater profundity. While chemistry halts at the molecular level, physics delves into the atomic realm, even probing the nucleus of atoms. He chuckled bitterly, saying, "Minister, when we first discovered this matter, we thought the same. However, soon mathematicians and physicists demonstrated that not all sciences are devoid of a future. Rather, it is solely the sciences of humanity that lack such prospects." Li Cheng felt a slight confusion. The expert, with a wry smile, gestured towards his head. "This is determined by our physiological structure. Our brains, no, the brains of all carbon-based life, are incapable of comprehending deeper physical concepts. This can be rigorously proven from mathematical and physical perspectives. Could the savior civilization be non-carbon-based life? A thought suddenly flashed through Li Cheng's mind. He quickly realized the complexity of the situation. Up to this point, aside from one emperor, no one had encountered any individual from the savior civilization. It is inconsequential if we cannot comprehend. We can create tools capable of understanding these principles. Artificial intelligence has advanced to the extent that it can replace humans in numerous tasks. It matters not if the human brain cannot grasp it. As long as artificial intelligence can, we cannot create it. another expert bluntly interjected. For our inability to understand such phenomena naturally precludes us from developing artificial intelligence that can comprehend them. Moreover, even if the savior civilization were to assist us in constructing an artificial intelligence capable of understanding such phenomena, we would be incapable of analyzing the conclusions it presents. Li Qing took a deep breath. So what? It is essential to recognize that all this data, including these results, has been provided to us by the savior civilization. How can you ensure its authenticity, rather than it being a manipulation to deceive us? Perhaps their intention is to instill doubt in all of you, to extinguish your desire to continue research, thereby dismantling our scientific community. He felt almost certain that this was indeed their scheme. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, one person quietly remarked, "You do not understand. You do not comprehend. A true scientist does not harbor subjective judgments. We trust only in evidence. In data, whether the information is a conspiracy or not does not affect its veracity. To deny the authenticity of that data is tantamount to negating the entirety of the human scientific community. During this time, countless esteemed researchers have validated every detail through various means." A chill ascended within Li Qing. He recognized that this could indeed be a conspiracy. No, it would be more fitting to call it a grand scheme. The savior civilization had openly and transparently presented a genuine dataset to humanity, which subsequently led to the conclusion that human science lacks a future, thereby dismantling the entire human scientific community. With no hope for the future, Professor Hu Shiqing took his own life, regardless of who it may be, upon discovering that the path they have devoted their lives to, filled with passion and perseverance, is ultimately a dead end. One would inevitably feel a profound sense of despair. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Li Qing still harbored a glimmer of hope within his heart. He asserted, even if that information is accurate, how can you guarantee that it represents the entirety? To withhold the complete truth is tantamount to uttering falsehoods. While every statement may be true in isolation, the deliberate concealment of certain facts could convey a message that is entirely contrary to reality. Indeed, it is possible that it is not the whole picture. Li Lubai sighed, acknowledging Li Qing's words, though his expression remained one of despondency. Li Qing surveyed his surroundings and noted the almost uniform expressions of the experts. They appeared to have lost their confidence in continuing along this path. He realized that he may have underestimated the profound impact that the technological data had on the scientific community. After all, he was engaged in administrative management, rather than laboring on the front lines of research. Hence, the experts were justified in saying that he lacked understanding. He indeed did not comprehend the intricacies, however. That did not imply he should accept the situation passively. Such acquiescence was unacceptable, utterly intolerable. Science is the sharpest sword in the realm of humanity, the only weapon upon which one can genuinely rely. Almost instinctively, he began to work on soothing the anxieties of those around him, analyzing from various perspectives the potential of this being a conspiracy by the savior civilization. He sought to inspire the experts through encouragement while being mindful of the occasion and adhering to the protocols of the memorial service. After considerable effort, he managed to persuade several experts who had contemplated resigning to retreat into obscurity to reluctantly agree to continue their work. Subsequently, he reported the matter with utmost urgency. His failure to recognize the early signs of this issue was a dereliction of duty, should it escalate to a widespread loss of faith among experts in the scientific community, resulting in mass resignations from various research institutions. He would have no choice but to take his own life as an apology to the world. As anticipated, this matter swiftly garnered the attention of the decision-makers within the civilization. A series of policies were enacted which temporarily stabilized the situation. Yet, Li Qing observed that although the circumstances had calmed, the enthusiasm and efficiency of the work had diminished significantly compared to before. An invisible crisis had surged forth, ensnaring the world of humanity tightly. The more they struggled, the more tightly the unseen web ensnared them. Li Qing understood that the savior civilization was not solely targeting Su Zhenghua. Their focus encompassed the entire scientific community, including Su Zhenghua. And now, regardless of the veracity of that data, or whether it conveyed the complete truth, their objectives had already been achieved. On a rainy night, Li Qing personally ventured to Tianjin University, entering Su Zhenghua's laboratory. After a period of absence, Su Zhenghua appeared considerably more haggard. His hair, though not disheveled, had grown long enough to be tied into a small braid. A scruffy beard adorned his face, and his eyes were red and swollen, with dark bags forming beneath them, making him appear a decade older. His desk was cluttered with numerous books and papers, with several pens strewn haphazardly about, and the wastebasket overflowed with crumpled paper. Upon entering, Li Qing found Su Zhenghua still bent over his desk, engrossed in sketching something. After writing for a moment, he found his pen had run dry of ink. Casually discarding it, he seized another pen and resumed his task. Moments later, in a fit of frustration, he crumpled the blank paper before him into a ball and tossed it to the floor. Li Cheng approached gently, noticing that within the brief span of time, the once blank sheet had transformed into a series of incomprehensible, peculiar characters. He chose not to disturb Su Zhenghua, instead sitting quietly nearby, patiently waiting. Su Zhenghua remained utterly engrossed in his work, entirely oblivious to the presence of another in his office. It was not until the clock's hands approached midnight that Su Zhenghua finally set down his pen and stretched. Just as Li Cheng prepared to speak, he observed Su Zhenghua succumb to slumber, his head resting on the desk. With a sigh, Li Cheng adjusted his posture and resumed his vigil. It was not until dawn was nearing that Su Zhenghua gradually awoke, his expression one of surprise upon seeing Li Cheng. What brings you here? Chapter 13. Were confirming Li Cheng's arrival, Su Zhenghua felt a tinge of embarrassment. The office is quite a mess. I'll have someone tidy it up. A cleaning staff member promptly entered, and within minutes, the office was revitalized. All the crumpled papers collected and shredded into irretrievable fragments. For a scientist of Su Zhenghua's caliber, not a single sheet of paper was permitted to circulate beyond the confines of his laboratory. Shortly thereafter, 2 breakfast servings were delivered, and the two began to eat. Li Cheng recounted the current predicaments facing civilization, and as anticipated, Su Zhenghua was unaware of the situation. However, to Li Cheng's surprise, Su Zhenghua did not exhibit substantial astonishment. I have repeatedly warned them that this must be the ploy of the savior civilization. We cannot afford to abandon our scientific endeavors. Otherwise, we will truly have no hope. Yet, his words seemed to have little impact. Su Zhenghua remained silent for a moment before responding. That is quite normal. They lack a broader perspective. After another brief pause, he added, to be honest, even I was nearly overwhelmed upon reviewing that information. Li Cheng fell silent, contemplating. After a mouthful of rice, he inquired, Zhenghua, how is your research progressing? Not very smoothly, Su Zhenghua replied, his brow furrowing in distress. Several critical calculations remain incorrect, and I cannot discern the source of the problem. Do you have confidence in your research and your theories? Su Zhenghua nodded firmly. During this period, as his research advanced, his conviction had only grown stronger. While he could not ascertain the inaccuracies of the scientific data provided by the savior civilization, he was certain that at least part of his research was valid. I came to see you for this very reason, Li Cheng said, setting down his utensils with gravity. I have scoured the records of all the experts in the scientific community and ultimately discovered that the only one qualified, capable, and willing to save our human civilization's scientific realm is you. Su Zhenghua stood frozen, taken aback. As long as your research progresses and can prove even a fragment of its validity, it will subsequently demonstrate that the information bestowed upon us by the savior civilization is not merely erroneous, but at the very least, insufficiently comprehensive. Your research exists independently of the scientific framework established by the savior civilization, existing beyond its confines. Once its inadequacies are established, the scientific community of our human civilization will immediately rekindle its courage and confidence. I implore you to become the spear that pierces the dark canopy of night. If you can manage to breach it even slightly, sunlight will stream in, and the world will be restored to brilliance and vitality. Conversely, if you fail to break through, our world will inevitably perish in silence. Li Cheng spoke with a somber tone, clearly conveying the background, implications, and potential outcomes to Su Zhenghua. As the grim phrases of civilization extinction, scientific demise, and countless lives lost echoed in his mind, Su Zhenghua felt as though he were under bombardment. His thoughts in a cacophony. Had it been another person, Li Cheng would not have expressed himself so candidly, for it would impose undue pressure on them. And pressure is not always a boon. However, with Su Zhenghua, it was different. Li Cheng understood that Su Zhenghua thrived under adversity, his creativity ignited by immense pressure. Thus, he directly correlated the survival of civilization with Su Zhenghua's research. After Li Cheng finished speaking, Su Zhenghua remained in a daze, silent for a long while before finally managing a wry smile. Li Cheng, you have presented me with a formidable conundrum. This puzzle was indeed daunting. As of today, the theory still lacks a precise physical and mathematical description. It can be said that even the theorists themselves cannot clearly articulate what it truly is. It remains profoundly incomplete. If the theory is thus, how much more so the peculiar theory proposed by Su Zhenghua? Now, Li Cheng demanded that Su Zhenghua produce tangible evidence at the swiftest pace to validate at least a portion of the peculiar theory's correctness. Su Zhenghua instinctively considered a refusal, deeming it utterly unrealistic. Yet, he soon recalled Li Cheng's prior words. This matter is intimately tied to the survival of civilization. He could not refuse. Faced with Li Cheng's earnest gaze, Su Zhenghua silently nodded. He understood that he must acquiesce. I will do my utmost. I will give it my all. Li Qing stood, patted Su Zhenghua on the shoulder, and departed. Leaning back in his chair, Su Zhenghua gazed blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. He ruminated extensively, pondering for an interminable time, before sweeping all the books and crumpled papers off his desk onto the floor. Grabbing a pen and a fresh sheet of paper, he began anew, sketching his ideas. The pressure weighed heavily upon him. He felt agitated. That day, he unusually broke 2 pens and shredded 7 or 8 sheets of paper. His research had indeed made significant strides. At this juncture, he even sensed that if he could merely pierce through one more layer of the metaphorical window paper, a radiant path would immediately unfold before him. Yet, despite his exhaustive contemplation and calculations, he could never quite grasp it. If the existence of higher dimensional spaces is merely an illusion stemming from certain unique properties of our 3-dimensional universe, how do these dimensions participate in the evolution of the cosmos? How do they coexist with, and even encompass, existing theories? What is the essence of the 4 fundamental forces, and how does it harmonize with the characteristics it manifests? Most critically, what phenomena, detectable by our current observational capabilities, can they incite? None of this is supported by prior experience or any empirical data. Everything resides solely within the confines of his mind. He requires a spark of inspiration to pierce through this haze of uncertainty. Yet, that inspiration, though seemingly close at hand, remains elusive. His thoughts have become tumultuous. He acutely realizes that persisting in this manner offers no assistance to his work. Rather, it becomes a hindrance. Thus, for the first time in a long while, he vacates his office, which serves both as his workspace and living quarters. Summoning a barber for a haircut and taking a refreshing shower before stepping outside. The gentle sunlight and soft breeze provide him with a modicum of tranquility. He retrieves his keys, unlocks the door of a recreational vehicle, and accelerates away. This news swiftly reaches Li Cheng's desk. Upon learning that Su Zhenghua has departed the research institute in the RV, he promptly issues a series of commands. Sun Wei, an investigator affiliated with the Civil Security Department, leads a squad that has received an unusual directive today. The entire team, comprising 17 members, is tasked with protecting an individual whose name they have never encountered before, endowed with extensive authority to request assistance from any department. When inquiring whether any person or organization poses a potential threat to the target, the response from superiors is negative. This implies a mandate to safeguard him from unforeseen incidents. However, is it truly necessary for his elite team to be engaged in what appears to be routine security? Moreover, given the extensive authority granted, it raises further questions. Particularly, superiors have instructed that unless an emergency arises, their presence must remain undetected by the target. Although perplexed, he embarks on the assignment without hesitation. To ensure absolute security, he mobilizes 2 helicopters and 3 vehicles. One vehicle leads in front of the target, another trails behind, while his own remains close to the target's vehicle, vigilant against any potential mishaps. The helicopters ascend to over 600 meters to prevent their sounds from reaching the ground. With some optical modifications, the helicopters appear as mere small black dots from the ground, easily overlooked. Thus, under layers of protection, Su Zhenghua's RV continues its journey. Su Zhenghua finds it somewhat peculiar. For reasons unknown, his journey has been smoother than ever before, devoid of traffic jams or accidents. In an era marked by extensive construction, such occurrences are rare. Notably, traffic lights seem to possess a will of their own. Regardless of his speed, they consistently turn green as he approaches. The remarkably favorable traffic conditions bring him a slight sense of joy. He continued his journey and, after several hours, finally arrived at the seaside. Following the signs, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a beach he had never discovered before. The breeze was gentle, the waves were calm, and the water was crystal clear, making it an exquisite spot for gazing at the sea. Though he had visited the coast before, he had never encountered this particular location. Had he discovered it earlier, he would have frequented it often. This perplexed him, yet he did not dwell on it. He parked his car, retrieved a folding chair, and leisurely settled by the shore, gazing into the boundless ocean, lost in thought. Above him, 2 helicopters hovered silently, ever vigilant. Several elite scouts had secured the high ground, equipped with sniper rifles and binoculars, constantly surveying the surrounding environment. Sun Wei personally led the team, stealthily positioning themselves on the beach just 20 meters away from Su Zhenghua. This distance was sufficient for them to react promptly should any unforeseen event occur. Concealed by their camouflage, even if Su Zhenghua approached, he would remain oblivious to their presence. Time trickled by, yet Su Zhenghua remained utterly still. A normal person should not behave this way, leading Sun Wei to question whether his target had silently succumbed. He quietly retrieved his observation equipment and focused on Su Zhenghua. The infrared imaging unmistakably confirmed that the target was alive and in good health. However, another piece of data plunged him into shock. The activity in the target's brain was extraordinarily intense. In all his previous observations, he had never encountered such vigorous activity. It was as if a war were occurring within the target's mind. Chapter 14. Faith and Fear. As before, Su Zhenghua chose to seek an elegant and undisturbed environment, hoping to find inspiration that could alter the course of many things. In this sanctuary, he could relinquish all worldly concerns, fame, fortune, the bittersweet experiences of life, love, hatred, and all else, allowing none of it to occupy his thoughts. He concentrated all his spirit and intellect, directing his focus entirely on the perplexing problem that had troubled him and possibly the entire scientific community and civilization. Although many of his breakthroughs had not been acknowledged by the scientific world, he felt that at least in this environment, his insights had emerged. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, under the gentle sea breeze, the waves softly lapped at the shore, producing a soothing sound. The night was tranquil, and aside from those sounds, the world was enveloped in silence. Occasionally, the lights of distant vessels appeared on the vast ocean, resembling tiny stars adrift in an endless sea of stars. Far removed from the clamor of the city, the night sky was ablaze with brilliance, with even the Milky Way faintly visible. The passage of time in the outside world seemed to lose its influence over him. He remained seated, completely motionless. Yet, hidden behind him, Sun Wei felt a flicker of concern. The target was undoubtedly significant, and any slight change in his condition warranted vigilance. Through infrared observation equipment, he discovered that as night deepened, the target's body temperature was gradually declining. It is a natural phenomenon for temperatures to drop after sunset. While an ordinary person might don an additional layer of clothing, the target appeared disinclined to do so. Continued exposure to the cold could lead to illness. He hesitated, contemplating whether to take action, as the relevant data from his observation device had already been automatically transmitted to Li Cheng's desk, which caused him some concern. Although the possibility of catching a cold and subsequently succumbing to it existed, it was ultimately a low-probability event. He was reluctant to complicate matters over such a slim chance. However, he realized that Su Zhenghua might be at a crucial juncture, as evidenced by the intensity of his brain activity. Sometimes, solving an unprecedented dilemma requires merely a fleeting inspiration, and at that moment, Su Zhenghua seemed poised for such a revelation. He did not wish to disrupt Su Zhenghua's state by allowing the drop in temperature to induce discomfort. It was vital to understand that once he strayed from this state, he might never return. The fleeting nature of inspiration could render it irretrievable. Although the likelihood of this was still low, he was unwilling to take any risks. After a moment's reflection, he conveyed an order to his subordinates. Consequently, 5 minutes later, a response arrived. Following discussions among experts from various fields, the most feasible method to raise the ambient temperature without affecting the target was to initiate artificial rainfall in the vicinity. A subordinate indicated a location approximately 7 to 8 kilometers from Su Zhenghua, accompanied by a meteorological model constructed by weather experts. The model indicated that conducting artificial rainfall at the target site would, through a series of complex regional climatic changes, effectively promote the flow of warm, moist air, dissipating the cold air surrounding the individual and resulting in an average temperature increase of about 2 to 3 degrees, lasting approximately 5 to 6 hours. Li Cheng nodded slowly in agreement. Shortly thereafter, a light drizzle began to fall in a small coastal town. Although the weather forecast predicted no rain, the proximity to the sea often brought about rapid weather changes, making a sudden light rain unremarkable. Upon observing Su Zhenghua's surface temperature gradually returning to normal, Li Cheng let out a sigh of relief. He turned to his side, where a middle-aged man dressed in a military-style uniform, devoid of any insignia, stood, his departmental affiliation unknown. "Do you think the savior civilization will intervene?" The middle-aged man pondered. "If Su Zhenghua's research truly poses a threat to the savior civilization, I believe they would take action. But what approach would they employ?" Li Cheng mused aloud. "Direct assassination?" After a moment, he dismissed this notion. "No. That would unmistakably indicate that they perceive Su Zhenghua as a threat." The middle-aged man seemed contemplative. "Unless they can eliminate him without arousing our suspicion. In light of the government's upper echelons having taken notice of Su Zhenghua, the circumstances surrounding his demise, regardless of how ordinary or reasonable they may appear, will inevitably lead to unalterable consequences. Once Su Zhenghua passes, his research will instantly garner significant attention, with numerous scholars flocking to continue his unfinished theories, resulting in even swifter advancements, a scenario that is almost certain to unfold. Assuming that Su Zhenghua's research indeed poses a threat to the savior civilization, how would you as a representative of that civilization, respond? The middle-aged man fell into silence. Fully aware of the crux of the matter, is there a method to compel Su Zhenghua to abandon his research without alerting human civilization? The act of killing Su Zhenghua is not the objective. Rather, the aim is to dissuade him from his studies. Even with Li Qing's intellect, he could not conceive of a feasible approach to accomplish this. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, the middle-aged man nodded. There is a way. Li Qing's heart quickened. If Su Zhenghua were to voluntarily relinquish his research, there would be no grounds for continued vigilance regarding his theories, regardless of our alertness. He will not willingly abandon it. He mused, breaking the silence after a brief pause. Rising, he gazed out the window into the distance. The decision-makers have responded. They will instruct Chairwoman Jiang Yulan to devise a strategy to neutralize any potential threats from the savior civilization at an appropriate time. In the newly constructed restaurant near Gate 3 of Wenhua Palace, the emperor sat quietly in a plush chair, a smile gracing his lips as he awaited his meal. Just a wall away, the faint sounds of clattering utensils could be heard. An elderly man, his hair white, yet his spirit vibrant, busied himself at the stove. Ingredients flowed into the pot as if guided by the winds, dancing with life beneath his deft hands. He was not merely preparing a dish, but crafting an exquisite work of art. This esteemed chef had been specially summoned by Jiang Yulan through coordination with various departments from thousands of miles away. Though he had long since retired to enjoy his twilight years, he made the arduous journey upon receiving a call from the government. He did not know who would savor his culinary creations, but he understood that the individual was of such significance that it warranted his personal involvement. As the dish neared completion, the culmination of myriad ingredients and tireless effort resulted in a presentation that was astonishingly simple. On a plate, cabbage leaves were artfully arranged to resemble flowers, accompanied by a delicate broth, nothing more. The dish was placed before a strikingly handsome young man, and the elderly chef felt a swell of pride, convinced that he had surpassed even his previous standards. Indeed, upon tasting a single bite, the young man's face radiated with admiration. Though I may not discern the flavors, the aesthetic of this dish is so exquisite that it borders on the unbelievable. Jiang Yulan's face blossomed with a subtle smile. Behind every classic dish lies a rich cultural foundation. Observe this dish. It may appear unremarkable at first glance, yet it conceals a world of complexity and transformation within. The simple and the intricate, the mundane and the extraordinary, find a harmonious fusion in its essence. The old chef, somewhat bewildered by the conversation between the two, could discern that they were praising him, thus a smile crept onto his face. The emperor nodded with a smile and then turned his gaze toward the old chef. Master, I have heard that your family was impoverished in your childhood. You aspired to become a chef, but could not afford the apprenticeship fee. After being turned away by your master multiple times, it was only through sheer sincerity that you were finally accepted. Yet you endured harsh treatment, never relinquishing your desire to learn, diligently honing your craft for over a decade before you emerged as a master. I am curious. How could one bear such immense suffering, yet remain steadfast in their original intentions? What sustained you? The old chef chuckled softly. It must be belief. When I witnessed my brother perish from starvation, I resolved that I would rise above my circumstances, ensuring such a tragedy would never befall my family again. Oh, belief. The emperor nodded slowly. Jiang Yulan interjected. On this earth, many are willing to sacrifice their lives for their beliefs. I understand now. Belief is the most profound support that compels one to undertake or to abstain from certain actions. But, beyond belief, is there anything else? The old chef replied with a smile. That would be fear. It was my fear of witnessing my family starve helplessly that drove me to persevere. Jiang Yulan remarked. Belief and fear can sometimes be two sides of the same coin, manifestations of the same essence. I see, the emperor rose, expressing gratitude. Master, thank you for your culinary creations. This is the most exquisite food I have encountered since my arrival on Earth. The old chef left, slightly perplexed. Inside the restaurant, the emperor gazed ahead, his eyes seemingly transcending walls and landscapes, reaching far beyond. Belief and fear, he pondered. I know what I must do. Jiang Yulan observed the contemplative emperor and, after a moment's reflection, smiled as she spoke. In truth, aside from belief and fear, I believe there is another factor. What is it? The emperor inquired. Hope. As long as hope endures, no matter how dire one's circumstances, one can persist. Jiang Yulan articulated each word deliberately, hinting at deeper meaning. However, without hope, even you cannot fathom the extent to which an individual or a group might act irrationally. The emperor nodded slowly in understanding. Chapter 15. Between life and death by the seaside, beneath the warm ocean breeze, Su Zhenghua remained seated in quiet contemplation. He sat for an extended period, until the night had deepened. at which point he exhaled a long sigh and rose to his feet. He folded the chair and placed it back into the RV, then unfolded a cot to rest for a while. Finding the answer to the question that had been troubling him for so long would not be an easy task. Despite having laid a substantial foundation over a considerable period, engaging in extensive preliminary work and exploration, he still felt that he lacked the final push to uncover the answers he sought. It was unrealistic to expect that a mere night of contemplation would yield the solutions to such complex issues. The quest for answers was fraught with difficulty, and elucidating the problem was even more intricate. A significant portion of the traditional theories, widely accepted within the scientific community, draws upon concepts from quantum field theory. According to the Standard Model, the existence of mass is attributed to the interaction between fundamental particles and the Higgs field, a phenomenon known as the Higgs mechanism. The Higgs field is a quantum field that permeates the universe, wherein fundamental particles, originally devoid of mass, acquire it through their interaction with the Higgs field. The discovery of the Higgs boson has robustly confirmed the existence of the Higgs field, as the boson itself is a manifestation of the field's oscillations. The weight of a boulder, the inability of humans to lift a car, and the ants' struggle to move a small stone are all consequences of the Higgs field's presence. Su Jinghua's intriguing theory ventures further into the microscopic realm, carving a unique path with his own thoughts and philosophies. However, during the process of developing his mathematical models and theoretical framework, he encountered a crucial dilemma. His theory could not adequately explain the origin of mass. While he did not refute the Higgs mechanism and acknowledge that mass arises from the interaction of fundamental particles with it, he believed this explanation lacked depth and foundational insight. Upon integrating the Higgs mechanism into his theoretical system and delving deeper, he discerned a significant missing element. The Higgs mechanism is indeed valid, and mass undeniably exists, as evidenced by our daily experiences. Yet, a crucial process remained unaccounted for between these two assertions. His theory failed to articulate this process with the precision of his own ideas, employing accurate mathematical and physical language. This process was indispensable. Without it, his theory could not be regarded as complete. This conundrum had plagued him for several years, and even now, he had yet to achieve a breakthrough. As the night quietly slipped away, the following day he replenished his hunger with provisions from his vehicle and, like a wanderer, began to stroll along the shoreline, collecting seashells and even donning his swimwear to wade into the sea for a while. This action caused great concern for Sun Wei, who, along with 2 helicopters circling above, stood ready for any eventuality. After swimming for over half an hour, Su Zhenghua finally emerged from the water, his body dripping wet. He had remained close to the shore, avoiding the depths, as he had no desire for any unforeseen incidents. This brought a sigh of relief to Sun Wei and the others. On the 3rd day, Su Zhenghua took out a fishing rod and commenced sea fishing. After preparing the catch, he enjoyed a delightful meal cooked on his portable alcohol stove. On the 4th day, he even took out the barbecue grill and prepared a meal for himself. He spent his time here in a leisurely manner, each day passing in serene comfort. However, as night fell, without fail, he would unfold his chair and sit facing the sea, remaining there until the early hours of the morning. Deep within him, there was a stirring, a brewing intensity that grew more pronounced with each passing moment, culminating on the 6th night. By this time, the night had deepened significantly. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten the passage of time and everything around him. His spirit appeared to merge with the brilliant stars in the night sky. In this profound tranquility, with his mind intensely focused, he felt that the once mundane characters seemed to possess their own vitality, beginning to dance freely in the air, rearranging and transforming at will. They even began to emit a faint glow, indistinguishable from the stars themselves. Remarkable, indescribable changes were unfolding within those characters. He remained as an observer, emptying his mind, simply watching, refraining from thought, movement, or interference. Eventually, the characters converged into a singular mass, continuously expanding and contracting, as if nurturing something. Su Zhenghua felt every cell and nerve in his body rejoicing. He sensed that the transformation he desired was on the verge of birth, following days of adjustment and reflection. He awaited it with eager anticipation, but at that moment he sensed an unexpected and unsettling change. The world remained tranquil, with only the gentle whispers of the breeze and the soft crashing of the waves breaking the silence. Yet, inexplicably, this otherwise normal scene took on an unusual significance in Su Zhenghua's perception. Each sigh of the breeze felt like a pebble dropping into the still waters of his heart. Each wave's crash resonated like a pluck of his heartstrings. The distant reflections on the sea seemed to carry strange meanings. Even the air began to thicken with a peculiar essence that evoked an involuntary sense of dread. Sun Wei, lurking behind Su Jinghua, sensed that something was amiss. The infrared observation equipment clearly indicated subtle movements that suggested his target was ensnared in fear. Yet, it was puzzling. He saw nothing that would instill such terror in an adult like Su Jinghua. What was he afraid of? Sun Wei was filled with questions. Su Jinghua himself was unaware of the source of his fear. It surged from within him, unbidden and instinctual, like a primal response. He struggled to maintain his composure, employing the rigor and logic of a scientist to analyze the origin of his trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, he was startled to realize that his fear stemmed from the luminous mass before him, composed of countless characters, seemingly gestating something profound. These perplexing challenges had long plagued Su Jinghua, hindering significant breakthroughs in his research. Following a collective crisis of faith within the scientific community, his research has now become intertwined with the very fate of human civilization. After countless days and nights of relentless toil and accumulation, he is on the verge of uncovering answers, yet an unsettling fear begins to take hold of him. It seems that should he truly grasp the essence of that answer, dire consequences would surely ensue. This instinctual dread wells up from the depths of his being, causing his breath to quicken. He yearns to abandon his thoughts, to fidget his fingers, to change his posture, to retreat to the safety of his mobile home. Yet he understands that even the slightest physical shift could shatter his focus. Should he miss this opportunity, he cannot fathom when inspiration might grace his thoughts again. At this moment, merely contemplating the pursuit of answers fills him with an innate aversion and trepidation. The intensity of his fear has seemingly cast a psychological shadow over him. Why? Su Jinghua is perplexed. Reason tells him that he has no justification for such fear, yet his body experiences a tangible terror. It is as if an external force has forcibly instilled this fear within him, much like the way certain substances can evoke joy, tranquility, or drowsiness. His current fear appears to operate in a similar manner. The solution to a problem that has long plagued him, and now humanity, lies within his grasp. Yet he finds himself paralyzed by hesitation. He struggles to overcome the emotional turmoil within, but that fear surge is like an inexorable tide, pervasive and overwhelming. Give up, give up. If you return to the mobile home, you will be safe. There will be no threats to you. Time is on your side. If you do not find the answer this time, there will be another chance, he tells himself internally. But then reason intrudes, reminding him that if he forfeits this opportunity, he may never encounter another. The psychological shadow has already taken root, should he fail to conquer it now. The instinctual dread will return whenever he dares to ponder the answers to his inquiries, persistent as a shadow. Failing to find an answer this time could lead to an eternal inability to uncover any answers in the future. He may even come to fear science itself, to dread research, rendering him unable to continue in his scientific career. He recognizes this truth, yet remains unable to fend off the onslaught of primal fear. After much contemplation, a sudden realization strikes him. He understands the origins of his trepidation, death. He fears death, has always feared it. Everyone fears death, and he is no exception. He has an ominous premonition that should he allow the flickering light of consciousness to give rise to the answers he seeks, death would inevitably follow. The reasoning is simple. The savior civilization refrains from extinguishing his life, for doing so would only heighten the significance of his research and propel the advancement of his theories. Yet, what if one's current thoughts yield results, leading to a breakthrough in one's research? Such an occurrence would undoubtedly create a sensation within the scientific community, prompting a newfound appreciation for one's work and subsequently advancing the development of one's theories. The outcomes of both scenarios are, in essence, identical. If the results are the same, then why not consider self-destruction? By eliminating oneself, humanity would lose a potential trailblazer in the realm of science, thereby somewhat mitigating the loss. While one's conscious mind remains oblivious to this notion, the subconscious is acutely aware of it. Thus, the body instinctively resists the attainment of answers. Perhaps this realization should have dawned upon oneself long ago, yet, subconsciously, one has chosen to remain unreflective, unwilling to confront the thought. In the delicate balance between life and death, as one ages, the terror of mortality becomes increasingly palpable. Su Jinghua is now in his 30s, having traversed at least a third, if not half, of his life. For him, the inevitability of aging and death has transformed into an unavoidable confrontation. The term death has always carried a weighty significance, evoking profound fear from the depths of one's being. Su Jinghua finds himself lacking the courage to dismiss the looming threat of death. Just as he teeters on the brink of surrender, the faint image of the old dean materializes in his mind. He recalls his childhood vividly. On a particular occasion, while the old dean engaged a group of children in play on the playground, a gust of wind blew open his coat, revealing a large, grotesque wound across his abdomen. Observing the mixture of fear and curiosity in the children's eyes, the old dean paused the physical activities, seated himself on the ground, and recounted the story behind his scar. During the most arduous times of resistance against invasion, my comrades and I were ordered to hold a strategic position. The enemy surged like an unending tide. No matter how fiercely we fought, they seemed inexhaustible. In the end, my comrades fell one by one, leaving me alone to face two remaining adversaries. With ammunition depleted, we resorted to bayonets. I'm not boasting. Those two were larger than I, yet I charged forward without a shred of hesitation. Teacher, weren't you afraid? The old dean chuckled. Fear? Of course, I was terrified. To be honest, I was scared to death. I knew that surrender would ensure my survival, but I couldn't. Just look behind me. That is our homeland, where our elders and kin reside. If I succumbed to fear and surrendered, they would be left vulnerable to slaughter. That was absolutely unacceptable. Even if it meant my demise, I could not allow them to pass. I lunged forward, engaging in a fierce battle. And despite having my kidneys sliced open and my intestines spilling out, I did not retreat. Ultimately, I vanquished both enemies. The gruesome imagery described by the old dean left a profound impact on the young children, including Su Zhenghua. At that time, he could not comprehend how the old dean had managed such bravery. How could one endure such fear without faltering? Surely, the old dean must have been deceiving them. However, as Su Zhenghua matured, he gradually came to understand that the old dean had never lied. Indeed, there exist individuals who remain unshaken by any fear, even the dread of death itself, for they are fortified by their unwavering beliefs. Belief, transcending all else, stands as the highest virtue. The conviction of the esteemed old dean was to repel invaders, safeguard the homeland, and liberate all of humanity. For this noble cause, he feared not even death. But what, then, is my belief? Su Zhenghua pondered silently. As he contemplated, the question became increasingly clear. His conviction was inherited from the venerable dean, who devoted his life to the liberation of humankind. Now, humanity's civilization faces yet another invasion. Although he had been engrossed solely in his research, detached from the unfolding circumstances, he still grasped, through snippets of conversation, the dire situation humanity finds itself in. What is termed cooperation is, in reality, subjugation. The future remains uncertain, teetering on the brink of continuation. The old dean possessed his own steadfast beliefs, which emboldened him to confront the threats of death and stand firm against formidable adversaries. I, too, possess my own convictions. If the old dean could conquer his fears, so too can I. I refuse to witness humanity remain shackled in servitude, to see civilization decline, or to observe countless souls deprived of their fundamental dignity, succumbing to despair and suffering. I cannot tolerate the occurrence of such horrors. To alter this grim reality, I would willingly sacrifice my life. Though I fear death, I shall not allow it to intimidate me. The mind, previously scattered by fear, suddenly coalesced in that moment. Fear surged like a tide, yet it could no longer affect Su Zhenghua in the slightest. He resolutely took a step forward. In that instant, the wondrous symbols that had converged within his mind exploded into brilliance, giving birth to something he had longed for. He felt every cell and nerve in his body rejoicing. Countless days and nights of arduous effort, relentless pursuit, finally bore fruit at this moment. He had discovered the crucial breakthrough. Virtual particles. These are conceptual entities established within the mathematical framework of quantum field theory, representing certain mathematical terms relevant to microscopic physical processes. They do not exist in reality. Rather, they serve as a means of conceptualization. If a singular particle is detected, it signifies that its existence has persisted long enough to preclude its classification as a virtual particle. Thus, all observable particles are not virtual particles, and all virtual particles can never be observed. The most renowned manifestation of virtual particles arises from Hawking radiation. This theoretical concept concerning black hole evaporation suggests, in layman's terms, that virtual particle pairs continuously emerge in the cosmic vacuum, one possessing positive mass and the other negative mass. Shortly after their brief existence, they annihilate each other, returning to the formless void, thereby not contravening the law of conservation of mass energy on a macroscopic scale. If, near the birthplace of virtual particles, a black hole happens to exist, a remarkable occurrence may ensue. Virtual particles bearing negative mass may fall into the black hole, resulting in a reduction of the black hole's mass, while those carrying positive mass cannot annihilate and must radiate outward, creating the illusion that the black hole is emitting radiation and thereby diminishing its mass. However, this is merely a simplification for popular science and lacks rigor. It serves as a metaphorical depiction of an unknowable process, introduced for the sake of convenience in calculations through the concept of virtual particles. Quantum mechanics possesses this peculiar trait. It sidesteps contemplation of internal mechanisms, focusing solely on observable and perceivable phenomena. Upon introducing the concept of virtual particles, Su Jinghua discovered that the perplexing dilemma that had long plagued him suddenly became clear. Chapter 16. Breakthrough. Although he had not yet performed the calculations, Su Jinghua felt an overwhelming sense of assurance within. This sensation could be deemed intuition, yet its roots lay in years of relentless contemplation and computation. Not a mere figment of imagination. In that fleeting moment of discovering the answer, fear receded like a tide from his mind. Su Jinghua's gaze regained its focus, and the world once again unfolded in its entirety before him. The night remained tranquil, the waves gently lapped at the shore, a soft breeze caressed the air, and the distant lights upon the sea appeared ethereal and remote. Nothing had changed. Death had not arrived. Of course, this did not imply that it would not come. At present, the answer resided solely in his mind, known only to him. The savior civilization could not possibly be aware of it. However, when the time came for him to disclose this knowledge, that would no longer be the case. Yet, it mattered little, even if death were to come. Even if he harbored an immense fear of it, he must resolutely continue onward. He rose to his feet, stretched languidly, turned to stow away his folding chair into the RV, and, just as he had done days prior, lowered the bed and lay down. It was time for a restorative slumber. Tomorrow, many tasks awaited him. In the distance, near the third gate of the Wenhuul Palace, within a chamber, the emperor shook his head with a hint of regret. It seemed he had conquered his fear. How strange, for theoretically, the fear induced by psychological suggestion and biological enzymes should not be something humanity could surmount. Alas, I cannot eliminate him. Hope is indeed a precious thing. Let them cling to this flicker of hope. At the break of dawn the following day, Su Jinghua awoke invigorated. He returned to his laboratory as if he had never left, the road so clear that it bordered on disbelief. Subsequently, he took up pen and paper once more, applied for computational power, preset his programs, and commenced yet another round of calculations. Inspiration had struck, and the most significant obstacle had likely been surmounted. Yet these insights still needed to be transcribed onto paper and validated through the supercomputer. While he was confident in his correctness, this process was indispensable. Throughout, he felt an acute tension, leading to multiple instances of elementary errors in his operations. It is not a mere slip of numbers or a mispress of keys. At times, he would turn his head abruptly as though sensing an unseen presence behind him. Any discomfort emanating from his body, any irregular sensation, would cause his heart to race, leaving him in a state of prolonged anxiety, as if those feelings were ominous harbingers of death. At night, he found himself incapable of sleep, gripped by the fear that he might succumb to slumber and never awaken again. In desperation, he resorted to powerful sedatives to procure fleeting moments of rest. He was engulfed by fear. If the civilization of the saviors had indeed been monitoring him, and if prior to this moment they had yet to ascertain his critical theoretical breakthrough, then now, as he began to operate the equipment, embarking on a novel approach and conducting calculations, they would undoubtedly recognize that he had achieved a significant advancement. They must also be aware of his resolve to publicly share his findings with the world. To extinguish his life, to obliterate his existence, would be the most effective means to prevent the dissemination of his results and to thwart the scientific community's interest in his theories. Yet, the specter of death lingered, eluding him. The tension plagued him to the brink of mental exhaustion. The verification process consumed 3 days of his time. When the final results emerged and death had not claimed him, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. This was indeed a fortuitous outcome. Equally propitious was the fact that the verification results aligned perfectly with his expectations. The theory had achieved a breakthrough, and the phenomena that could be observed through existing technological devices had finally been predicted. As long as his predictions were corroborated, the validity of his proposed theory would undoubtedly be affirmed. Every theory must withstand the rigors of practical examination. Otherwise, regardless of its precision, internal consistency, or mathematical elegance, it remains but a castle in the air, devoid of real significance. The most critical breakthrough that Su Jinghua had achieved was establishing a method for his peculiar theory to be subjected to empirical validation. This was unprecedented. Upon introducing the concept of virtual particles, Su Jinghua expanded upon his theory, contemplating the potential roles it might play in other physical processes. Any correct and comprehensive theory must be universal. It cannot be deemed applicable in one context while irrelevant in another. The validation of relativity through the observation of light from a distant galaxy, billions of light years away, bending around another massive galaxy, exemplifies this principle. It affirms that relativity remains applicable over billions of light years and across the vast expanse of time, thus validating its correctness. Otherwise, it would face refutation, compelling scientists to ponder the reasons behind such discrepancies. As for black holes, they are exceptional cases, not requiring immediate discussion. Returning to Su Zhenghua's proposed peculiar theory, its correctness must similarly be demonstrated as applicable across all times and locations. He discovered numerous physical phenomena that could theoretically validate the correctness of this process. However, none possessed practical feasibility. The energy levels they demanded or the observational capabilities required were far beyond the reach of current human technology. After much contemplation, he ultimately settled on a target. To validate this process, one must venture to a realm of extraordinarily high energy levels and immense spatial curvature. Such places do not exist on Earth, within the solar system, nor even in the entirety of the Milky Way. Yet, they abound in the universe. Active galactic nuclei, or quasars, such as those in the Scorpius constellation, represent a category of entities where the possibility of validating this process exists, centered around supermassive black holes. All that is necessary is a modest enhancement in the precision of existing human observational equipment. This is entirely within the capabilities of human technological prowess. This alone is sufficient to support a detailed and compelling paper. Crafting this paper posed little challenge, for all the data, logic, and structure had already traversed his mind countless times. Consequently, in merely one afternoon, the paper was completed. He uploaded it into the publishing program he had developed. Now, with a mere press of a button, this paper would be automatically dispatched to the inboxes of all scientific journals, governmental departments, and public forums. At that moment, no force could obliterate it from the realm of humanity. If the savior civilization intended to thwart him, this was their final opportunity. Yet, the anticipated obstruction never materialized. He pressed the publish button, the progress bar swiftly completed its course, and the transmission was successful. He casually selected a public forum and beheld his freshly published article. It had indeed succeeded. He exhaled deeply. Subsequently, he picked up the phone and called Li Cheng. I have published my paper. However, its correctness still requires empirical validation. I have verified that our intercontinental very long baseline interferometry observatory can undertake the validation task after an upgrade. Even through the telephone, Su Zhenghua could sense Li Cheng's excitement. Excellent. Please draft a document outlining the necessary upgrades. I will coordinate immediately. Li Cheng's exuberance was palpable. Previously, the energy levels required to test whether a theory was correct exceeded the capabilities of humanity's most advanced particle colliders by hundreds or even thousands of times. This meant that such theories were fundamentally untestable, incapable of being proven or disproven. Now, however, following Su Zhenghua's theoretical breakthrough, mere enhancements to the observatory would suffice for validation, marking an immense advancement. After a moment of exhilaration, Li Cheng suddenly regained his composure. Has your paper already been published? Yes. It has been publicly disseminated across all journals, departments, and public forums. Do you feel, no? Su Zhenghua speculated that the savior civilization's failure to eliminate him physically could stem from two possibilities. 1. The world government might have presented certain deterrents to the sovereign, thus preserving their existence. Chapter 17, the observation mission. The very foundation of his theory was fundamentally flawed, and the civilization of the saviors regarded it with disdain. As for the specific nature of the possibility, Su Zhenghua remained oblivious and indifferent. Whether his theory was right or wrong could be easily ascertained through examination. On the other side of the microphone, Li Cheng let out a sigh of relief. I will promptly arrange for experts to analyze your paper. In a certain office of the World Academy of Sciences, a mobile phone sat on the desk, playing a traditional opera tune. Professor Chen Zhongming was seated in a chair, eyes closed, humming along with the melody. Upon the conclusion of the piece, he lifted his head to glance at the clock, realizing there were still about 20 minutes until the end of the workday. In the past, he would never have paid attention to such trivialities as the time to leave work. As a world-renowned astrophysicist and theoretical physicist, his research obligations were exceedingly demanding, often requiring him to return home in the early hours or even spend the night at the office. Yet now, he had long since lost that fervor. Why bother exerting such effort? It would be far more prudent to conserve his energy for a cozy evening with his grandchildren. His superiors had issued a request, so he decided to merely put on a show, dilly-dallying until the end of the workday before heading home, knowing that no one could find fault with that. As he gazed eagerly at the clock, the hands finally pointed to the end of the workday. He reached for his phone, ready to leave, when suddenly a call came through. Professor Chun, report to the science department immediately. Chen Zhongming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction about his disrupted departure. His wife had prepared ribs at home, and they would be spoiled if left unattended. Despite his grievances, he reluctantly acquiesced. Upon descending the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of a bus parked outside, with many of his colleagues already boarding. A staff member promptly jumped down and approached him. Professor Chen, please board the bus. So many people. Are they all heading to the science department? What could have happened? Surely it isn't yet another motivational meeting. How tedious. With a slight sway, Chen Zhoming boarded the bus and took a seat at random. The vehicle set off, and the chatter among his colleagues grew louder. Old who? I've heard there are plenty of fish in the Nansha River. When shall we go take a look? Sure. I just bought a new fishing rod. How did your grandson do on his exams? Don't even mention it. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. The bus arrived at the administrative building of the science department, but did not stop there. It continued on to the experimental building instead. What is going on here? Chen Zhongming disembarked with a perplexed expression and noticed that 4 or 5 other buses had already arrived, with more still pulling in. The doors of the other buses swung open, revealing familiar faces. To his astonishment, he realized that at least a third of the most esteemed theoretical physicists in the human world were gathered here. That amounted to several hundred individuals. Entering the grand conference room with a hint of curiosity, he initially anticipated yet another motivational meeting. However, upon ascending the podium, Minister Li Cheng did not deliver any stirring words. Instead, he instructed the staff to distribute a series of documents. The cover of the documents bore a bold title regarding a special theories model elucidation under high-energy conditions. The author was none other than Su Zhenghua. Chen Zhongming was aware of Su Zhenghua, a remarkably talented young man whose potential seemed boundless, destined to achieve greater heights than himself. However, it was regrettable that Su was exceedingly obstinate, choosing a path that led to ruin, thereby squandering his gifts and time. Were it not for their lack of acquaintance, Chen would have felt compelled to offer him counsel. The so-called special theory? Wasn't that merely the peculiar theory he had proposed? Li Cheng had summoned everyone merely to discuss this? Chen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Amidst the cacophony of voices in the grand conference room, he sensed a similar discontent among his peers. He could not fathom what was so captivating about it. That peculiar theory had long been dismissed by countless papers and experts, with scientific data from the savior civilization corroborating this from a more elevated perspective, employing more precise logic and frameworks. Engaging with such material was evidently a waste of time. Yet, since he was present, he might as well take a look. He casually opened the cover and began to skim through the characters. Initially, he regarded it with a degree of indifference, but as he continued, his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. Eventually, he became wholly engrossed, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. He had to admit, the line of thought was rather ingenious, though he questioned the accuracy of the data. This transformation is intriguing. Yet it should not be handled in this manner. That is incorrect. Perhaps this approach is viable as well. How was this step advanced? What led to this conclusion? Habitually, he reached for a pen and some blank paper beside him, and began sketching. His expressions fluctuated between gravity, anger, deep contemplation, and clenched teeth. Suddenly, it was as if he had an epiphany, exhaling deeply as clarity dawned upon him. He finally comprehended how this step progressed and the logic inherent within it. This realization momentarily pulled him away from the paper before him. Upon looking up, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the entire conference room filled with hundreds of individuals had fallen utterly silent. Aside from the faint sound of writing, there was not a whisper to be heard. His colleagues were all engrossed in calculations and contemplation, not a single word exchanged. Abruptly, a middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed with indignation. This is sheer nonsense. No, this is wrong. It is all erroneous. Chen recognized him immediately. Like Su Zhenghua, he was an expert in theoretical matters. A staunch advocate of higher dimensional spaces, having conducted extensive research and achieved numerous results. With his outburst, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, disrupting the calm of the grand conference room and stirring a commotion. The fundamental premise of this paper is flawed. Where do these data originate? Have they been verified? Has the calculation process been validated? According to his claims, how did the universe evolve? Absurd. Absurd. He is avoiding the crux of the matter. Why does he refuse to describe the physical state of the universe 1 nanosecond after the Big Bang? Many voices roar in frustration, while others furrow their brows, engrossed in the papers before them, seemingly unaffected by the external tumult. Gradually, the cacophony diminishes, and the grand conference room returns to silence until Li Cheng's voice breaks the stillness. It is late. It is time for everyone to rest. I have arranged accommodations for you all. Tomorrow, we shall continue our analysis of this paper. Some dismiss the document with disdain and depart, while others carry the paper with them to their lodgings. On the second day and the third, the debates raged on without abatement. It was not until the 5th day that a consensus emerged, at least from a logical and structural standpoint. The paper posed no issues. Li Cheng promptly mobilized the computational power of supercomputers, and numerous experts commenced further verification. Days passed, and the data utilized within the paper was confirmed to be impeccable. Yet, many remained unwilling to acknowledge its validity. The reason was simple. No matter how coherent the logic or accurate the data, it could still be suspected of being mere numerical manipulation. The crux of the matter lay in whether it could align with empirical observational data. However, at this juncture, even dissenters were compelled to concede that the paper indeed opened a new and distinctly different theoretical pathway, one starkly divergent from the scientific knowledge imparted to humanity by the saviors. It had the potential to be correct. Note, merely a possibility. Yet this singular prospect was enough to stir the hearts of many. In the face of the disheartening reality that science seemed to have lost its future, there were those who felt a profound reluctance. Many possessed a broad perspective, understanding that science is humanity's sole route to civilization. Yet, the critical issue was that mere reluctance could not alter the underlying truth. During that previous period, countless individuals attempted to challenge this theory, seeking to demonstrate that even with human anatomical structures, a deep comprehension of the universe's fundamental operating principles was achievable, yet all failed. Their research processes inadvertently validated the assertion's correctness, leading to a gradual erosion of their confidence. Now, with a new theory emerging, one that appeared to hold substantial value, how could excitement not ensue? However, after enduring so many setbacks, they dared not trust too readily. Everything hinged on the ultimate verification results. As scientists, they placed their faith solely in evidence and data. I have arranged for personnel to undertake urgent upgrades to our intercontinental, very long baseline interferometry astronomical observatory, set to be completed in 3 days. The observation period will last a week, after which everyone may partake in data analysis. 3 days swiftly passed. Gigantic antennas, stationed across various continents, simultaneously elevated and aimed at a target in the vast expanse of space. These colossal antennas interconnected, their combined effect nearly equivalent to possessing an aperture as immense as the Earth's diameter. Such a colossal aperture, particularly following its upgrades, will enable the observation of numerous phenomena previously concealed from view. The targets of this scrutiny are the core of a distant galaxy approximately 55 million light-years from Earth. This galaxy is designated in human star catalogs as the Virgo galaxy, or alternatively, the 87 galaxy. At the heart of this immense galaxy lies a supermassive black hole, possessing a mass equivalent to approximately 6 billion suns. It is a formidable beast, veiled within the vast expanse of the cosmos. Unlike some quiescent black holes, this one remains in a state of intense activity. Each day, it consumes an amount of mass equivalent to 91 Earths. This voracious consumption has persisted for millions of years and shows no signs of abating. Surrounding it are numerous clouds of interstellar dust, whirling around at high velocities. Along its rotational axis, powerful jets are perpetually ejected, extending thousands of light-years into space. This colossal entity is the sole focus of the current observation, as verifying Su Zhenghua's theory necessitates an environment of extraordinarily high energy levels, one that cannot be replicated on Earth. Fortunately, the universe harbors many such environments that can meet this requirement. The supermassive black hole at the center of the Virgo galaxy, or the 87 galaxy, stands as the most suitable target. The data obtained from observing it will provide the most direct evidence regarding the validity of Su Zhenghua's theory. News of this endeavor has attracted nearly 10,000 distinguished physicists, including Li Qing and numerous members of the scientific community, all of whom have gathered at the observatory. Su Zhenghua himself has also arrived. The ensuing observational tasks will be conducted under stringent scrutiny to ensure the absolute accuracy of data collection. With the collective gaze of many upon it, the observation mission has finally commenced. Chapter 18. Verification. The process of a black hole's consumption is not a straightforward act of devouring matter. Prior to its descent into the black hole, matter undergoes a series of intricate motions. Macroscopic substances are shredded into interstellar dust before crossing the event horizon of the black hole. This dust, akin to a dense fog, forms a ring around the black hole, accelerated by its immense gravitational pull, spiraling at velocities that can approach a significant fraction of the speed of light. This phenomenon is known as the accretion disk. As the interstellar dust rotates around the black hole, its internal angular momentum dissipates, gradually transferring to the outer layers. During this process, their temperature escalates dramatically. Additionally, influenced by the black hole's magnetic field, rotation, and charge, they acquire tremendous energy. Some interstellar material does not succumb to the black hole's grasp. Instead, propelled by this immense energy, it is ejected along the black hole's rotational axis. This expulsion is referred to as the black hole jet, which can also reach velocities nearing the speed of light, harnessing the energy extracted from the black hole system. These jets can extend thousands of light-years away. Were Earth situated along the trajectory of the Virgo galaxy's supermassive black hole jet, even at a distance of several thousand light-years. Life on Earth would be utterly impossible. Intense radiation may sweep across the entire Earth, rendering it a barren wasteland. Even the planet's atmosphere could be completely stripped away by this radiation, leaving its fate not much better than that of Mercury. The current scientific framework established by humanity has conducted extensive research on black hole systems. Although the interior of a black hole's event horizon remains an enigma, devoid of comprehension, significant advancements have been made in the study of the exterior, utilizing the dual treasures of relativity and quantum mechanics. Humanity has tentatively developed a mathematical model for black hole jets, which has been corroborated through actual observations, thus providing some understanding of their operational dynamics. However, the peculiar theory proposed by Su Zhenghua, through data computations, reveals a novel model for black hole jets. In this model, most data remains unchanged and is compatible with existing theories, yet it delves deeper, portraying the intricate operating patterns of black hole jets. The relationship bears resemblance to that between relativity and Newtonian classical theory. Newton's gravitational theory is merely an approximation of relativity in low-speed conditions. Similarly, the previous black hole jet models were but approximations of Su Zhenghua's theory at low-energy states. Now, with upgraded capabilities, the Intercontinental Very Long Baseline Interferometry Observatory is endeavoring to observe the finer operational data of black hole jets and compare it against the data within Su Zhenghua's theoretical model to determine its validity. If the findings align, Su Zhenghua's theory will be substantiated. If not, it will naturally be deemed incorrect. Under the keen scrutiny of nearly 10,000 scientists, a vast array of data from distant space is continuously collected by the observatory and subsequently distributed to various independent analysis teams. Typically, such a task would not require such complexity, as a single research team would suffice. However, given the monumental significance of this endeavor, independent analysis groups were employed to maximize the accuracy of the process. The arrival of the first batch of data plunged over 100 independent teams into a state of heightened alert, resulting in a fervent atmosphere of all-night toil. Li Cheng took on the logistical support task, striving to fulfill every requirement of the expert teams. Chen Zhoming also participated in this mission, leading an analysis group on his own. Analyzing the data, while somewhat tedious, is not particularly challenging, especially for an experienced scientist like him. Thus, when the observation period concluded and all data had been disseminated, within merely 5 days and with virtually unlimited logistical resources at his disposal, he arrived at his final conclusion. This conclusion brought tears to his eyes. His aged heart, seemingly devoid of all fervor, began to beat fiercely once more. Trembling, he caressed the data on the paper. Rendered speechless, "Old Hu, you left too soon," he murmured, lifting his gaze to the sky as a stream of murky tears cascaded down his cheeks. He and Professor Hu Shiqing had been old friends. It turns out we were all mistaken. The data provided to us by the savior civilization is indeed incomplete. Yet, we have new pathways to explore, and we still possess hope and a future. The profound insight into the fundamental laws of the universe, facilitated by the theoretical frameworks proposed or summarized by humanity, allows for the precise description of actual phenomena, reminiscent of a divine mastery over the rules, an experience he has not felt in a long time. Different analytical teams, dispersed across various subbases, arrived at this final conclusion in nearly synchronous timing. The powerful jets emitted from the black hole at the center of the Virgo galaxy exhibited a minuscule deviation from the originally calculated trajectory. Moreover, their intensity slightly exceeded previous estimations. The data observed aligns perfectly with the predictions made by Professor Su Zhenghua's theory. This revelation injected a surge of vitality into the spirits of all. In that moment, countless individuals rejoiced, while many others were moved to tears. The gloom that had shrouded the sky seemed to dissipate entirely, as warm sunlight bathed the earth once more. This result was promptly presented to Li Cheng. Not daring to delay, he immediately called the Chancellor's office. During the direct communication with the Chancellor, he could hear the tremor in the leader's voice, accompanied by the sound of applause in the background. This indeed marks a remarkable breakthrough, especially under the current circumstances. Ministerly, the Chancellor expressed, on behalf of all humanity, "I extend our gratitude to Professor Su Zhenghua for his invaluable contributions. Please convey my thanks." Once he reported the results, Li Cheng felt as if he had shed an immense burden, exhaling deeply. He then left alone and discovered Su Zhenghua in a secluded corner of the main antenna base at the Intercontinental Long Baseline Interferometry Observatory. This place was exceptionally tranquil, adorned with lush grass and shaded by verdant trees, seldom visited by anyone. During this time, Su Zhenghua had remained here, opting out of the subsequent data analysis work. As there were already too many involved, his presence was unnecessary. While he certainly cared about whether his theory would be validated by empirical data, he preferred to place his faith in his own confidence in his work rather than merely waiting for fate. He had always believed in the correctness of his approach. Indeed, when Li Qing shared the final results and conveyed the Chancellor's gratitude, Su displayed no signs of excitement. After this event, the scientific community of humanity would regain its confidence and vitality. I knew all along that those saviors had ulterior motives. They provided us with erroneous data. Zhenghua, you have achieved a great feat, Li Qing remarked. Su Zhenghua smiled faintly. No, it cannot be said that way. My theory does not entirely dismiss the scientific data from the savior civilization. More precisely, it seems to have opened a new avenue. As for who is ultimately correct, that remains to be seen. That is more than sufficient, Li Qing mused contentedly. In any case, we have hope once again. Do you not find it strange? Strange? Li Qing paused momentarily and then fell silent. Su Zhenghua spoke softly. The savior civilization possesses the capability to interfere with our observational data. Yet, it appears they have refrained from doing so. Sending electromagnetic waves to disrupt the observations of radio telescopes is not a daunting task. In fact, they could easily introduce subtle errors into the data, even tampering with critical information, and with humanity's current technological prowess, we would be incapable of discerning whether these anomalies are due to interference or natural phenomena. In other words, they could entirely prevent the scientific community from validating Su Zhenghua's theory, all without human awareness. Consequently, even Jiang Yulan would find herself at a loss for words before the heavenly sun. However, it is evident that the savior civilization has chosen not to act in this manner. They have allowed humanity to validate their theories and have permitted the integrity of their data to be questioned. The reasons for this could be manifold. Perhaps they themselves recognize flaws within their theories and take pleasure in observing the scientific community tread along a misguided path. The specifics remain shrouded in mystery. Li Qing remained silent, and Su Zhenghua shook his head thoughtfully. Yet, I am not particularly concerned about their motivations. What I do know is this: regardless of right or wrong, I shall continue to pursue my thoughts unwaveringly, undeterred by external influences. Li Qing gently patted Su Zhenghua's shoulder. Your choice is indeed wise. Following this incident, a once obscure theory suddenly became the center of attention overnight. Countless brilliant scientists expressed profound interest in the theory, plunging Su Zhenghua into a whirlwind of activity. He meticulously compiled his theories into a comprehensive publication, elucidating his thoughts and logic systematically, thus significantly enhancing the research strength of his work. He was acutely aware that in today's vast and intricate scientific landscape, it was impossible for an individual alone to propel progress too far. To foster genuine development, expanding the research force was imperative. This was beneficial for the entire scientific community. At least, people no longer needed to grapple with the question of whether science had a future. Although the path ahead remained shrouded in fog and uncertainty, there was now a solid road beneath their feet, allowing for steady progress, step by step. Chapter 19. The first link. A row of small cars gradually came to a halt by the roadside, and Jiang Yulan, along with the members of the Risk Review Committee, began to disembark. Before her stood a series of tall, orderly factories, each with distinct shapes, some lofty, some lowly, some broad, and others narrow, yet all exuding an industrial elegance that was somewhat dazzling. She casually selected one of the factories and strolled inside. Behind her, the remaining committee members and numerous engineers clad in white lab coats followed suit. The interior of the factory was immaculate, extraordinarily clean. Inside, machines of unknown function, conveyor belts, and robotic arms gleamed as if newly minted. They were not in operation, but merely gazing upon them, Jiang Yulan could fathom the immense power they possessed. Alas, none of this belonged to humanity. This marks the arrival of the savior civilization, and following in accord with humanity, the first factory constructed by humans has been completed. Based on the mutual understanding between both parties, once Jiang Yulan thoroughly inspects and confirms everything is in order, it will be handed over to the savior civilization. Indeed, this factory does not require human workers. All operations will be conducted by robots. The control of these robots will be managed from a large building located at the heart of the factory, which serves as the computational center. Upon transfer, the savior civilization will upload the control program into this center, thereby overseeing the entire factory. From that moment forth, the area surrounding the factory will be designated a forbidden zone for humans. No one shall approach without permission. Mo Hongshan, the vice chairman of the Risk Review Committee, wore a faintly sardonic smile, his eyes reflecting a blend of desolation, anger, and hatred. He was a tall, robust, and vigorous young man. Prior to his appointment to the Risk Review Committee, he worked in the Military Logistics Department, where he became acquainted with Luo Haiyan. the chief engineer and scientist at the Weapons Research Institute. Both men were renowned for their youthful vigor and tenacity, in some respects. Mo Hanshan was even more radical than Luo Haiyun. Perhaps it was this shared intensity that forged their friendship. At this moment, gazing at the rows of factories and machines, the thought that soon these would no longer belong to humanity pierced his heart like a needle. An engineer beside him murmured, "It is speculated that this should be a materials factory, intended for the production of a certain high-performance material. Can we confirm the type of material and the production process?" "Not possible." The engineer shook his head. "The most essential components and equipment of this factory have yet to be produced. And it appears the Savior civilization does not intend to entrust us with their manufacture. After all, if we were to produce them, wouldn't the technology be leaked?" Mo Hanshan remained silent, looking down. "Are you suggesting that they will directly summon equipment from that spaceship?" The engineer shook his head once more. "I surmise they plan to utilize the existing equipment we deliver to directly fabricate the core devices they require. Will the manufacturing process and precision meet their standards? We shall scale the technological tree. With a theoretical framework in place, producing their devices using our equipment should not pose a significant challenge." The engineer's enthusiasm waned somewhat. However, Zhang Yulan could understand his sentiments. Anyone who has invested effort to construct an advanced factory only to relinquish it to an alien race would find it disheartening. Moreover, she had to personally conduct a meticulous inspection, fearing that any oversight by the workers or engineers during construction might be seized upon by the Emperor as a flaw. To claim it was not frustrating would be disingenuous. Yet, there was no alternative. Someone had to undertake this task. Fortunately, during the subsequent handover process, the Emperor did not identify any faults. The developments unfolded as anticipated, indeed. The Emperor did not summon equipment from the spaceship, but instead directly uploaded the control program into the computational center, commencing production with the existing machinery. As for what was being produced, that remained a mystery. People only witnessed a large truck laden with goods departing from the factory a month after delivery. Concurrently, the Longshan rocket launch base received a high-orbit launch mission. Thus, Zhang Yulan deduced that the cargo consisted of carbon nanotubes. The construction of the space elevator was set to commence. After transporting the cargo into its designated orbit, the rocket fulfilled its mission. Under the vigilant gaze of human observation equipment, the long-dormant Savior civilization spacecraft finally stirred to life. A small vessel detached from the mothership, docking with the cargo that had been delivered by the previous rocket. Subsequently, a diminutive rocket was launched from the small spacecraft, hurtling towards Earth. Its destination was the equatorial island, which had nearly become the epicenter of the world. The Emperor made a request, and Zhang Yulan accompanied him to this island. At that moment, the island bore little resemblance to its former self. She observed that the entire island had been leveled, a harbor encircled its perimeter, while within, colossal warehouses stood, interconnected by a web of roads and railways. At the center of the island lay a vast pit, brimming with scaffolding and illuminated by countless lights, resembling a fiery dragon descending into the Earth's core. Despite the abundance of illumination, the bottom remained obscured from view. Data indicated that the depth of this pit had surpassed 10,000 meters. Countless human workers busily toiled within this immense chasm. Every moment, workers ascended and descended, as freight elevators transported tons of construction materials daily. It consumed these resources insatiably, as if it were a gluttonous beast, devouring everything that entered without a trace. Zhang Yulan understood that this pit was not merely a deep hole. At various elevations, numerous branches extended outward, some stretching hundreds of meters, others thousands. Each branch connected to the main structure, firmly anchoring it to the earth, preventing the immense tensile force of the space elevator from dislodging it. At the edge of the pit, the Emperor and Zhang Yulan ascended an observation platform, awaiting silently. After a few minutes, a flame suddenly plummeted from the sky, leaving a fleeting trail in the eyes of the onlookers, and then accurately landed within the pit. Only after it touched down did the sharp, whistling sound reach their ears. The first connection was about to be completed, the Emperor remarked. Zhang Yulan felt a slight daze. At the bottom of the pit, the small rocket gradually decelerated, ultimately coming to a gentle rest at its designated position. Engineers, who had been waiting, carefully operated with portable microscopes and specialized tools, ultimately securing an invisible fine line in place. After assessing the stress data, the engineers sent a confirmation signal. The Emperor raised his gaze towards the profound and distant sky, gently clapping his hands. At that moment, over 36,000 kilometers away, the small spacecraft's engine abruptly ceased its operation. It had previously achieved a velocity exceeding the second cosmic speed, which typically would enable it to break free from Earth's gravitational pull and drift into the void. However, its engine had continuously provided additional thrust, allowing it to maintain its orbit around the Earth. Now, with the engine silenced, the thrust that had kept it in orbit despite surpassing the second cosmic speed vanished. Yet, it still remained ensnared within Earth's gravitational field. Jiang Yulan heard a deep, resonant hum, akin to a string being plucked unexpectedly. The next instant, a disconcerting screech pierced the silence, its origin unknown. At that moment, the vast chasm above was still devoid of any presence, nothing visible to the eye. A seabird glided leisurely across the sky, soaring freely. However, as it approached the chasm, inexplicably, its body suddenly split in two. Fragments of feathers and blood cascaded down, with its severed halves plummeting vertically. Another seabird let out a mournful cry and dove toward the fallen body. Yet, en route, its form too abruptly divided into two. Thus, Jiang Yulan realized that the first link had indeed been established. From this moment forth, the surface of the Earth and the expanse of space would no longer be distant. A slender, imperceptible thread connected the two, bridging the chasm that had once separated them. The Earth resembled a human, its rotation akin to continual turns. That delicate thread served as the tether, with the spacecraft, situated over 30,000 kilometers into space, resembling the iron ball of a chain. The Earth's relentless spin ensured that the ball would never fall or escape. Consequently, the thread, akin to a chain, remained taut and unyielding. A bridge to the heavens had genuinely manifested above the Earth. In the next moment, an unidentified device resembling an iron ring surged upward along that slender thread. Utilizing magnetic levitation technology, it maintained a safe distance from the first line, ensuring it would not be harmed. The thrusters installed at its base propelled it from the surface directly into the cosmos. With the completion of the first line, there would be no further need for rockets to launch specifically. This device could swiftly and economically facilitate subsequent installations. As it ascended into space, a second line trailed behind, intertwining with the first. Thus, the two lines merged into one, doubling its cross-sectional area and enhancing its performance. For the time being, only these two lines existed. The third was en route, while the fourth was still in production. Jiang Yulan gazed blankly at the empty sky before her, although nothing was visible. She seemed to perceive a malevolent vampire, incessantly drawing blood from the Earth, from the realm of humanity. Chapter 20, Assassination Zekulo Island, Residential Area. Imo Hashan held a glass of red wine, standing quietly before the window, gazing at the building several dozen meters away, his eyes reflecting a profound indifference. He was aware that, according to the reception plan, after the tour concluded, the Emperor would be accommodated there. As the vice-chairman of the Risk Assessment Committee, he possessed the authority to be privy to such information. Once the Emperor entered that building, an array of intriguing events would undoubtedly unfold. A calm voice, tinged with excitement, emanated from his earpiece. "Leader, everything has been arranged." He offered no reply, merely tapping lightly on his ear twice, which silenced the earpiece. In contrast to the voice's owner, Imo Hashan remained unperturbed. Instead, he was resolutely composed, contemplating the subsequent developments. In the event of the Emperor's demise, a stark opposition between human civilization and the savior civilization was highly probable. The cooperative agreement forged between the Emperor and the savior civilization could very well be torn asunder, ushering in an era rife with turmoil and vitality. As for the question of whether the Emperor would perish, he harbored no concerns. Owing to his position and status, he could seamlessly involve himself in the fervent construction endeavors occurring within the human realm. Zekulo Island was no exception. In truth, the construction team responsible for the residential area on Zekulo Island was under his command. In this context, embedding controlled explosives within the walls, ventilation shafts, elevator shafts, gas pipelines, and various other locations during the building process would pose no challenge whatsoever. All existing evidence indicated that, although the Emperor's physical structure was intricate, appearing indistinguishable from that of a human, it remained equally fragile. A single ordinary bullet could obliterate it. Yet, in the interest of caution, Imo Hashan ultimately resolved to adopt a more discreet, meticulous, and resolute approach. Our government is excessively feeble. To salvage our civilization, only blood and fire can suffice. Do not fear war, do not dread death. It is only through war and death that our civilization can flourish rapidly. A phoenix must rise from the ashes. Through the crucible of fire, our civilization shall truly embark upon the vast cosmos. As the assassination plan was on the cusp of initiation, he reminisced about the founding of the Annihilation Organization, recalling his words delivered from the podium to a multitude of like-minded individuals. The Savior civilization proclaimed itself as the Savior. While his organization was aptly named Annihilation, it was foreseeable that, should human civilization and the Savior civilization plunge into full-scale conflict, the initial phase would undoubtedly subject the human world to catastrophic devastation. Yet, This was not a source of fear. As he had articulated, war and death would catalyze rapid growth within the human sphere. Not only would technology advance swiftly, but so too would combat awareness, experience, skill, and understanding of the universe. Civilization, oneself, and extraterrestrial life all would accelerate in their evolution. As long as humanity did not face extinction, this process was inevitable. While there were considerable risks involved, Mo Hongshan believed this cost was one that must be borne. The day humanity rises from the ashes would coincide with the annihilation of the savior civilization. To seek rebirth through fire, to assassinate the sovereign, to disrupt the cooperation between two civilizations, compelling the global government to relinquish its feeble policy of appeasement, and to incite conflict between the two civilizations, constitutes the initial phase of the grand scheme. For the sake of this conviction, he did not hesitate to transfer from his original unit to serve on the Risk Assessment Committee, with the sole purpose of drawing nearer to the sovereign and creating opportunities for the subsequent phases of the plan. Now, after a protracted period of preparation, the moment of reckoning is finally at hand. Standing by the window, he raised his glass and took a gentle sip. Outside, Jiang Yulan and others accompanied the handsome robotic youth, the sovereign, as he arrived at the front of the building, taking measured steps toward the entrance. At this moment, Jiang Yulan felt a weight upon her heart. She recalled numerous tropes common in novels or films. In times of turmoil, villagers would fortify their settlements for protection. When faced with marauding forces or bandits, village leaders would often emerge from their strongholds, offering food and wine to the invaders in hopes of securing peace. Now, the plight confronting humanity mirrors those ancient scenarios. The construction of the space elevator has officially commenced. Once completed, an abundance of resources will flow into the cosmos. Yet, while ancient villages had strongholds to rely upon, today's Earth seems bereft of any such refuge. One cannot ascertain the appetite of the savior civilization. Will they, like the marauders of old, accept offerings of sustenance and wine only to turn upon the settlements, obliterating them? Burdened by these thoughts, she arrived at the building's entrance, only for the sovereign to suddenly halt his stride. Jiang Yulan looked up, awaiting his next move. However, the sovereign did nothing but smile more broadly before proceeding inside. Within the opposing building, Mo Hongshan heard a voice through his earpiece. The target has entered room 2704. Almost instinctively, the layout of the bomb distribution within that building surfaced in Mo Hongshan's mind. He had spent considerable time familiarizing himself with this information, committing it to memory. He vividly recalled that in the vicinity of room 2704, a total of 13 high-explosive devices were strategically placed in all 6 directions, as arranged by the demolition engineer. Once detonated, the explosion's force would primarily converge within the room, obliterating everything inside. Execute the plan, he commanded with calm authority. Understood. He raised his glass once more and took a sip, nearly overwhelmed with anticipation at the prospect of witnessing the sovereign's obliteration. This desire was shared not only by him but by all within the extinction organization. Yet, moments later, the anticipated blast did not resonate. Instead, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a faint electric shimmer enveloping the exterior of the opposing building. A momentary illusion, perhaps. The next instant, the voice in his earpiece relayed, "Leader. Detonation unsuccessful. We have lost contact with the explosives." Mo Hongshan downed his drink in one gulp and spoke with gravity. "Given the circumstances, we can no longer afford hesitation. Detonate all explosives." Bombs are nearly omnipresent within that building. Not only room 2704, but all other rooms contain at least 5 explosives. The primary reason for not detonating them previously was a desire to avoid collateral damage to innocent lives. If only the bomb in room 2704 were to explode, the structural integrity of the entire building would be compromised, yet it would not collapse completely, allowing the occupants a chance to escape. However, the time for hesitation had passed. It would be deemed a necessary sacrifice in the grand scheme of annihilation. Moments later, the adjacent building remained eerily still. A voice crackled through the earpiece. "Leader. We have lost all communication with the explosives." A sense of dread began to settle in Mo Hongshan's heart, yet he maintained his composure. The contingency for this possibility had already been accounted for in the plan. Detonate the explosives buried underground. A vast quantity of explosives lay 10 meters beneath the foundation of the building. Once ignited, the entire structure could still collapse. Moreover, these explosives were connected to the outside world via wired connections, rendering them immune to radio interference. Yet, those bombs remained inert, severed from external communication as well. A chill swept through Mo Hongshan, but his voice remained steady. "Launch the missiles." Nearby, a naval vessel was stationed off Zekuluo Island, tasked with security duties. At this moment, that ship had fallen under the control of the Annihilation Organization. Originally, he had wished to keep the captain, who had been painstakingly cultivated, from exposure. But such concerns were now trivial. In the next instant, a response echoed in his ear. Missile launch system malfunction. Unable to fire. Imo Ha-shan struck the wall with a fierce blow. The assassination plan had failed. What was once foolproof, a meticulously orchestrated quadruple assassination scheme, had crumbled unexpectedly. Clearly, the Emperor had sensed an assassination attempt and had thwarted it through means still unknown to them. Imo Ha-shan did not dwell on how the Emperor had managed this. Such speculation was futile. The pressing question was whether the Emperor had become aware of their existence, even recognizing his true identity. With a mere word, the guards would swiftly come to apprehend him. The world government had not overlooked the potential for extremists to attempt an assassination against the Emperor. Numerous security forces surrounded him. Even at the Risk Assessment Committee's headquarters, where security measures were exceptionally stringent. Simultaneously, the world government would never allow the existence of the Annihilation Organization, as it would disrupt their overarching plans for an alliance with the Savior civilization. Previously, he had orchestrated an evacuation plan. Even if the assassination ultimately failed, the chaos from the explosion would provide him a chance to withdraw unscathed. Yet, he had never anticipated that the assassination plan would fail to ignite the explosives at all. Departing now would only hasten his exposure. Taking a deep breath, he settled onto the sofa, contemplating how to extricate himself from this predicament. He harbored no fear of arrest. Nor did he fear death. As a fervent humanist, the notion of sacrificing himself for humanity's liberation from alien subjugation was but a triviality. Without such resolve and passion, he would not have dared to defy convention and establish the Annihilation Organization alongside like-minded individuals. Detaching oneself, relinquishing certain individuals, and making sacrifices are merely the necessary costs inherent in the pursuit of one's endeavors. One must preserve their own valuable existence for future considerations. Yet, 10 minutes elapsed. Then 20, and an hour passed without incident. It was as if all that had transpired before was merely an illusion, leaving him in a state of confusion. Nevertheless, he begrudgingly accepted a possibility. Perhaps the sovereign had merely discerned an assassination plot against him, unaware that the perpetrator was himself. It could also be that he was simply biding his time for a larger catch, or perhaps for reasons unknown to him. Thus, he resolved to continue along his current path. Chapter 21. The route. The sudden disappearance of those explosives became an enigma, prompting Imo Ha-shan to conduct a thorough investigation. Yet no leads emerged. Dismantling the building for an inquiry was out of the question. Such actions would attract too much attention. Reluctantly, he chose to feign ignorance regarding the incident, temporarily setting it aside. There was undoubtedly something sinister at play, and the mysterious force lurking in the shadows was almost certainly orchestrated by the sovereign, though its true intentions remained beyond his comprehension and ability to counteract. The awareness of a looming, substantial risk coupled with an inability to act was disheartening. He had not abandoned his intention to assassinate the sovereign. Within the Annihilation Organization, there existed pilots as well. Through discreet maneuvers, Imo Ha-shan successfully appointed one of them as the pilot of the Sovereign-as private aircraft. The pilot was prepared for certain death. Once airborne, he would become the arbiter of the fates of all aboard. From 10,000 meters above, even if the Sovereign's physique were tenfold more resilient, survival would be impossible. As for the remaining personnel accompanying him, they would be deemed necessary sacrifices. The plane eventually took off. The Sovereign, as customary, boarded the aircraft and ascended into the skies. However, when the operation was set to proceed, the pilot was horrified to discover that, inexplicably, the aircraft had suddenly eluded his control. It seemed to possess a life of its own, engaging in autonomous flight while disregarding the commands issued by the pilot. Panic surged within him. He understood that this represented the best opportunity to assassinate the sovereign. Should he miss this chance, he knew not when another would arise. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Should he attempt to sabotage the aircraft, the co-pilot and third pilot would immediately detect his actions and subdue him. This would not only sacrifice his own life but also expose the existence of their organization, rendering it utterly futile. In despair, he reluctantly abandoned the notion of precipitating the aircraft's demise. Ultimately, the plane landed safely. Throughout this ordeal, the other crew members remained oblivious to his fleeting thoughts of insubordination. The twists and difficulties of the assassination plot exceeded Imo Ha-shan's expectations. He ultimately realized that relying on the assassination of the sovereign to intensify the conflict between human civilization and that of the savior seemed impractical. He was simply incapable of eliminating the sovereign. The reaction of the emperor was decidedly unusual. If the bomb within the residential building on Zekulu Island had not detonated, it could have been deemed an accident. However, the occurrences aboard the aircraft were unequivocally beyond the realm of coincidence. The emperor must have discerned an assassination attempt against him and, unbeknownst to anyone, thwarted it through some obscure means. Most crucially, he was fully aware of this yet chose not to disclose the matter to the world government. What was his intention? Mo Hashan pondered profoundly but ultimately gleaned nothing of significance. He found it utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, as long as the Annihilation Organization continued to exist, his pursuits must endure. If assassination was not feasible, alternative methods would have to be employed. One fateful night, Mo Hangshan arrived at a clandestine, abandoned factory on the outskirts. Prior to his arrival, dozens had already assembled here, individuals from all corners of the world, elite members from various professions. Only those of exceptional merit were deemed worthy to convene with him. Though diverse in their backgrounds, they shared a singular aspiration to overthrow the enslavement of the savior civilization and reclaim freedom for humanity. For this noble cause, they willingly risked great danger, relinquishing their previously comfortable lives to engage in this perilous endeavor, fraught with the possibility of an ambiguous demise. Their adversaries were not only the savior civilization but also humanity itself. To avoid exposure, Mo Hangshan meticulously regulated the number of attendees. The forthcoming actions of the Annihilation Organization were to be deliberated here and subsequently communicated to a broader circle of members. The very decision to gather in person, despite the inherent risks, stemmed from a careful assessment that virtual meetings posed even greater dangers. Upon witnessing Mo Hangshan's presence, the assembly of individuals rose in unison. Their voices tinged with palpable excitement, yet subdued. "Greetings, leader." Mo Hangshan raised his hands to quell their fervor. The assassination attempt on the emperor has been conclusively deemed a failure. Furthermore, we currently possess no more effective means of execution than those previously attempted. This signifies that we must alter our strategy and advance our cause through a different avenue. Leader, what course of action do you propose? Speak freely. The previous failure weighed heavily on the spirits of the organization's members, yet they remained undeterred. They were confident that their leader would devise a way to propel their mission forward. Mo Hangshan possessed an innate charisma that instilled calmness in those around him, no matter their prior anxiety. It was precisely this unique aura and magnetism that had drawn so many to rally behind his ideology, uniting under his command. He was the very soul of the organization. Unable to approach the savior civilization directly, we shall instead focus on our own human civilization. The construction tasks assigned to us by the savior civilization have grown increasingly burdensome. I have heard that discontent among workers has become prevalent at many large construction sites. Simultaneously, the reserves of resources are rapidly depleting, and it will not be long before the world government is compelled to lower the standards of supply, leading to a significant decline in living conditions. This, in turn, will exacerbate the discontent among the populace. The burdensome labor, the diminishing supplies, and the declining quality of life. Comrades, do you realize? Our world has become a powder keg, and what it lacks now is merely a fuse. Once this explosive is ignited, even the world government will be powerless to suppress the ensuing chaos. Mo Hangshan spoke solemnly, and a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The world government lacks the courage to sever ties with the savior civilization. At this moment, the task assigned to humanity by the savior civilization is insufficient to embolden the world government to exercise its right of rejection, risking the devastation of human society. Therefore, what we need to do is quite simple. We must immerse ourselves in the front lines, descend to the grassroots level. In every construction site and every industry, we must disseminate the truth of the savior civilization's arrival, inciting discontent and the spirit of resistance among all people, while developing organizational membership to the greatest extent possible. Afterward, all we await is a mere opportunity. Once the chance arises, the collective discontent will erupt with unimaginable force. The world government will undoubtedly yield to this power. For if they do not, they will be swiftly overthrown by the people's wrath. At that time, the only course of action available to the world government will be to exercise their right of rejection, attempting to push back against the inequitable demands of the savior civilization. Regardless of whether the savior agrees or not, the outcome will be one we are eager to witness. If they agree, humanity will at least gain a moment to breathe. If they do not, and resort to coercive measures, the world government will inevitably be compelled to retaliate, leading to war, and thereby ushering in our civilization's chance for rebirth through fire. As Mo Hangshan articulated this vision, a vast, long-term plan unfolded before the audience. People's breaths quickened almost instantly. Compared to the previous assassination plot against the emperor, this new plan is more prolonged and requires significantly more action. Yet, it is not a conspiracy, but rather a strategy that aligns with the current circumstances. The more transparent the strategy, the less capacity there is for resistance. Now, who consents and who opposes? Mo Hangshan's gaze swept across the assembly. Almost in the next moment, dozens of arms were raised in agreement. I agree. I agree. No one voiced dissent. Excellent. Comrades. The hope of human civilization rests upon your shoulders. Wang Xiaowei is an ordinary university student. After graduating, he secured a modest job in a bustling city, leading an unremarkable life. He has a passion for astronomy and often seeks out related materials during his leisure time. Occasionally, he ventures to rural areas where light pollution is minimal, armed with a small telescope that he meticulously saved for over several months to purchase to observe the Moon, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and other celestial bodies. His fascination with the stars and the cosmos is an innate yearning. Although this aspiration does not enhance his mundane reality, he continues to pursue it with unwavering enthusiasm. As the savior civilization suddenly descended and the world government issued a call to strive for the vastness of the stars and the sea, he promptly resigned from his current position and registered without hesitation. Subsequently, due to the temporary ineffectiveness of his academic specialization, he complied with the reallocation and was directly assigned to the construction site of Tunnel Number 7 at Wuyun Mountain, becoming a proud steel reinforcement worker. Driven by an inner passion, this university student, who was unaccustomed to physical labor and unfamiliar with the grains of life, persevered here. The dim and damp environment of the tunnel, the never-ending accumulation of water, and the arduous physical toil did not deter him. The mere thought that he was laboring for the dream of humanity's celestial aspirations filled him with vigor. The conditions here were not entirely unfavorable. His basic needs were met, and his salary even surpassed that of his previous white-collar job. After a few months, he found himself shedding excess weight, and some minor ailments had vanished. However, recently, he felt a growing discontent. He could not pinpoint when it began, but the quality of life had started to decline gradually. It was not merely the reduced supply of hot water during showers or the limitations on air conditioning. What he found most intolerable was the decline in the quality of meals. Once, he feasted on generous portions of meat. Now, a bowl of rice with 3 to 5 slices of meat was considered a luxury. His wages had also decreased, roughly by a fifth. On an ordinary day, feeling somewhat dispirited after a meager meal, Wang Xiaowei sought refuge in a sheltered spot and gazed at the bright night sky, lost in thought. The dream of the stars and the sea seemed to have slowly faded from his heart. He wondered how much longer such days would persist. Chapter 22. Rationing life continued unabated, not only failing to improve but rather deteriorating further. At the construction site, personnel were constantly being reassigned, allegedly to support other projects. While the workload remained unrelenting and even intensified, this necessitated that the workers, including Wang Xiaowei, exert more effort than ever to barely keep pace. If that were all, it could be managed. After all, he was accustomed to working overtime and the grueling 996 schedule. What Wang Xiaowei found most unbearable was the further decline in logistical support. Now, having meat to eat even once every 3 days was considered fortunate, and the rice served had shifted from fragrant, high-quality grains to inferior varieties that, once cooked, resembled a porridge-like mush, lacking any texture. Salaries had also been further reduced, falling below 60% of what they once were. Finally, one day, Wang Xiaowei could no longer endure it. He hurled his safety helmet to the ground, disregarding the calls of his companions, and strode out of the unfinished tunnel with his head held high. I resign, he declared in a voice filled with indignation to the project manager. The project manager, a lean middle-aged man, always wore a smile, exuding a seemingly amicable demeanor. Upon hearing Wang Xiaowei's words, his expression remained utterly impassive. Have you made up your mind? Spare me the pleasantries, just settle the payment, and I shall take my leave. The manager sighed. That is indeed feasible, but should you truly depart, finding a comparable position at a site like ours will be quite the challenge. Wang Xiaowei scoffed, dismissing the remark with disdain. The manager continued. I presume you have not perused the news in quite some time? With the relentless toil I endure, when would I find the time for that? The manager then opened his computer, slid it towards Wang Xiaowei, said nothing further, and patted his shoulder before exiting. Curiosity piqued, Wang Xiaowei reluctantly opened the computer. Half an hour later, he exited the office with a stiff demeanor. At the entrance, the manager leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette. The glowing ember flickered like some insect against the backdrop of the dusk sky. Approaching the manager, Wang Xiaowei felt an urge to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly fathom the myriad of events and transformations that had transpired during his seclusion from the world. The economic depression had already taken hold. Countless companies had shuttered, leaving innumerable individuals unemployed. Many sectors had even faced outright extinction. However, numerous newly initiated projects persisted, ensuring that the unemployed would not starve, provided they were willing to set aside their pride and labor diligently. Wang Xiaowei had not been entirely oblivious to these developments. The shop run by his parents in their rural hometown had also succumbed to closure, resulting in a near-total loss of income. At the time, he had merely attributed it to poor business performance, giving it little thought. Although his younger sister was still in university, consuming funds without contributing any, he felt it was manageable. His earnings at the construction site were still relatively decent, and his parents had some savings, alleviating immediate financial concerns. Yet, he had not anticipated that his parents' shop was not the sole casualty. In the wake of the Depression, no individual was spared. He had even seen news reports indicating that many construction sites offered even worse conditions for workers, with some providing only food and lodging, while wages were non-existent. Nonetheless, no one seemed inclined to resign. Remaining here ensured at least a meal, and the food was tolerable. Departing meant facing the uncertainty of a new site, where one might earn no wages and endure inferior meals. How had things devolved to this point? How had it come to this? Wang Xiaowei was reluctant to accept, and afraid to believe. Yet, the harsh reality was undeniable. The once thriving world seemed but a fleeting memory, now transformed into a distant recollection, compared to others. Given his education and abilities, staying here, despite the subpar meals, still afforded him approximately 60% of his former salary, a condition that, while not exceptional, certainly surpassed the majority, leaving this placement relinquishing all hope of finding suitable employment. He could hardly expect to secure a respectable job when so many more qualified individuals were compelled to toil at construction sites. What right did he have to aspire for better? If I were to change jobs, it would merely lead me to another construction site. However, the conditions at other sites are likely to be inferior, almost certainly so. Why should I bother to make a change? My earlier frustrations melted away in an instant. Much like snowflakes beneath the scorching sun, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, lighting one for himself, and stood beside the manager, smoking in silence. Have you come to terms with it? Yes, I have. I shall do my best. Alas, how swiftly the world has transformed. As the manager turned to leave, Wang Xiaowei pondered briefly before calling out to him. Manager, I saw online that some say the so-called savior civilization is not here to assist us, but rather to enslave us. Do you think that could be true? The manager chuckled lightly. Why dwell on such thoughts? Just focus on living your life well. Wang Xiaowei sighed. In the days that followed, amid the burdens of labor, he began to carve out time to follow current events. Yet, all he encountered were alarmist reports of resource shortages, economic crises, and the world government urging collective effort, each more tiresome than the last. Occasionally, he stumbled upon so-called conspiracy theories, but they vanished almost as swiftly as he found them. A heavy, indefinable gloom seemed to envelop his heart, casting a shadow over the entire construction site of No. 7 Tunnel at Wuyun Mountain. It was during this period that an engineer named Lu Wei was assigned to the site. Lu Wei was amiable and fair-minded, and perhaps due to his status as a university student, the two quickly grew familiar. Whenever a rare day off arose, Wang Xiaowei would take the little money he had saved to procure some delicacies to share with Lu Wei, who would reciprocate with drinks. As they indulged, inebriation would lead Wang Xiaowei to vent his frustrations about the deteriorating state of the world, lamenting the world government and the so-called savior civilization that claimed to aid humanity. Initially, Lu Wei listened in silence, smiling without comment. However, after several occasions, Lu Wei began to divulge certain so-called secrets, the world government concealing the truth, the savior civilization treating humanity like livestock, and attributing their current plight to the actions of the savior civilization. Wang Xiaowei accepted these revelations without doubt, his anger intensifying. Yet, Lu Wei sighed, the world government has no choice. For the sake of our species' survival, they must endure humiliation and bear the burden. Wang Xiaowei rose in indignation. Is enduring humiliation truly effective? Our ancestors taught us that peace is achieved through struggle. Yielding in weakness only emboldens our enemies. What is there to fear? Let us fight. Lu Wei recognized that the moment was ripe. This still somewhat Navi University student was on the verge of qualifying for the Doomsday Organization, just a hair's breadth away. In the ensuing days, Wang Xiaowei remained preoccupied with these thoughts. Yet, as sobriety returned, hesitation crept in. Did he truly possess the courage to confront these entities he had only ever seen in the news? Human civilization, the world government, extraterrestrial civilizations? Despite his inability to summon sufficient courage to make a decisive resolution, a transformative event soon unfolded. His beloved younger sister, who would selflessly forego her own treats in her childhood to share with others, was expelled from school. This was not due to any fault of hers. Indeed, her academic performance, though average, had always been characterized by diligence and integrity. The reason for this unfortunate turn of events was reported in the news. A severe shortage of construction labor across various regions necessitated government intervention. leading universities to retain only a select few of the most outstanding students for further education, while the rest, those with lesser academic achievements, were conscripted into various construction projects. Consequently, his sister lost her opportunity for continued education. When she called, her voice choked with tears as she recounted her plight. Wang Xiaowei felt a deafening buzz in his head. He was engulfed in an unprecedented fury, yet he recognized that anger alone could effect no change. For the first time, he wept before Lu Wei, who understood that the moment had finally arrived. Without hesitation, Wang Xiaowei joined the Doomsday Organization. Resistance, war, and the futility of weakness and appeasement would not yield peace. Only through rivers of blood could our civilization rise anew from the ashes. After joining the organization, Lu Wei did not assign Wang Xiaowei any tasks. Instead, he urged him to remain hidden, to observe, and to recruit members. Thus, in the days that followed, Wang Xiaowei continued his work, yet he also learned to observe keenly. During this period, the No. 7 tunnel project at Wuyun Mountain ultimately succumbed. Mirroring the fate of other projects, salaries were entirely abolished, and the only remuneration for arduous labor was reduced to 3 daily meals and shelter. Rationing was brazenly instituted and fully implemented. Workers began to attempt escapes, while others became apathetic and started to sabotage tools. Consequently, the overseers, clad in uniforms and perpetually stern, arrived on the scene. Wang Xiaowei maintained a watchful distance. After an indeterminate wait, Lu Wei finally sought him out once more. The organization had issued orders. At 6 o'clock this evening, resistance would commence. If the world government chose to be resolute, then so would they. If it hesitated, they would compel its resolve. The day of rebirth for our civilization was imminent. At 6 o'clock, as twilight descended, the construction site was ablaze with lights, and suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Without hesitation, Wang Xiaowei seized an iron bar and charged toward the overseers. Resist! Resist! The rallying cries echoed throughout the land. Chapter 23. Adjustments near Gate Number 3 of the Wenhua Palace. The Risk Assessment Committee's headquarters convened. In the Grand Conference Room, leaders such as Jiang Yulan and Mo Hanshan were in attendance. The atmosphere in the room was as heavy as mercury. Compiled reports from around the globe had been distributed to each leader, and the stark figures and statements therein were enough to evoke a visceral reaction. Among nearly 1 million ongoing construction projects, a staggering 30% had experienced violent resistance activities. Dissatisfaction is increasingly palpable not only within engineering projects but also throughout society. While large-scale collective incidents have yet to occur, if this state of discontent persists, it will inevitably reach a breaking point. I propose that we petition the global government to exercise its right of rejection, remarked Mo Hanshan coldly. The leaders present each expressed their views, some voiced agreement, while others believed the current circumstances were insufficient for the world government to make a decisive commitment. As the foremost leader of the Risk Review Committee, Jiang Yulan possessed a wealth of information that far surpassed that of her peers, allowing her to weigh various considerations and consequences. As the developments surrounding the Savior civilization have unfolded, it has become apparent to all that the volume of projects delivered to humanity is ever increasing. Clearly, the burden on the human world is growing heavier, which lies at the heart of nearly all occurrences within human society. The Savior civilization seems to be continually testing the limits of the world government's tolerance. Jiang Yulan was aware of a recently emerged organization named Annihilation, which fervently advocated for radical resistance measures, proclaiming an intent to engage in a bloody battle with the Savior civilization, espousing the idea of humanity undergoing a transformative rebirth through fire. She also recognized that while the world government maintained a vigilant watch over Annihilation, it refrained from intervening in their actions, aiming to utilize them as a pawn to incite a wave of rebellion in response to the Savior civilization's repeated provocations. This is precisely why the existence of the Annihilation Organization was tolerated by the world government. Of course, these matters were known only to Jiang Yulan among those present. The others remained oblivious. Now, the situation has progressed step by step, finally reaching a point where confrontation with the Emperor is imminent. The right of rejection should not be exercised lightly. Once invoked, it would leave no room for maneuvering for either party, be it ourselves or the Savior civilization. Based on the fundamental principle of the world government not shattering under conflict, I do not endorse the exercise of this right, declared Mo Hanshan. Striking the table with a resounding thud, he cast a cold glare at Jiang Yulan, his voice emerging like a strained whisper. Our people are hungry and cold. Our workers toil endlessly for mere subsistence. Our economy teeters on the brink of collapse, and societal discontent has reached its zenith. Now, you still tell me that the time is not yet right? Chairperson Jiang, do not forget the responsibilities of our Risk Review Committee, nor the tasks that bind us. A heavy thought flickered through Jiang Yulan's mind, though her demeanor remained tranquil. She was acutely aware of Mo Hongshan's grievances, but what of it? The greater picture must take precedence. All must be sacrificed for the greater good. As the metaphorical meat on the chopping block, one must accept the role assigned to them. Although the circumstances are arduous, they must be sustained. Only through such perseverance can hope be nurtured. It has come to my attention that the World Academy of Sciences has made strides in exploring new theories and technologies. And the advisory committee has also yielded some insights regarding the savior civilization, especially a scientist named Su Zhenghua, who may very well bring hope to the entire human world. Although the situation is dire, the trend is promising. As long as the situation can be maintained, bearing some criticism is of little consequence. Jiang Yulan fixed her gaze on Mo Hongshan and slowly shook her head. Vice Chairman Mo, rest assured, I have never forgotten the responsibilities of our committee and myself. The sentiment of resistance within society is indeed quite strong, but it has not yet reached the point of mutual destruction. I will use this as leverage to negotiate with the sovereign. Mo Hongshan's eyes grew increasingly cold, filled with rage. He had not anticipated that the world government could be so feeble. Negotiation. If negotiation were effective, what need would there be for cannons? The subsequent agenda discussed various topics, and during the final vote, the majority supported Jiang Yulan. Mo Hongshan stormed out, while Jiang Yulan extended an invitation for negotiation to the sovereign. 2 days later, in another conference room, the sovereign arrived as promised. Jiang Yulan, alone, also entered. At the moment she pushed open the door, she felt the immense weight of responsibility on her shoulders and sensed the countless eyes watching her silently from behind. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside. Only the sovereign represented the savior civilization in this negotiation, while on the side of human civilization, it was solely Jiang Yulan. Aside from a few staff members responsible for relaying information and assisting, no one else was present in the conference room. Jiang Yulan remained silent, merely handing a document to the sovereign. It was a summary of recent resistance events occurring around the globe. The sovereign read it quietly, his expression unchanged. What do you wish to convey? The message is quite simple. The strength of our human side has been squeezed to its limit. If this continues, chaos will ensue. If you do not wish for our side to erupt in conflict, causing social turmoil that severely impacts project progress, the current situation must be altered. A hint of amusement crossed the sovereign's lips. He casually tossed the document onto the table and said, "Is that so? With your civilization's technological prowess, I do not believe you lack relevant data." "Indeed, we have the data," Jiang Yulan replied. The sovereign smiled and shook his head, "But I must say, your human civilization is far too naive. However, this is not entirely your fault. You are like flowers grown in a greenhouse, blissfully unaware of the universe's brutality, filled instead with naive and unrealistic beautiful fantasies. A minor hardship leaves you unable to cope. Yet you do not realize how fortunate you are compared to the world outside the greenhouse." Jiang Yulan's pupils constricted sharply. The sovereign reclined comfortably in his chair. "Surely you do not truly believe that the infant mortality rate is below 1 in 10,000, that everyone can fill their bellies without concern for hunger or cold, that everyone can acquire knowledge and even have time for leisure and entertainment, squandering vast social resources, that everyone has access to medical resources and will receive treatment when ill, and so forth. Do you genuinely believe all of this is normal? You are merely a group of spoiled children." The emperor's words remained gentle, yet Jiang Yulan discerned a hint of mockery within them. Civilizations differ fundamentally, as do their capacities for endurance. While your civilization may have endured various hardships in our world, peace and beauty are the norm. The emperor shrugged, stating, "I have encountered numerous carbon-based life forms, yet only you possess such a poor capacity for endurance." Jiang Yulan gritted her teeth and responded, "So, will you not make adjustments to the current engineering tasks?" "I will." To Jiang Yulan's surprise, the emperor nodded. "However, the direction of the adjustments may not align with your expectations. I believe your human civilization has grown too complacent. The current workload is far from sufficient, and you possess vast untapped potential." In the conference room, the atmosphere suddenly chilled. Several staff members trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Yulan's eyes blazed with fury. At the age of 14, one's body is nearly fully developed and ready for labor. Children should not be overly pampered. There is no need for so many social elites. It suffices to be capable of work. Why burden oneself with excessive knowledge? You should abolish the compulsory education you enforce. Furthermore, as long as 70% of the necessary caloric intake is met, one can sustain life for a considerable duration. Is not your world government concerned about such wastefulness in food production? All current recreational activities should be cancelled. Workers have no need for such frivolities. The emperor wore a faint, gentle smile. It was undeniably handsome. Regardless of skin color or ethnicity, anyone who beheld it would feel the same. At that moment, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden glow upon it, rendering it godlike in its beauty, distinct from humanity. Yet its words fell like a barrage of artillery shells, bursting upon Jiang Yulan's spirit. Gradually, she could no longer comprehend the emperor's discourse. It seemed to have said much. Yet she only clearly heard the final statement: the subsequent adjustments will simply double the existing workload. Jiang Yulan rose abruptly, her finger trembling as she pointed at the emperor. Unable to articulate a single word, after a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter, "Is this your decision, or that of your civilization? It makes no difference. This will plunge our civilization into chaos and disrupt subsequent engineering projects. This is the only deterrent humanity can offer against the savior civilization." The emperor shook its head with a mild smile. "You vastly underestimate the endurance of carbon-based life. I require formal documentation." Jiang Yulan still harbored a flicker of hope. The emperor responded coolly, "If you desire it, you may have it." With a wave of its hand, the printer beside them activated, producing a document autonomously. It approached, retrieved the document, placed its palm upon it, and then lifted it away, leaving behind a vibrant red seal that conformed to human standards. "Here is what you requested." The emperor handed the document to Jiang Yulan. Trembling, she received it and instinctively glanced at the text upon the page. As she gazed into the abyss of her thoughts, a sudden idea surfaced in her mind. Perhaps the ideology of that apocalyptic organization was indeed the correct one. No longer did she harbor even the faintest glimmer of hope. Chapter 24. Withdrawal. After delivering the documents, the emperor departed, leaving Jiang Yulan seated there with a countenance as stern as iron. Beside her, a staff member, displaying a hint of concern, called out to her, but she merely waved her hand dismissively. Consequently, the staff withdrew, leaving her alone in the conference room. Once Jiang Yulan compelled herself to regain her composure, she immediately discerned the strangeness of the situation. Clearly, events were unfolding that she was yet unaware of. Otherwise, the emperor's demeanor could not have shifted so dramatically. It is worth noting that during this period, the cultural offensive, which Jiang Yulan personally spearheaded, had been progressing relatively smoothly. She had been coordinating various departments, striving to showcase the unique culture of the human world to the emperor, in hopes of piquing its interest. In addition to a fondness for Go and gourmet cuisine, the emperor had also exhibited a newfound passion for painting. Jiang Yulan wholeheartedly supported these interests. Renowned chefs, Go masters, and painting maestros were invited in abundance to accompany the emperor during its leisure hours, to which the emperor responded with remarkable warmth. Despite the mounting engineering obligations imposed on the human world during this time, without Jiang Yulan's cultural initiatives, which had repeatedly persuaded the emperor to reduce the number of tasks, the plight of humanity would have been far more dire than it currently was. While this may seem trivial, it nonetheless offers insight into the emperor's stance toward the human realm. Logically, one would expect that, given the groundwork laid by the previous cultural offensive and the insurrection incited by the apocalyptic organization, the emperor would likely take a step back during these negotiations. Yet, paradoxically, it not only refrained from retreating, but advanced further instead. This was abnormal. What, then, could have precipitated such a seismic shift in the emperor's attitude? Was it due to internal factors within the savior civilization? Why had they suddenly ceased to fear the deterrence posed by the human world? Did they truly not care if the engineering projects faced impediments? What had transpired? Regrettably, to this day, humanity remains utterly ignorant of the internal structure of that ever-so-distant spacecraft, including its personnel composition, power dynamics, and so forth. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yulan reluctantly set aside her questions, recognizing that they bore no feasible answers. Instead, she must temporarily cast aside her uncertainties and strategize on how to respond. Rising to her feet, she reported the negotiation outcomes to the world government while convening an emergency meeting within the Risk Assessment Committee. Our civilization has been driven to the precipice of a cliff. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. In the current predicament, our only option is to take a bold gamble, as it may yield a glimmer of hope. Mo Hongshan expressed his perspective calmly. Silence enveloped the conference room. Indeed, the reality was as Mo Hongshan had articulated. At this moment, the human world is in a state of fervent agitation, with widespread turmoil looming ominously. Under such circumstances, a sudden doubling of the task load would undoubtedly ignite a conflagration. Jiang Yulan nodded slowly. Indeed, we have no path of retreat. The purpose of convening this meeting is to vote on whether we should exercise our right to suggest the use of veto power. The Risk Review Committee holds significant influence regarding the world government's potential invocation of this veto, as their recommendations will be taken seriously by the decision-makers. They're on the front lines, after all. I advocate for the exercise of our right to suggest. I concur. Everyone comprehends the weight of this choice. Yet, apart from Jiang Yulan, All others unhesitatingly chose to agree. When all eyes turned to Jiang Yulan, she let out a deep sigh and raised her hand as well. The motion passed unanimously. Very well. There seemed to be a gravity in Jiang Yulan's words. I will promptly submit our recommendation to the world government. Now, we must await the outcome. She understood that it would not be long before the decision-makers commenced discussions and voting on whether to exercise the veto power. As the chairperson of the Risk Review Committee, she possessed a valuable vote. At this moment, within the Jihua laboratory of Tianjin University, Su Zhenghua was still engrossed in calculations. Since the preliminary validation of the singularity theory, the research capabilities at his disposal had increased exponentially, to the extent that even the Ministry of Science had personally intervened to establish the Jihua laboratory, providing personnel, funding, and equipment. He no longer needed to delve into the minutiae of research. That burden was entirely borne by other scientists, allowing him to relish the fruits of their labor. Consequently, his focus could be entirely directed towards critical, directional inquiries. This model significantly enhanced research efficiency. Yet, in the relentless quest for the unknown, Su Zhenghua still encountered countless challenges. At this moment, he found himself momentarily ensnared by one such dilemma. As he pondered deeply, a large contingent of uniformed soldiers suddenly burst in. The researchers were initially disconcerted, but quickly quieted under the commanding presence of the leading soldier. An urgent notification from above mandated the immediate evacuation of the Jihua laboratory. You have 30 minutes to select what to take with you. I will arrange for assistance in transporting your belongings. After 30 minutes, evacuation is imperative, no matter the circumstances. What is happening? Why must we leave? How can we possibly do this in half an hour? Confusion ensued, and Su Zhenghua furrowed his brow as he stepped out of his office. Upon seeing Su Zhenghua, the leading soldier immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. He approached Su Zhenghua and whispered something in his ear. Su Zhenghua sighed and nodded. He had not anticipated that the situation would deteriorate to such an extent in such a short time. The evacuation operation commenced at a rapid pace. In merely 20 minutes, the valuable assets within the laboratory were swiftly gathered and meticulously categorized into the armored trucks awaiting outside. With a thunderous roar, the trucks surged forth, followed closely by the researchers under the protection of a substantial entourage. Concurrently, at least 10,000 eminent scientists and over 300 prestigious research institutions received evacuation orders. Furthermore, an even larger-scale withdrawal operation was rapidly unfolding. In addition to the scientific community, critical industrial sectors, government agencies, and material reserves commenced their evacuations as well. Various concealed bases nestled within the mountains were promptly activated and swiftly put into operation. Beyond the sight of Su Zhenghua, countless soldiers, aircraft, tanks, missiles, and artillery were being mobilized with great urgency. A palpable tension lingered in the air, casting a heavy atmosphere over the hearts of many. The storm was brewing, and amidst the meticulous preparations for war, Jiang Yulan received a notice for a meeting. This assembly was to be conducted online. Under these circumstances, the decision-makers of the world government had to consider the peril of their unified leadership being eradicated by the enemy, leading to the collapse of their civilization. Conducting the meeting online was the sole feasible solution. When Jiang Yulan beheld the frere once more, she felt a twinge of surprise. It seemed as though he had aged a decade within such a short span. The prevailing circumstances were well known to all. Now, it was time to cast their votes on whether to exercise the right of rejection. Silence enveloped the virtual conference room, with no decision-maker daring to speak. The weight of this decision was overwhelmingly burdensome. It encompassed everything from the survival of human civilization to the fate of individual lives, and in a sense, this meeting would render a judgment on both. Exercising the right of rejection would signify humanity's willingness to embrace war rather than retreat another step. Conversely, should the savior civilization also refuse to relent and resolve to strike at humanity, those participating in the meeting would become the primary targets for annihilation. Although these decision-makers were already dispersed across various well-fortified secret bases, equipped with the most advanced defensive technologies of human civilization, it was merely a precaution. No one believed these defenses could withstand the onslaught of the savior civilization. On one side lay life, and on the other, death. After an indefinite silence, a decision-maker raised his hand. This gesture signified his support for exercising the right of rejection. Following suit, the remaining decision-makers also lifted their hands in agreement. At that moment, only Jiang Yulan and the frere had yet to express their stance. An invisible pressure bore down upon Jiang Yulan like a mountain. She feared not death. Indeed, she understood that even if the other decision-makers perished, her own survival was likely assured. For as long as the savior civilization needed to engage with humanity, a tangible representative would always be required for negotiations. As the chairperson of the Risk Review Committee and having engaged with the sovereign for an extended period, she regarded herself as the most suitable individual for the task at hand. Thus, the likelihood of her demise seemed minimal. Yet, her hands trembled with the weight of 1,000 burdens. She could almost envision a world torn asunder, engulfed in blood and flames. It felt as if an unseen force clutched her heart, rendering her breathless. In that moment, she found herself praying for the sovereign to burst through the door and declare that their prior conversation had merely been a jest. If that were the case, she would be spared the harrowing decision before her. The gravity of such a choice was overwhelming. However, the sovereign did not appear. Turning around, she desperately realized that neither she nor the entirety of human civilization had any retreat left. A step back would lead to an abyss. Consequently, her arm quivered as it rose. The leader sighed and gradually lifted their arm as well. The motion passed unanimously. Chapter 25, Preparedness. What the highest decision-making body of the world government had sanctioned could never be altered. From that moment forth, regardless of the events transpiring within the savior civilization that had prompted such a drastic shift in the sovereign's demeanor, or the underlying reasons and considerations at play, the exercise of veto power had become inevitable. Humanity had lost its path of retreat. Furthermore, according to the assessments of the advisory committee dedicated to researching the savior civilization, it was highly probable that their technological prowess did not vastly exceed that of humanity. This conclusion stemmed from analyses of their spacecraft's structural design, gravitational simulations through rotation, material assessments, and dynamics evaluations. This implied that while the savior civilization was formidable, human civilization possessed a modicum of self-preservation capability. The distinction between the two could be likened to the disparity between mountain gorillas and aircraft carriers armed with nuclear missiles. Was this gap significant? Indeed, it was vast, immensely so. Did the gorillas stand no chance at all? Not necessarily. For the human world, too, is capable of growth. The struggle may be arduous and protracted, and the loss is substantial, but it remains a possibility. This judgment aligned with the philosophy of the organization known as the Annihilation Society. Through a comprehensive evaluation of various information and in light of the current situation, the decision-makers reached a consensus. In the video footage, the leader appeared composed, remaining silent for an extended period before finally speaking. Chairperson Jiang Yulan, you shall engage with the savior civilization on this matter. Understood. Let us all be prepared. The meeting is adjourned. With those simple words, the session concluded. There was no need for further discourse. All necessary preparations had been made, and the requisite actions had been undertaken. The human world stood ready to face a comprehensive assault, though it remained uncertain how effective those preparations would ultimately prove. At gate number 3 of the Wenhua Palace, headquarters of the Risk Review Committee, as they exited the high-security remote conference room, the gazes of Mo Hao-shan and the 3 vice-chairs converged upon her. Jiang Yulan remained silent, merely nodding with a complex expression. In that moment, they all understood. A faint, cold smile graced Mo Hao-shan's lips, as if he had anticipated this outcome long ago. Earlier in the afternoon, Jiang Yulan had once more extended an invitation for a dialogue with the emperor, scheduling it for 3 o'clock. After lunch, during the idle moments before the meeting commenced, several leaders from the Risk Assessment Committee remained seated in the conference room. The agenda for this meeting was straightforward: to deliberate on whether there existed any means to alter the current predicament before the final discussions began, or to ascertain if there was a way for the savior civilization, represented by the emperor, to concede. At this juncture, the only potential shift in the situation could arise from the savior civilization's retreat, as it had become impossible for the human world to yield. Unfortunately, they found no viable solutions. At 2:50, the group rose in unison, departing from the internal meeting room and heading towards another chamber prepared for their dialogue with the emperor. Jiang Yulan felt a heaviness in her steps. Each staff member they encountered along the way stood rooted to the spot, their expressions a complex mix of emotions as they watched the procession until it vanished from sight. The purpose of Jiang Yulan and her companions was all too clear to everyone present, as were the possible repercussions of their actions. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the figures of Jiang Yulan and her party took on an unexpectedly tragic air. The emperor had arrived at the meeting room ahead of schedule and awaited their presence. When Jiang Yulan and her group eventually arrived, she paused momentarily before pushing open the door. Turning her gaze through the corridor windows, she looked outside. The afternoon sun still blazed warmly, its rays filtering through the glass and enveloping Jiang Yulan in a comforting warmth. The world outside remained serene and beautiful, with a blue sky, well-structured buildings, and the occasional leisurely bird soaring by. Yet, this tranquility might not endure for long. Steeling herself, Jiang Yulan opened the meeting room door and stepped inside first. The others took their seats, each wearing a solemn expression. Opposite them sat only the Emperor, a faint smile still lingering on his face. On behalf of our human civilization and the world government, I solemnly present you with our final question, Jiang Yulan declared, her voice steady and unwavering. Is the savior civilization truly prepared to tear up the agreement and accept the ensuing consequences? You must understand that although your technology surpasses ours and your power is formidable, we, as humanity, shall not simply yield to the pressure of force. If you are familiar with our culture, you should grasp this truth clearly. This statement was not part of the scheduled dialogue. It was an addition made by Jiang Yulan herself. Even at this juncture, she had not relinquished her efforts to ease the standoff between the two sides. In response to her inquiry, the Emperor smiled and remarked, "So, it follows that your world government is fully prepared for a comprehensive confrontation?" It did not provide a direct answer to Jiang Yulan's inquiry, and the implications of this were already apparent. Jiang Yulan managed a bitter smile, relinquishing any intention of further pursuing the matter. She opened the documents before her, stood up, leaned over the table, and personally placed the file bearing the vivid red seal of the world government in front of the Emperor. He picked up the document, glanced through it hastily, then set it down, gently tapping the table. Excellent. Rising, he departed the conference room. Several vice chairpersons wore grim expressions, while Jiang Yulan exhaled a sigh. Let us go? This scene was transmitted in real time via video link to the decision-makers, leaders, military generals, and high-ranking officials of various departments within the world government. The negotiations had utterly collapsed, leaving no room for even the slightest recovery. Although this outcome had long been anticipated, its actual arrival weighed heavily on the hearts of the people. There was nothing more to be said. They were prepared to wait. Over 7 million military personnel were dispersed across the globe, some stationed at various bases, others in urban strongholds, some lying in wait in desolate mountains, and others submerged in the depths of the ocean. Wherever they were, they steadfastly maintained their posts. Artillery could be fired at any moment, missiles could be launched at a moment's notice, and bullets could fly out of chambers at any instant. The entire planet had instituted the most stringent travel restrictions. Those who could shelter in air raid shelters had done so, while those unable to gain entry were confined to their homes, ensuring they had at least a month's supply of food, water, medicine, and other essentials. All hospitals maintained a full staff, with medical personnel standing ready. All construction projects were halted, and all workers were concealed in proximity. Governments at all levels had preemptively established wartime emergency management regulations, stipulating that if the first commander perished, the second would immediately assume command. Should the second commander fall, a third would take their place. If all commanders were to be lost, the nearest governmental body would assume administrative authority. During this critical moment, emergency response personnel received exceptional privileges. Utilities, water, electricity, gas, and communications, all vital to civilian stability and the overarching war effort, retained the right to operate freely. Yet, hardly anyone envied them. For all understood that when war truly erupts, remaining at home is the safest course. They were, in fact, the most endangered. At the very instant negotiations faltered, the entire globe, with its nearly 10 billion inhabitants, seemed to press a pause button. No one knew what would happen next. Yet nearly everyone sensed that something was indeed imminent. The situation had grown taut, akin to a bowstring pulled to its limit. Even the slightest relaxation would unleash the arrow of war. Within the Nebula base, nestled amidst the undulating mountains, this tension reached its zenith. The highest military leaders were stationed here. An intricate web of networks enveloped the Earth, extending to each soldier prepared for battle at any moment. Messages from all corners of the world converge here incessantly, and after meticulous deployment by numerous advisors and the highest military leaders, they are disseminated further. It can be said that every change occurring on Earth at this moment escapes not his vigilant gaze. There are 4 other bases, each operating under the same combat readiness protocol and possessing identical authority as Nebula Base 1. It is foreseeable that, once war commences, the Central Military Command is likely to be among the primary targets for the Savior Civilization's annihilation. Should Nebula Base 1 be destroyed, command will immediately transfer to Nebula Base 2. Nestled amidst the undulating mountains, Nebula Base 1 is complemented by Nebula Base 2, located in the deepest recesses of the Mariana Trench. If both bases were to fall, Nebula Base 3, concealed beneath the Arctic ice cap, would assume command, along with Nebula Base 4, situated in subterranean caverns, and Nebula Base 5, which perpetually roams the depths of the ocean. Even if all 5 command bases were obliterated, leading to a complete breakdown of top-tier organizational and command structure for the World Army, the global government has devised contingency plans. Commanders of various theaters of war would take over their respective domains, and should a theater commander and their successors perish, the leaders of combat units would assume command. This chain of command would persist down to the most fundamental operational units at the squad level. The world government is prepared to fight to the last man. This time, humanity shall not retreat. War is imminent, and the winds of change are stirring. Deep within the Black River Base 3, despite its designation as a civilian facility, devoid of combat responsibilities and limited to self-defense capabilities, it has entered a state of maximum alert, akin to its counterparts. An overwhelming atmosphere of gravity pervades the base. Whether among the researchers at the Zhuhua laboratory, the logistics personnel, or the military security staff, all exhibit solemn expressions and hurried movements. In such times, few can afford to divert their attention from war-related matters, even the multitude of scientists. Yet, this does not apply to Su Zhenghua. He remains acutely aware of his mission, his responsibilities, and what he is capable of achieving. In the current climate, fulfilling his professional duties is a contribution to the human world. At this moment, he is still ensconced in his laboratory, engrossed in a symphony of paper, pen, and computer, occasionally sketching, at times furrowing his brow in contemplation. He ponders a pivotal question. Chapter 26. The Sun. After Su Zhenghua elucidated the mechanism of mass generation, addressing the final gap in his proposed unique theory, thereby completing the framework and obtaining empirical validation, many distinguished scientists joined him in refining this framework. Consequently, his research has made significant strides during this period. However, this process is destined to be fraught with challenges. As Su Zhenghua had anticipated, shortly after the previous breakthrough, another significant challenge presented itself before him. There existed a grave discrepancy between theoretical calculations and actual observations. Utilizing his theoretical framework to compute the energy radiation power of stars yielded results that were nearly 1/billionth lower than the actual radiation power of stars. At first glance, this may appear to be a trivial issue. However, it is far from insignificant. In this observational and computational endeavor, Su Zhenghua's team had chosen the nearest star to Earth, the Sun, as their target. The total energy received by Earth constitutes merely about 1/22nd billionth of the Sun's overall radiation power. It is precisely this 1/22nd billionth of solar radiation that imbues our planet, which should otherwise be lifeless and frigid, with vitality and vigor, ultimately leading to the emergence of life. Coal, oil, storms, ocean currents, flora and fauna, thunder and rain, everything that exists is attributable to this minuscule fraction of solar energy. Now, the 1/billionth discrepancy between calculated results and actual observations implies that an amount of energy equivalent to that received by two Earths remains unaccounted for and inexplicable. Or at the very least, it cannot be elucidated within the peculiar theoretical framework proposed by Su Zhenghua. This represents a serious error. Yet, the peculiarity of the issue lies precisely here. Previously, Su Zhenghua had successfully predicted the phenomenon of jet streams from supermassive black holes using this very theory. It cannot be asserted that the theory is applicable in one context, but not in another. A sound physical theory should hold universally. Either the theory contains flaws or is insufficiently refined, or it has failed to consider certain crucial factors comprehensively. Despite extensive research conducted by Su Zhenghua and his team of esteemed researchers, they have yet to uncover any answers. The research has thus reached an impasse. Even now, Su Zhenghua remains deep in contemplation. To facilitate the research, the Heihe No. 3 underground base is equipped with a telescope. For some time, it has been continuously focused on the Sun, observing it whenever climatic conditions permit, in hopes of gathering additional data. With a few clicks of his mouse, a real-time image of the Sun, displaying a dark red hue after multiple dimming processes, materialized before Su Zhenghua's eyes. Gazing at that vibrant and colossal star, he once again succumbed to deep thought. Suddenly, however, Su Zhenghua perceived a faintly unexpected change in the grand celestial body that bestowed warmth and light upon all life on Earth. At the construction site of Tunnel No. 7 in Wuyun Mountain, the dawn had yet to break, and the sun had not yet risen. The sky bore no moon, only scattered stars. The vast mountains were shrouded in heavy darkness, and apart from the occasional calls of birds and beasts, an eerie silence enveloped the realm. Wang Xiaowei, with a straw in his mouth, draped in a coat and donning a hard hat, sat quietly against a massive rock. He faced east, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the horizon, seemingly awaiting the arrival of dawn. The higher authorities have issued a clear command to suspend all engineering projects, and all construction personnel are to conceal themselves nearby. However, in this desolate wilderness, there are scarcely any suitable places to hide. Simultaneously, he does not believe this location would be a target for the savior civilization as assault. Thus, he resolves to let fate take its course. The directive from above seems to imply that the previous resistance has borne fruit, and the fragile collaboration between the savior civilization and human civilization has been shattered. The future he yearns for appears to be approaching swiftly. According to Lu Wei, once the savior civilization commences its offensive, the primary objective for the members of the Doomsday Organization will be to conceal themselves and preserve their existence while also learning and growing throughout this arduous process. It may be fraught with hardship, with many lives lost and countless individuals unable to witness the dawn of victory. Nevertheless, every sacrifice will not be in vain. Their selflessness will pave the way to triumph for those who follow. Reflecting on these words, Wang Xiaowei feels a twinge of unease, a flicker of anxiety, and a hint of fear. No one knows what the assault from the savior civilization will entail, and he certainly does not. Will it manifest as a beam of deadly light descending from the heavens? Will it be heavy bombs cast from the cosmos onto the earth? Or will it mirror the tragic fate of those two cities, where millions perished in an instant without understanding? Perhaps it will involve grotesque aliens piloting mechs or an onslaught of countless combat robots. The unknown enemy is the most terrifying of all. Yet, regardless of the nature of the adversary, he must advance resolutely into battle, for he has no avenue of retreat. At this moment, a hazy glimmer appears on the horizon. The oppressive darkness begins to dissipate, revealing a whisper of white. He knows that, as in countless years past, the sun is about to rise, bringing light and warmth once again to this land. He waits quietly for the sun's emergence, yearning for the first rays of dawn to illuminate him. In the distant sky, the white and bright hues become increasingly pronounced. The world is no longer shrouded in darkness, but rather adorned with a soft glow. The undulating mountains, which had nearly vanished against the dark backdrop, now faintly emerge, resembling colossal beasts lying in shadow upon the earth. Soon, very soon, the sun will rise, heralding the arrival of a new day. Yet today, the wait seems prolonged. The sun has yet to ascend, and the light in the heavens has not intensified. Instead, it grows fainter and fainter. Wang Xiaowei spits out the straw from his mouth and slowly stands up. The rolling mountains again recede into the darkness, merging with the profound gloom. In the sky, the once dim stars, anticipating the sun's rise, once more unleash their brilliance. It seems as though the sun has not yet risen but has already set. Wang Xiaowei stares blankly at the now darkened horizon, an inexplicable fear surging within him. The Wenhua Palace, the site of the Risk Assessment Committee, stands as the abode of the sovereign, a place where the two great civilizations communicate and interact. Regardless of the logic employed to assess the situation, this moment finds itself as the safest place on Earth. Nevertheless, an additional contingent of security personnel has been deployed. However, the freedom of movement for the inhabitants, including the extraterrestrial automaton known as Tianzi, remains unimpeded. Beneath the gentle and radiant sunlight, Tianzi sits serenely upon a swing, engrossed in a substantial and exquisitely crafted tome. The cover of the book features illustrations of elegantly attired figures from ancient times, with the title Dream of the Red Chamber inscribed in a graceful cursive script. No one is left to challenge him in chess or art, and the renowned chefs that Jiang Yulan had painstakingly summoned from around the globe have long been sent home. The tensions between the two civilizations have escalated to such an extent that the so-called cultural offensive is best left unmentioned. Since the breakdown of negotiations, while no one has interfered with his actions, many have been vigilantly monitoring his every move, yet none have acknowledged his presence. It perpetually draws the attention of the onlookers, yet it seems to have been forgotten by all. A gentle breeze stirs, lifting a leaf that gracefully descends upon its head. It extends an arm, delicately removing the leaf, gazing at it with a smile for a moment before gently placing it on the ground. In the next instant, the leaf is caught by the wind once more, carried away to another locale. Each of its movements exudes a captivating beauty and elegance, as though the essence of the universe has coalesced within it. Any man or woman celebrated for their appearance pales in comparison before it. Not far from its presence, behind a window of an office building, Mo Hanshan holds a glass of red wine, quietly observing. The negotiations have collapsed, and the human world stands ready to confront the impending assault of the savior civilization. Yet, over 24 hours have elapsed, and nothing has transpired. Mo Hanshan is uncertain of the implications, but he understands that what is destined to arrive shall inevitably come. Merely a matter of time. He is prepared for a prolonged struggle. Simultaneously, he possesses the confidence that, regardless of what approaches, no matter how formidable the savior civilization may be, he shall not be intimidated. Death holds no fear for him. What else could he possibly dread? Come forth. The fiery wrath of the savior civilization shall not annihilate humanity. Rather, it will allow humanity to rise anew from the ashes. He can hardly contain his anticipation. At that moment, Mo Hanshan observes as Tianzi gradually closes the book and lifts its gaze toward the sky. Following the direction of its gaze, Mo Hanshan immediately looks up as well, only to be momentarily blinded by the sun's glaring rays, forcing him to avert his eyes. After a brief moment of dizziness, Imo-Ha-shan suddenly perceives the light of the world dimming rapidly, growing increasingly dark, increasingly obscure. He raises his head in astonishment, only to find that the sun has vanished from the sky. In this daylight hour, brilliance fades, and the stars begin to twinkle. Outside the building, faint cries of panic echoed. The sun has vanished. The sun has vanished. The sun has disappeared. Imo-Ha-shan stood frozen, gazing at the spot where the sun once shone. The courage that had filled his heart abruptly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming tide of fear that washed over him, engulfing him entirely. Chapter 27. Significance. The sun had disappeared. For billions of years, its daily ascent and descent had become a routine, a phenomenon ingrained in the very genes of nearly all life forms. Yet today, an unprecedented anomaly had emerged. At this moment, a soldier, lying in the grass and on high alert, raised his head in confusion. The monkeys frolicking among the branches paused, while livestock, engrossed in grazing, lifted their heads. Everyone outdoors turned their gaze upwards, and in an instant, an immense and boundless panic enveloped the hearts of nearly all. At Doomsday Base 1, a pale aide burst into the F-Hrair's office, presenting a document to him. The F-Hrair abruptly stood, only to sit down moments later, his expression grave and his silence prolonged. Should they activate the 3 Phoenix bases? Including Phoenix Base 1, overseen by Luo Haiyan, there were 3 such facilities on Earth, housing nearly 1 million scientists, engineers, technicians, weaponry experts, and others, all isolated and concealed underground. These bases could only receive signals from the outside world, with the world government classifying the related frequencies and codes as top secret to prevent leaks. Each week, a dedicated office compiled reports on significant events in the normal world, including major developments in the situation, advancements in technology, and insights from relevant experts, sending them to the bases. However, the external world could never receive replies, for none of the 3 bases possessed the means to transmit information outward. This was a measure taken primarily for confidentiality. For the savior civilization, everything in the external world was likely to be a secret, only by remaining deeply concealed underground, fundamentally severing the foundation for external communication. Could they hope to keep their secrets safe from the savior civilization? The latest advancements in weaponry developed at the 3 Phoenix bases remained unknown, even to the world government, and thus to the savior civilization as well. Consequently, the 3 Phoenix bases became black boxes, their internal condition shrouded in mystery. It was precisely this uncertainty that endowed this black box with deterrent power against the savior civilization. They could not ascertain whether the nearly 1 million individuals had indeed developed something that posed a threat, nor could they be certain that, upon receiving activation orders from the world government, the creations of these bases would indeed cause them harm. Thus, the savior civilization would inevitably exercise caution in their actions. Yet now, with less than a year remaining before the arrival of the savior civilization and the activation of the black box plan, it was illogical to assume that any significantly threatening advancements could be made in such a short span. One might even consider this to be a matter of probability. In such a brief span of time, the likelihood of something significantly threatening emerging from the black box is exceedingly low. The F-Hrair slowly shook his head, urging patience. Let us wait a little longer. One research institution after another stirred with frenetic energy, akin to a clockwork mechanism wound too tightly. Immediately upon discovering this phenomenon, at least 300 various observational devices were directed towards the sun, with even more to follow. No one could have anticipated, nor would they have conceived, that after humanity exercised its right of refusal and rejected cooperation, the retribution from the savior civilization would manifest in such a manner. There were no apocalyptic beams of light descending from the heavens, no grotesque extraterrestrials, no sudden demise, nothing at all. They merely took the sun away. The simplicity and brutality of this act were utterly despairing. Once numerous research institutions had aligned their diverse scientific apparatuses towards the sun, it was swiftly confirmed that the sun had not vanished. Its gravitational pull continued to govern the movements of the 8 major planets of the solar system, countless asteroids, comets, and interstellar dust. The motion of all celestial bodies within the solar system remained utterly unaffected. The sole alteration was that it no longer emitted light. It ceased to generously disperse its warmth and luminosity into the vast cosmos as it had for billions of years. Instead, it resembled a miserly magnate, hoarding all its energy, unwilling to share even a fraction with the outside world. Moreover, its physical form underwent certain transformations. Observations indicated that, due to a drastic decrease in temperature, the mechanisms maintaining internal stability were disrupted, prompting it to begin contracting in size. According to prevailing theoretical descriptions, The sun maintains its equilibrium through the interplay of internal radiation pressure and gravitational forces. Once the internal radiation pressure is lost, its volume would contract dramatically, ultimately collapsing into a white dwarf. This process was expected to be rapid and violent. Yet, contrary to expectations, the current compression of the sun appeared remarkably slow, as if some unknown force was impeding its contraction. This could be considered a piece of good news, after all, for the sun still existed, and its form had not changed drastically. However, it simultaneously represented an exceptionally dire piece of news. No human theory could elucidate this transformation. People could scarcely imagine that such phenomena could occur on the sun. It was a complete violation of reason. In fact, even if a stargate were to suddenly appear within the solar system, facilitating superluminal intergalactic travel, it would not evoke such astonishment. The reason is simple. Although humanity currently lacks an understanding of the specific mechanisms behind wormhole travel and could not possibly construct such a thing, the theoretical framework of humanity at least encompasses this possibility, allowing for some comprehension. Yet, a perfectly fine star abruptly ceasing to radiate energy, and despite losing the capacity to counteract its own gravitational forces, exhibiting only minimal volume contraction, such an occurrence lies beyond the reach of all existing theories. This transcends the limits of human science. Yet, to place the sun within such a precarious situation, to what degree has the technology of the savior civilizations advanced? Can humanity truly contend with such formidable foes? In the face of these adversaries, do our struggles, our relentless efforts, our so-called determination to fight to the bitter end hold any real significance? At this moment, countless individuals may feel akin to ants confronting a towering mountain. It transcends mere despair. It compels reflection upon oneself, inciting a mocking self-derision, fundamentally negating all personal endeavors and extinguishing any courage to resist. In the depths of the Heiha No. 1 underground base, Su Zhenghua's brow furrowed deeply. Within the laboratory, the scientists exhibited a spectrum of reactions. Some were pallid and silent, others roared in disbelief, fervently asserting the impossibility of the situation, while a few erupted in manic laughter, and still others sat vacantly, tears streaming from their eyes. Meaningless, meaningless, meaningless. All efforts at resistance, all endeavors, are devoid of significance. Rebellion is futile. Compliance is futile. Nothing bears meaning. A colossal chaos has engulfed nearly all elite strata of human society. They possess unparalleled intellect, command vast resources, and are privy to extensive information, steering the trajectory of humanity. Yet, it is precisely their extensive knowledge that enables them to comprehend the implications of the upheaval occurring above the sun, plunging them into despair and apathy. Conversely, the ordinary populace, largely unaware of the true implications of these changes, experiences only a modicum of fear and anxiety, devoid of overwhelming pressure. The leader inhaled deeply and murmured, "Convene a meeting." "Yes," the secretary responded, turning to leave. Regardless of the circumstances, there will always be individuals who maintain composure and poise, though few in number. Such individuals inevitably exist. There remain many tasks to undertake. The public's anxiety must be assuaged, order preserved, and the functioning of a world deprived of the sun's warmth and light must be sustained, necessitating a concrete plan. And most crucially, a pivotal question looms. Should humanity continue its struggle against the savior civilizations, refusing cooperation, or should it capitulate and beseech the return of the sun? In the Heiha No. 1 underground base, more than 10 minutes had elapsed, yet Su Zhenghua's brow remained deeply furrowed, resolutely still. A vague notion flickered in his mind, elusive and incomprehensible. At gate number 3 of the Wenhua Palace, within the premises of the Risk Assessment Committee, Mo Ha Shan stood behind a window, still grasping a glass of red wine, his body trembling slightly. The surface of the wine rippled gently. After a prolonged silence, a ferocious expression suddenly contorted his features, teeth clenched as if possessed by a demon. He violently hurled the glass of wine, turning abruptly to stride out. He moved with great haste, urgency, as if something menacing were pursuing him from behind. Upon reaching the elevator, he pressed the button, but after merely 10 seconds of waiting, he lost patience and opted for the stairs instead. With each stride, he leapt several steps at a time, his form akin to the wind. Yet, during one such leap, he miscalculated and stumbled, tumbling downwards with a thud. His meticulously pressed attire became wrinkled and soiled, and an unknown object grazed his forehead, leaving a gash from which blood began to seep. His elbow also took a blow, causing an excruciating pain. In that moment, he was devoid of the dignified demeanor befitting the vice chairman of the review committee, appearing utterly disheveled. Nevertheless, he paid no heed to his wounds or the pain. He simply scrambled to his feet, disregarding the dust that clung to him, and charged downwards. In but a moment, He reached the ground floor, striding purposefully towards a figure approximately 100 meters ahead, seated on a swing, seemingly engrossed in a book illuminated by the streetlight. His expression remained ghastly and fierce, his eyes bloodshot, his face and attire smeared with dust and blood. Before he could approach the figure, he drew a sleek, silver-gray pistol from his chest and aimed it directly at the individual, pulling the trigger. Chapter 28. Forgiveness and Compassion. At that moment, behind the windows of the surrounding buildings in the small square where the figure sat, countless spectators observed the unfolding commotion, their gazes cold and silent. Yet none uttered a sound. They watched in stillness as the serene figure, unperturbed by the chaos, contrasted starkly with the disheveled and frantic Emohanshan. Beneath the starry sky, this scene exuded an eerie aura. With a resounding bang, a bullet sped toward the figure's forehead with alarming precision. Yet, it seemed oblivious to the impending danger. Wholly absorbed in the world of the book before it, unresponsive to the tumult surrounding it, the hearts of Jiang Yulan and the others leapt into their throats. Yet they themselves were uncertain of what to hope for next. Should they wish for the figure to be struck down, or for Emohanshan to be suddenly obliterated by a celestial bolt? No one knew. The echo of the gunshot gradually faded into the ether. 1 second passed, then 2. And Emohanshan continued to aim the pistol at the figure, breathing heavily. Before him, the figure remained seated calmly on the swing. Slowly, it closed the book and lifted its gaze, meeting Emohanshan's eyes with tranquility. "Is there something you need?" it inquired. Emohanshan's countenance remained fierce. He did not respond, but instead pulled the trigger once more. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, until the magazine was empty. He could ascertain with absolute certainty that, given his marksmanship, not a single bullet had missed its target. All had struck true. Yet, the figure exhibited no reaction whatsoever. With a clink, a spent shell bounced and landed at Emohanshan's feet, having ricocheted off something unseen. The bullets proved utterly ineffective against the figure. Beneath the veil of night, Emohanshan let out a furious roar, discarding the small firearm in his grasp as he strode purposefully towards the sovereign. He unleashed a powerful punch. Yet just a mere centimeter from the sovereign's chin, he found himself halted, as if an invisible barrier enveloped the sovereign. Undeterred, he struck again with fists and elbows, delivering a relentless barrage of blows, each more ferocious than the last. However, the sovereign remained composed, his gaze unwavering, even the swing of the nearby swing set undisturbed. Time became a blur as Emohanshan continued his assault, until he erupted once more in rage, stepping back a few paces before seizing a stone and bringing it down with great force. Yet, similarly, the stone never approached the sovereign, disintegrating into fragments under immense pressure before it could even graze the sovereign's crown. Still, Emohanshan persisted, his fury seemingly boundless. He bit, clawed, and rammed his head against the barrier, teetering on the brink of madness. Behind the windows, the members of the Risk Assessment Committee observed in silence, neither intervening nor offering assistance. After an indeterminate period, Emohanshan finally exhausted his strength, halting his frenzied actions. Leaning against the swing's frame, he gasped for breath, glaring at the sovereign with the ferocity of a beast. The sovereign let out a gentle sigh and slowly rose to his feet. His movements were languid, devoid of any aggression, yet for reasons unknown to Emohanshan, it felt as if he were witnessing a deity unveil its divine form. The anger and madness in Emohanshan's eyes receded like a receding tide. As the snarl on his face gradually faded, he emitted a low, guttural sound from his throat, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet no words escaped his lips. The sovereign approached him slowly, and inexplicably, fear etched itself across Emohanshan's features. When the sovereign finally stood before him, Emohanshan towered half a head taller, requiring the sovereign to tilt his gaze upward. Yet he felt as if the sovereign were looking down upon him, like a celestial being surveying him from the heavens with a gaze filled with compassion. Suddenly, Emohanshan's knees buckled, and he found himself kneeling before the sovereign. The sovereign extended a gentle hand, lightly caressing the top of Emohanshan's head twice. In that instant, Emohanshan's mental fortitude shattered, and he collapsed to the ground in tears. His cries were haunting, akin to a wolf's howl, echoing through the night and reaching the ears of every human present. Behind one of the windows, Jiang Yulan clenched her fist tightly. Beside her, a psychological expert from the analysis team spoke in despair. Vice Chairman Emo has collapsed. Jiang Yulan had long understood that Emohanshan was a man of extremes, consistently the most fervent and uncompromising in his stance towards the savior civilization and the sovereign. It was precisely this fervor that had driven him to commit the audacious act of attempting to assassinate the sovereign. At the time, Jiang Yulan was unaware of these events, but she came to learn of them later. Yet, for reasons of her own, she chose not to disclose these truths. It is precisely due to Mo Hongshan's unwavering and extreme nature that he was deemed worthy of the position of vice chairman on the Risk Assessment Committee. No one believed he would yield or compromise. Yet now he has crumbled. Jiang Yulan murmured. Will he betray humanity and align himself with the celestial sovereign? The psychologist's tone remained tinged with despair. He will not betray humanity, but he will align himself with the celestial sovereign. This statement appeared contradictory. Yet Jiang Yulan clearly grasped its meaning. Outside the window, Mo Hongshan's wails had somewhat subsided. I have certain tasks that require your attention. Can you undertake them? Mo Hongshan lifted his head, gazing through misty tears at the celestial sovereign, akin to a deity. He nodded vigorously, his voice hoarse. For humanity, I can do anything. He had never wavered, nor had he ever doubted his loyalty to human civilization. In fact, at this very moment, he felt that his fidelity to humanity had reached a new pinnacle. It was a loyalty that would compel one to undertake any action, relinquish anything, and endure any misunderstanding, insult, or pressure, all for the sake of civilization. Never before had he experienced a moment that illuminated the absurdity of his past endeavors. Akin to an ant attempting to challenge a mountain, an endeavor utterly futile and devoid of outcome. He had come to a profound realization. In the face of a savior civilization possessing technology beyond human imagination, any form of resistance was unwise. The path to salvaging human civilization was singular and unequivocal, to seek the forgiveness and compassion of the savior civilization. Only through the earnest plea for mercy could the continuity of human civilization be ensured. Such a plea necessitated the complete and unreserved submission of the entire human world. No remnants of dissenting thoughts could linger, no attempts at rebellion could be entertained. Otherwise, what reason would the savior civilization have to show mercy and forgiveness to a human world that was indecisive and unwilling to submit? I have never betrayed humanity. I did not in the past, do not now, and will not in the future, Mo Hongshan silently affirmed within himself. The celestial sovereign bent down, gently patting Mo Hongshan's shoulder before turning to depart. He did not disclose what he wished Mo Hongshan to accomplish, yet Mo Hongshan understood it implicitly. In the boundless darkness, amidst twinkling stars and towering mountains, Wang Xiaowei stood transfixed, gazing at the place where the sun should rise. As a well-educated university student, he understood the implications of this moment. It was precisely this understanding that filled him with trepidation. During this time, he pondered many thoughts, consumed by them. So much so that he failed to notice the approaching figure until it gently tapped him. It was Lu Wei. Do you know? In my mind, I categorize enemies into 3 tiers. Beneath the darkness, Lu Wei spoke softly, and Wang Xiaowei listened intently. The first tier of enemies consists of those who, while formidable, are not invincible. They are visible and tangible. Everyone is aware of their formidable strength. Yet, as long as we possess sufficient mental fortitude, unwavering strength, and enduring resilience, even if the sacrifices required are considerable, even if we must persist in our struggle for decades or even centuries, we shall ultimately glimpse the hope of overcoming our adversaries. The second tier of adversaries comprises those who, while seemingly unconquerable, can have their impact mitigated through unity and collective resolve, thereby diminishing our losses and yielding some semblance of victory. They are akin to earthquakes, tsunamis, and plagues. The third tier of enemies instills a sense of futility and resistance. We recognize their might, yet we are oblivious to the source of their power. We long to rebel, but we lack the knowledge of how to do so. Our defiance bears no significance to them. They observe us with the same detachment one might reserve for a clown, witnessing our fervent struggles, unaware that the only ones moved by our plight are ourselves. The first tier of enemies is humanity. The second tier is nature. The third tier is the divine. As the faint beam of light from a flashlight reflected off the surroundings, Wang Xiaowei noticed a solitary tear glistening in the corner of Lu Wei's eye. I had always presumed the savior civilization to be of the first tier, yet I was unprepared for the revelation that they reside within the third tier. They're gods. True deities. In the shadows, Lu Wei's voice echoed like a dream. Wang Xiaowei hoarsely inquired, has the leader issued new directives? I came to find you only after receiving the leader's instructions, Lu Wei replied, steadying himself. The leader cannot betray humanity, nor can our extermination organization, and certainly, neither can you or I. However, our organizational agenda requires some adjustments. He turned, gazing with rapt attention toward the horizon where the sun should have risen. His tone unconsciously imbued with a sacred quality. Only through seeking the forgiveness and compassion of the divine can the human world endure. Chapter 29. Error. Everyone awaited in the darkness, yet no one knew precisely what they were anticipating. They only understood that some transformation was inevitable. Would it be the world government announcing its surrender? Would the savior civilization restore the sun? No one knew. Beneath the shroud of darkness, countless undercurrents surged unseen. At the construction site of Tunnel Number 7 on Wuyun Mountain, The workers consumed meals that, compared to the past, could only be deemed fit for swine, but now seemed rather palatable amidst the silence and oppression. Wang Xiaowei once more departed alone, making his way to the colossal stone. Lately, he found solace in solitude there. The weather had grown increasingly frigid. With the absence of the sun, the Earth's temperature plummeted sharply. Although it was the height of summer, the world felt as desolate as late autumn. It was said that certain regions were grappling with unprecedented extreme cold, and some had already succumbed to the bitter chill. Yet, in truth, this was merely the beginning. Educated and astute, Wang Xiaowei understood this well. Even amidst the day and night, there often exists a temperature differential exceeding 10 degrees Celsius. This signifies that with merely a few hours of lost sunlight, the temperature can plummet drastically, and considering that several days have already elapsed, if time extends even further, the entire globe may descend into sub-zero conditions. Prolonged exposure could lead to the very atmosphere freezing, rendering it akin to Pluto. No, although Pluto is distant, it still receives a modicum of solar radiation. In the complete absence of the sun, Earth would become colder than Pluto itself. Wrapping his coat tighter around him, Wang Xiaowei lifted his gaze towards the resplendent night sky. Lost in contemplation, suddenly, he felt a chill on his face. Reaching out, his fingers encountered only a dampness. Tiny white flakes began to appear upon his body and arms. Producing a flashlight from his pocket, he illuminated the scene and discovered that the white specks were indeed snowflakes. It was snowing, in the midst of summer. He rose to his feet and directed the beam of light ahead, revealing a flurry of snowflakes cascading down. What a heavy snowfall it was. Within Doomsday Base Number 1, countless personnel were bustling about. Information from around the globe converged, synthesized, and organized here, while numerous messages were disseminated outward. In the core of the base, within the first conference room, the leader faced the screen displaying several other decision-makers, their expressions grave. The other decision-makers mirrored this solemnity. The virtual meeting room was steeped in silence. A singular word lingered persistently in the minds of the decision-makers, yet none dared to utter it. The situation had deteriorated to an irreparable extent. The extreme cold and darkness had inflicted severe repercussions upon the entire human realm, compounded by the pressure from the savior civilization. The uncertainty and dread regarding the future, in conjunction with the current circumstances, rendered the collapse of human society merely a matter of time. Frankly, the decision-makers did not fear sacrifice or death. From the moment they exercised their right to reject the demands of the savior civilization, humanity had steeled itself to endure bloodshed and devastation. However, the enemies might surpass all expectations. While the human world did not shun death, it dreaded dying without purpose. Is it truly meaningful to confront an adversary so far beyond imagination, akin to a deity, and perish in the struggle? Does this genuinely benefit the continuation of human civilization? The silence in the virtual meeting room lingered on. Near Gate 3 of the Wenhua Palace, the Risk Assessment Committee's headquarters bustled with activity. Jiang Yulan and a cadre of committee leaders were gathered in a conference room, not to deliberate matters, but to quietly await decisions from the decision-makers. The atmosphere in the meeting room was subtly charged. Even Jiang Yulan, among the leaders, found their gazes towards Mo Hongshan somewhat peculiar. Mo Hongshan remained composed, his expression unreadable. Previously, he had knelt before the emperor, succumbing to despair and weeping uncontrollably, a sight witnessed by all. The implications of that moment were clear to everyone present. At last, one person could no longer contain themselves and spoke up. I propose to temporarily suspend Vice Chairman Mo Hongsan from his duties, awaiting a decision from the higher authorities. Mo Hongsan replied indifferently, as long as my position is not revoked by the higher-ups, I shall remain the Vice Chairman of the Risk Review Committee. You do not possess the authority to freeze my position. Jiang Yulan fell silent, fully aware that the decision-makers would not dismiss Mo Hongsan from his role. Previously, there may have been a chance, but now, with Mo Hongsan aligning himself with the emperor, such a possibility has diminished further. The decision-makers must consider the implications of such actions on the broader situation. More likely, they will subtly marginalize Mo Hongsan, preventing him from engaging in the core decisions of the Risk Review Committee. The likelihood of overtly dismissing him is minimal. A profound silence enveloped the meeting room once more, and Mo Hongsan opened his mouth again. I have not betrayed human civilization, nor will I ever. Perhaps, in the end, the outcome will vindicate the path I have chosen. No one responded to him. Yet Jiang Yulan noticed a flicker of contemplation in the expressions of several attendees following his statement. Even she found herself grappling with inner conflict. At the Heiha No. 1 underground base, in the Suhua laboratory, Su Zhenghua continued to ponder a question that had long troubled him. When theoretical calculations diverge from empirical observations, it is evident that the theory must be flawed. It is impossible for theoretical calculations to assert that a cat should be a dog and expect it to transform. A cat will always remain a cat, never becoming a dog. But where exactly lies the error? Su Zhenghua once again found himself ensnared in the dilemma of knowing he was wrong, yet being unable to pinpoint the source of that error. Previously, he had resolved his predicament by proving that the scientific data of the savior civilization was at least incomplete. But how should he resolve it this time? The scientific data of the savior civilization may be erroneous or at least incomplete, but could the empirical data also be flawed? Where does the problem truly lie? After several days of fruitless contemplation, a dangerously unsettling thought suddenly surfaced in Su Zhenghua's mind. This notion was perilous, exceedingly so. Rationality urged him not to entertain it, not to calculate, not to attempt it, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn into a cycle of obsessive reflection on this thought. What if I am not wrong this time? What if it is the sun that is mistaken, not me? As an eminent scientist, grounded in the fundamental principles of his field, he understood how far such an absurd notion should be discarded. Continuing to research and calculate based on erroneous foundations would lead only to a blind alley, squandering his precious time and energy and potentially derailing his entire research trajectory. Yet he remained unable to restrain himself. Thus, as if possessed, he began further deductions and calculations based on this already discredited physical model, akin to playing an exceedingly dangerous game. Fully aware that the next step could lead to a precipice, yet unable to resist the temptation to proceed. Thus, a model starkly distinct from existing stellar theories gradually began to take shape. With the continuous addition and refinement of relevant data, the initially nebulous concept became increasingly lucid. Gazing at the lines of characters on the screen and the blank sheet before him, Su Zhenghua felt an indescribable sensation stirring within. Based on erroneous foundations, the model was undoubtedly accurate. This certainty resided firmly in his mind. Regrettably, however, it bore little utility. It represented a star born in a universe where the laws of physics diverged from those of our reality, if such a universe indeed existed. In that realm, stars ought to resemble this. After staring blankly for a moment, a bittersweet smile crept upon Su Zhenghua's lips as he crumpled the paper before him, intending to discard it. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of a character from the corner of his eye. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him. As if he had suddenly recalled something vital, he promptly retrieved the paper from the wastebasket, flattened it out, and made a slight modification to the character. It was a minuscule, scarcely noticeable error. Upon its discovery, he felt compelled to rectify it. Such a trivial mistake was unlikely to impact the overall structure significantly. Moments later, he resolved once more to toss the paper away. However, during his final glance, Su Zhenghua was suddenly seized by a profound revelation. The minuscule error, which he had presumed harmless, upon correction, revealed that the entire framework appeared transformed. It resembled an inconspicuous thread on a sweater, initially deemed insignificant, yet when tugged, could unravel the entire garment. Alternatively, it mirrored a meticulously constructed house, where the removal of a seemingly trivial plank could lead to a catastrophic collapse. Su Zhenghua's hands trembled slightly. Disregarding the multitude of distractions, he refocused all his attention on another round of research and calculations. This endeavor consumed more than a day of his time. After this span, a new array of characters and data materialized before him. This was an entirely new model. Due to the rectification of that minuscule error, the current model diverged almost completely from the one he had previously constructed. Yet, astonishingly, one crucial piece of data inexplicably aligned with the calculations of the mainstream scientific community's recognized model. The processes of the two models were entirely distinct, yet the results were eerily identical. Su Zhenghua felt a sudden rigidity envelop him, his expression frozen in disbelief. Just then, the telephone on the adjacent table rang unexpectedly. Given his unique position, direct calls to him were rare. Nonetheless, this call disregarded all customary protocols. He numbly picked up the receiver, and a weighty voice resonated in his ear. The decision-makers intended to abandon this futile struggle and fully submit to the savior civilization. They wished to ascertain his opinion on the matter. Chapter 30, Natural Phenomena. The weighty sound jolted Su Zhenghua from his tumultuous thoughts. As if he had been cast adrift upon a stormy sea, the decision-makers had ultimately resolved to abandon their resistance, fully surrendering to the savior civilization. This outcome, while not unexpected for Su Zhenghua, was emotionally intolerable. He vividly recalled the two cities, where nearly 10 million lives had been instantaneously extinguished, and he could never forget how the once thriving human civilization had been abruptly severed in its path of progress. The enmity between them was profound, a veritable ocean of blood. Now, the decision-makers, who represented the entirety of humanity, were compelled to submit to their aggressors. Yet, amid the anger and desolation, a deep sense of powerlessness ensued. The ultimate goal was to ensure the continuation of human civilization. Everything else must yield to this imperative. Previously, the decision-makers had opted to exercise their veto power against the engineering demands of the savior civilization, all in service of this primary objective. Now, their choice to capitulate was likewise predicated on this goal. Resistance was aimed at the survival of the human realm, and submission too was for its continuation. The objective remained unchanged, while the circumstances had shifted. In the earlier context, the decision-makers believed that enduring some grievous losses in exchange for better living conditions for humanity was worthwhile. The human world did not fear the flames of war or the specter of sacrifice. They felt entitled and capable of striving for a more favorable outcome. However, the situation had transformed. When the savior civilization once again revealed its might, they immediately recognized that sacrifice and death would yield no improvement in their circumstances. Such actions were devoid of meaning. In light of this, what purpose did the sacrifice of so many serve? Everything stemmed from the enemy's overwhelming strength, a force that surpassed all imagination. Had they known of the savior civilization as formidable power sooner, the decision-makers would never have exercised their veto. Yet, reality allows no room for hypotheticals. Su Zhenghua understood this truth and could accept it. He even believed that a competent decision-maker ought to arrive at such a conclusion. Nonetheless, a voice within him continued to scream in anguish. It was the dying wails of countless innocent victims, filling him with rage, resentment, and sorrow. Thoughts surged through his mind like a tempest, while the voice on the other end remained silent, waiting. Su Zhenghua's voice emerged, slightly hoarse. "Give me 5 hours. No? 3 hours." The voice on the other end remained silent for a moment longer before finally responding. "Very well." The decision to fully surrender to the savior civilization would be temporarily withheld. The decision-makers would await Su Zhenghua's counsel. As one of the foremost scientists of the contemporary human world, he had the requisite authority. Setting down the phone, Su Zhenghua took a deep breath. He had resolved to take a gamble. Previously, my theoretical model has been meticulously adjusted, and the data it computes regarding solar radiation power now aligns perfectly with empirical observations, matching the most widely accepted models of contemporary science. However, while the outcomes may be identical, the processes diverge immensely, revealing a stark contrast. Within this discrepancy lies a terrifying potential that could significantly impact the current situation. Su Zhenghua must first validate and interpret these findings before presenting his insights to decision-makers. Many long-held beliefs and theories regarded as absolute truths may be upended. The path ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty. While this may be an exhilarating journey, his heart is heavy with trepidation. He has not forgotten that the savior civilization, the Son of Heaven, could easily extinguish his life. If initially, during the refinement of his theory predicting the jet deviation of supermassive black holes, the Son of Heaven spared him to preserve a glimmer of hope for humanity, now it seems there is little reason to continue tolerating his existence. Clearly, at this moment, it no longer cares whether the human world clings to hope or plunges into despair. To it, he has lost all value, yet his actions undeniably affected. It cannot be that by assassinating him, the human world would suddenly recognize its worth, leading to greater investment in this theoretical research, thus securing his life. Evidently, the human world has already acknowledged his value and is investing resources. Regardless of the perspective, he sees no possibility of survival. Yet, he inexplicably remains alive. In this perilous situation, mere survival is a stroke of luck, yet he feels compelled to provoke the Son of Heaven once more. His endeavor to unravel the mystery of the Son's disappearance is, in fact, a direct affront to the Son. He senses he is courting death. But retreat is not an option. Whether he lives or dies is beyond his control. The only thing he can govern is his resolve. As long as he draws breath, he shall strive for the future of our human civilization. With a slight tremor, he picks up the sheet of paper and the pen, beginning to sketch once again. Initially, his trembling arm produces uneven characters, but soon he finds a steady rhythm. He immerses himself entirely in the realm of symbols, forgetting all external distractions. Beneath the shroud of darkness, the world awaits, though no one knows precisely what they are waiting for. The future is uncertain. The fate of humanity remains obscured. In the virtual meeting room, decision-makers maintain their silence, also waiting in quiet contemplation. After a prolonged pause, a voice finally emerges. Entrusting hope to a single scientist is utterly absurd. With each passing moment, thousands more perish from freezing and starvation. Here we sit in desolation, placing our hopes on a scientist who might devise a solution to alter our dire situation. The extinguishing of the sun has precipitated a sharp drop in temperature, while the demand for energy surges uncontrollably, leaving the supply of essential resources woefully inadequate. In such circumstances, the death of countless individuals is not mere hyperbole. Without sufficient energy and provisions for warmth, Without food or medicine, many will inevitably succumb. Moreover, in the chaos resulting from the collapse of order, the number of lives lost amidst the turmoil will rival those perishing from the scarcity of resources. The F-Rare remains silent. Yet, it is evident that he bears an immense, intangible burden, one capable of shattering an ordinary person in an instant. He does not respond, seemingly steadfast in his resolve to wait. After a brief interlude, another voice emerges. We must acknowledge the likelihood that Su Jinghua may also be unable to present a viable plan to alter the current predicament. Indeed, I believe the probability of such a scenario is the highest. Previously, the proposal to fully capitulate to the savior civilization had gained unanimous approval from all decision-makers. Now, however, this decision-maker has once again broached the subject, clearly with intent. What is your opinion? The decision-maker speaks slowly. Abandon any illusions regarding the savior civilization. He does not believe that yielding to them will ensure the survival of human civilization. Let us activate the Black Box Project. Even if we must gamble on a sliver of mercy from the savior civilization, we should at least wait until we are utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Back when humanity's technological prowess was still nascent, we managed to land on the moon. Even before the advent of smartphones, we proposed the audacious Orion project. An attempt to traverse the vast distances between stars, embarking on a voyage from our solar system to the Alpha Centauri system. The spacecraft of the Orion project aimed to carry numerous small nuclear devices, discarding one at intervals to detonate at the rear, utilizing the resulting radiation and light pressure to accelerate the vessel, ultimately achieving extraordinary speeds to reach another stellar system. Though this plan was never realized, it remains theoretically and logically feasible from the perspectives of logic, theory, and engineering. Its execution, while daunting, is not entirely beyond reach. This suggests that in the face of profound necessity, humanity can unleash an unimaginable force, disproportionate to its technological capabilities, even at a rudimentary level. It is precisely this rationale that led to the proposal and execution of the Black Box Project. Perhaps, under sufficiently intense demand and immense pressure. Even with the significantly inferior technology of our era compared to the savior civilization, the hundreds of thousands of scientists and engineers executing the Black Box Project may harness extraordinary power, creating weapons beyond anyone's imagination, thereby posing a genuine threat to the savior civilization. The Black Box Project is humanity's true final trump card. The F-Rare remains silent for an extended period, ultimately shaking his head slowly. The time is too short. The chances of developing a formidable weapon capable of threatening the savior civilization are exceedingly slim. Another decision-maker calmly remarked, we must also consider another possibility, namely, that after choosing complete surrender, the savior civilization may demand that we cease the Black Box Project or even violently dismantle it. The leader remained unresponsive, yet it was clear to all that when the time came, even if they knew it was too late, they would have to issue the Nirvana command. Tom slipped away quietly. In the underground base of Black River No. 3, Su Jinghua finally set down his pen. Gazing at the paper before him, covered in symbols, he wore an expression of slight bewilderment. He was not dead. Rather, he had truly calculated the results. Although he was uncertain of their accuracy, it mattered little, for validation would soon be at hand. 3 hours had elapsed, and Su Jinghua's figure appeared in the virtual conference room, confronting the other decision-makers directly. We have all been deceived, he spoke slowly. The sun's extinguishment is not the result of the savior civilization's power. It is a natural phenomenon. Yes, a natural phenomenon. Chapter 31. The battery. At the moment Su Jinghua's words fell, the previously solemn and silent decision-makers could not restrain their expressions of astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Su Jinghua had anticipated this reaction. In fact, he too had been shocked and incredulous upon reaching this conclusion. Yet numbers and data do not lie. After a prolonged silence, one of the decision-makers seemed to instinctively exclaim, "This is impossible." The leader narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Su Jinghua's image on the screen, waiting in silence. In the underground base of Black River No. 3, Su Jinghua quietly assessed his own condition. He felt a tinge of fatigue, a consequence of prolonged sleepless labor. He sensed a slight hunger and thirst, similarly stemming from his relentless work. He noticed a greasy sheen on his face, a result of neglecting personal hygiene for too long. Yet all of this was normal. There was no sudden discomfort threatening his life. This indicated that even after revealing the truth, at least what he believed to be the truth, the savior civilization and the celestial emperor had not turned against him. Taking a deep breath, Su Jinghua continued, "My calculations indicate the following. To describe it simply in non-physical and mathematical terms, the mechanism is roughly as follows. Within a star like the Sun, due to its unique environment, there exists a naturally formed energy storage mechanism, which we can simplistically liken to a battery. The energy released from nuclear fusion at the star's core first charges this battery. Only once the battery is full does the fusion energy radiate outward. Simultaneously, the fully charged battery also releases its own energy, merging with the energy from the star's ongoing fusion, radiating outward until its energy storage level diminishes to a certain threshold. In other words, the solar radiation power that we perceive as normal primarily originates from nuclear fusion, although a small fraction is derived from that battery. The combination of both sustains the current level of radiation power. However, the energy stored within that storage mechanism diminishes slowly after it falls below a certain threshold. For a star of the Sun's mass, it takes approximately millions of years for the energy produced by core fusion to be utilized, besides maintaining its own stability. The surplus energy will preferentially recharge this storage mechanism. It is only when the energy level is restored above a certain threshold that the supply of energy ceases. At that moment, the energy from stellar fusion and the battery will once again converge, radiating energy outward together. Compared to the lifespan of a star, or even the mere span of human existence, this recharging process is remarkably brief. In fact, by my calculations for the Sun, this duration is merely around 13 days and 7 hours. Presently, the Sun has been absent for approximately 8 days, 16 hours, and 25 minutes. Therefore, if my calculations hold true, in 4 days, 14 hours, and 35 minutes, the Sun will re-emerge, restoring its long-standing radiation level that has persisted for millions of years. This is the conclusion of my calculations. Thus, my suggestion is that the civilization of the saviors is not as fearsome as it seems. We need not submit to them. We merely need to wait for a while. This elucidates the reason behind his discovery that the solar radiation power calculated through the peculiar theory is 1/1000th less than the actual power. This 1/1000th of radiation energy does not emanate directly from stellar fusion, but rather from that battery. As Su Zhenghua's words resonated, he looked down at his own body, finding everything normal, with no signs of impending demise. Within the virtual conference room, aside from some static noise, silence reigned. Accepting this explanation is indeed challenging. The decision-makers are not scientists and lack sufficient expertise. Yet, they must possess some common knowledge. The education they received from a young age has taught them that the Sun does not behave this way. The so-called storage mechanism is utterly nonsensical. It is too absurd. Too incredible. Even if they lack this knowledge, they could easily refute these assertions through analysis of other aspects. It is quite simple. If what Su Zhenghua claims is true, why has this phenomenon never been observed before? One must acknowledge that there are countless stars in the universe, and according to probability distribution, even if the energy of the storage mechanism were to deplete and the stellar energy began to provide power, resulting in a cessation of outward radiation, essentially causing the star to appear extinguished, the duration of such an occurrence, in relation to the lifespan of a star, is negligible. With such a vast number of stars, there must certainly be a significant number in any given time frame that happen to be in this stage. Yet, the reality remains that astronomers in the human realm have never detected this phenomenon in other stars. To take a step back, geology has the capacity to examine billions of years of Earth's history, based on the calculation of the Sun extinguishing periodically for a few days every 5 million years. One would expect to find ample geological evidence preserved within the strata. However, the reality is that geologists have never uncovered such evidence. Numerous arguments exist that could refute this hypothesis. Were these words not spoken by Su Zhenghua, but rather by another individual, decision-makers would likely deem him insane. Yet, it is precisely Su Zhenghua who articulated this notion. Absurd, isn't it? Su Zhenghua murmured, indeed, it is quite absurd. I am uncertain why. But the formulas and data convey this truth. The leader gently tapped the table. Let Li Cheng convene all relevant esteemed scientists to review your data. Su Zhenghua nodded softly. Scientists, scattered across various bases, rapidly gathered in the virtual conference room of the scientific department. The process of Su Zhenghua's calculations and data was promptly disseminated, igniting a tempest of reaction among the scientists. Some, flushed with anger, pounded the table, vehemently denouncing it as utter nonsense. Others questioned Su Zhenghua's mental state. Some outright shredded the documents before them, discarding them in the trash as a protest against the paper, perceiving the request for their analysis as an affront to their expertise and identities. Su Zhenghua remained expressionless, offering no explanations or opinions. In truth, he too found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt regarding this ludicrous conclusion. Yet, confronted by the very formulas he had derived and the data he had computed, theory compelled him to trust in their validity. In stark contrast to the turmoil within the scientific department's virtual conference room, the decision-makers' virtual assembly remained tranquil. They had stepped away from the scientific perspective, contemplating the implications of this matter on the broader situation. An evident conclusion emerged, if one were to assume Su Jinghua's data as truth, and the sun's extinction was indeed a natural phenomenon rather than a consequence of the savior civilization's influence, then the implications behind this revelation were rather intriguing. Perhaps the sovereign had merely anticipated the occurrence of this natural phenomenon and sought to extract benefits from the human realm, coercing humanity into greater concessions. Thus, the sudden and immense shift in the sovereign's attitude towards the human world, without any prior warning or significant changes in the situation, could be elucidated. It was actively provoking the human realm, fully aware that humanity could not accept the conditions it proposed, cognizant that humanity would inevitably exercise its right to reject. Yet, it chose to present those unreasonable demands nonetheless. It had calculated that after the sun's disappearance, humanity would inevitably recognize the futility of resistance, leading to their submission. Subsequently, it would feign compliance by promising to restore the sun, allowing it to shine once more. In the eyes of humanity, the savior civilization wields power with effortless grace. Manipulating a star as if it were a mere trifle, it seems unlikely that any spirit of rebellion could ever emerge in the future. Yet, in reality, the savior civilization has accomplished nothing. The decision-makers must consider this possibility. Had Su Zhenghua not emerged to unveil the truth, all decision-makers would have been certain that humanity would inevitably follow the emperor's prescribed course of action. No one would have imagined that all of this was merely a natural phenomenon rather than a scheme devised by the emperor. This prospect sent shivers down the spines of all decision-makers, including the emperor. However, a significant flaw exists in this reasoning. Why, oh why, has Su Zhenghua not perished? Why has the emperor not silenced him to thwart the potential collapse of his plans? A myriad of questions swirled in the minds of the decision-makers. Yet, in the current situation, there was only one course of action available to them: to await the scientists' deliberations for clarity. At that moment, the virtual conference room of the scientific department was abuzz with fervent discussions. Some argued that, at least in terms of framework and logic, Su Zhenghua's paper held merit and warranted further validation, though they were in the minority. The majority dismissed the paper as the ramblings of a madman, with some vehemently demanding that Su Zhenghua provide further elucidation. This sparked intense debates among various factions. However, the arrival of a recent update abruptly halted all discussions. A scientist from the Moto Mountain Infrared and Visible Light Observatory uploaded an analysis of observational data. A binary star system designated as 24496 had one of its stars mysteriously vanished from view approximately 13 days prior, only to reappear in an uncanny manner about 15 hours ago. The data analysis ruled out possibilities such as the obstruction by massive celestial bodies or interstellar dust clouds. The star, belonging to the same category as the sun, possessed lesser mass, temperature, and luminosity. Most crucially, the data calculated using the formula provided in Su Zhenghua's paper aligned almost perfectly with the duration of the star's disappearance and reappearance. Chapter 32, Waiting to be Candid. The scientist's disdain for Su Zhenghua's paper stemmed not from an academic rivalry, but rather from a deep-seated aversion akin to that felt by scientific practitioners towards the superstitions of a backward village. This was a challenge to the very principles they had devoted their lives to, a subversion of their worldview and scientific understanding. Yet now, this empirical observational data from the observatory rendered them speechless. No argument holds more weight than the undeniable force of reality. In that instant, countless individuals surveyed their surroundings, glancing at the familiar world, only to feel an unsettling sense of estrangement. It seemed as if the world, the universe, had transformed into something unrecognizable. Is this truly the universe we once knew? Even Su Zhenghua himself found it difficult to believe in the authenticity of this data. He had not anticipated that the pivotal data supporting his paper would emerge so swiftly and with such ease. Previously, he had maintained silence, harboring a faint hope that someone might step forward to disprove him using scientific methods and empirical data. For even he, emotionally, was reluctant to accept the validity of his own data. A wry smile graced his lips, evoking a shared sensation among all attendees akin to having proven that a dog ought to be a cat, only to witness the dog transform into a cat in the next moment. It seemed as though data no longer merely described the universe, rather, it appeared to alter the very fabric of existence. After a brief pause, another scientist in the virtual conference room of the science department reluctantly spoke up. If Professor Su's paper holds true, then this phenomenon should not be exclusive to a single star. It ought to be rather commonplace. We could revisit the historical survey data. For decades, 10 large survey telescopes had been incessantly observing the cosmic expanse, spanning various electromagnetic wave bands, gravitational waves, and neutrinos. In recent years, this number had steadily increased, now exceeding 50. Some telescopes were constructed in high-altitude locales with thin air, while others were established directly in space. Over the decades, they had scrutinized at least billions of stars, amassing a colossal repository of data. If this phenomenon were indeed widespread, there must be corresponding records within this vast dataset. While it may have been overlooked in the past, a purposeful search now would surely yield results. Let us begin the search immediately, declared Minister Li Qing of the Science Department. As the head of the administrative department, it was his prerogative to organize manpower and research efforts. Given the clarity of the objective and the feasibility of the conditions, despite the sheer volume of data, leveraging computational technology made this task manageable, requiring merely a few hours at most. Thus, 4.5 hours later, the leaders of the data analysis teams and top scientists reconvened in the virtual conference room of the science department. Most data analysis teams reported little success, with only 3 groups identifying stars that met the criteria. They were 67523, with a mass approximately 185 times that of the Sun and located roughly 64 light-years away. Gliese 317, with a mass around 0.43 times that of the Sun and situated about 50 light-years away, and a third star, approximately 0.09 times the mass of the Sun and about 39 light-years distant. From billions of stars, only these 3 were found, each having exhibited the strange phenomenon of dimming and subsequently reigniting at some point in the past. Through further analysis of historical data, experts gleaned additional insights. Consequently, they recalculated using the formulas presented in Su Zhenghua's paper and compared them with actual observational data. The conclusion remained strikingly consistent. Regardless of their reluctance to believe or their subconscious resistance, every scientist was compelled to acknowledge the validity of Su Zhenghua's findings. A profound silence enveloped the room once more. In the profound silence, nearly everyone was fixated on the screen, staring at Su Zhenghua, who sat motionless, seemingly being silently urged to provide an explanation. Su Zhenghua, in a daze, shook his head. "I know nothing. Do not inquire further." A scientist, his voice hoarse, remarked, "I have observed that, including the Sun, the 5 stars exhibiting this phenomenon are all relatively close to us, merely a few dozen light-years away, which, when juxtaposed with the vast expanse of the cosmos, is indeed not far." This statement seemed to imply something beyond mere distance, for in the universe, distance sometimes equates to time. However, no one posed this question, as each individual understood the implications all too well, and none could provide an answer. After a brief pause, another voice emerged. "I have noticed that there exists a slight discrepancy between the results derived from the formulas and the actual observed outcomes. Indeed, there are minor discrepancies between the computed results and the empirical observations, but such a degree of error does not undermine the concordant conclusions." Su Zhenghua stated, "I am unable to ascertain with precision the mass ratio of other elements to hydrogen within a star. This physical quantity is crucial, directly influencing the outcome. To analyze the elemental composition of a distant star, the sole method is through spectral analysis. By discerning the variance in spectral lines of different elements, one can ascertain their respective abundances. Yet, achieving high precision is unattainable. Setting aside observational accuracy and the fact that a star's internal nuclear fusion consumes certain elements to generate others, the mass loss due to stellar winds alone is sufficient to affect the final results." Another scientist interjected, "I have noted that the paper does not detail the process by which the star is reignited." Su Zhenghua shook his head, due to the imprecision of the values. "I can only deduce the outcome and a general overview of the process by which a star may reignite. The intricate details cannot be extrapolated." In his paper, this character represents the ratio of other elements to hydrogen within a star. Generally, this value is less than 1. It is only in certain extreme late-stage stars that it may exceed 1. At this moment, the virtual conference room fell completely silent. After a brief pause of 10 seconds, Li Qing concluded the meeting. He realized that many would likely find it difficult to sleep that night. Su Zhenghua's latest significant paper, in some respects, had shaken the very foundations of modern physics. Many concepts that people had once taken for granted would likely require adjustment and reevaluation. What this truly signifies for the universe remains a mystery to all. Even before the meeting's conclusion, conclusions regarding the emergence of critical evidence had already been submitted to the decision-makers in their virtual conference room, accompanied by interpretations from professional researchers elucidating its implications. The current situation has almost validated Su Zhenghua's assertions. The extinguishing of the Sun is indeed a natural phenomenon, not the result of some incomprehensible super-technology wielded by a civilization of saviors. In light of recent developments, the rating of the savior civilization is poised for a significant downgrade. This shift is sufficient to rekindle the decision-makers' courage to confront them, dispelling the depths of their despair. What follows is a period of anxious anticipation. Regardless of the abundance of evidence, a sense of trepidation lingers in the hearts of the populace. It is not merely the scientifically illiterate common folk who harbor such feelings. Even esteemed scientists, including Su Zhenghua himself, remain in a state of uncertainty until they witness the sun reignited. Currently, calculations suggest that approximately 4 days remain until that pivotal moment. In the blink of an eye, those 4 days have passed, leaving merely 10 minutes until the anticipated time. At this moment within the Black River No. 3 underground base, in the Su laboratory, researchers, including Su Zhenghua, gather before the live images of the sun. Holding their breath in anticipation, Su hesitates for a moment before addressing Sun Wei, the security officer, saying, "I wish to step outside the base." Sun Wei, who had once covertly safeguarded Su, gazes at the somewhat frail young man before him, who one hand could easily best in combat, and though his eyes brim with respect, he resolutely replies, "Professor Su, you are placing me in a difficult position. Even if I had several lifetimes worth of courage, I would not dare to let you venture outside." Should any misfortune befall Su due to leaving the base, Sun Wei would be branded a traitor to humanity. This risk is one he cannot afford to take. Recalling something, Su lets out a sigh and relinquishes his plan. All he wishes is to witness the first rays of light that follow the sun's resurgence, but it seems impossible now. Meanwhile, at the construction site of the Wuyun Mountain No. 7 tunnel, Wang Xiaowei, with a dried grass stem clenched between his teeth and wrapped in a heavy coat, leans against a massive boulder, seeking refuge from the biting wind and snow, staring blankly in the direction of the sun. It should be morning, as the sun still lingers in the east, yet to ascend to its zenith. The narrative that the sun's disappearance is merely a natural phenomenon, rather than an act of the savior civilization, has been widely disseminated under the auspices of the world government. This revelation has undeniably stabilized the situation, restoring public confidence and even improving the state of security significantly. At this moment, everyone eagerly anticipates the sun's rise, and Wang Xiaowei is no exception. However, unlike the others, his emotions are somewhat complex. Just recently, he and Lu Wei responded to the leader's call, captivated by the savior civilization's godlike technological prowess, and resolved to wholeheartedly submit in hopes of securing their mercy and forgiveness to ensure the survival of human civilization. Yet now, the world government asserts that this is merely a natural phenomenon, entirely unrelated to the savior civilization. They must possess considerable assurance to make such a claim, for the sun's ascent cannot be fabricated. This leaves Wang Xiaowei in an awkward predicament. As his bewildered thoughts meander, time quietly slips away, and before long, the moment predicted by the world government for the sun's resurgence arrives. Yet, the world remains shrouded in darkness. Wang Xiaowei raised his head, gazing at the spot where the sun was supposed to appear, yet all he saw was a sky adorned with countless stars, devoid of any movement. Chapter 33, Security in the Black River No. 3 underground base. Before the expansive screen, as time ticked away, an escalating sense of unease enveloped everyone present, including Su Zhenghua, the head of security, Sun Wei, and the researchers from the Zhenghua laboratory. This was a matter of monumental significance, one that affected the fate of countless lives. To say that life and death hinged upon this moment would not be an exaggeration. Under the scrutiny of many, the designated time finally arrived. Yet, the direction of the sun on the screen remained shrouded in darkness. Sun Wei felt his heart plummet, though he maintained his composure. He retrieved his communicator and whispered urgently, "What is the situation outside?" Beyond the electronic devices, there were also individuals stationed outside the Black River No. 3 base, observing with their naked eyes to determine whether the sun had risen. Observer No. 1 reported that the sun had not risen. Observer No. 2 echoed the same. Observer No. 3, and indeed all 6 observers, conveyed identical messages. At this moment, the designated time had already surpassed a minute. A subtle restlessness began to ripple through the room, as some researchers and staff exchanged hushed whispers, laden with anxiety. No matter how precise the data calculations, they must manifest in the real world to hold meaning, otherwise, they are merely a numerical game. Su Zhenghua sat rigidly in his seat, his expression devoid of emotion. His thoughts were a tumultuous blend of hope and dread. Rationality urged him to anticipate the sun's emergence without hesitation, and indeed he was doing so, yet at a hidden corner of his mind, he harbored a secret wish for the sun not to rise. This fleeting thought was quickly extinguished, yet it lingered, stemming from Su Zhenghua's fear of an unknown universe. Much like the instinctive rejection of his conclusions by the other experts, time continued to flow slowly, not only within the Black River No. 3 underground base, but the entire planet, in nearly every inhabited location, was anxiously awaiting the outcome. 5 minutes had elapsed. The sun was still absent. Based on Su Zhenghua's estimations of data accuracy, The error margin, due to numerical uncertainty, rendered 5 minutes the limit. Had they failed? Su Zhenghua felt a profound sense of loss, a chilling emptiness enveloping him. If the disappearance of the sun was not a natural phenomenon, but rather the handiwork of a savior civilization, then the entire situation would be upended. Had the emperor refrained from acting against him because his conclusions were erroneous? Had he overthought the matter? If his conclusions were indeed correct, how could they continue to tolerate his presence? Just as the faint sound of sobbing began to permeate the room, Su Zhenghua's vision was suddenly engulfed by a blinding white light. The radiance was so intense that it briefly rendered him sightless. Moments later, even as his eyes began to adjust, he found himself surrounded by a swirling brilliance, obscuring everything from view. At that very moment, several excited voices erupted from Sunway's communicator. Observer 1 reports, the sun has appeared. Observer 2 reports, and Observer 3, along with a total of 6 observers, reiterated the same information. Sunway was suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of ecstasy. His mouth agape, he attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet only managed to emit a series of unintelligible sounds. He awkwardly turned his gaze towards Su Zhenghua, so absorbed in the moment that he failed to notice the communicator slip from his hand and clatter to the ground. Though faint cheers continued to emanate from the device, he remained unresponsive. His eyes were filled with reverence and awe as he looked at Su Zhenghua. In that instant, the slightly frail, weary young man, disheveled from prolonged labor, appeared to him as a deity. What else could he be? Sunway did not grasp the intricate theories, formulas, and complexities. All he knew was that this young man had predicted the sun would reignite at this moment, and indeed, it had emerged. Although there was a slight discrepancy in timing. What did that matter? The sun had returned. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself in worship. The intense brilliance flickered for just an instant before quickly fading. This was not the sun extinguishing, but rather an automated program swiftly reducing observational precision to prevent damage. The luminosity was ultimately calibrated to a level safe for the naked eye. Thus, a dim red orb, far less glaring and significantly fainter than the setting sun, materialized before them. According to Su Zhenghua's calculations, the process of reigniting the sun would also require time. It would take approximately several hours for it to regain its normal radiance. Gazing at the subdued sun, Su Zhenghua's expression softened, akin to that of one admiring a beloved. In the room, fervent cheers erupted, swiftly resonating throughout the Heihan No. 3 underground base, as everyone reveled in the moment. Near the entrance of Winhua Palace No. 3, at the Risk Assessment Committee's quarters, nearly all personnel paused their tasks, silently awaiting something momentous. Beneath the dark night sky, by the street lamp, the emperor remained seated on the swing, engrossed in a book. This volume, equally beautifully bound, bore a different title on its cover. Now reading Journey to the West instead of Dream of the Red Chamber. It seemed utterly indifferent to the events about to unfold. In an office, Imo Hashan stood by the window, a glass of red wine in hand, his gaze drifting between the eastern sky and the emperor on the swing. The world was rapidly brightening. The sun had appeared. Imo Hongshan's pupils constricted, and his grip on the wine glass tightened involuntarily. With a sharp crack, the exquisitely shaped goblet shattered, glass shards embedding into his palm, blood trickling forth, yet he remained oblivious. He simply stood, transfixed, staring at the sun, unmoving. Nearby, the distant sound of cheers began to reach him. In the swing set, the emperor delicately placed a bookmark upon the pages of his book, gently closing it and setting it aside, lifting his gaze towards the dim orb in the sky. A subtle smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. Within the virtual conference room of the decision-makers, a collective sigh of relief resonated after the news of the sun's reappearance. An atmosphere of rare and long-awaited relaxation enveloped the virtual space. Is this the second time? A decision-maker suddenly inquired. The respondent's tone was laced with nostalgia. Indeed. It is the second occasion. The first was when we uncovered the technological loophole of the savior civilization, rescuing the scientific community. Now, exposing the conspiracies of the savior civilization marks our second triumph. Professor Su, this person, he seemed at a loss for words to adequately express his admiration for Su Zhenghua. I have a profound sense that in our struggle against the savior civilization, Professor Su Zhenghua is the pivotal figure for humanity. Several decision-makers nodded in solemn agreement, visibly moved. The leader spoke slowly. The value of Professor Su Zhenghua has surpassed our own. The human world possesses a well-established political framework. As long as this mechanism operates smoothly, the loss of one or several leaders will not disrupt the larger picture. However, there is only one Su Zhenghua. His death would be irreplaceable. We must contemplate the risks associated with losing Professor Su Zhenghua. As this topic arose, a weighty silence fell upon the decision-makers. Su Zhenghua remained under the threat of the savior civilization, an inescapable reality. Yet, in the face of such a predicament, there was little anyone could do. We must do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Secretary, please connect me to Professor Su Zhenghua and have the head of security from the Heian know. 3 underground base join us. He did not inquire about the identity of the security head, knowing that anyone chosen to oversee the protection of Su Zhenghua would undoubtedly be among the elite, the most capable and suitable without a shadow of a doubt. Understood. Moments later, Su Zhenghua appeared on the screen, accompanied by a seemingly composed yet slightly anxious individual. Su Zhenghua appeared somewhat fatigued and disheveled, yet the decision-makers regarded him with profound respect. On behalf of the people and the world government, we extend our gratitude to you. Su Zhenghua felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, beyond his identity as a scientist, he was merely an ordinary person. After a brief pause, he replied modestly, I am also a member of humanity. This is what I ought to do. After exchanging pleasantries, the leader turned his attention to the slightly tense individual beside Su Zhenghua. Are you the head of security for the Heiha No. 3 base? Sunwei stepped forward, standing tall and saluting with precision. I am Sunwei, commander of the 3rd Squad of the former Planetary Security Bureau, currently the head of security for the Heiha No. 3 base, reporting to the leader. The leader's demeanor grew serious. Are you aware of your responsibilities? To protect the safety of the Heiha No. 3 base and ensure the security of all personnel within the facility. From this moment forth, the government will dispatch additional personnel to the Heiha No. 3 base. The security of the base, along with the safety of the remaining staff, will be entrusted to others. Your team shall be responsible solely for the safety of one individual. Sunwei glanced at Su Zhenghua beside him and declared loudly, Understood. Henceforth, I represent the world government and authorize you to mobilize any department, any force, any institution, and any individual's authority in the event that Professor Su Zhenghua faces danger. You may call upon aircraft, artillery, aircraft carriers, satellites, missiles, and nuclear weapons, provided they serve to ensure Professor Su Zhenghua's safety. All others may perish, and you too may fall, but Professor Su Zhenghua must not die. I command you. Regardless of the circumstances, irrespective of the dangers encountered, and no matter the cost, you must, without fail, ensure the safety of Professor Su Zhenghua. Our human world cannot bear the loss of him. Sunwei, do you comprehend my words? The weight of his declaration reverberated within Sun Wei's heart like cannon fire. The fervor within him surged, resembling a tumultuous tide rather than mere boiling. He realized that an honorable yet daunting task had been bestowed upon him. Chapter 34. No turning back. At the construction site of the Wuyun Mountain No. 7 tunnel, Wang Xiaowei, clad in a heavy coat, felt a sense of bewilderment as the world gradually brightened. He watched as the mountains, resembling colossal beasts sprawled across the earth, slowly shed their mysterious veil. The dim sun rose in the eastern sky, and his heart surged like the ebb and flow of the tide. The sun had risen. The world government's forecast was accurate. This was indeed a natural phenomenon, not the work of celestial beings or savior civilizations. The savior civilization was not as terrifying as previously imagined. He heard the crunch of snow beneath footsteps behind him and turned to see Lu Wei's silhouette. What do we do? Wang Xiaowei murmured. The organization that sought to oppose the savior civilization had once been resolute in its stance. However, after the sun's disappearance, it swiftly transformed into the most determined faction to ally with the savior civilization. Yet now, it appeared they had made a significant miscalculation. What was to be done now? Should they revert to resisting the savior civilization? This thought filled him with a sense of shame akin to that of a pawn of 3 different families. It was utterly absurd. If such frequent shifts in allegiance continued, the organization would become a true farce, rendering its existence unnecessary. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, he felt disoriented, as if trapped in a dream. During those days, at the Wuyun Mountain No. 7 tunnel site, he and Lu Wei had been, without a doubt, the absolute rulers. Even the nominal site manager had to bow and scrape before them, striving for their favor. The few female technicians on site had shed their usual aloofness, becoming overly flattering and even offering themselves as companions. Their meals, accommodations, and provisions were the finest available. What was the reason for this? He was acutely aware that all of this transpired due to the Doomsday Organization aligning itself with the formidable and invincible savior civilization, which could effortlessly seize the sun. As members of the Doomsday Organization, he and Lu Wei found themselves in a position that rendered others hesitant to offend them for the sake of self-preservation. Such circumstances had unwittingly ensnared him in a web of fascination. Yet, to his astonishment, merely a few days had elapsed before such a dramatic upheaval occurred. Lu Wei spoke solemnly. We can no longer turn back. We either become a laughingstock, living under the scorn of all, burdened with shame, or we tread a singular path into darkness, with the possibility of redemption still ahead. But Wang Xiaowei stammered. his conscience wrestling with his thoughts. Lu Wei's tone sharpened. Wang Xiaowei, you must understand, we are not traitors to humanity. We have not betrayed our civilization. Have you forgotten the terror and might of the savior civilization? Does merely predicting the sun's emergence threaten the savior civilization's standing? Can it vanquish the savior civilization? No. Nothing has changed. It remains that civilization capable of annihilating millions with a mere gesture, an indomitable force we cannot conquer. The only hope for saving humanity lies in our unwavering allegiance, beseeching the savior civilization for mercy and compassion. We are not traitors. We are pioneers, willing to bear misunderstanding and scorn for the sake of saving civilization. We are still great. When humanity is ultimately saved, the world will celebrate our heroic deeds. Wang Xiaowei stood astounded, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Yet amid the chaos, he found a profound clarity in Lu Wei's words. I am truly not a traitor. I am a hero. Those ignorant souls fail to see the truth. Only we, the Doomsday Organization, grasp the entirety of this situation. I have never sought personal gratification, status, or fear of death in aligning with the savior civilization. We have done so for a noble cause, willingly enduring misunderstanding and disgrace. Regardless of our external actions, our hearts remain sincere. We too strive for the future of human civilization, albeit by different paths. Rising to his feet, he exhaled deeply, feeling the weight in his heart dissipate instantly. At that moment, the dim sun appeared slightly brighter than before, a long-lost warmth enveloping him. The sun was rapidly rejuvenating. It should have been summer, not this frigid winter. He gazed towards the distant, undulating mountains, observing the snow-covered peaks, and he envisioned the imminent thaw, life flourishing once more across the land. The two made their way toward the dormitory area of the construction site. Along the journey, every person they encountered regarded them with an indescribable expression, some even murmuring softly, seemingly uttering curses. Whenever Wang Xiaowei turned to look, the murmurer hastily sealed their lips. A female technician was engaged in conversation when she spotted the two approaching figures. With a menacing glare, she spat on the ground and turned away, as if the once amiable individual who would have greeted them with a beaming smile was an altogether different person. The weight of numerous gazes bore down upon them, igniting an unsettling sensation akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. After a considerable effort, they arrived at the most desirable and comfortably arranged dormitory, only to find it locked. The site manager, his expression devoid of emotion, stated flatly that those two dormitories had been allocated to others and instructed them to find alternative accommodations. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd of fellow workers had unconsciously gathered behind. Lu Wei narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. Manager Zhang, are you in such a rush? Have you forgotten how the people of Sangguan City and Heluasi City met their demise? Manager Zhang visibly flinched, falling silent. Lu Wei's voice rose in fury. Have you lost your senses? The world government bows before the savior civilization, and you dare to treat me with such disdain? As Lu Wei's tirade echoed, the suppressed memories of joy derived from accurately predicting the sun's reappearance, proving it to be a mere natural phenomenon, were rekindled alongside the paralyzing fear of an alien supercivilization's invasion. Among the onlookers, someone quietly dropped a steel bar, another discarded a brick, while mocking smiles swiftly vanished from many faces. Manager Zhang's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and dread. Wang Xiaowei stepped forward, his tone icy. If you wish to avoid retribution from our organization, then open the door. Manager Zhang muttered. Xiaoli, unlock the door. Manager, I said, open the door. The dormitory door creaked open, and the two most comfortable quarters were once again at their disposal. Entering one of the rooms, Wang Xiaowei turned to cast a scornful glance at Manager Zhang. I heard a new batch of supplies arrived yesterday. Be sure to hand over the list to me. I'll take what I need first, and you may have the rest. Manager Zhang swallowed hard, seemingly forcing down his fury, and managed a strained smile. Very well. The crowd dispersed quietly. On the construction site, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Wang Xiaowei understood that regaining the status of an unassailable ruler over the site was no longer feasible, yet the likelihood of anyone daring to act against them remained slim. With the situation stagnant, it seemed they would not interfere in each other's affairs. As the sun reappeared, the earth began to experience intense climatic shifts. The warmth emanating from the sun swiftly elevated the planet's temperature. Within less than a day, vast amounts of snow and ice had melted, and the forests resonated with the sounds of insects and wildlife awakening from their winter slumber, welcoming the warmth anew. Those who had not survived the harsh winter now lay lifeless. In the assessments that followed, it was clear that the solar disappearance would impose a significant toll on the Earth's biosphere, potentially leading to the extinction of numerous species. However, scientists maintained that, on the whole, the biosphere of Earth remained robust. Restoring the past prosperity is merely a matter of time. However, it is essential to note the extreme weather conditions brought about by the sun's resurgence. Violent storms, thunderstorms, extreme temperatures, droughts, and floods may become prevalent in multiple regions for the foreseeable future. Yet, this does not seem to overly concern the populace. Such calamities have occurred before. The focal point of attention remains the emperor and the civilization of the saviors. No one can predict the emperor's next steps once the conspiracies and lies are unveiled. The savior civilization remains formidable, while humanity is fundamentally in a position of weakness. This has never changed. Consequently, after extensive deliberation and a comprehensive assessment of various situations, considering as many possibilities as possible, the decision-makers issued another directive to Jiang Yulan, the chairperson of the Risk Review Committee, to engage once more with the emperor. As the weaker party, one must possess the awareness that comes with such a position. Until the broader circumstances change, the most prudent course for the weaker party, having gained a temporary advantage, is to swiftly negotiate with the stronger party. In preparation for this meeting, the entire Risk Review Committee undertook numerous arrangements, never deliberately avoiding Mo Hongshan. Everyone understood that continuing to align with the savior civilization was Mo Hongshan's only path forward at this moment. If loyalty to the savior civilization could be measured, he would undoubtedly rank as the most devoted in the human realm. Yet, after careful consideration, the decision-makers instructed Jiang Yulan to maintain the status quo. She comprehended this command, knowing that in the future, she might still rely on Mo Hongshan to achieve certain objectives. Once all preparations were complete, the discussions resumed. Our human civilization has always held sincerity towards our cooperation. This remains our unwavering stance. After outlining conditions such as reducing project intensity and improving cooperative standing, Jiang Yulan concluded with a poignant remark. Across the negotiation table, the emperor maintained a faint smile. It lightly tapped the table and uttered a series of words that took everyone by surprise and left them utterly bewildered. The precise value is 0335113484646. Chapter 35, Catastrophe. The emperor recited the long string of numbers at a measured pace, spanning dozens of digits, pausing only after more than a minute. 67 decimal places. This precision should suffice. Not only Jiang Yulan, but the other leaders of the Risk Review Committee also appeared perplexed. They could not fathom the significance of this number or why the emperor chose to articulate it at this moment. Sensing their confusion, the emperor smiled gently and continued. I am quite curious as to what emboldened you to propose conditions in my presence. Its tone remained calm and gentle, devoid of any condescension or implied threats. Is it because you accurately predicted the time the sun would be reignited? Do you mistakenly believe you have unraveled some of my schemes? The emperor shook its head with a soft smile. However, if memory serves me correctly, I have never claimed that the sun's extinguishment was my doing. It was merely my response to your human world exercising the right of rejection. Jiang Yulan's pupils suddenly constricted, as if a bolt of lightning had struck her heart. The truth was indeed as such. The Son of Heaven had never, in any circumstance or manner, suggested that the sun's demise was attributable to him. The world government, after exercising its right of rejection, instinctively associated the sun's extinguishment with the Son of Heaven. This belief was universally held, with no one daring to question it. Even though Su Zhenghua, through his research, unveiled the essence of this natural phenomenon, people merely perceived it as the failure of the sun's conspiracy. The notion persisted that there remained a connection between this event and the Son of Heaven. Consequently, humanity believed it had secured a faint semblance of initiative in this confrontation against the savior civilization, prompting the negotiations. But what if the foundational premises of this belief were non-existent? Or, what if the true response of the Son of Heaven to humanity's exercise of rejection had yet to be revealed? What might that authentic reply entail? Or, could it be that these words were merely the Sun's feeble attempts to mask his own failures? The significant shift in circumstances made Jiang Yulan acutely aware that today's negotiations might not proceed as intended. At that moment, seeking counsel from the world government would be futile. She had to adapt swiftly, aiming to minimize humanity's losses. A myriad of thoughts raced through her mind in an instant. And the next moment, a self-deprecating smile emerged on her face, her demeanor remaining composed and serene. It seemed we had misunderstood something. She would never broach the subject of the response to humanity's exercise of rejection. That would only invite discomfort. It would be best if that response never emerged. Yet, the Son of Heaven did not grant her this wish, nor did he provide her with much leeway. Frankly, I am quite astonished that your human world is capable of accurately predicting the time of the sun's reemergence. However, one aspect remains true. Your calculations are still not sufficiently precise. The Son of Heaven twirled a pen skillfully in his hand, his gaze playfully fixated on it. as if all his attention had been captivated by this trivial object. He casually remarked, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. To convey the number I previously mentioned to a certain Su Zhenghua in your human world, he will comprehend what this number signifies. Zhang Yulan's heart tightened. This was the first instance since the emergence of the savior civilization that the name Su Zhenghua had been uttered by the Son of Heaven, evidently indicating that Su Zhenghua had caught their attention. Without waiting for Zhang Yulan's response, the Son of Heaven set the pen down and rose, striding out of the conference room. The reply from the savior civilization regarding your human world's rejection decision may not only concern what we intend to do, but also what we choose not to do. He left without further ado. The atmosphere in the conference room grew cold once more. Several leaders wore grim expressions, and silence enveloped the room, save for Emohan Shan. Emohan Shan closed the meeting minutes and coldly remarked, "The weak must possess the awareness befitting their condition. I hope you can comprehend this truth sooner rather than later, and discern how best to act in a manner beneficial to our civilization." With that, he turned and departed. The proceedings of this meeting were promptly reported to the decision-makers, with the particular data being relayed to Su Zhenghua. The decision-makers made no immediate resolutions regarding the incident, as they awaited further analytical insights from Su Zhenghua. Within the subterranean base of Heiha No. 3, Su Zhenghua's research was once again interrupted. After reviewing the records of the discussion, he became gravely pensive. Although the specifics remained unclear, the data undoubtedly signified something of paramount importance. Otherwise, the sovereign would not have entrusted it to him with such care. Moreover, this was the first occasion his name had been uttered by the sovereign, and the unique designation he had assigned to that physical quantity was evidently recognized by the sovereign, suggesting something of exceptional significance. However, the precise implications eluded him for the moment. Now was not the time for such contemplations. The foremost task was to analyze the underlying meaning of that precise value. The model for analyzing the process of the sun being reignited after extinguishment was already substantially complete. The previous discrepancies and the inability to fully comprehend the reignition process stemmed from a lack of numerical precision. Now, armed with such an accurate value, he could refine his model further, incorporating intricate details, and commence a more thorough analysis. The results of the analysis emerged 4 hours later. Gazing at the string of data displayed on the computer screen and paper, Su Zhenghua fell silent, his heart sinking, struggling to believe the figure before him. He undertook a meticulous reassessment of his model and computational process. This endeavor consumed an additional 2 hours. Yet he ultimately confirmed that both his methodology and results were entirely accurate. He reluctantly accepted this reality and, trembling slightly, picked up the phone beside him. "Li Cheng, we have a problem." Upon receiving Su Zhenghua's report, Minister of Science Li Cheng acted with utmost urgency. He promptly briefed his superiors on the preliminary findings while immediately organizing personnel and observational resources to undertake a re-evaluation of the results. The verification of the findings was divided into 2 parts. The first involved mobilizing observational forces, coordinating major astronomical observatories, space telescopes, and radio telescopes to monitor the sun and assess the accuracy of the data provided by the sovereign to Su Zhenghua. Although current technological capabilities could not directly ascertain the high-precision elemental composition of the sun, there existed numerous methods to verify the correctness of a numerical value. While the exact correct value remained elusive, it was possible to identify which values were erroneous. The second part entailed convening a larger assembly of theoretical physicists to scrutinize Su Zhenghua's model and computational processes with heightened diligence, ensuring the accuracy of the numerical values involved. Both tasks required only a brief period of time. Li Cheng was aware that the results would soon be revealed. Nearly 3 hours later, the findings of the first segment were presented before him. Through meticulous observation and analysis, we confirmed the accuracy of the values stated by the Emperor. Our conclusion indicated that the deviation from the precise figures was less than 1 in 2, 631,046. Taking into account the alterations in elemental structure due to solar core fusion, solar winds, and the influx of external materials over this period, it could essentially be deemed correct. This, however, was not auspicious news. Less than an hour later, the results of the second segment also appeared before him. Through the rigorous analysis conducted by 47 data analysis teams, we unanimously confirmed the accuracy and completeness of the data submitted by Professor Su Zhenghua. Li Cheng slammed his palm onto the table and rose abruptly. He realized that humanity once again stood at a crossroads. In the virtual conference room of the decision-makers, the atmosphere was grave, while Su Zhenghua appeared somewhat despondent. Utilizing this exceptionally precise figure and through further calculations, I have essentially confirmed some physical phenomena occurring during the sun's reignition process. The only point of concern is the redistribution of energy. which will lead to violent oscillations within the sun. I refer to this as solar tremors. This phenomenon will trigger unprecedentedly intense coronal mass ejections and solar flares. According to calculations, a fierce stream of charged particles will reach Earth in approximately 43 hours. Throughout the long history of the solar system, Earth has not been immune to solar winds. Over a century ago, a certain nation experienced massive communication disruptions and power outages due to an assault from solar winds, resulting in substantial losses. However, this time, the situation is evidently far more complex. The scales are not comparable. What does this signify for us? It can be simply understood as radiation, an unprecedentedly intense radiation emanating from the sun. The Earth's magnetic field is utterly incapable of shielding against such ferocious radiation, leading to the demise of countless lives, whether they be animals, plants, or microorganisms. Li Cheng took over Su Zhenghua's words. Further disaster analysis data has emerged. Experts estimate that at least 1 million individuals will perish directly in this catastrophe, with a minimum of 10 million succumbing within 3 months due to excessive radiation exposure. Furthermore, 1.2 billion people will lose all or most of their labor capacity due to radiation sickness, becoming burdens on society, while over 2 billion will be severely affected. The repercussions of excessive radiation on the Earth's biosphere, including drastic reductions in food production, species extinction, famine, and social unrest, have yet to be quantified. It is essential to note that these loss figures are predicated on the assumption that the world government is making every effort to prepare for the impending disaster and to respond to the aftermath. If we do nothing. Li Cheng shook his head, refraining from continuing. Chapter 36. Umbrella. The virtual conference room once again fell into silence. Moments later, a decision-maker inquired, "Professor Su, I recall your solar restoration model is quite sophisticated. How could such a significant event be overlooked? Had people been aware of this matter sooner? The preparation time for the impending disaster would have been considerably more generous, alleviating the current state of passivity." Of course, there was no intent to reproach. It was merely a question born of genuine confusion. "I shall answer on behalf of Professor Su." Li Cheng interjected, "The significance of an event is often relative. While it may indeed be a monumental occurrence for humanity, to the planet itself, it is rather inconsequential, and even more so for the sun. It is akin to an individual dismissing the gust of wind generated by their footsteps that topples an ant. Any minute fluctuation on the sun can have profound repercussions for Earth and the human beings who inhabit it. Yet, even such a minuscule change is beyond the predictive capabilities of our most precise models. In the grand scheme of the sun, such a change is simply too trivial to be captured by our data. Humanity is, thus, diminutive." The decision-maker fell silent once more. In that moment, all present recalled the words of the celestial sovereign in the negotiation video with Jiang Yulan. "The response to your world from the savior civilization regarding the rejection of your decision may not only encompass what we intend to do, but also what we choose not to do." At that time, the meaning of these words eluded everyone. Yet now, all comprehended their weight. Faced with a catastrophe that humanity could never withstand, I could either save you or choose not to do so. I shall not compel you to make a choice. The path you select is yours alone and bears no relation to me. Is this the true essence of the savior civilization? The celestial sovereign's actual response to humanity's rejected decision? Yet, the situation may not be merely so straightforward. The sovereign's initial strategy might have been to deliberately allow the human world to misunderstand the sun's extinction as it's doing, thereby constructing a formidable image, only to be unmasked later, necessitating such a facade to salvage its reputation. However, the truth of the matter is ultimately inconsequential. The decision-makers are acutely aware that this calamity is insurmountable for humanity, while the celestial sovereign possesses the capability to withstand it, that knowledge is sufficient. Thus, this quandary returned to the hands of humanity. The decision-makers did not arrive at a resolution on the spot. Nevertheless, an emergency evacuation order had already been disseminated. Large-scale mobilization of personnel and resources commenced. While the various shelters could not accommodate everyone, the majority of those on the sun-facing side of Earth were destined to rely on limited protection and fate when disaster struck. Although the ultimate decision of the world government remained uncertain, it was prudent to undertake preparations in advance, reducing casualties as much as possible. At the Risk Assessment Committee's headquarters, Jiang Yulan received another order, initiating renewed communication with the Celestial Sovereign. This conversation would focus solely on confirming the specific means by which the savior civilization would assist human civilization in weathering the impending disaster. The human world will scrutinize and confirm the efficacy of this method, using it as a basis for subsequent decisions. This meeting is rather informal. At this moment, beneath the shade of a tree, the sovereign remains absorbed in a book. Jiang Yulan approaches and keenly observes that the book in his hands has once again been replaced. The last one was Journey to the West, and this time it is romance of the three kingdoms. Clearing her throat gently, the sovereign looks up at her with a soft gaze. I wish to know, should we ultimately reach an accord, what means will your civilization employ to shield us from this impending catastrophe? The sovereign bookmarks his page, sets the book aside, and a smile brightens his eyes. Have you deciphered that data? Excellent. Well, you must understand, the solar eruption lasts only a brief 5 minutes at most. Shielding the Earth for 5 minutes is a trivial task for us. Jiang Yulan listens intently, yet the sovereign does not elaborate further. Suddenly, she notices the sky darkening rapidly. With a start, she looks up to see that a portion of the sun has turned black, reminiscent of an eclipse. However, as the moon is spherical, the obscured part of the sun during an eclipse would typically appear arc-shaped. This time, the boundary between the darkened and undarkened areas of the sun is straight. The shadowed region expands swiftly, ultimately enveloping the sun entirely, as if it had extinguished once more. But this time is different. Jiang Yulan, along with those nearby, perceives that not only is the sun absent from the sky, but the stars are also nowhere to be seen. She gazes blankly into the distance, noticing that far away, a semblance of brightness remains, as if only the vicinity where she stands has succumbed to darkness. The sovereign smiles gently, a simple little trick. I have cast an opaque film, 1 square kilometer in area, over the sky above you, blocking the sun. A tempest of emotion surged within Jiang Yulan. In this casual revelation, the sovereign once again showcases the formidable technological prowess of the savior civilization. It seems he intends to utilize this method to aid humanity in enduring the solar-induced calamity. The intense radiation emanating from the sun will last merely 5 minutes. This opaque film not only blocks visible light, but appears capable of shielding against any known form of radiation. Thus, if this film were to be expanded to approximately 1 billion square kilometers, the Earth's projected surface area, it could entirely obscure the planet. When the radiation arrives, it would be thwarted by this film, allowing not a single ray to reach Earth. It is akin to raising an enormous parasol over the planet. Jiang Yulan's breath quickens involuntarily. She can scarcely fathom such a seemingly mad approach to avert disaster. For the human world, this notion would be considered fantastical, no matter how eccentric one might be. Such a method would not cross their mind. Yet, the sovereign presents it with such nonchalance. Jiang Yulan harbors no doubts regarding the film's capabilities. Even though the calamity from the sun has yet to arrive, due to the nature of solar radiation, it encompasses a full spectrum beyond just visible light, including infrared, ultraviolet, gamma rays, and streams of charged particles. Although these emissions are minuscule, human devices are still capable of detecting them. One need only observe whether, during this period when the thin film is in place, human detection devices can sense the solar radiation, which would ascertain its efficacy. Such an easily verifiable matter would not be falsified by the emperor. Thus, Jiang Yulan, having mustered her composure, declared, I will report truthfully to the world government. To seek assistance from the savior civilization, humanity must be prepared to pay a price. This matter was beyond Jiang Yulan's purview. Not far from her, Mo Hongshan gazed fervently at the darkened sky. Jiang Yulan swiftly turned and departed, while the emperor casually picked up the book beside him, marked with a bookmark. With the sun obscured and it being daytime, the streetlights remained unlit, casting the world into a state of dimness. This illumination was unsuitable for reading. Yet, as the emperor delicately held the book in his fair hands, the light in the world began to intensify rapidly. As it followed the bookmark, attempting to unveil the pages, a sliver of the sun emerged. When the book was finally opened, the sun revealed its full visage once more. The darkness receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. The world was bathed in light, a perfect moment for reading. In the Black River No. 3 underground base, Su Zhenghua stared blankly at Jiang Yulan's report, his faith in the emperor's words starting to solidify. He had never contemplated any nefarious schemes linked to the earlier solar extinguishment event, for if he so desired, he could easily wield his own power to make the sun disappear. Simultaneously, Su Zhenghua felt a renewed awe at the emperor's formidable strength. Reminiscent of the moment he witnessed the effortless extinguishment of the sun, the distinction lay in the fact that the sun's extinguishment was a natural phenomenon, whereas now it was a tangible display of technological prowess. As a scientist, Su Zhenghua's understanding of such power was even more profound than that of an ordinary person. He pondered what materials could possess such formidable radiation shielding capabilities while being exceedingly thin and light. Otherwise, a small interstellar spacecraft could not possibly accommodate them. He contemplated how such an expansive film could withstand solar radiation pressure and maintain stability, considering the terrifying force of solar light and radiation pressure relative to its vast area. Not to mention the gravitational influences of the Earth and the Moon. He also grappled with how this material could bear such colossal energy, given that the Earth receives an overwhelmingly vast amount of solar energy every second. let alone the fact that this film would need to shield against solar radiation for a full 5 minutes to counter this disaster. This monumental power was nearly equivalent to extinguishing the sun through sheer technological might. In the previous encounter with the unimaginable force of the sun's extinction, the world government opted for surrender, as it was widely believed that resistance would be futile. Thus, the question arose, should they accept the terms of the savior civilization this time? A sudden ringing resonated in Su Zhenghua's ears. Mechanically, he answered the phone, and a voice emerged. Zhenghua, what is your perspective on this matter? Or rather, do you possess a means to assist our civilization in overcoming this calamity? I am merely a scientist, not a deity, Su Zhenghua replied, numbly hanging up the phone. Chapter 37. Responsibility. Although he had long anticipated the outcome and recognized that Su Zhenghua would most likely have no viable solutions to aid humanity in this crisis, Li Qing still felt a pang of disappointment when Su's response materialized. After all, during the previous 2 crises, it was this exceptionally brilliant young man, possessing perhaps the most outstanding intellect in the human realm, who had resolved the situations in ways that astonished all. It was for this reason that Li Qing harbored some unrealistic expectations towards Su Zhenghua. With a sigh, Li Qing fell into a daze. Despite lacking the qualifications to partake in the final decision-making, he was acutely aware of the current predicament. Unlike before, the opinions within the world government were now starkly divided into 2 factions. One faction contended that they should acquiesce to the savior civilization's demands in exchange for the resolution of the disaster, asserting that resisting such a formidable adversary was utterly pointless. The other faction believed that the extent of damage incurred was beyond what humanity could endure. Should they choose to retreat this time, humanity would fall entirely under the dominion of the celestial being, plunging into a future devoid of redemption. The 2 factions engaged in fervent debate, their discourse so influential that it rendered the decision-makers of the world government hesitant and indecisive. Yet, Li Qing did not forget that the time remaining for humanity to make a choice was rapidly dwindling. In approximately 20 hours, the intense radiation from the sun would arrive. At the headquarters of the Risk Assessment Committee, the celestial being remained quietly engrossed in reading, seemingly detached from the external turmoil. The only difference was that its reading location had shifted from the swing set to the pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the lake lay tranquil, with gentle ripples caressing its surface, and a soft breeze wafting through the air. Not far from there, a meeting was hastily convened in a conference room due to an inquiry letter from the world government. Jiang Yulan was the first to express her stance. She firmly opposed yielding to the savior civilization. She understood that there was no distinction between a single breach of principle and a multitude of breaches. Although, in the previous incident, had it not been for Su Zhenghua's eventual demonstration that the sun's disappearance was merely a natural phenomenon, the world government would have already chosen surrender. From this perspective, there was no rationale for choosing confrontation this time, especially since, in the eyes of humanity, the technological prowess displayed by the savior civilization in both instances appeared virtually indistinguishable, equally irresistible and overwhelmingly powerful. However, a singular blunder had sufficed to prompt many to reflect deeply upon their innermost convictions, redefining the boundaries between fear and perseverance. The individuals remain the same, and the circumstances persist, yet the choices have diverged. Following Jiang Yulan's expression of her opinion, the majority of the leaders opted for silence. Mo Hongshan, however, coldly interjected. Chairman Jiang, if assistance from the savior civilization is not procured, it is anticipated that at least tens of millions will perish on Earth. Can you bear the weight of responsibility for such a staggering loss of life? Jiang Yulan raised an eyebrow, responding, when disaster strikes, we do all in our power to prevent it, to provide aid, and to assist as many as possible in escaping its grasp. If mistakes are made during disaster relief, those responsible should be punished. If chaos arises due to opportunists, let them be apprehended and face the law. If we cannot save some, then what can be done? Why should I be held accountable? Or rather, why must someone always bear the burden of responsibility? As the chair of the Risk Review Committee, your recommendations carry significant weight within the decision-making body. Your council could potentially alter the decisions made by the authorities, thereby sparing countless innocent lives. They need not have met their demise. This is your obligation. Jiang Yulan replied coolly, Navi, setting aside the fact that I lack decision-making authority. Even if we were to capitulate to the savior civilization and accept their terms, in the days to come, those who perish from hunger, chaos, or grueling labor, whose fates have been altered due to our submission, who could have lived a life of happiness, but now must sacrifice themselves in construction projects, who will be responsible for them? Stubborn. Mo Hashan slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Jiang Yulan. She met his gaze with unwavering calmness. After a moment, he turned and left. As he reached the door, he glanced back, coldly stating, Our annihilation organization will unveil the entire truth. You cannot conceal it. When the time comes, you shall face the wrath of the bereaved. The ones who should bear that wrath are the savior civilization, not the world government. Had the savior civilization not descended, we would have possessed greater strength to confront the calamity and assist more suffering souls. The unfolding situation resembled a powder keg, poised to explode at the slightest spark. This undercurrent had even affected the underground base number 3 in Heha, where Su Zhenghua was stationed. During this period, nearly everyone had lost focus on their work. Countless faces were marked by anxiety and fear, while many were burdened with worry. Instances of violent conflict had increased, with once genteel scholars inexplicably losing control of their tempers. Injuries had begun to surface, and had it not been for Sun Wei's stringent suppression, fatalities might have also occurred. This was still a strictly disciplined underground base. Though specific data on the chaos outside was lacking, Su Zhenghua could vividly imagine the turmoil. Yet, despite the panic surrounding him and the disorder that prevailed, he maintained his composure, for he understood precisely what he could do and what he ought to pursue. He remained focused at his desk, diligently sketching something with great care. Beside him lay all the available observational data gathered from a 1-kilometer radius surrounding the headquarters of the Risk Review Committee, compiled not long ago. He was analyzing the matter from a theoretical physics perspective. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until suddenly his brow furrowed, as if he had made a significant discovery. After a while, his expression gradually relaxed. He summoned Sun Wei. At this moment, Sun Wei not only served as his chief security officer but also assumed the responsibility of communicating with the external world on behalf of Su Zhenghua. Please help me contact the science department and retrieve all the scientific data entrusted to us by the Emperor. I need everything. It appeared he had stumbled upon something noteworthy. Sun Wei, not daring to delay, immediately set to work. 5 minutes later, the data arrived smoothly. Su Zhenghua once again entered a state of profound immersion. After an unknown passage of time, he abruptly regained his awareness. First, he glanced at his watch, confirming that there were still 6 hours remaining before the impending disaster, and that the decision-makers of the world government had yet to finalize a plan. He let out a gentle sigh of relief. Perhaps I can do something. Sun Wei, please help me contact Chairperson Jiang Yulan. Initially puzzled, Sun Wei suddenly felt invigorated, as if a realization had struck him, causing his body to tremble with excitement. Su Zhenghua was about to take action, and it likely pertained to the current crisis. He did not wish to surrender, as that would be an affront to all of humanity. Yet, he also could not bear to witness countless lives lost and many more displaced in the face of disaster. If a resolution could be achieved, if Professor Su Zhenghua truly could make it happen, then there was a flicker of hope in his heart. Not wanting to delay, he promptly made a phone call. In the Risk Review Committee's conference room, amidst a heavy atmosphere, a secretary hurriedly entered and handed a phone to Jiang Yulan. According to protocol, no one was permitted to interrupt during the meeting. The secretary's disregard for this rule could only signify that something of utmost importance had transpired. Jiang Yulan's heart immediately raced. Professor Su Zhenghua wishes to speak with you. Jiang Yulan, too, felt the urgency. Though she had never met Su Zhenghua, she understood the significance of this young man. Hello, Professor Su. This is Jiang Yulan. A voice, slightly hoarse and weary, responded, Chairperson Jiang. I require you to arrange a direct meeting with the Emperor to discuss certain matters. This request was rather peculiar. She cautiously inquired, could you share what this is regarding? Apologies, but I cannot disclose that information. I lack the authority to make a decision. I will report to the world government and seek the Emperor's personal opinion. There was a brief pause on the line, followed by 2 words, as soon as possible. Understood. In the virtual decision-makers conference room, upon receiving Jiang Yulan's report, the decision-makers remained silent. They were unable to ascertain the implications of this matter. They could not directly inquire of Su Zhenghua, for he had stated he could not reveal anything. Thus, determining a course of action became a formidable challenge. After a moment, the leader raised his head. Uncertain of how to proceed, I posed 3 inquiries. First, do we harbor doubts regarding Professor Su Zhenghua's allegiance to human civilization? All decision-makers shake their heads. Clearly, this is a matter devoid of any suspicion. Second, could the current situation worsen due to Professor Su Zhenghua? Once again, the decision-makers shake their heads. This, too, is an almost impossible scenario. Third, will a direct conversation between Professor Su Zhenghua and the sovereign inevitably bring about some changes to the present circumstances? Given the current state of affairs, would such changes be beneficial or detrimental to us? Undoubtedly, they would be advantageous. Any change is a positive development. Thus, the leader gently tapped the table. We have no reason to obstruct this. Upon receiving a response from the decision-making body, Jiang Yulan promptly sought out the sovereign to present this request. In the pavilion by the lake, the sovereign elegantly closed the book, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Oh? Professor Su wishes to speak with me? Very well, let him come." Jiang Yulan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately conveyed this message. Chapter 38. A miracle. Long before Jiang Yulan's response reached its destination, over 2,000 kilometers away at the Heihe No. 3 underground base, a helicopter had already taken off with Su Zhenghua aboard. This was a measure to save time. The helicopter did not fly directly to the Risk Assessment Committee's location, but rather landed at the nearest military airport. Here, a modified military transport aircraft was fully prepared for departure, waiting patiently. Once the helicopter landed, Su Zhenghua transferred to this aircraft, which promptly ascended, soaring at twice the speed of sound towards the nearest airport to the Risk Assessment Committee's base. The distance of over 2,000 kilometers was traversed in just over an hour. At the third gate of Wenhua Palace, Jiang Yulan encountered a somewhat fatigued and disheveled young man. His spirit seemed somewhat diminished, likely due to prolonged overwork. Yet, his eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance. Gazing into those eyes, Jiang Yulan instinctively felt that the world perceived through them must differ significantly from the ordinary world she knew. "Professor Su, greetings." Jiang Yulan stepped forward, extending her hand to shake hands with Su Zhenghua. "Chairwoman Jiang, hello. The sovereign is here. I will take you to him." Time was of the essence, and Jiang Yulan dared not delay. Su Zhenghua nodded, politely expressing his gratitude with a thank you, then fell silent. Behind him, Sun Wei, the head of security at the Heihe No. 3 underground base, followed quietly. This was the Risk Assessment Committee's location, with a high level of security. But Sun Wei remained vigilant. They traversed various buildings, crossed gardens and lawns, ultimately arriving at a lakeside. At this moment, they stood on a long corridor, the end of which featured an elegantly designed pavilion. Inside, a handsome young man was engrossed in a book, deeply focused on his reading. Su Zhenghua had encountered the Son of Heaven numerous times in videos, making his recognition instantaneous at this moment. He stepped forward decisively. Jiang Yulan remained still, while Sun Wei instinctively followed. Jiang Yulan swiftly grasped Sun Wei's arm, halting his advance. This was a private conversation exclusively between Su Zhenghua and the Son of Heaven, devoid of any third-party involvement. In fact, out of trust for Su Zhenghua, the world government had issued a directive prohibiting any technological means of eavesdropping on their dialogue. Though everyone understood that even with such methods, it was highly unlikely they would glean any insights. Aside from the two parties involved, no one else would comprehend the reasons behind Su Zhenghua's face-to-face meeting with the Son of Heaven, the topics they would discuss, or the potential ramifications that might ensue, altering the course of events. Yet, it was evident to all that Su Zhenghua had his motives, and subsequent to this meeting, changes were inevitable. Nearly everyone privy to this affair was captivated by the unfolding events, with countless individuals waiting anxiously in silence. As the two closest individuals to the meeting venue, Jiang Yulan and Sun Wei possessed the most information regarding this encounter. They observed Su Zhenghua walking forward with a steady gait, and seemingly drawn by the sound of his footsteps, the Son of Heaven gently lifted his gaze. Upon seeing Su Zhenghua, a hint of a smile graced his face. Due to the distance, the two could not discern the details, only sensing that the Son of Heaven was smiling. It appeared Su Zhenghua said something, prompting the Son of Heaven to carefully place a bookmark in his book, set it down, and calmly regard Su Zhenghua. Su Zhenghua took a seat across from the Son of Heaven at the opposite end of the gazebo. After a brief moment, the smile on the Son of Heaven's face seemed to deepen, even breaking into light applause. Jiang Yulan and Sun Wei felt as though a cat were scratching at their hearts. Their curiosity piqued. They struggled to resist the urge to draw closer, eager to listen and uncover the substance of their conversation. Within the virtual meeting room of decision-makers, the leaders were also observing this scene unfold. A camera from the meeting site bore the responsibility of broadcasting the event. However, due to the camera's distance, the information they could glean was limited. Further afield, behind a window of a distant building, Mo Hongxing gazed coldly at the lake's edge, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. A glass of red wine sat untouched in his hand. The leaders of the Risk Assessment Committee gathered in the conference room, likewise watching the live broadcast. Across the vast ocean, amidst towering mountains, beneath the ice caps, and deep underground, countless individuals were witnessing this spectacle. Every minute movement here could resonate with multitudes. In this moment, even the consideration of whether to submit to the savior civilization for assistance against calamity or to resist to the bitter end, steadfast in their principles, was no longer a topic of discussion. All were simply waiting. The conversation lasted for approximately a few minutes, a duration that was relatively brief, certainly shorter than most had anticipated. In the minds of many, they envisioned Su Zhenghua as a figure of righteous indignation, vehemently denouncing the aggressors, or imagined the emperor, in a fit of rage, conjuring calamities upon the human realm. However, none of this transpired. The two remained remarkably composed throughout. Had a small table adorned with tea sets been present between them, it would have seemed as though two long-lost friends were leisurely catching up in this picturesque setting. Upon concluding their discussion, Su Zhenghua turned to walk towards the pavilion's edge, and surprisingly, the emperor rose as well, clutching the book he had been perusing, and followed Su Zhenghua outside. Both Jiang Yulan and Sun Wei felt their hearts race. The decision-makers hidden in various underground bases straightened in unison, narrowing their eyes. Across the globe, countless individuals directed their gazes towards this moment, acutely aware that the negotiations had yielded results. What these results entailed, whether favorable or adverse, and what implications they would have for the situation remained shrouded in uncertainty. What ultimate decision the emperor would make was known to no one, yet all awaited with bated breath. As they reached the corridor's edge, next to Sun Wei and Jiang Yulan, Su Zhenghua stood silently, turning to face the emperor. Jiang Yulan felt an uncontrollable urge to inquire of Su Zhenghua. But upon seeing the approaching emperor, she refrained from voicing her question. Sun Wei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the strikingly handsome young man before him, whose underlying intent remained expertly concealed from all. The emperor halted a meter away from the trio. Jiang Yulan fell silent, anticipating that one of the two would take the initiative to speak. It was the emperor who broke the silence. "I will assist you humans in overcoming this calamity." After a brief pause, without allowing Jiang Yulan time to respond, he continued in a calm and gentle tone, "There are no additional conditions." The words struck Jiang Yulan like a heavy hammer, causing her to stagger involuntarily, needing to steady herself against Sun Wei. Her breath came in rapid bursts, akin to a bellows. Sun Wei's expression was one of bewilderment, momentarily unable to grasp the situation. The shift had occurred too swiftly, too unexpectedly. Such an emotional upheaval was beyond description, even surpassing the astonishment of a beggar suddenly inheriting a trillion-dollar fortune. While everyone grappled with the dilemma of whether to submit to the savior civilization, weighing the burdens of disaster against the prospect of enslavement by a super-civilization, the emperor's words descended abruptly, without forewarning or prelude, crashing down upon all present. Could the predicament truly be resolved in such a manner? It was nothing short of miraculous. Jiang Yulan found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, anything she might say felt utterly inadequate. The emperor regarded the three with a serene smile before turning to depart. In this fleeting moment, the scene was transmitted across numerous corners of the world via electromagnetic waves. In the virtual conference room, decision-makers simultaneously sprang to their feet, even toppling the chairs behind them, their composure utterly forsaken. Within the Risk Assessment Committee's meeting space, the leaders stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless. Behind a certain window, Mo Hongshan's exquisite wine glass clattered to the floor, shattering alongside the precious red wine. Both transformed into refuse. By the lakeside, Jiang Yulan took several brisk steps, seizing Su Zhenghua with a gaze as fierce as that of a predator. "Su, Professor Su, what did you discuss with the Son of Heaven?" Sun Wei quietly perked up his ears. Across the globe, countless others did the same. Yet, Su Zhenghua's response left everyone disheartened. He gently shook his head. "I promised the Son of Heaven that I would not disclose the contents of this meeting to anyone." Jiang Yulan's expression instantly hardened. At the lakeside, only the faint sound of the wind echoed in their ears. Beyond that, there was a profound silence. It was unclear how much time passed before Jiang Yulan regained her composure. Rationality dawned upon her, making her realize that not only she, but anyone else, could no longer inquire about this matter with Su Zhenghua, for he had already pledged to the Son of Heaven not to disclose anything. If their side were to press for information, provoking the Son of Heaven could lead to retribution that no one could bear. That gnawing curiosity and bewilderment could only be forcibly suppressed within her heart. This matter, for the time being, had reached a temporary conclusion. Su Zhenghua spoke calmly, stating that the Son of Heaven would no longer impose additional tasks upon them. The future workload would be reduced by a quarter, roughly reverting to the level present when they first arrived on Earth. After uttering these words, Su Zhenghua turned to leave, with Sun Wei hurriedly following behind. Chapter 39. The Canopy. Not many were aware of the impending cataclysmic energy eruption that would follow the sun's reignition, which would inflict grave repercussions upon humanity. The world government had not deliberately publicized this information, and the proclamations of the Apocalypse Organization had failed to convince many. The large-scale evacuation efforts spearheaded by the world government were largely perceived as measures to avoid an assault from the savior civilization. At this moment, calculations indicated that less than an hour remained until the arrival of the formidable solar storm. Everyone sought refuge in safe havens, silently awaiting the disaster's onset or its passing. Although the Son of Heaven had promised assistance without any conditions to help humanity navigate this crisis, the world government, driven by caution, dared not place all their hopes in a single outcome. Necessary preparations were still imperative. Thus, approximately 43 minutes later, all conditional observers witnessed a miraculous scene unfolding in the sky, just as the Son of Heaven had demonstrated at the Risk Assessment Committee's headquarters. The entirety of Earth's daytime, specifically the side facing the sun, became adorned with countless tiny black dots. The dark spots exhibited a conspicuous distribution pattern. Upon measurement, the distance between every two small black dots was precisely 100 kilometers. Subsequently, these tiny dots began to expand rapidly, transforming into vast curtains of darkness. Countless sheets of blackness merged into one, enveloping the entire globe. At this moment, the anticipated time had arrived. Whether these dark veils could shield humanity from the solar superstorm would, to some extent, dictate the fate of mankind. All those in the know were closely monitoring the situation. Emergency forces, command agencies, medical institutions, and others stood ready, fully prepared for action. In the event of an unforeseen incident, rescuers would spring into action with utmost speed, striving to mitigate any losses. Until the catastrophe had truly passed, the world government would remain skeptical of the Emperor's assurances. Amidst the tense waiting, communications in many areas suddenly and inexplicably ceased. Yet, that was all that transpired. The familiar terrain revealed no further reactions. This circumstance elicited a strange sense of relief among the populace. All interrupted communications relied on satellites. The instantaneous destruction of these satellites signified the arrival of the solar energy surge. However, the surface remained undisturbed, clearly indicating that the celestial veil had performed its duty, shielding the Earth from the solar tempest. In comparison to the vast expanse of the Earth, the loss of a few hundred or thousand satellites was negligible. Humanity could easily endure it. They could simply launch more. Calculations indicated that this solar storm would persist for approximately 4 minutes and 47 seconds. From the moment the satellites were obliterated, the countdown commenced. After roughly 2 minutes, ground monitoring equipment detected trace amounts of radiation, albeit at a low intensity, even slightly lower than the normal solar conditions. This sparked a degree of concern among observers, for it could signify that the protective veil was nearing its breaking point. Simultaneously, deeply buried neutrino detectors registered a peak in neutrino bursts. At this moment, the intensity of neutrino radiation exceeded previous levels by 1,000-fold. Indeed, it appeared that the celestial canopy was incapable of obstructing neutrinos. Nevertheless, this posed little threat. Even if neutrino radiation were to increase 1,000-fold from its current state, it would remain inconsequential. The penetration capability of neutrinos is exceedingly formidable. On Earth, under normal solar radiation conditions, approximately 65 billion neutrinos pass through every square centimeter every second. Concurrently, on the opposite side of the Earth, an almost identical number of neutrinos emerge. This is because the Earth essentially does not interact with neutrinos. It is virtually transparent to them. However, by analyzing the intensity of neutrino radiation, one can indirectly gauge the ferocity of the energy erupting from the sun. In the absence of all available observational satellites, humanity could only glean insights into solar radiation through neutrinos. Following the peak, the intensity of the radiation began to decline swiftly. As the intensity of radiation diminished, the once opaque celestial veil began to gradually become transparent, allowing a modicum of electromagnetic and ionizing radiation to penetrate through it and reach the Earth's surface. However, the intensity remained sufficiently low to avert any dire consequences. It was not until the radiation subsided that the veil completely vanished. A brilliant sun once again hung in the firmament, as if nothing had transpired. People emerged from their shelters and hideaways, a hint of bewilderment in their expressions, reappearing on the surface of the Earth. In the virtual conference room, the decision-makers exhaled a sigh of relief. The resolution of this incident, in such a manner, far exceeded their expectations. Prior to Su Zhenghua's meeting with the sovereign, even the most optimistic among them could not have envisioned such a scene. After a brief silence, the leader spoke. "Connect me with Professor Su Zhenghua." Moments later, the somewhat weary and disheveled figure of Su Zhenghua appeared before the decision-makers. Despite their extensive experience with tumultuous events, which had tempered their spirits into a placid state, they could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Yet, Su Zhenghua remained remarkably composed, as though he had anticipated this outcome all along, displaying no signs of exhilaration. "Professor Su, I am aware of the agreement that you and the sovereign must not disclose the contents of your conversation. This time, I am representing the world government in speaking with you. In addition to expressing our gratitude for your pivotal role in averting disaster and once again saving our civilization, I have a question to pose. I will not inquire about the specifics of your dialogue with the sovereign. and I shall even issue a ban to all those in the know, prohibiting any inquiries into this matter. I merely wish to ask, what effects will your agreement have on the human world? Or rather, in light of the certain agreements reached between you and the sovereign, how should our human civilization engage in subsequent contact with the civilization of the Savior and the Sovereign? How ought we to position ourselves? To assert that the decision-makers were not curious about the specific contents of Su Zhenghua's conversation with the Sovereign would be disingenuous. Every individual possesses a natural curiosity. However, the leader understood that, in comparison to future developments, those specifics were not of paramount importance. Furthermore, refraining from probing Su Zhenghua did not imply that the world government would not conduct its own analyses on the matter. Among nearly 10 billion inhabitants, there were certainly many astute minds beyond Su Zhenghua. Through the analysis of numerous think tanks, the decision-makers had nearly ascertained the outcome of Su Zhenghua's dialogue with the sovereign. Firstly, it was evident that the sovereign would not undertake such a significant retreat without substantial reasons to support such a decision. Su Zhenghua's audacity to make this request suggested that he possessed certain leverage. In other words, Su Zhenghua had grasped some critical point of influence over the sovereign, using it to negotiate concessions. With this foundational understanding, subsequent analyses became more straightforward. The investigative team was aware that prior to Su Zhenghua's meeting with the sovereign, he had accessed all observational data from the local site where the sovereign had presented the celestial veil to Jiang Yulan, and had specifically requested the most comprehensive technological information originally provided to humanity by the sovereign. Su Zhenghua stands as the unequivocal authority on the theory of anomalies, having constructed the very framework of this theory himself. Utilizing this theoretical foundation, he has adeptly resolved two significant crises for humanity. No one can surpass Su Zhenghua's mastery of this theory. Indeed, even those who aspire to his heights may find it exceedingly challenging to do so. A plausible inference can be drawn that Su Zhenghua's leverage, the Emperor's secret, is likely derived from his analysis of the theory of anomalies, alongside the technological data entrusted to him by the Emperor. As for the agreement to keep the discussions confidential, the investigative team concluded that the threat posed by this leverage is not overly significant, as Su Zhenghua is wary of its potential misuse. Should this leverage be exploited, the situation could easily spiral out of control, a scenario the Emperor would undoubtedly wish to avoid. Thus, they reached an accord to maintain the confidentiality of their discussions. The joint investigative team previously organized efforts to replicate the process by which Su Zhenghua uncovered this leverage. They refrained from directly questioning him, thus not breaching their agreement. Yet ultimately their attempts were in vain. Although they continue their endeavors, the participating scholars generally express a pessimistic outlook. This illustrates the distinction between top-tier scientists and their premier counterparts. With the analysis results from the investigative team, decision-makers at least possess a clearer understanding of the situation. Therefore, the paramount concern lies in grasping the future trajectory of events. Consequently, the decision-making body once again engaged in direct dialogue with Su Zhenghua. Unbeknownst to him, the investigative team exists, but had he been aware, he would undoubtedly marvel at their intellect. He realizes that they are perilously close to uncovering the truth, missing only the final piece. He indeed discerned the Emperor's leverage through his own theories and the insights provided to humanity by the Savior civilization. And it was on the strength of this leverage that he forged an agreement with the Emperor. They, too, chose not to disclose the contents of their discussions based on their analyses. They simply remain unaware of the specific nature of that leverage. The ultimate answer to the problem is deceptively simple. The leverage that poses a threat to the Emperor and the Savior civilization is none other than Su Zhenghua himself. The Emperor and the Savior civilization do not wish to annihilate their past fears. They are merely overreacting. More accurately, they not only desire to preserve their existence, but will also go to great lengths to ensure their safety. For Su Zhenghua can offer humanity something unprecedented, as well as provide the Savior civilization with unparalleled advantages. Chapter 40. Low-intensity enslavement. This endeavor is, in essence, a gamble. Yet, it appears that Su Zhenghua has emerged victorious. From the moment he first predicted the phenomenon of supermassive black hole jet deviation, he sensed that the technological data provided by the Savior civilization to humanity could not be deemed erroneous. Rather, they were merely incomplete. In a certain sense, the theory of anomalies he proposed perfectly fills the gaps left by the technological information bestowed by the Savior civilization. The relationship between the two is akin to that of relativity and quantum mechanics within the realm of humanity. To this day, no scientist has definitively declared one of these theories erroneous. At best, they may assert that both remain insufficiently comprehensive. Each theoretical framework holds equal significance. Consequently, Su Zhenghua has ventured a bold hypothesis regarding the technological system of the Savior civilization. Is the technology of the savior civilization advanced? Indeed, it is. Does it far surpass human civilization? Undoubtedly, it does. Is the technological system of human civilization utterly worthless to the savior civilization? Not necessarily. The savior civilization can precisely forecast the process of the sun's extinction and subsequent rekindling through their technological system. Su Zhenghua, relying on his distinct technological framework, which diverges entirely from that of the savior civilization, has also managed to predict this process with remarkable accuracy. Recognizing the existence of an alternative technological system beyond his own naturally piqued the interest of the savior civilization. However, it must be emphasized that a hypothesis remains merely a hypothesis, and inferring the comprehensive technological system of the savior civilization from potentially fabricated or data-suppressing scientific materials carries considerable risk. Yet, having unraveled the mystery of the sun's disappearance, which fundamentally posed a threat to the savior civilization, Su Zhenghua found a semblance of confidence in the fact that the celestial emperor had not yet taken action against him. Why have they not eliminated me? What reason do they have not to do so? This confluence of thoughts bolstered Su Zhenghua's confidence to take a gamble, albeit one still restrained. Moreover, upon revisiting the detailed analysis of the information regarding the celestial emperor's display of the celestial canopy at the Risk Assessment Committee's headquarters, Su Zhenghua made a surprising discovery. He realized that the so-called celestial canopy, though seemingly bizarre and unfathomable, is not insurmountably complex. Its operational mechanism can be discerned from the theory of anomalies. This pertains to the manipulation of space and time under high-energy conditions. In non-physical terms, it involves employing certain means in extreme environments to create negative energy zones that annihilate positive energy within the fabric of reality. Of course, understanding the principle does not imply that Su Zhenghua possesses the capability to construct such a facility. Nevertheless, he recognizes that, for the savior civilization, while not trivial, it is certainly not beyond their capacity. Much like the people of the pre-intelligent machine era, who lacked the ability to create high-performance intelligent machines, yet understood that, in the decades to come, such machines would merely be commodities produced in bulk, devoid of difficulty. This suggests that assisting the human world in overcoming this catastrophe would not demand exorbitant sacrifices from the savior civilization. Moreover, amid fierce internal debates within the human realm, which may ultimately resist yielding, preserving the human world's strength to meet the construction needs of the savior civilization is also advantageous, providing yet another rationale. Thus, the rationale supporting Su Zhenghua's decision to gamble on this occasion is underpinned by four substantial reasons. First, the technological avenue he proposed potentially represents an independent path distinct from the savior civilization's technological framework. Second, the savior civilization's hesitance to eliminate him suggests he possesses unique value in their eyes. Third, their assistance to humanity in resolving the current catastrophe entails minimal costs. Fourth, preserving the strength of the human world simultaneously benefits them. With these four compelling justifications and the anticipated potential gains from a successful wager, Su Zhenghua ultimately resolved to take a risk. This led to his dialogue with the emperor. His negotiation strategy was rather straightforward. Should the savior civilization refuse to aid humanity in overcoming this disaster, he would cease his research on the anomalous theoretical framework. The value of this theory is irreplaceable to him. Should he abandon his research, it is entirely conceivable that the progress could not only halt but also be delayed by a decade or more. This illustrates the worth of a genius scientist. Consequently, Su Zhenghua emerged victorious, compelling the emperor to concede. Thus, without imposing any additional conditions, they assisted the human world in navigating this crisis. This encapsulates the entire process behind what appeared to be a miraculous negotiation. Meanwhile, lacking the same breadth of information as Su Zhenghua, members of the world government's investigative team had nearly reconstructed the truth. Reflecting on the experiences of this period, Su Zhenghua provided a response to the world government leader regarding how to manage the subsequent situation. His reply was equally succinct. Everything should proceed as usual, as if the solar disappearance incident had never occurred. In response to Su Zhenghua's answer, the leader nodded in silence, already cognizant of the situation. At that moment, the scene shifted, and a new communication window appeared on Su Zhenghua's computer screen. A decision-maker announced, "This is Comrade Wu Yuan, the director of our World Government Strategic Research Institute. We have invited him to this meeting to share some insights regarding future developments." While turned in exchange, Su Zhenghua understood that he was likely to be a mere listener. The invitation extended to Director Wu was presumably intended to enhance his understanding of the broader context. "Professor Su, greetings. It is an honor to finally meet you," began Director Wu, a seemingly amiable middle-aged man with a warm smile, who initiated a brief pleasantry with Su Zhenghua. After a concise exchange of courtesies, Director Wu got straight to the point concerning the future developmental landscape. Our Strategic Research Institute holds certain perspectives. It is essential to note that despite some victories in the confrontation with the savior civilization, the overall situation remains unchanged, where we are still at their mercy. The circumstances remain dire, and we have yet to seize the initiative. We are still in a passive position. From a global perspective, the previous incidents of technological traps, the disappearance of the sun, and intense radiation events can be perceived as mutual probing between two great civilizations under the premise of maintaining the overall status quo. The unfortunate reality is that tactical victories do not lead to a transformation in the strategic landscape. However, the silver lining is that, through these events, the modes of interaction between the two parties have been largely established. Both sides have come to understand each other's boundaries and strengths, allowing for informed choices that favor their own interests. In this regard, the scenario of humanity being subjected to a low-intensity enslavement by the savior civilization will persist, and likely endure for a considerable duration. If the overarching situation remains unchanged, it is highly probable that the savior civilization will also acquiesce to this state of affairs. From a strategic standpoint, this period heralds a rare phase of stability for us, should we wish to make significant strides in the future. This time can be viewed as our singular opportunity, which we must seize with unwavering determination. Su Zhenghua nodded silently, in agreement with Dean Wu Yuan's assessment of the situation. Should there be a significant transformation in the circumstances, it would likely coincide with a time of widespread turmoil on Earth. At that juncture, everyone would be ensnared, with no one able to remain uninvolved, including ourselves. The chance to engage in research with peace of mind would likely vanish. Upon analysis, we conclude that the notion of fundamentally altering the power dynamics between us and the enemy during this strategic opportunity is utterly unrealistic. Victory over the savior civilization is beyond our reach. Thus, our ultimate objective remains the preservation of human civilization rather than conquering the savior civilization. Professor Su, it is imperative that you maintain a clear understanding of this reality, avoiding the pitfalls of blind optimism and reckless advancement. Concurrently, we must resolutely steer clear of the errors of capitulation and weakness. Acknowledging the brutal nature of the savior civilization without attempting to apply any human moral or ethical standards to their actions, we must recognize that the salvation of humanity rests solely with humanity itself, and we cannot place our hopes in the elusive benevolence of the savior civilization. Su Zhenghua remained silent, yet a melody involuntarily echoed in his mind, a song frequently hummed by the old director during his time at the orphanage in Songwan City. There has never been a savior, nor do we rely on deities or emperors. He solemnly nodded. Dean Wu Yuan continued, regarding the duration of this strategic opportunity. I have some inquiries to make. Within our research institute, we have scientists from various disciplines, and your recent scientific discoveries and assessments have also been factored into our strategic evaluations. According to the scientists, there has been a growing sense that our universe appears increasingly unfamiliar. This statement may lack precision, yet you should grasp its implications. We believe this change is likely connected to a significant shift in the future circumstances. What are your thoughts on this? Su Zhenghua paused for a moment, then, with a hint of complex emotions, replied, I share the same sentiment. I even find myself questioning whether the true purpose of the arrival of the savior civilization is intertwined with these transformations. Chapter 41, Balance. It is not only the scientists at the World Government Strategic Research Institute who harbor such sentiments. Su Zhenghua shares this intuition. The vast universe, encompassing our diminutive Earth and countless stars, seems to grow increasingly alien. Long before the savior civilization made its descent, and before Su Zhenghua achieved his first significant breakthrough within the framework of his unique theories, he had already sensed that his theories hinted at numerous forthcoming changes. Now, those changes appear to be gradually unfolding before him, leaving him in a state of bewilderment, fear, and uncertainty. He understands that he is not alone. Nearly all individuals possessing a sufficient scientific literacy share this sensation. Director Wu Yuan remarked, we believe that the next significant shift in circumstances will almost inevitably be associated with certain new changes. If possible, we hope you can provide a warning and analyze the tangible implications of these changes. This is my responsibility, Su Zhenghua replied without a moment's hesitation. After a brief contemplation, Director Wu continued, Professor Su, have you noticed that in recent years, the frequency of various disasters on our planet appears to have escalated significantly? Had Director Wu not articulated this observation, Su Zhenghua might not have recognized it. He had not been troubled by the multitude of disasters. Due to his unique position, he could always find well-equipped and tranquil places to conduct his work. It must be confessed that the privileges afforded by the world government had fostered a certain illusion for Su Zhenghua. Upon hearing Director Wu's words, he recalled the reports of disasters he had seen on television and the internet in recent years, which indeed seemed more numerous than before. There were floods and droughts, extreme heat and severe cold, as well as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. It appeared that the Earth's climate and geology had undergone some transformations compared to the past. Su Zhenghua hesitated. Could this not be a statistical anomaly? With advancements in communication, information now spreads more swiftly than ever, and people have more convenient means to access news. Thus, disasters that were once confined to a small circle are now immediately known to the global populace upon occurrence. Repeated reports of disasters may create the illusion that such events have proliferated. Yet, in reality, the disasters remain unchanged. It is merely that those previously unknown are now accessible. Wu Yuan shook his head. Part of this is indeed a statistical anomaly, yet another part is not. In recent years, the occurrence of various disasters has indeed become more frequent, and most crucially, the formation of these disasters no longer adheres to our established research models. Oh, Su Zhenghua inquired. For instance, according to geological studies, the earthquake at Hongming Mountain 2 years ago should not have occurred, as the region's geology is remarkably stable. Yet, it did happen. For instance, the extreme low temperatures of the Urumqi Desert similarly defy our climate models. Our scientists are delving into the underlying causes, yet thus far, little progress has been made. This indeed warrants attention. Su Zhenghua displayed a pensive expression. Your theoretical research, which includes recent phenomena such as the solar extinction event and the deviation of supermassive black hole jets, has upended previous findings and provided us with inspiration. We have conceived an idea. Is our universe truly different from what it once was? Wu Yuan, now in the capacity of director of the World Government Strategic Research Institute, posed this question to Su Zhenghua. Su Zhenghua understood that his response could significantly influence future strategic assessments. However, he found himself unable to answer this question. During this period, he had often entertained such thoughts, yet his prior scientific training had extinguished these notions the moment they surfaced. He subconsciously avoided this inquiry, refusing to engage in further contemplation. But now, he could not evade it any longer. The decision-makers sat quietly, patiently awaiting Su Zhenghua's response. Director Wu Yuan was also silently anticipating. After a prolonged silence, Su Zhenghua finally shook his head. I cannot provide a precise answer to this question. Are you denying this possibility? I cannot confirm nor deny it. Wu Yuan gently nodded. I understand. This meeting has now concluded. At this moment, despite still harboring a sense of confusion and fear in the face of the unknown, Su Zhenghua felt this weight had considerably lessened. He had come to genuinely perceive that on the path towards human civilization's autonomy, he was not alone. Countless individuals, both known and unknown to him, were striving alongside him, resolutely moving forward without a hint of hesitation. An immense coalition of research institutions, scholars, government agencies, engineers, laborers, farmers, and ordinary people combined together formed the most formidable force on this planet. This force served as his most reliable support. With the emperor representing the savior civilization, making concessions, the human world returned to a semblance of tranquility. The Risk Assessment Committee resumed normal operations, beginning to evaluate and analyze each construction project entrusted by the emperor, subsequently distributing them. Due to a significant reduction in project volume compared to before, the world government finally had the capacity to improve people's living conditions. Under macroeconomic regulation, a substantial workforce withdrew from engineering tasks to engage in agriculture, livestock, aquaculture, commerce, and services. Although material supplies still appeared somewhat scarce, they had become significantly more abundant than in previous times. Regarding the existence of the Extermination Organization and Mo Hongshan's position within the Risk Assessment Committee, the world government adopted a tacitly permissive stance, though some covert restrictions and suppressions were inevitable. The entire situation maintained a delicate and fragile equilibrium. Time, in this context, flows gradually, as roads previously non-existent on the surface of the Earth are established, railways and tunnels commence their journeys with trains racing through, and heavy vessels are launched into the waters. Airports capable of accommodating large cargo aircraft bloom and flourish across the globe. The desolate island known as Zekulo has truly transformed into one of the busiest locales on the planet. In the blink of an eye, over 3 years have passed. On a certain sunny afternoon, Su Zhenghua beheld, on his television, the inaugural scene of the space elevator transporting goods into the cosmos. At this moment, the space terminal at the celestial end remains unconstructed, with only a counterweight weighing millions of tons present. It is under its gravitational pull that the entire space elevator, extending over 40,000 kilometers, stands perfectly vertical. The emperor himself has arrived at the scene, accompanied by Jiang Yulan and others, to witness this momentous occasion. Before them stands a colossal cylindrical structure, approximately 10 meters in diameter, gleaming with a silvery sheen and possessing an exceptionally smooth surface. This imposing cylinder stretches straight up into the unseen realms of the sky. Its base is deeply embedded in the ground, securely anchored to the earth, ensuring that it remains steadfast against the pull of the counterweight. Near the surface lies a vast underground base, where materials sourced from around the globe are first transferred, arriving by air, sea, rail, and road, before being sorted and dispatched via this extraordinary space elevator. Within this immense underground facility, tens of thousands of individuals toil to maintain its operations. At this moment, the inaugural cargo mission is set to commence. Before the television screen, Su Zhenghua observes cranes hoisting steel ingots into a semicircular vessel, which is then transported to the space elevator. An engineer operates the mechanism, and the semicircular vessel promptly affixes itself to the elevator. Accompanied by a deep, resonant hum, the vessel begins its slow ascent. Yet, Su Zhenghua distinctly notices that there is nothing beneath propelling it, nor anything above pulling it. In fact, there is no direct contact between it and the main cable of the space elevator. A gap of approximately 10 centimeters separates them. The specific technical intricacies are known only to the emperor. The engineers of the human realm merely replicated the designs provided by him. They possess a vague understanding that this represents a variant of magnetic levitation technology, but beyond that, their knowledge is limited. Each semicircular vessel functions as a shuttle traversing the expanse between Earth and sky. Each shuttle can transport a maximum of 50 cubic meters of cargo, with the heaviest capable of carrying over 100 tons. Once operational, a shuttle will embark every 2 minutes, resulting in more than 700 journeys each day, transporting nearly 70,000 tons of diverse materials from the surface to the cosmos. The first shuttle ascends slowly from the underground base, embarking on its celestial journey. In the beginning, its velocity was rather sluggish, barely a few meters per second. However, it soon accelerated, swiftly vanishing from the gaze of onlookers. Su Zhenghua was aware that once it breached the Earth's atmosphere, its speed would further increase, depending on the designated arrival node. This shuttle would return from the heavens within a span of 2 hours to a day. One side of the space elevator's main cable was designated for upward travel, while the other facilitated the descent of shuttles. Both sides operated independently, without interference. Amid this semicircular ascent and descent of the shuttle, the lifeblood of human civilization was continuously drawn into the cosmos. At the side of the space elevator, the emperor raised his head, gazing into the unseen expanse of the distant universe. Jiang Yulan also looked upward, sharing in that moment. She understood that the construction prowess of the savior civilization was about to utilize the materials produced by humanity to commence the construction of the space elevator's celestial terminus. Chapter 42. Laniakea. At this moment on Earth, numerous high-precision cameras were aimed at the main cable of the space elevator, tracking the shuttle as it ascended from the surface into the sky until it came to a halt, over 2,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. The ship of the savior civilization had maneuvered near the space elevator's main cable, visibly connected by mechanical structures. The shuttle, laden with nearly 100 tons of steel ingots, was drawn into the ship by a mechanical arm. At this altitude, still far from geostationary orbit, it was evident that the spacecraft and the shuttle had yet to reach the first cosmic velocity, thus lacking the capability to orbit the Earth under their own momentum. However, this was inconsequential. The main cable of the space elevator provided essential support. The space elevator not only facilitated the ascent of materials from the surface to the cosmos, but also prevented objects from plummeting from space. With the successful arrival of the first shuttle, the entire operation of the space elevator came to a temporary halt. This journey generated a wealth of data, and it was anticipated that the savior civilization would analyze this information to assess the current operational status of the space elevator. A small portion of the data, which did not involve core technologies, would also be accessible to human engineers to aid in their subsequent endeavors. This process consumed approximately a day. After fine-tuning several parameters, the second shuttle set forth once more. At this juncture, the vessel of the savior civilization had ascended to geostationary orbit, approximately 36,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, revolving around the planet at a velocity of about 307 kilometers per second. This speed matched the angular velocity of the Earth's rotation, signifying that from an earthly perspective, it appeared motionless. Simultaneously, operating at this velocity enabled it to remain closely connected to the main cable of the space elevator without requiring additional force to maintain its position. Due to the extended distance, this time, the shuttle took over 20 hours to reach this altitude from the surface. Thus, the space elevator paused once more, initiating another round of data analysis. This cycle continued several times until all parameters were finally stabilized. Thus, a large-scale transportation of materials commenced immediately. On the first day, approximately 100 transport vehicles delivered around 7,000 tons of various supplies. By the second day, this figure more than doubled, with around 250 vehicles transporting approximately 22,000 tons of goods. By the seventh day, the space elevator had entered a phase of full-capacity transportation, facilitating about 700 trips daily, with over 60,000 tons of supplies reaching space from the Earth's surface. On Zocalo Island, an unceasing flow of large vehicles and orbital transport facilities interconnected numerous extensive warehouses with the ground terminal of the space elevator, reminiscent of ants industriously relocating their nest, as countless warehouses visibly emptied at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, supplies transported from around the globe via aircraft, ships, railways, and roads quickly filled these vacated temporary warehouses. The immense strength and organizational prowess of humanity were vividly displayed on this small island, were it not for the limited carrying capacity of the space elevator, which had become a logistical bottleneck. Humanity could effortlessly amplify this figure many times over. The celestial sovereign had once remarked that in the future, after modifications, the carrying capacity of the space elevator might rise again, yet no one eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. After the initial batch of materials and semi-finished mechanical equipment reached geostationary orbit, humanity's high-resolution cameras clearly captured the subsequent actions of the celestial sovereign. Relying on the Savior civilization spacecraft, a multitude of temporary space factories began to emerge. Numerous ship-like space factories blossomed in the cosmos, with their numbers swiftly escalating to over 100 within a short span. Initially, they often consisted merely of skeletal frameworks constructed from specialized panels and exotic steel, which were later filled with unique mechanical equipment belonging to the Savior civilization, gradually taking shape. Humanity endeavored to decipher the specific functions of these factories but ultimately gleaned nothing conclusive, only able to speculate that they might serve as machine shops, foundries, or material factories. These factories were interconnected by self-powered robots or small shuttle spacecraft, facilitating the seamless transfer of materials. Humanity once sought to capture the true forms of the life forms from the Savior civilization through these activities in space, hoping to glean insights. Yet, disappointment ensued, as it appeared that all the life forms of the Savior civilization remained hidden within that mothership, with all external activities conducted by robots or mechanical devices. Thousands of robots traversed the vastness of space, and the luminous displays from various equipment allowed people on Earth to discern an additional star in the night sky. As the factories gradually took shape, the overarching framework slowly began to be constructed. It was destined to become a colossal space complex even larger than the Savior civilization's spacecraft. This base would not only assume all responsibilities at the space terminal of the space elevator, but also integrate at least 100 factories equipped with diverse functionalities. It is foreseeable that this space will serve as the foundation for all subsequent missions. The human world quietly observed until it ultimately took shape. Thus, all external scrutiny was obstructed by walls, rendering the internal structure invisible to the onlookers. No one would ever know what the Savior civilization was truly engaged in within. It was disheartening to witness thousands of robots fervently constructing in the vastness of space, utilizing materials painstakingly gathered and refined by humanity, only to realize that the completed bases bore no connection to the human realm. Yet, a tacit understanding prevailed among all, and the matter was left unspoken. Everything unfolded as if humanity were striving solely for its own survival. Life had become sufficiently arduous. Some truths were best left unvoiced, understood only in the heart. Fortunately, with the completion of essential infrastructure such as tunnels, railways, airports, docks, ports, and highways, the pressure on the human world had significantly diminished, allowing for the allocation of more resources to maintain the normal functioning of society. In the forthcoming period, barring any unforeseen events, the standard of living for the populace was expected to gradually improve. Su Zhenghua finally moved out from the underground base of Black River No. 3 and returned to Tianjin University, where he had worked for several years, to continue his research. During those past years of stability, Su Zhenghua had not hastened his research endeavors. He, along with other physicists involved in theoretical studies, had recognized a pressing issue: the rapid advancement of research, necessitated by circumstances, had rendered the foundational aspects of the theory precariously unstable. Numerous accompanying theorems and mathematical tools had lagged behind. This was a problem that required resolution. Without it, the entire theoretical framework risked collapse. Over the past few years, Su Zhenghua, alongside hundreds of teams and at least 10,000 esteemed scientists studying this theory, embarked on solidifying its foundation. During this period, a plethora of mathematical tools and supporting theorems were proposed, alleviating concerns for future progress. Although all scientific achievements of the human world would also benefit the savior civilization, there was little that could be done about it. Humanity could not halt its advancement simply because its discoveries might also serve extraterrestrials. Just as Su Zhenghua moved into a larger, better equipped, and more powerful research facility. News of the latest developments in cosmological research reached him. A dark matter source? Su Zhenghua furrowed his brow. At that moment, at the Risk Assessment Committee's headquarters, Mo Hanshan once again stood before the emperor. Over the past few years, such meetings and discussions had occurred many times, to the point that the other staff members of the Risk Assessment Committee had grown accustomed to them. It was clear to all that Mo Hanshan had no path left except for complete and utter allegiance to the emperor, a realization he evidently embraced. In the aftermath of several rounds of tentative negotiations between the realm of humanity and the civilization of the Redeemers, a balance was ultimately achieved. Under the leadership of Mo Hanshan, the organization dedicated to annihilation swiftly transformed into a formidable force, governed by the Son of Heaven and operating independently of the global government. The majority of this organization's members were dispatched to significant sites across the globe: factories, mines, data centers, transportation arteries, and dispatch centers, where they assumed roles akin to overseers. The formidable military might of the Redeemer civilization served as the overarching assurance that compelled the human world to submit, while the Annihilation Organization provided the meticulous assurance that ensured human diligence. Together, these two forces, one grand and the other minute, ensnared humanity in an unbreakable tether. Mo Hanshan's clandestine meeting with the Son of Heaven, conducted without the consent of the world government or Jiang Yulan, was perceived merely as another routine report, garnering little attention. However, this occasion bore an air of distinction. Are you aware of the black box project spearheaded by the world government? Mo Hanshan paused, then replied, I am aware. He awaited further instructions from the Son of Heaven, yet silence lingered, and he grasped the unspoken implications. As night descended, beneath the glow of streetlights, the Son of Heaven gazed serenely toward a specific point in the sky, his expression tranquil and distant. Following the direction of his gaze, Mo Hanshan found nothing. Not even a solitary star adorned that expanse. That void was the direction of the gravitational core of the Laniakea supercluster. Chapter 43. The Hubble Constant. According to current large-scale cosmological research, humanity has sequentially designated the celestial bodies surrounding Earth as the Earth-Moon system, the Solar System, the Milky Way, the Andromeda Galaxy, and the Virgo supercluster. The Milky Way boasts a diameter of a staggering 100,000 light-years, a vastness beyond human comprehension. Yet, when juxtaposed with the Andromeda Galaxy, it appears as a mere drop in the ocean. The Virgo supercluster is even more colossal, encompassing at least 100 clusters akin to the Andromeda Galaxy, spanning a distance of at least 110 million light-years. However, recent astronomical observations suggest that what was once deemed the Virgo supercluster is, in fact, not a supercluster at all. Rather, the traditional Virgo supercluster is merely a component of the Laniakea supercluster. This latest research posits that the Laniakea supercluster contains at least 100,000 galaxies, extending over approximately 520 million light-years. Such an enormous structure undoubtedly harbors an unfathomable number of stars and planets. Black holes, neutron stars, white dwarfs, massive stars, red dwarfs, asteroids, comets, rogue planets, interstellar dust, and countless other celestial bodies collectively form this immense cosmic tapestry. The core of this vast assembly of celestial bodies, whose mass is beyond imagination, is referred to as the Great Attractor. Observations indicate that all entities composing this grand structure are falling toward the Great Attractor at remarkable speeds, akin to an apple tossed into the air descending toward the ground, within the vast expanse of the Milky Way and the millions of neighboring galaxies. They are all plummeting towards a colossal attractor at a staggering velocity of between 600 to 1,000 kilometers per second. This phenomenon has persisted for countless eons, and it is poised to continue into the foreseeable future. However, observational data suggests that the mass core of the Laniakea supercluster, identified as the colossal attractor, does not possess sufficient material to exert such immense gravitational pull. This discrepancy creates a paradox between observational data and theoretical calculations, prompting countless experts in astronomy, cosmology, and physics to investigate the anomalies in that region in an attempt to unravel this enigma. Yet, to date, no decisive breakthroughs have been made. The universe is undeniably vast, filled with myriad unsolved mysteries, while humanity's understanding remains woefully limited. However, the latest observational data presented by Su Zhenghua indicates that the velocities of numerous galaxies, including the Milky Way, descending towards the colossal attractor are rapidly diminishing. This phenomenon emerged without warning. Merely 2 weeks prior, everything appeared as usual. Yet, within this brief span of time, their descent velocity has abruptly decreased by approximately 10%. In the grand context of over 10 billion years of cosmic history, a mere fortnight seems ephemeral. Nonetheless, such a dramatic change has occurred in this fleeting interval. Could it be that the Hubble constant has undergone a transformation? This thought crossed Su Zhenghua's mind. Contrary to popular understanding, although many galaxies, including the Milky Way, are hurtling towards the colossal attractor at remarkable speeds, they are simultaneously receding from it. These two dynamics are not contradictory. The former is presumed to be the influence of gravity, while the latter is a consequence of cosmic expansion. According to Hubble's law, the greater the distance of celestial bodies, the larger their redshift, resulting in an accelerated rate of separation. Given that the Milky Way is several hundred million light-years distant from the colossal attractor, the speed of their mutual recession is notably swift due to cosmic expansion. However, actual observations indicate that the rate of separation is not as rapid as theoretical calculations suggest. The missing velocities represent the gravitational pull causing galaxies like the Milky Way to descend towards the attractor. Now, with this descent speed significantly reduced, a plausible inference arises. The Hubble constant may have changed, or perhaps the current understanding of the Hubble constant does not accurately encapsulate the fundamental laws of the universe. It may merely be a facade, concealing more foundational cosmic principles yet to be uncovered. Due to certain influences, the Hubble constant has varied, resulting in a modification of the rate of approach between the two entities. Su Zhenghua swiftly scoured additional observational data, only to discover an intriguing anomaly. Not all galaxies descending towards the colossal attractor exhibited shifts in their velocities, while some, including the Milky Way, displayed reduced descent speeds. The degree of this reduction was inconsistent. Conversely, other galaxies showed no change, and some even experienced an acceleration in their descent. Regardless of the analysis conducted on aspects such as quality, size, relative position, or material composition, these river systems exhibit no compelling commonalities or differences. It is as if everything exists in a state of randomness. This renders any attempt at research or analysis utterly futile. Su Zhenghua endeavored to compute the data for a time, ultimately conceding defeat. He had to acknowledge that even he was powerless in the face of this conundrum. Consequently, the issue must be temporarily set aside, pending further observation and tracking of subsequent developments. Fortunately, occurrences on such a grand cosmic scale exert no influence on the human realm. Indeed, one could say that not even the solar system or the Milky Way will experience any alteration due to this matter. Su Zhenghua has numerous other pressing concerns. He cannot afford to squander his limited energy on this issue. In a location surrounded by mountains, over 10,000 meters beneath the surface, lies a vast underground metropolis constructed around a natural cavern. Here, Major General Luo Haiyan, the chief scientist and chief engineer of the Weapons Research Institute, maintains a calm demeanor, though the pain in his eyes betrays his inner turmoil. This site is beyond the urban zone of the Phoenix 1 base, and just ahead lies the lava canyon, a massive subterranean fissure where molten lava roars incessantly. The scientists and engineers who participated in the Black Box project, stationed at the Phoenix 1 base, aptly named it. At this moment, Luo Haiyan holds a compact firearm, trembling as he aims it at the head of a young man kneeling before him. The young man is tightly bound by ropes, flanked by 2 guards in security uniforms who ensure he remains immobile. Yet, in the face of Luo Haiyan, the weapon, and the specter of death, the young man's countenance, partially obscured by a rudimentary breathing mask, reveals no hint of fear, only defiance and anger. Brother-in-law, Haven T, I already admitted my mistake. What more do you want? Enough is enough. It was just a woman. You've locked me up and made your point. Just let me go back. I have plans for drinks tonight. Behind him, the guards restraining him display a flicker of anger, instinctively tightening their grip. Sensing the pain, the young man casts a malevolent glance at the guard. You little brat. I'll remember you. Next to Luo Haiyan, another middle-aged man, a fellow member of the Phoenix 1 Base Management Committee, steps forward and whispers, I suggest we opt for permanent confinement. When the day of resurrection arrives and we re-establish contact with the outside world, let them handle this matter. Another committee member concurs, stating, this is the unanimous opinion of all committee members, aside from you. Luo Haiyan understands that the committee's suggestion is not born of sympathy for the young man before them, but rather stems from a consideration of the greater good. They are aware of the deep bond he shared with his wife, and that before her untimely demise during a tragic incident in an experiment, her only wish was for him to care for her sole brother. Now, if I were to personally execute her brother, the committee members feared it would have a profound psychological impact on me, as the supreme leader of Phoenix Base 1. Every action I take is intricately linked to the very existence of the entire base. Luo Haiyan maintained an impassive demeanor, merely disengaging the safety of his firearm. The young man kneeling before him cried out, "Brother-in-law, you cannot kill me. You promised my sister you would take care of me. If you take my life, how will you ever explain it to her?" Luo Haiyan slowly approached, squatting down to meet the young man's gaze. Instantly, the youth's expression softened, and he smiled, "Brother-in-law, I genuinely realize my mistakes. I will never dare to act out again. Please spare me this once." Luo Haiyan's expression also softened, as if he could discern the shadow of his deceased wife in the young man's face. "Xiaoyang, you should not have followed me and your sister to the base." The young man pouted. "Did you think I wanted to come? It was my sister who forced me." Luo Haiyan gestured to the two guards, who, despite their reluctance, released their hold on the young man. Upon seeing this, the youth visibly relaxed. "In truth, I have been negligent in my duties. I have been too consumed by work and failed to properly guide you." The young man obediently replied, "I will certainly heed your words from now on, brother-in-law." "Yet, Xiaoyang, how could you be so heartless? Such a beautiful young lady. How could you bring yourself to harm her? How could you kill her? It's not my fault, brother-in-law. She was the one who seduced me. That wretched woman. Afterward, I offered her 1,000 yuan, yet she was still unsatisfied, threatening to report me. It was clear she intended to extort me. I had been drinking and was not in my right mind. I acted impulsively. I truly understand my mistake now." Luo Haiyan sighed. "When you see your sister, tell her I am sorry. I failed to care for you properly and did not discipline you as I should have. I owe her a debt. If there is a next life, I will repay it." Okay, I will listen to you, brother-in-law. What do you intend to do? You cannot kill me. What will your sister think of you?" Brother-in-law! The young man struggled desperately, but before he knew it, Luo Haiyan's arm had clamped around his neck like a vice, rendering him immobile. The handgun was pressed against his temple. "Xiaoyang, do not be afraid. It will not hurt. It will be over swiftly, not painful at all. Do not fear," Luo Haiyan murmured soothingly before suddenly pulling the trigger. Chapter 44. Nirvana. A bullet accurately penetrated the right temple, exiting through the left, and embedding itself into the rock beneath, scattering fragments. As the bullet shattered the young man's cerebral tissue, it simultaneously extinguished his life, preserving the integrity of his body to the greatest extent possible. Ignoring the blood splattered on him, Luo Haiyan stood in a daze and quietly instructed, "Take his body to the medical college. Let him continue to atone with his remains." The two guards abruptly raised their arms and saluted Luo Haiyan. Yes. The remaining committee members looked on with concern, and before they could voice their thoughts, Luo Haiyan stated, "I will undergo a psychiatric evaluation to assess my mental state." The evaluation revealed that Luo Haiyan's mental state remained stable, allowing him to continue serving as the highest leader of the Phoenix 1 base. This outcome brought a sigh of relief to the committee members. Without Luo Haiyan, none of them felt confident in leading the base forward. The promising development of high-energy electromagnetic wave weaponry would likely have to be put on hold. This was the underlying reason why the committee sought to prevent Luo Haiyan from personally taking the life of his brother-in-law. Fortunately, everything proceeded without incident. As the Phoenix 1 base was completely sealed off, the first task facing the weapon experts, engineers, and scientists within was to determine the direction of weapon development. Weapons such as high explosives, hydrogen bombs, and atomic bombs, which required interstellar missiles for delivery, were swiftly dismissed. Reality had already demonstrated that these weapons posed no threat to the spacecraft of the Savior civilization. This was not to say that the Savior civilization's spacecraft was invulnerable, but rather that the means of delivery rendered these weapons incapable of approaching it. The new weapons to be developed must pose a genuine threat to the Savior civilization spacecraft, with the first hurdle being the issue of delivery methods. Any weapon development direction that could not circumvent this obstacle would be rejected. Under Luo Haiyan's leadership, tens of thousands of engineers, weapon specialists, and scientists began to evaluate various weapon development directions. Ultimately, the high-energy electromagnetic wave weapon emerged as the preferred focus, gaining unanimous approval from the Phoenix 1 Base Management Committee to become the primary research objective. The advantages of high-energy electromagnetic wave weapons were evident. Firstly, they required no means of delivery. They could simply be installed on the Earth's surface. Secondly, their offensive speed was extraordinarily rapid. Once activated, the high-energy electromagnetic beam would travel at the speed of light, making it nearly impossible to provide advance warning under ideal conditions. By the time the detection signal reached an observer, the high-energy electromagnetic beam would have already arrived. Moreover, the weapon's striking power could meet the necessary requirements. Provided the energy was sufficiently immense, the high-energy electromagnetic beam could slice through any known or unknown object. Luo Haiyan recognized that recently, faced with a catastrophic solar radiation outbreak, The savior civilization had aided humanity in evading an almost apocalyptic disaster with an extraordinary sunshade. From this perspective, it seemed that high-energy electromagnetic wave weapons might not threaten the savior civilization. However, after meticulous analysis, the committee members dismissed this notion. The rationale was straightforward. The energy levels of the two phenomena were not comparable. The threat from the solar radiation outbreak primarily stemmed from the total energy quantity. On a per-unit area basis, its energy level was relatively low, even inferior to that of an electromagnetic stove. In contrast, high-energy electromagnetic wave weapons could possess energy levels surpassing that of hydrogen bombs. It was precisely due to these numerous advantages that the Base Management Committee, along with many scientists and engineers, ultimately confirmed this research direction. Over the subsequent 3 years, they persevered resolutely, overcoming one challenge after another, steadfastly advancing their endeavor. Luo Haiyun remained oblivious to the decisions made by the experts at the Phoenix 2 and Phoenix 3 bases. Whether they had conceived some innovative ideas or coincidentally aligned with his own direction, he was unconcerned with such matters. Regardless of the circumstances, it was paramount to focus on one's own responsibilities. At this moment, the specialists at the high-energy electromagnetic wave weapon research base, commonly referred to as the laser cannon, faced 3 principal challenges. These challenges loomed before them like vast chasms. Firstly, there was the issue of high-precision navigation and steering. In relation to the vast distances involved, the colossal ships of the savior civilization appeared diminutive, akin to mere insects. Furthermore, these vessels were mobile, making it difficult to target them accurately. The weapons experts needed to independently develop a high-precision navigation system capable of becoming operational immediately upon receiving the Nirvana command. Designed to ascertain the precise location of the target from either ground or subterranean installations, they could not rely on existing human navigational systems, as by the time the Nirvana command was issued, the external world might have already collapsed or be on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, a highly accurate steering instrument was indispensable, requiring a precision at least tenfold greater than the most advanced steering devices currently available. This instrument would direct the laser cannon's firing trajectory. Once the position and orientation of the savior civilization's ship were established, the laser cannon must be capable of precise targeting. At such extreme distances, even a minuscule deviation of 1/10,000th of a degree could result in catastrophic errors due to the amplification of distance. Secondly, the challenges of atmospheric scattering and fluctuation arose, given that the laser cannon would be situated either on or beneath the surface. The laser beams emitted would inevitably be influenced by atmospheric conditions, affecting their directionality, concentration, and energy density. Overcoming these obstacles necessitated further research. Thirdly, there was the issue of the energy levels of the emitter. Its power needed to be sufficiently robust to penetrate the multiple layers of defenses established by the savior civilization, striking at its core and inflicting significant damage. However, the existing excitation devices were inadequate to produce such high-energy beams. The weapons experts had to seek new materials, innovative equipment, and perhaps even novel physical mechanisms to construct the requisite excitation devices. These constituted the 3 primary challenges. Beneath these lay countless minor issues and technical details, each demanding substantial dedication and effort to resolve. It was precisely due to this multitude of challenges that the Phoenix I underground base, housing nearly 100,000 weapons specialists, mechanical experts, engineers, scientists, and technicians, remained in a perpetual state of busyness, often without respite. Yet, the majority bore no grievances, as they understood the weight of their responsibilities and obligations. In this apocalyptic time, this place represented one of humanity's final trump cards. However, a small faction, having exhausted their enthusiasm, expressed discontent regarding the harsh living conditions of the underground base, exhibiting apathy, and even engaging in sabotage and disorderly conduct. At this moment, the base's security forces in the temporary court would step in. The world government had granted the base's temporary court the highest authority, with no limits on the penalties it could impose, including the death penalty. In the past, people may have harbored a sense of hope regarding their fate. However, now that the highest leader of the base, Luo Haiyun, has personally executed his brother-in-law, it is unlikely that anyone would dare to entertain any illusions. After passing a mental assessment confirming his fitness to continue working, Luo Haiyun returned to his office to tackle the seemingly endless paperwork. As the supreme leader of the base, as well as the chief engineer of the Weapons Research Institute and the principal scientist, he was tasked with both technical and administrative responsibilities. He worked an average of over 16 hours each day, without exception, since the day the base was sealed. Thankfully, his vigorous energy and exceptional physical condition had sustained him thus far. Had it been anyone else, even if their body remained intact, their spirit would have long since faltered. Just as he finished one document and had yet to pick up another, the alarm in the office suddenly blared. He sprang to his feet, and at that moment, his secretary burst into the room, allowing the sound of the alarm to flood in. It seemed as if the entire base was resonating with the sound of alarms. Luo Haiyan's heart sank instantly. Such an occurrence could only happen under one circumstance: the base's sole computer, which could receive external information while being physically isolated from all electronic devices and personnel within the base, had received a rebirth command from the outside world. As expected, the secretary who rushed in was visibly panicked. "Director Luo, we have received the rebirth command. What should we do?" At this moment, although nearly 100,000 staff members had labored for years, the laser cannon had yet to be completed. What had been developed was merely a prototype, lacking both power and adequate supporting facilities. However, the issuance of the rebirth command signified that the external world had entered a critical juncture of life and death. And this base was one of humanity's three last hopes for survival. There was no choice but to face the challenge head-on. A prototype was better than nothing. Having it provided at least a glimmer of hope, while not utilizing it would yield no hope at all. Immediately convene all committee members for a meeting. The execution of the rebirth command required the collective authorization of the base management committee. In just 2 minutes, all members hurried to the conference room. Simultaneously, as the rebirth command was issued, the vast underground city plunged into a state of tension and fear. Within the conference room, the original command was now presented before the committee members. The savior civilization had abruptly decided to abandon the resource collection plan and was preparing to depart the solar system. They had failed to uphold their promises and had not spared our human civilization. They aimed to annihilate us before their departure. General Luo Haiyan, General Wu Shan. General Shi Wei, on behalf of the world government and humanity, I command you to immediately execute the rebirth plan and launch the strongest counterattack against the savior civilization. Life and death, success and failure hinge on this one decisive moment. The very survival of humanity is at stake. Chapter 45. Truth and Falsehood. The atmosphere within the conference room was as heavy as mercury. Everyone was acutely aware that on this day, when the savior civilization sought to extinguish human civilization, the only force capable of thwarting them was a desperate counterattack from humanity. It was essential to instill in the savior civilization the understanding that annihilating human civilization would exact an unbearable toll. This, indeed, was the ultimate purpose behind the establishment of the 3 Phoenix bases. However, the news was shockingly abrupt, though it could not truly be deemed unexpected. From the inception of Phoenix Base 1, all personnel had been repeatedly indoctrinated with the notion of being perpetually prepared for the arrival of the Nirvana command, ensuring that they could execute it at a moment's notice. Yet, as the years passed in tranquility, that tense anticipation gradually subsided. The sudden announcement of this command was difficult for many to accept. The space elevator had only recently been completed, and the situation had remained stable. The members of the base management committee could not afford such complacency. As the brain of the entire base, they had to maintain the clearest of minds to assess the current situation through a computer physically isolated from all other electronic devices within the base. The world government periodically collected and organized significant events, informing the 3 Phoenix bases of critical changes in the external environment, enabling their leaders to grasp the overall situation more effectively. Thus, the committee members were well aware of the shifts occurring outside. How could such a drastic change occur so suddenly? Could it be that the transformation predicted by Professor Su Zhenghua and Director Wu Yuan of the Civilization Strategic Research Institute had now come to pass? Years prior, after the solar radiation crisis was resolved by the savior civilization and both civilizations had discerned each other's boundaries through numerous tests, Wu Yuan had foretold the existence of a period of strategic stability, stating that the duration of this stability would depend on when new changes would arise. Now that the Nirvana command had arrived, the only possibility was that such a change had indeed occurred. But what precisely was this change? The information from the world government did not clarify, suggesting that they themselves were uncertain. It was also possible that they had completely overlooked it. Yet the emperor had perceived it, prompting the sudden decision to abandon resource collection and withdraw from the solar system. But why destroy the human world upon leaving? What benefit could this bring? Why engage in actions that harm others without advantage to oneself? Luo Haiyan recalled a statement made by Director Wu Yuan: never judge the savior civilization through the lens of human values and morals. The empiricism applicable to the human world would undoubtedly not apply to the savior civilization. It was precisely due to Director Wu Yuan's foresight that the construction of the 3 Phoenix bases was propelled with such resolute determination by the world government. To return to the matter at hand, the existence of the 3 Phoenix bases was precisely to prepare for this day. After a brief period of contemplation and silence, one of the committee members spoke up. Director Luo, hesitate no longer. Prepare to execute the Nirvana directive. Luo Haiyun remained silent, slowly lifting his gaze towards the west. There lay the realm where the flames of Nirvana resided. The phoenix, reborn through fire. Without flames, how could there be rebirth? The fire of Nirvana serves as the most essential infrastructure for executing the Nirvana directive. It is a clandestine passage capable of penetrating over 10,000 meters of solid rock. Once the Nirvana directive is enacted, the inhabitants of the Phoenix base can swiftly clear the passage and deploy the countermeasures they have developed. Its existence is the highest secret of the entire Phoenix base, known only to the members of the base management committee. Even among the 13 committee members present, each possesses only a fraction of the key required to unlock it. To activate this top-secret passage, the consent of more than half of the committee members, including Luo Haiyun, is essential. I agree. All 12 members, aside from Luo Haiyun, unanimously expressed their consent to execute the Nirvana directive. Now, only Luo Haiyun remained. Yet, in his mind, the conversation he had with Dean Wu prior to his journey to Phoenix Base 1 echoed persistently. Outside the depths of the Phoenix Base, situated over 10,000 meters underground, humanity's world harbors almost no secrets in the face of the savior civilization. Luo Haiyun concurred with Dean Wu's assertion, believing it prudent to state that only within the subterranean confines of the Phoenix Base lies the hope of preserving secrets from the savior civilization. It is crucial to note, however, that this is merely a glimmer of hope. No one can guarantee with absolute certainty that the Phoenix Base can safeguard its secrets. This presents a significant dilemma. General Luo, as you know, although the world government has classified communications with the Phoenix Base as top secret and has employed every conceivable means of confidentiality, there remains the possibility of breaches and impersonation. Luo Haiyun nodded, acknowledging the reality of the situation. This implies that even if one day the Phoenix Base were to receive a Nirvana directive from the outside world, it could potentially be a counterfeit, its purpose being to expose the base prematurely, minimizing the threat it poses to the savior civilization before it is adequately prepared. Dean Wu, how can we discern the authenticity of the Nirvana directive? Do you have any means to ascertain its truth? As the head of the Civilization Strategic Research Institute, Dean Wu commands a cadre of the brightest minds among humanity's 10 billion, engaged in a myriad of research projects. His judgments and conclusions wield considerable influence over the world government's decisions. If anyone could devise an infallible method, it would most likely be Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan nodded with a smile. I have a method. However, I cannot disclose it to you. Luo Haiyun was taken aback, believing Wu Yuan to be jesting. Wu Yuan continued with a smile. I am not joking. You must understand that our conversation may very well be under surveillance. Once I disclose the method, it will lose its efficacy. Luo Haiyun remarked with a bitter smile. I am not as astute as you, Director Wu. If you cannot divulge the method, how am I to know? Wu Yuan shook his head. You need not concern yourself with the specifics of the method. Understand this. When the world government truly decides to issue the Nirvana directive, you will not hesitate for a moment. You will immediately grasp its authenticity and act upon it. Conversely, if the directive you receive causes you to waver or hesitate, do not doubt its veracity. It is indeed false. Luo Haiyun replied, this is too idealistic. As a scientist, I find it difficult to accept such a notion. Wu Yuan patted Luo Haiyun on the shoulder. This is the most prudent approach we at the Strategic Research Institute could conceive. You need not worry excessively. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise that prevent one or two Phoenix bases from undergoing Nirvana as scheduled, it is of little consequence. Surely, it is unlikely that all three bases will encounter issues. Luo Haiyun fell silent. The very reason for establishing 3 Phoenix bases was to guard against unforeseen events, serving as backups for one another. The world government harbored no illusions that all 3 bases would successfully achieve Nirvana on schedule. If even one succeeded, it would suffice. I understand, Luo Haiyun said as he bid farewell to Wu Yuan and entered Phoenix Base 1, remaining there until today. Now, gazing at the document before him, the Nirvana directive from the outside world, he silently posed several questions to himself. Have I hesitated? Yes, I have hesitated. Have I wavered? Yes, I have wavered. Have I resolved to act immediately? No, I find myself questioning the authenticity of this directive. Should I heed Director Wu Yuan's advice and assess the directive from an idealistic perspective to deem it false? I do not know. Luo Haiyun was unprepared to rely solely on idealism to judge such a significant event. In truth, he believed he would never be adequately prepared for such a task. He could not execute the directive without hesitation, nor could he dismiss it simply based on some of Wu Yuan's words. Ultimately, the variables involved were too numerous. It was possible that, in one state of mind, he would act without hesitation upon receiving the directive, while in another state, he might falter. Such matters were inherently unpredictable. How could one rely on them as the sole basis for judgment? To act might squander one of humanity's 3 remaining trump cards. To refuse execution could lead to an irrevocable loss of opportunity. He was unable to arrive at a decisive conclusion. Yet at this moment, all the committee members were awaiting Luo Haiyun's final decision. The entire base, nearly 100,000 scientists, engineers, and technicians, was also looking to him for guidance. Amidst the silence, an invisible pressure converged from all directions, gradually bearing down upon Luo Haiyun's shoulders. With great difficulty, he opened his mouth. Let us wait a little longer. The committee members remained silent. After a few seconds, one member inquired, "Are you aware of the risks and costs associated with this decision?" Luo Haiyun nodded silently. The risks and costs entailed the potential loss of nearly 100,000 individuals' years of dedication, rendering one of humanity's 3 trump cards utterly obsolete, and possibly leading to the annihilation of the entire human race. So let us wait then. The meeting did not conclude at this juncture. The committee members were aware that further news would inevitably follow. Indeed, mere minutes later, a new piece of information arrived. The 1093rd Daily Report announced that today, the space elevator achieved a new record in cargo capacity, transporting over 80,000 tons of goods into space, a magnitude 7.5 earthquake struck the Alps. And the Zhonghua laboratory unveiled a new particle conversion model in high-energy environments. This was a daily report from the world government, which had been disseminated consistently each day. The committee members collectively exhaled in relief. The world government was still issuing daily reports, seemingly validating the prior directive's falsehood. The earlier Nirvana directive was indeed a fabrication. Yet, Luo Haiyun's expression remained grave. He murmured to himself, what if this daily report is the counterfeit? Chapter 46, Shadow's 2 pieces of information conveyed entirely disparate messages, each contradicting the other. Should one choose to believe the latter report, it would imply that the world government had not decided on Nirvana, hence continuing to issue daily updates as per usual. But what if this daily report were but a ruse? The world government had issued a command for Nirvana, and the savior civilization, in a bid to thwart the Phoenix base's resurrection, deliberately forged this daily report to deceive their own side. Which piece of information holds the truth? Which is the falsehood? It was impossible to discern, utterly indiscernible. Both pieces of information could be true, or they could both be false. It was even conceivable that both were fabrications, with the savior civilization attempting to leverage these contradictory messages to achieve some ulterior motive. The conference room once again descended into a profound silence. No one endeavored to discern the veracity of the 2 messages through technical details, secret keys, ciphers, or codes. For the very fact that these messages had been presented indicated that the procedure had been executed in advance. Luo Haiyun slowly closed his eyes, and after a long moment, reopened them. This directive is false. The savior civilization has hijacked the world government's communication channels or directly fabricated the communications to issue this command. We cannot act upon this directive. He resolved firmly. Since we cannot ascertain the truth through technical means, we shall rely on intuition this time. Perhaps Dean Wu Yuan had anticipated the predicament he might face and imparted words that represented the truly correct path to navigate such dilemmas. This approach may seem unreliable. Yet Luo Haiyun had no alternative but to make this choice. The committee members continued to remain silent, tacitly accepting Luo Haiyun's decision. After a brief moment, one member stood. I will go stabilize social sentiment. One by one, several members departed, leaving Luo Haiyun alone in the room. Shortly thereafter, another piece of information arrived from the outside world. The capital has fallen. The capital has fallen. Phoenix Base 1, 2, and 3. I command you to launch an immediate counterattack. Now, initiate the counterattack. Luo Haiyun gazed impassively, unaffected by the urgency of the command. Another message arrived. Attention, Phoenix Base 1, 2, and 3. The savior civilization has not abandoned its resource collection plan. Currently, the cooperation between both parties remains stable, and the situation is still calm. The Nirvana directive is a ruse. Do not execute. Do not execute. Yet, Luo Haiyun remained unmoved. Do not be deceived by the enemy. The human world is on the brink of destruction, and if we do not retaliate now, we will truly miss our chance. Phoenix Base 1, 2, and 3. Do not forget your responsibilities and obligations. Base 2 has already launched a counterattack. The savior civilization's spacecraft has sustained damage. Base 2 has been destroyed. Base 1 and 3. I command you to seize the moment and annihilate the savior civilization's vessels. The world government issued a stern directive. Base 1, 2, and 3, do not retaliate. Do not retaliate. It seemed that both sides had discerned each other's attempts to obstruct their actions, and the subsequent messages flew forth with increasing rapidity. One side demanded immediate counterattacks, while the other forbade any retaliation. The commands clashed sharply, each resolute in its stance. Yet Luo Haiyun merely observed and listened, still unperturbed. This state of affairs persisted for several hours before gradually subsiding. Ultimately, the messages advocating for an immediate counterattack vanished entirely. The information stating that retaliation was prohibited proclaimed, "The enemy has abandoned its interference. Phoenix Base 1, 2, and 3, you have performed admirably. Maintain your vigilance and await further orders." Luo Haiyun remained expressionless, indifferent to the turn of events. He still could not ascertain the veracity of this information. Perhaps the previous command insisting on an immediate counterattack was the authentic one. Its disappearance might merely signify that the human world had been obliterated and that they lacked the capacity to send further messages. Above the surface, over 10,000 meters high, humanity may no longer exist. Luo Haiyun lifted his gaze, staring upward, but his view was completely obstructed by the ceiling, impenetrable to his sight. Even if his gaze could penetrate the ceiling, there lay over 10,000 meters of rock above, rendering any radio signal incapable of breaching. All he could do was wait. If the human world had indeed perished, the savior civilization would have ample time and energy to meticulously devise a plan, ensuring that even those sheltered beneath more than 10,000 meters of rock would not escape their fate, whether in mere hours or days. The impending calamity for his side seemed inevitable. At this moment, within the Risk Assessment Committee's quarters, beside the serene lakeside pavilion, the Emperor remained engrossed in a book. Mo Hongshan approached briskly, his expression dark and troubled. The lake's surface was as smooth as a mirror, undisturbed save for the gentle ripples stirred by a light breeze. The sky was clear, bathed in bright sunshine, yet pleasantly cool, truly a rare day. The first attempt had been confirmed as a failure. Phoenix Bases 1, 2, and 3 had all failed to achieve nirvana. Mo Hongshan reported this news in a low voice. Originally, given his capabilities and the formidable influence of the apocalyptic organization, it was inconceivable that he could intercept the communication frequencies and codes of the world government and the Phoenix bases, even with his assembly of numerous experts in communication, computing, and cryptography. Additionally, breaching the security validations established by the world government seemed utterly impossible. However, after the sovereign resolved the most challenging issue, the subsequent matters unfolded naturally. He had initially anticipated that this task would be effortlessly accomplished, as he could not fathom the possibility of his disguise being unveiled. Contrary to his expectations, none of the 3 Phoenix bases executed any commands. This revelation cast a shadow over his expression. I suspect that those 3 Phoenix bases may no longer exist. Having been sealed underground for years, they might have succumbed to internal strife long ago. Theoretically, even if those 3 bases self-destructed due to infighting, the outside world would remain oblivious. A thickness of over 10,000 meters of rock would effectively isolate any transmission of information unless prearranged. The sovereign closed the book and lifted his gaze, calmly shaking his head at Mo Hongshan. Observing the sovereign's gesture, Mo Hongshan immediately realized that the 3 Phoenix bases were indeed still intact and had not self-destructed. Why not take direct action to destroy those 3 bases? The world government cannot retaliate against you. I cannot obliterate them in such a short time frame. The world government possesses numerous countermeasures during this process. Mo Hongshan fell silent. It was evident that the sovereign was reluctant to disrupt the current equilibrium. In his mind, the resource collection mission still held precedence, which could not be accomplished without the cooperation of the world government. He had reservations. With such reservations, one could not act recklessly. These matters could only be executed through Mo Hongshan. I will devise another plan. Go then. Mo Hongshan departed, and the sovereign reopened the book, resuming his earnest reading. In the distance, behind a window, Jiang Yulan observed this scene, her hand instinctively clenching into a fist. Nearby, another leader of the Risk Review Committee could not restrain a curse. Scoundrel. Shameless. Jiang Yulan exhaled softly and murmured. Dean Wu Yuan once said that what our civilization lacks the least, apart from heroes, are traitors. As long as the sovereign desires it, there will always be someone to assume Mo Hongshan's role. The emergence of traitors is unavoidable. We cannot hope to eradicate all traitors, but rather should contemplate how to mitigate their harm. The mention of Wu Yuan's name cast a complex expression on the faces of several leaders. They understood that Dean Wu Yuan had played a significant role in advancing the execution of the Black Box project. Yet now, the communication between the world government and the Phoenix bases had encountered a snag. This reality inevitably cast a shadow over their minds. Would those 3 Phoenix bases truly not meet their demise due to false orders and fail in their mission? And if the day arrived when the savior civilization launched a full-scale assault on humanity, could those 3 Phoenix bases indeed rise to the occasion and avert catastrophe? The outlook seemed far from optimistic. in the virtual conference room of the world government decision-makers. In addition to the decision-makers, the director of the Strategic Research Institute, Wu Yuan, also attended this meeting. The communication link between the Phoenix base and the outside world was thoroughly compromised, allowing the Doomsday Organization to inundate the Phoenix base with a plethora of false information, attempting to precipitate an early rebirth. Our side swiftly issued clarifications, leading to a standoff that lasted over 5 hours. As of now, none of the Phoenix bases have fallen victim to the deception. Wu Yuan began by detailing the events that transpired. Upon hearing the report, the expressions of the decision-makers darkened. They were not particularly concerned with the specifics. Yet the implications behind these details compelled their attention. Firstly, the communication link between the world government and the Phoenix base was of the highest classification, employing every conceivable and effective means of confidentiality. It was inconceivable that the Doomsday Organization, spearheaded by Mo Hongshan, could breach such defenses solely through their own efforts. Confirming this is straightforward. Even the forces organized by the world government could not achieve this without access to critical information. The Doomsday Organization's capabilities could not surpass those of the world government, making such a breach impossible by their means alone. Yet, paradoxically, the Doomsday Organization succeeded. This inevitably suggests that there was intervention from the Celestial Emperor behind this incident. The established equilibrium had persisted for several years, with the two great civilizations cooperating smoothly. Now, however, the Celestial Emperor suddenly took action against the human world's trump cards. What could this signify? The decision-makers contemplated this simultaneously, yet none voiced their thoughts. They simply turned their gazes towards the screen, fixating on Wu Yuan. With a soft sigh, Wu Yuan remarked, "We believe that this period of strategic stability, lasting several years, may soon come to an end. The change we anticipated may have already transpired." Chapter 47. The key has the change that could fundamentally alter the current situation and culminate the period of strategic stability truly occurred? Where did it manifest? What repercussions might it entail? What exactly is it? No one knows. The leader merely nodded, stating, "I will make the necessary arrangements." During this prolonged period of strategic stability, the world government undertook substantial efforts. Utilizing the most advanced military theories, forces were mobilized to construct numerous fortifications and develop cutting-edge weaponry within the bounds of technological feasibility. The preparations for military readiness have remained unceasing. Various military and civilian underground bases have begun extensive construction, and the work of stockpiling resources has been ongoing. Regardless of what unforeseen events may arise in the future, these underground bases will provide protection for every citizen. Unlike during the previous solar radiation crisis, where inadequate protective measures left many unprotected, such a scenario will never occur again. Furthermore, humanity has established over 50 doomsday sanctuaries deep beneath the oceans, beneath ice caps, amidst towering mountains, below rock layers, across vast deserts, and within dense jungles. Each sanctuary possesses its own independent energy source and is constructed in the most geologically stable locations. The external defenses are meticulously designed to ensure utmost protection. Even a nuclear explosion would be incapable of annihilating them. These sanctuaries are not intended for habitation. In fact, they are devoid of human presence. Instead, they house a diverse array of seeds, various animal embryos, human sperm and egg banks, a wealth of construction materials, assorted parts and tools, as well as engineering vehicles and machinery. Most crucially, they contain copious amounts of paper, manufactured using cutting-edge technology to be resistant to pests, decay, oxidation, and aging. This paper bears the accumulated wisdom of human civilization, encompassing foundational knowledge in physics, mathematics, chemistry, and extending to the cultivation and breeding of flora and fauna, maintenance of mechanical tools, survival skills in the wild, and much more. Although this knowledge is also stored in electronic devices, the longevity of paper is superior to that of electronic storage. Thousands of software and hardware engineers have collaborated to develop an exceptionally sophisticated intelligent judgment program, along with the hardware capable of supporting these programs, should circumstances devolve to the direst extremes, resulting in human extinction. The intelligent program will automatically incubate human and animal embryos and cultivate crops once it determines that external conditions have stabilized. Humanity has prepared exhaustively for the worst-case scenario, leaving no stone unturned. While the efficacy of these preparations remains uncertain, the participants can, with clear conscience, assert that they have done everything within their power. If these efforts fail to sustain human civilization, then one must resign themselves to fate. In the scene, the leader slowly rises and approaches the simulated window, gazing at the digitally rendered landscape of grasslands, his silhouette tinged with melancholy. Our civilization will undoubtedly endure. It must. This cerulean planet has been our home in the past, is our home in the present, and will surely remain our home in the future. At this moment, in the suburbs of the capital, within a certain building, this structure has become the supreme command center for the activities of the Apocalypse organization over the past several years. The world government has tacitly accepted this situation. Regardless of its recognition, no one possesses the audacity to intervene. Besides his meetings with the sovereign, Mo Hanshan frequently visits this place. He harbors little fondness for lingering at the Risk Assessment Committee. Although he retains the title of vice chairman, he has long been marginalized, and the peculiar glances of the staff leave him irked. In those moments, he often curses the short-sighted fools in his mind. Only here, among like-minded individuals, does he feel the omnipresent pressure that perpetually looms over his spirit dissipate. Ignoring the greetings of some organizational members, he strides directly into a spacious office. Dozens of individuals are fervently engaged in discussion, with various office supplies and papers chaotically scattered about. In the center of the office stood a rack adorned with 3 portraits, each inscribed with the names Luo Haiyun, Wu Tsongshan, and Shi Wei. These individuals are renowned experts in strategy and tactics, psychology, and behavioral studies, respectively, identified through the organization's internal network. Upon the arrival of Mo Hanshan, a secretary-like figure promptly approached him. Chief, our action team has comprehensively gathered the life histories of Luo Haiyun, Wu Tsongshan, and Shi Wei, and we have extracted a substantial amount of intelligence from their classmates, friends, and relatives. All the collected data has now been handed over to the specialists in the psychological and behavioral analysis team for examination. Since the last deception operation had failed, Mo Hanshan realized that undermining the black box plan was far from straightforward without considerable force. This understanding compelled him to adopt a more cautious approach. Following the counsel of his think tank, he enlisted a multitude of relevant experts to conduct a thorough analysis of the psychological and behavioral patterns of the 3 leaders at the Phoenix base, hoping to uncover a potential breakthrough. After engaging in discussions with several experts for a while, Mo Hanshan began to feel increasingly agitated. Thus far, the specialists had not offered any valuable suggestions. Just then, the secretary hurriedly burst in. Chief, the intelligence team has made a significant breakthrough. We have obtained the conversation content between Wu Yuan, the director of the World Strategic Research Institute, and the 3 leaders of the Phoenix base, just before its closure. What? Bring it to me at once, Mo Hanshan exclaimed, his spirits lifted. The secretary distributed the documents to Mo Hanshan and several experts. After a rapid review, Mo Hanshan fell into deep contemplation. On what basis did the world government believe their information would compel the leaders of the Phoenix base to act without hesitation? Did they possess a secondary communication channel? No, that was impossible. He murmured a hypothesis, only to swiftly dismiss it. Under the technology of the savior civilization, nothing could remain concealed. The communication link between the world government and the Phoenix base was singular, a fact confirmed by the emperor himself. The psychologists and behavioral scientists exchanged glances before one of them spoke. We believe the world government may have discerned a unique behavioral or logical pattern exhibited by these 3 leaders and may possess some sort of trigger phrase to activate this pattern. This trigger could be a specific word, a piece of music, or even certain ambient noise, when it is necessary for them to undertake the Nirvana mission. These cues could activate their response, prompting them to execute the directive without hesitation. Mo Hanshan instinctively murmured, hypnosis? There is a possibility, one expert replied. No. The likelihood is slim. Mo Hanshan shook his head. Hypnosis is too overt. If the world government truly employed such a method, they could not possibly evade the keen perception of the great emperor. After much contemplation, one of the experts finally spoke. There exists only a single communication link, and the head of the Phoenix base is unable to discern the veracity of the information transmitted through this channel. The world government is confident in its ability to compel him to execute the Nirvana directive without hesitation at the appropriate moment, without any prior hypnosis. Analyzing these points, another expert interjected to be more precise. The objective of the world government's message is not merely to prompt the head of the Phoenix base to unhesitatingly carry out the Nirvana task, but rather to instill in him the belief that the human world is on the brink of catastrophe. Once the heads are convinced, they will naturally proceed to execute the Nirvana directive. Mo Hanshan narrowed his eyes slightly. The crux lies in making him believe. Indeed, the truth is irrelevant. In other words, does the world government possess the capability to convince the 3 heads of the Phoenix base that the external world is in dire peril through a single message? It is highly probable. Obtain that message. Mo Hanshan immediately issued the command. However, the head of the intelligence team shook his head with a wry smile. That is unattainable. Only Wu Yuan is privy to this information, Not even the decision-makers are aware of it. In the process of acquiring this information, we must first assume that he has never communicated with anyone else. He merely facilitated the implementation of the black box plan and claimed to possess the ability to prompt the three heads of the Phoenix base to execute the Nirvana directive at the opportune moment. Immo Hashan fell silent for a moment before posing a question. Where does this information originate? The experts exchanged glances. Before anyone could respond, Immo Hashan continued. What field did that old fellow Wu Yuan specialize in? The secretary promptly replied, he is from the field of civilizational development strategy. Moreover, he has self-studied subjects such as physics, astronomy, psychology, and statistics. So he has a background in psychology? Yes. Is it possible that Wu Yuan, with his psychological expertise, after thoroughly examining the life histories of the three heads of the Phoenix base and possessing all their psychological profiles, independently discovered a certain behavioral mechanism inherent in them? And for the sake of confidentiality, he refrained from sharing his findings with anyone. Given his position, the decision-makers would also trust him. At times, human behavioral mechanisms operate beyond one's control. For instance, if a hot-tempered individual is spat upon, he will inevitably retaliate with a punch. This exemplifies a behavioral mechanism. Mastering such a mechanism, if one seeks to provoke a punch, is rather straightforward. In a sense, this can be regarded as possessing the key to trigger that behavior. In response to Immo Hongshan's conjecture, the experts silently nodded. This possibility indeed exists and cannot be dismissed. Find me the key that triggers the behavioral mechanisms of those three heads. Immo Hashan waved his hand, issuing a new command. Chapter 48, Collision at Present. It appears that Wu Yuan's use of the corresponding keys for the three individuals to ensure the timely execution of the Nirvana directive holds the greatest probability of success. Simultaneously, Wu Yuan discovered the potential key by analyzing the psychological data of the three leaders of the Phoenix base, which is equally significant, with the facilitation of the world government. It would be a relatively effortless endeavor for Wu Yuan to acquire the psychological data of these three leaders. However, the Annihilation Organization could likewise access this data. There is no justification for Wu Yuan to uncover the key while his adversaries remain oblivious. We all share a common humanity. If you can discern it, why cannot we? Moreover, we have dozens of exceptional experts at our disposal. If necessary, we could even seek assistance from the Emperor or the Savior civilization. Immo Hashan was convinced that the moment he located that key would coincide with the destruction of the three Phoenix bases. At that juncture, bereft of their final three trump cards, the world government would find itself devoid of leverage in the face of the Savior civilization. With the cooperation of the Annihilation Organization, the total capitulation of human civilization would be an inevitable outcome. History will bear witness that the fault does not lie with me, but with the world. To ensure the continuity of human civilization, this is the singular path forward. Future generations shall undoubtedly venerate me as a savior hero. A thought flashed through Immo Hongshan's mind, and his demeanor grew resolute. Haiyan, though you and I share friendship, for the sake of the civilization's survival, I must sacrifice you. I understand that you too possess the resolve and determination to give everything for the preservation of our civilization, hence I trust that you will not hold it against me. In response to Immo Hongshan's directive, several attending psychologists and behavioral experts acknowledged in unison. How confident are you? A few experts exchanged glances. It is difficult to gauge. Prepare for both eventualities, Immo Hongshan coldly instructed. Closely monitor the communication links of the world government. Once the Nirvana directive is issued, you must dispatch the opposing command with the utmost speed. Even if we cannot compel the Phoenix base to undergo premature Nirvana, delaying it will yield similar effects. Premature Nirvana will expose them and fail to serve as a counteroffensive. A delayed Nirvana will also fail to alter the situation. Only at the appropriate moment can Nirvana prove effective. Timing is crucial. Whether early or late, both signify mission failure. After a moment of contemplation, Immo Hashan spoke to his secretary. Finding the key is a prolonged endeavor. In the meantime, we can undertake certain actions. Instruct the team that the world government sends daily reports to the Phoenix base. We can do the same. We must create confusion among the personnel at the Phoenix base, blurring the lines between what is real and what is false, which data is usable and which is not. Even if we cannot destroy them outright, we must strive to delay their research progress and obscure their perception of the real world. There is only one communication link connecting the external world to the Phoenix base. As long as the information adheres to a specific encoding pattern and aligns with the key information, it can pass security verification. Consequently, the Phoenix base will remain incapable of distinguishing which messages are dispatched by the world government and which are sent by imposters. Understood, the secretary replied. Let us proceed with a multifaceted approach. At this moment, Immo Hashan harbored another thought in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it. should circumstances prove insurmountable. He would seek the Emperor's intervention to have Wu Yuan eliminated. Since Wu Yuan was unwilling to divulge the secret to anyone, it would be prudent to ensure that he could never reveal it at all. In the capital city, at the Hongshan Astronomical Observatory's Data Analysis Center, a middle-aged man with thinning hair hurriedly advanced, clutching a stack of documents, neglecting to respond to the greetings of several acquaintances along the way. He made his way directly to an office door, pushing it open without knocking, disregarding the fact that the office's occupant was engaged in a phone call, and forcefully placed the documents before him. Boldly, wait a moment. The office's occupant cast an irritated glance at the middle-aged man, continuing his conversation on the phone. It's like this, however, before he could finish, a busy signal interrupted him. Looking up, he found that the man he referred to as Old Lee had already pressed the hang-up button on the secure phone. Before he could question him, Old Lee spoke first. Director Sun, take a look at these documents. Director Sun was aware that Old Lee was the head of a team researching the internal climate of gas giants. This team had requested the operational hours of the Chiyun Deep Space Telescope, managed by the Hongshan Observatory, to observe the climatic changes on Jupiter. Now, it seemed they had made some extraordinary discoveries. Suppressing his irritation, Director Sun furrowed his brow and picked up the documents. After a mere glance, his pupils constricted in shock. How is this possible? Old Lee offered a wry smile. I, too, am incredulous, but the data speaks for itself. This is beyond our capacity to handle. It must be reported. Within a matter of hours, this revelation reached the ears of all those authorized to know, subsequently confirmed by numerous astronomical observation efforts. A team studying Jupiter's climate sought deeper clues regarding its anomalies but inadvertently discovered gravitational anomalies occurring on the planet. Such a degree of abnormality could not be reasonably explained by existing theories. Gravitational anomalies are not entirely unheard of. After all, Jupiter's interior exhibits intense material flow, and the density within specific regions is not constant, leading to slight variations in gravitational pull. Even Earth experiences fluctuations in gravitational strength due to geological movements, volcanic eruptions, or even an avalanche or flood in a particular area. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the gravitational anomalies observed this time cannot be elucidated by conventional reasoning. The disparity between the maximum and minimum gravitational values exceeded 10%. These pronounced fluctuations in gravity not only incited more turbulent climatic changes but also altered the orbits of Jupiter's rings and moons. This news also reached Su Zhenghua. Gazing at the data, his brow furrowed once again. He was at a loss for the reason behind this phenomenon. Much like the previously observed deceleration of numerous galaxies, including the Milky Way, falling towards a massive gravitational source, there was no theoretical framework to account for it. Compared to several years ago, the peculiar theories have been significantly refined and have made substantial progress, yet they still fail to provide a comprehensive explanation. After a moment of contemplation, he inscribed on the opinion letter, "This phenomenon has not yet affected Earth, and it is advisable to continue strengthening observational studies without further concern. As for whether this incident is related to that change, a judgment cannot be made at this time." Many distinguished scientists, including Su Zhenghua, would receive such opinion letters. Subsequently, these opinions would be collected, organized, and analyzed by the Institute of Civilizational Strategic Studies to provide a reference for the decision-making bodies of the world government. The majority of researchers shared Su Zhenghua's perspective, which was anticipated, as people could hardly conceive of additional actions to undertake. Although the world government attempted to take action against the Apocalypse Organization in order to assess whether the change that could end this strategic period of stability had arrived, and that the gravitational anomalies occurring on Jupiter might be related to that change, they could find no further evidence and thus could not formulate any responses. However, the development of events took an unexpected turn. Subsequent research teams reported that, based on their observations, due to the disturbance caused by changes in Jupiter's gravity, an asteroid designated as Yishenzing and another named Kushengsing in the asteroid belt were highly likely to collide within the next 10 days. One of these asteroids has a diameter of approximately 119 kilometers, while the other measures around 82 kilometers. Relatively speaking, their sizes are not insignificant. This discovery ignited immense interest. In an instant, numerous astronomical telescopes were directed toward the depths of space to observe these two asteroids. Such a collision event occurring within the solar system is unprecedented since the dawn of humanity. Thus, under the scrutiny of countless telescopes, the spectacle of the two celestial bodies colliding was unveiled to humanity for the first time. The two bodies did not collide head-on, but rather grazed past one another. Yet, even this mere brush resulted in an energy release far exceeding the cumulative energy of all weapons on Earth, including nuclear bombs, by a factor of 100,000. This colossal energy was unleashed partly as kinetic energy, causing numerous fragments to scatter at astonishing velocities, thoroughly obliterating the geological structures of both bodies. The remainder was released in the form of thermal energy, with temperatures at the impact site exceeding those of nuclear fusion. The extreme heat generated an intense light, and in the skies above Earth, people could discern the emergence of an additional bright star. The vast quantities of interstellar dust produced by this collision would sweep across the entire solar system, leaving no sanctuary for Earth. One day in the future, it is highly probable that a spectacular meteor shower will grace our planet as a result. Yet again, the unfolding events defied expectations. Several teams monitoring the aftermath of the collision simultaneously discovered that, during the impact, a fragment of celestial debris exceeding 12 kilometers in length had been torn away from Yishinzing. The celestial collision bestowed upon it the kinetic energy sufficient to escape its original orbit, causing it to tumble and careen towards the inner solar system. Researchers have determined that, in approximately 6 years and 7 months, the likelihood of it colliding with Earth stands at a staggering 93%. Chapter 49. Negotiation. This unforeseen shift caught everyone off guard. At this moment, the emotions of the populace were beyond description. It felt akin to merely gathering to witness a brawl, only to find oneself caught in the fray and grievously injured. This was not our affair. We were merely bystanders. Countless voices within echoed this sentiment. A colossal asteroid, measuring over 12 kilometers in length and weighing a staggering 150 billion tons. It could easily be compared to the asteroid that obliterated the dinosaur era millions of years ago. Its impact would trigger a series of catastrophic reactions on Earth. The collision would propel vast quantities of dust into the atmosphere, obscuring sunlight, while enormous amounts of sulfuric acid would enter the stratosphere in aerosol form, reducing the sunlight reaching the surface by 10 to 20%, thereby impeding photosynthesis and resulting in the mass extinction of both terrestrial and phytoplankton species. Consequently, herbivorous and carnivorous animals higher up in the food chain would face extinction as well. Within mere hours post-impact, an abundance of infrared radiation would penetrate the atmosphere, inflicting harm upon exposed life forms. The collision and subsequent ejected materials would incite global firestorms. Moreover, the impact could inflict significant geological damage upon Earth, with earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis proliferating abundantly. While this series of calamities might not spell the end of human civilization, given the considerable technological advancements humanity has achieved, it is entirely plausible that the majority of the population could be annihilated, reducing the total number to as little as 1/10 or even 1/100th of the current level. This is utterly unacceptable. Information regarding this event rapidly reached every individual with the requisite clearance. Su Jinghua also received a briefing. Upon absorbing this shocking news, he did not succumb to anxiety. Rather, an instinctive thought crossed his mind. The coincidence of this event was too remarkable. From the gravitational fluctuations of Jupiter, the collision of 2 asteroids, to the interstellar debris targeting Earth, everything hinted at an astonishing precision. Had any single step deviated even slightly, the outcome would not have aligned with the current scenario. It was difficult for Su Jinghua to accept that this was merely a natural occurrence. Could this event be yet another scheme orchestrated by the Celestial Emperor? What could be its purpose? Was it intended to subjugate the human realm, extracting more resources and sustenance from humanity? As he contemplated the briefing in his hands, Su Jinghua was lost in thought. In the virtual conference room of the global government's decision-making body, the policymakers convened urgently once more, alongside several scientists and military personnel. After careful assessment, we concluded that relying on interstellar missiles to deploy high-yield hydrogen bombs to destroy or alter the asteroid's trajectory was entirely impractical. The reason was singular: insufficient energy. The release of a few or several nuclear fireworks at superficial levels serves no meaningful purpose. A decision-maker glanced at a soldier and inquired, "Do we have over 6 years to prepare? During this time, can we enhance the power of fusion weapons to the necessary level? It is exceedingly difficult, nearly impossible. In truth, I believe that rather than placing our hopes on humanity's ability to resolve this predicament, it would be wiser to rely on the possibility that this asteroid may deviate from its course due to its own transformations. This is entirely plausible. The asteroid conceals vast quantities of water ice, dry ice, and methane within it. The closer it approaches the sun, the more solar radiation it absorbs. The evaporation of substantial amounts of these substances might indeed cause its trajectory to shift. Moreover, with the gravitational disturbances from numerous planets within the solar system, while the probability of a course deviation is low, it is not altogether absent. Even a slight change in angle could allow it to narrowly miss Earth. The decision-makers remained silent, grappling with the notion of entrusting the fate of humanity to an ephemeral probability, a concept they found unacceptable. As long as there exists even the slightest possibility, they yearn to retain control. Individuals may take risks, but civilization must not. Even a 1 in 10,000 risk must be meticulously avoided. Perhaps the Emperor could assist us in resolving this dilemma. In the midst of the silence, one participant proposed this suggestion. Although the possibility that the Emperor might be the puppet master behind this impending disaster had crossed their minds, none voiced it aloud, for it seemed futile. What difference does it make? Regardless of the truth, all must ultimately confront and resolve the situation. The leader sighed softly. Let Chairwoman Jiang Yulan form a negotiation team to confer with the Emperor. Indeed, hope cannot be solely entrusted to the Emperor. Preparations must be multifaceted. Our scientific community must also exert every effort to research and discover methods to avert the impact. Concurrently, all existing refuge facilities must undergo upgrades and modifications, ensuring that if an impact truly becomes unavoidable, we can save as many lives as possible. The meeting concluded in silence, although no one articulated it. Nearly all felt an underlying sentiment. The prolonged period of strategic stability that had lasted for years appeared to have come to an end. Ahead lay the potential for tempestuous storms or cataclysmic upheaval. Regardless of what challenges lie ahead, human civilization, along with each individual within it, must choose to confront them. For there exists no retreat. A single step back leads to an abyss of destruction and the extinction of civilization. While the decision-makers could choose to disregard whether this event was instigated by the Emperor, as the direct negotiator, Jiang Yulan had to consider this matter. If the event were indeed orchestrated by the Emperor, its objective would be glaringly apparent, to compel the human world to yield. Yet, even with the knowledge that this situation might be a ruse by an adversary, one must still proceed. This is the lament of the weak. Jiang Yulan's only hope lies in minimizing the costs during these negotiations. After pondering the documents for an extended period, Jiang Yulan finally instructed, "Please summon Vice Chairman Mo Hanshan to my office." As soon as the words left her lips, before the secretary had a chance to respond, Jiang Yulan abruptly altered her stance. "No, I shall seek him out myself," she declared, hastily departing. Ever since Mo Hanshan had allied himself with the Emperor and subsequently been marginalized, Jiang Yulan had not once summoned him to her office to discuss matters, let alone take the initiative to approach him. Yet, on this occasion, she found it imperative to do so. For the greater good, even an adversary may become a temporary ally. Throughout her journey, Jiang Yulan maintained a calm demeanor, while her mind raced with rapid calculations. In negotiations with the Emperor, her side possessed certain leverage. Firstly, the recent average transport volume of the space elevator had soared to approximately 100,000 tons per day, entirely reliant on human engineers for its operation at ground level. Theoretically, if the Emperor were to refuse assistance to the human realm in addressing this calamity, humanity could threaten to halt the operation of the space elevator. Of course, this possibility existed solely in theory. The second piece of leverage was that, should the asteroid indeed collide with Earth, the human world would undoubtedly suffer tremendous losses, and the operation of the space elevator, along with the resource collection process, would be severely impacted. In extreme conditions, the asteroid's impact could even directly damage the structure of the space elevator, rendering it inoperable. From this perspective, the interests of humanity and those of the savior civilization were intertwined. However, these two pieces of leverage alone were insufficient. Mo Hanshan, you have always proclaimed that you have not betrayed human civilization, have you not? Now that Earth is on the brink of disaster, it is time for you to contribute your efforts, Jiang Yulan mused silently. Her arrival evidently took Mo Hanshan by surprise. After listening to her exposition, a faint smile graced his lips. Chairwoman Jiang, you are quite right. In the face of this impending catastrophe that threatens to engulf the entire Earth, each of us, regardless of our ideological differences, bears the responsibility and duty to step forward and contribute. A slight sense of relief washed over Jiang Yulan. If Mo Hanshan, closely associated with the Emperor, were willing to lend his support, the likelihood of a successful negotiation would increase, albeit slightly. For the future of humanity, Jiang Yulan needed to consider every possibility that could enhance the chances of success in the negotiations. At least this traitor still possessed a semblance of conscience, not entirely standing in opposition to civilization and its people. However, Mo Hanshan then shifted his tone. However, when seeking assistance from others, one must also demonstrate sincerity. Approaching with a knife in hand, I dare say, would leave anyone displeased, wouldn't it? His tone was nonchalant, seemingly implying something more. Jiang Yulan replied, you may state your conditions. Quite simply, those 3 Phoenix bases must be dismantled, and the Black Box project must be terminated. Mo Hanshan emphasized his words. To simultaneously seek aid from the Savior to rescue human civilization while planning to develop new weapons to annihilate them cannot possibly be deemed sincere. Can it? If you were the Emperor, would you acquiesce? Jiang Yulan's heart gradually sank. She realized that she had indeed underestimated the depths of Mo Hongshan's shamelessness. His words contained numerous flaws that could easily be countered. In but a fleeting moment, Jiang Yulan discerned the fallacies of conceptual substitution, misdirection, and the blurring of truth that could be countered. Yet, she ultimately refrained from uttering a single word of rebuttal. The reason was quite simple. It bore no significance. One cannot awaken a person feigning slumber. Mo Hongshan had not approached the matter from the perspective of humanity, with a sense of disinterest. Jiang Yulan rose to her feet and declared, "I will convey your request." The formal negotiations with the emperor would commence in 3 days. At the negotiation table, before she could finish her presentation, the emperor abruptly interrupted her. At that moment, the smile upon his face remained soft and warm. "I do not wish to derive anything from this incident concerning your humanity. This event bears no relation to me or my civilization. How you choose to address it is entirely your own affair. However, should you attempt to leverage the cessation of resource provision as a means of coercion, I would have no qualms about preemptively extinguishing your civilization before that asteroid arrives." Chapter 50. Leverage. The emperor's declaration was unexpectedly resolute and direct. It seemed he was wholly indifferent to the situation and unconcerned about the repercussions of the event. This suggested two possibilities. Either he sought to gain more, or his resource collection task was nearing completion, at least before the asteroid's impact. Thus, the survival of human civilization would become entirely detached from his interests, perhaps even sparing him the effort of intervening directly. Jiang Yulan keenly recognized these points. She realized that this negotiation would prove far more arduous than she had anticipated. Yet, she had no avenue for retreat. After a moment of silence, she stated, "You must understand that maintaining the operation of the space elevator and the extensive processes of resource collection and transportation will inevitably be affected by this incident. Such matters are beyond human volition." The emperor smiled and shook his head. "I wish to ask you, do these matters concern me?" Jiang Yulan's heart sank once more. She comprehended the emperor's implication. Ensuring the stability of the space elevator and the processes of resource collection and transportation, safeguarding them from the impact of the asteroid, and fulfilling our mutual agreements with quality and quantity were matters solely for humanity to address. I have no reason or obligation to intervene in your internal affairs. Prior to the negotiations, she had prepared an abundance of rhetoric, extensive arguments, and ample logic to counter the conditions the emperor might propose, conditions that the human world would find utterly unacceptable, and had devised at least 5 strategies to mitigate his demands. Yet, she had not anticipated that none of her preparations would be employed, for all of this was predicated upon the emperor having some desire from the human world. In her myriad contemplations, she had failed to consider that the emperor would not even broach the subject of conditions. Being exploited is not the most lamentable fate. The true tragedy lies in lacking even the qualification to be exploited. From this perspective, it appears that the asteroid impact incident is indeed not orchestrated by the emperor, and he seemingly does not care whether Earth will be struck. This further implies that his resource collection task is truly nearing its conclusion. The negotiation concluded without success, and Jiang Yulan promptly reported the process and results to the decision-makers. Faced with this new shift in circumstances, the mood among the decision-makers was somewhat complex. This was not due to the impending asteroid collision, which, despite its high probability of obliterating human civilization, would occur at least several years hence, allowing humanity ample time to devise solutions. What truly complicated their emotions was the sovereign's first indication that the resource collection phase was nearing its end. It was evident that the day the savior civilization completed its resource gathering would mark the moment when humanity would face its ultimate trial. The efforts, sacrifices, and struggles of countless individuals over the years were all directed towards preparing for that final examination, striving to ensure the survival and continuation of human civilization. However, were we truly prepared? No one dared to assert that we were fully ready. A sense of unease lingered in the hearts of all. Suddenly, Dean Wu Yuan, who had attended the meeting, spoke up. "I propose that Professor Su Zhenghua engage in another discussion with the sovereign. His previous intervention, akin to a miracle, had helped humanity navigate the solar radiation crisis. Perhaps he could once again achieve remarkable results. Moreover, Su Zhenghua's involvement could further probe the sovereign's true intentions regarding the savior civilization." This was deemed a prudent course of action. The decision-makers unanimously endorsed the proposal. Upon receiving the notification, Su Zhenghua sighed. He had long been concerned that his leverage with the sovereign might be misused, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. However, the world government had not made any demands of him during these past years, and the gravity of the current situation could not be dismissed as a misuse of his influence. From all perspectives, he felt compelled to step forward. Yet, He was uncertain whether his involvement would yield any tangible results. Shortly thereafter, a helicopter ascended once more, carrying Su Zhenghua and Sun Wei towards the vicinity of Gate 3 of Wenhua Palace, where the Risk Assessment Committee was stationed. Once again, they found themselves by the lakeside. In that same pavilion, Jiang Yulan and Sun Wei remained behind to wait, while Su Zhenghua proceeded along the intricately carved corridor towards the pavilion. At that moment, the sovereign was not engrossed in reading. Before him lay an exquisitely crafted table adorned with several delectable refreshments. As Su Zhenghua was aware, since the rift between the sovereign and the human world, Jiang Yulan's cultural offensive had ceased entirely, and no one had attended to the sovereign. However, after Mo Hanshan fully aligned himself with the sovereign, the Doomsday Organization had gathered many to serve him. Clearly, the exquisite treats before the sovereign were prepared by the hands of the Doomsday Organization, though it remained uncertain which renowned chef was responsible for their creation. Upon Su Zhenghua's arrival, the sovereign nodded with a smile. Su Zhenghua sighed and took a seat directly opposite the sovereign. "You shouldn't be here," the sovereign remarked. "I don't wish to be here either, but I have no choice," Su Zhenghua replied. "This situation is not my concern." "I am aware," Su Zhenghua sighed. "Yet altering the trajectory of an asteroid is not a formidable task for you. Such an action would benefit both humanity and your civilization of saviors. I cannot fathom your refusal." The Son of Heaven replied with a faint smile. "However, our inaction bears no consequences, does it?" Su Zhenghua fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he inquired, "Do you possess the confidence to gather sufficient resources before the asteroid impacts?" The Son of Heaven, smiling, remained silent, offering no response. "I do not wish to resort to this, but I find myself with no alternative. This is my civilization, my home, and I cannot stand idly by." Su Zhenghua raised his head, gazing intently into the Son of Heaven's eyes, his tone calm, yet resolute. "If you refuse to assist us in resolving this crisis, I shall cease my research. Furthermore, given all that humanity has done for you, you ought to provide us with some form of recompense." Previously, Su Zhenghua had wielded this as leverage, compelling the Son of Heaven to aid humanity during the solar radiation crisis. Now, he once again brought it forth. The smile on the Son of Heaven's face remained unchanged. "Professor Su, I believe you have misconstrued two matters. First, if an invader were to offer compensation and rewards to those they invade, could they still be deemed an invader? Second, the same issue may only serve as a bargaining chip once. It cannot be reused." This answer aligned with Su Zhenghua's expectations. He had already sensed that he might not achieve the desired outcome this time. Yet, upon hearing the Son of Heaven's unabashed declaration, a flicker of disappointment arose within him. Nevertheless, for the sake of civilization and the world, he felt compelled to act. "I have stated that I have no choice. Hence, I must once again utilize it as leverage." The Son of Heaven remained silent, turning away to gaze at the tranquil lake, not uttering a word. Su Zhenghua waited quietly. At this moment, at the opposite end of the passage, Sun Wei and Jiang Yulan were anxiously awaiting developments. Previously, they had witnessed a miracle unfold before their eyes. Would there be another miracle this time? Sun Wei murmured, "Chairperson Jiang, do you believe Professor Su will succeed?" Jiang Yulan, her gaze unwavering, dared not blink as she fixated on every movement within the pavilion. Responding to Sun Wei's inquiry, she replied casually, "He will undoubtedly succeed. Yes, he will succeed. Professor Su is no ordinary individual. He will prevail." Sun Wei murmured to himself, as though reassuring his own thoughts. Within the pavilion, the Son of Heaven finally averted his gaze from the lake, redirecting it towards Su Zhenghua. "To be candid, I find your extraordinary intellect and research quite intriguing. However, I have learned from your literary works that one must never concede without boundaries, regardless of the threats posed by the opposing party. I shall only yield once. There will be no second concession. Should you persist in this manner, I shall respond in my own way. I suspect you would not welcome that day." The Son of Heaven's refusal left no room for negotiation. Unless Su Zhenghua could present a new, compelling bargaining chip, the outcome was irrevocably set. Clearly, he had no further leverage to offer. The entirety of humanity could not muster additional bargaining power either. "I understand now. I truly should not have come today." Su Zhenghua sighed and turned to walk outside. The heavenly sun smiled faintly, observing Su Zhenghua's departing silhouette. "Professor Su Zhenghua, I trust you shall not disappoint me, shall you?" It murmured softly, the words barely reaching Su Zhenghua's ears. Upon seeing Su Zhenghua approaching, Jiang Yulan and Sun Wei both felt a surge of excitement. They remembered all too well how last time Su Zhenghua had walked toward them, the crisis had been miraculously resolved. This time, however, the heavenly sun did not accompany him. Yet, that did not imply Professor Su's failure. His expression remained unchanged, devoid of any visible joy. This, too, was inconsequential. Professor Su was a reserved individual, not one to display his thoughts overtly. This did not signify defeat. He would succeed. He must succeed. Professor Su, how did it go? As Su Zhenghua descended the corridor, Jiang Yulan stepped forward, grasping his hand tightly, her face alight with hope. Yet, ultimately, Su Zhenghua disappointed her. I am sorry, Chairwoman Jiang. I have failed. This time, we must rely solely on ourselves to endure this crisis. The smile on Jiang Yulan's face instantly froze, leaving her momentarily dazed, oblivious to Su Zhenghua and Sun Wei's departure. After a long pause, she regained her composure, leaning against the railing to steady herself, her gaze drifting skyward. Her eyes seemed to pierce through the vast expanse of space, focusing on the small asteroid still over 100 million kilometers away. Rely solely on ourselves? What do we possess to bear this burden? Chapter 51. Madness. The Heavenly Sun might truly be nearing the end of its resource collection mission. In the virtual conference room of the decision-makers, Su Zhenghua spoke in hushed tones. This meeting with the Heavenly Sun required no secrecy. Thus Su Zhenghua elaborated on every minute detail of their encounter and shared his conjectures. Upon learning that Su Zhenghua had not swayed the Heavenly Sun's intentions, disappointment washed over the attendees. However, this had been anticipated, and they quickly rallied their spirits once more. It is all right. We still have over 6 years. We will surely find a way. Perhaps in the end, that asteroid will merely graze past Earth. While such a possibility existed, deep down, none truly harbored such fantasies. Simultaneously, even though it was nearly accepted that a collision was inevitable, the prospect of humanity resolving this catastrophe by its own means appeared exceedingly bleak. Even should they ultimately prevail, the toll would be devastating. No one suggested leveraging measures such as delaying resource supplies or halting the operation of the space elevator to exert pressure on the Heavenly Sun. Despite its clear indication of playing its trump cards against humanity, the Heavenly Sun's actions exhibited unmistakable restraint. It refrained from direct involvement, instead opting to act through Mo Shan, which served as proof. Thus, if the Heavenly Sun exercised restraint, humanity must do the same. Intensifying conflicts and probing each other's limits would yield no benefits for either party, especially under the current circumstances. Simultaneously, the aggressive onslaught of the Annihilation Organization against the three Phoenix bases has instilled a profound sense of anxiety among the populace. This seemingly suggests that the Celestial Emperor may indeed possess the capability to obliterate the human realm before his departure. The future of humanity appears increasingly bleak. After a moment of silence, the leader turned his gaze towards Su Zhenghua. Professor Su, what exactly is this change? Do you have any insights? This change is the root cause of all that has transpired, terminating a prolonged period of strategic stability and provoking a series of reactions from the Emperor, rendering the human world more vulnerable. Su Zhenghua's expression bore a hint of confusion. After a lengthy pause, he hoarsely replied, Our universe seems to be fundamentally different from what it once was. This cannot be deemed a satisfactory answer, nor will it appease the decision-makers. Nevertheless, it is abundantly clear to all that Su Zhenghua's response is the closest approximation of the truth they have encountered. In recent years, an array of anomalous phenomena has indeed occurred. For instance, the extinguishing of stars, the peculiar gravitational anomalies of massive sources, and the irregularities of Jupiter's gravity, among others. However, this is not the most terrifying aspect. Do you understand? Su Zhenghua observed the attendees on the screen, an inexplicable fear flickering in his eyes. The most frightful revelation is that my theories can astonishingly and accurately elucidate these changes. At times, I feel as though I am losing my sanity. You may not comprehend that sensation, akin to a person who knows they are merely speaking nonsense, yet every absurdity they utter finds a counterpart in the tangible world. During my research, I often find myself engulfed in fear, dreading the moment when I might arrive at a truly alarming conclusion. I am uncertain whether it is I who has gone mad, or if this world, this universe has succumbed to madness, or perhaps we are all ensnared in insanity. This encapsulates Su Zhenghua's genuine sentiments. He senses an underlying dread within his subconscious, a resistance against something intangible, which has rendered his research process somewhat constrained. The decision-makers exchanged glances, each perceiving a trace of concern reflected in the other's eyes. They could distinctly sense that Su Zhenghua's emotional state was not quite normal. Given Su Zhenghua's invaluable contributions to the human world, his well-being must be preserved at all costs. Even if the entire decision-making body were to perish, a flawless governance structure would swiftly generate a new leadership. However, should Su Zhenghua be lost, it would signify an irreplaceable loss. Wu Yuan, the director of the Civilization Strategic Research Institute, responded with a reassuring smile. Professor Su, it seems you are simply under immense pressure and fatigue. No need to worry. A good rest will alleviate all concerns. Rest assured, The world government will adeptly manage the asteroid impact. You need not fret. He felt a twinge of guilt within, recognizing that he had gravely miscalculated by failing to detect the changes in Su Zhenghua's mental state in advance. He had always known Su Zhenghua to be a person who excelled under pressure. However, he had overlooked the fact that even the most resilient individuals have their limits. Fortunately, it is still possible to rectify the situation, and no irreversible troubles have truly manifested. Dean Wu Yuan's words carried a unique warmth. Su Zhenghua felt a slight easing in his heart, and his expression returned to calm. I apologize. Professor Su, please take some rest. Once Su Zhenghua exited, Wu Yuan's demeanor immediately turned grave. I will assemble a team of the most elite psychological experts to specifically study Professor Su's mental state and alleviate his psychological stress. The decision-makers silently nodded in agreement. At this moment, deep beneath the abyss, in the Phoenix 1 base, several days had passed since the last incident of the Nirvana crisis. During this time, all committee members aware of the matter had been patiently awaiting a shift. Yet, the anticipated scenario of the base being breached had not transpired. Thus, it became evident that the Nirvana command received earlier was indeed a false alarm. Although this incident has been confirmed as a fabrication, it serves as a clarion call for us. The external world must have undergone certain alterations, and the genuine Nirvana command could arrive at any moment. We must expedite our research progress. Within a month, the second unit must undergo factory testing. Luo Haiyun made arrangements without any room for negotiation. The committee members exchanged glances. Fully aware of the daunting challenges ahead, yet they gritted their teeth and consented. At this juncture, the situation allowed for no delays or complacency. The laser cannon testing machine had already been completed and was in the process of gathering data and refining improvements. Originally, this phase was expected to require at least another 3 months, but now, the timeline had been compressed by 2/3. In the past, the work schedule at the Phoenix 1 base was already tightly packed, but now, the workload had escalated to a new level. Luo Haiyun even relocated directly to the office, residing and dining there. When fatigue struck, he would steal a brief nap. When hunger arose, he would grab a quick bite. Awakening meant a relentless cycle of work. Reviewing documents, holding meetings, conducting on-site inspections, coordinating command, etc. He moved like a whirlwind, scarcely finding a moment's respite. The already scarce laughter within the base had vanished entirely. Every individual wore a tense expression, their footsteps brisk. It was at this moment that an unforeseen event disrupted the established plans, necessitating yet another postponement of the second unit's factory release. An incident occurred at one of the fission plant's reactors. Although it did not lead to severe consequences, an emergency shutdown was unavoidable, and repairs would take no less than half a month. The laser cannon consumed a significant amount of energy, and various associated factories and facilities, such as the supercomputing center, high-precision optical material manufacturing workshop, casting workshop, and chip factory, also demanded considerable electricity. The fission plant had been barely sustaining operations, and now, with one reactor offline, power output plummeted by 1/5, rendering some scheduled experiments impossible. Luo Haiyun arrived at the scene with a grim countenance. The security team, clad in protective gear, had already taken control of the area. A slender middle-aged man with dark skin, thick glasses, and greasy hair had been apprehended. He is the direct perpetrator of this incident. At this moment, he is handcuffed, kneeling with his shoulders trembling incessantly. Luo Haiyun spoke coldly. Li Chaojun, what happened? Li Chaojun raised his head, his complexion ashen, tears clouding the corners of his eyes. Luo Gong, it is my responsibility. I have delayed the research progress. I deserve to die. Luo Haiyun's voice grew even colder. I asked you what happened. Li Chaojun murmured. I input new operational parameters into the reactor based on the data received from outside, and it malfunctioned. Luo Haiyun bellowed. That data could be false. How many times have I emphasized this? Times have changed, and that scoundrel Mo Hongshan wants to sabotage us. Any data received from outside must be independently verified before use. Since the Nirvana incident, Luo Haiyun had anticipated that Mo Hongshan might impersonate the world government to transmit false data, thereby delaying their research progress. Indeed, Mo Hongshan had done just that. Fortunately, Luo Haiyun had been prepared. Aside from the addition of a verification step that made the process somewhat cumbersome, it did not bring about any other significant issues. Yet, despite all precautions, a mistake still occurred. Comprehensive verification of that data required computational power from the supercomputing center. Due to the congested tasks at the center, I had only performed a level verification using the power plant's supercomputer. I, too, wished to expedite the enhancement of power supply and accelerate research progress. Sobbing, Luo Gong, it is my fault. You may pass judgment upon me. Li Chaojuan's face was filled with regret and self-reproach. However, Luo Haiyun's anger grew even more intense. Your death would be of little consequence. Take him away and hand him over to the base court for processing. Li Chaojun was led away in despair. Luo Haiyun then raised his gaze to the 100-meter-high rock layer above, which had been leveled and equipped with lighting facilities, his face ablaze with fury. Although he and Imo Hongshan were both regarded as representatives of the military's hardliners and youth faction, he had never particularly liked Imo Hongshan. Upon receiving the news of Imo Hongshan's betrayal, disdain was all that remained in his heart for this man. After Nirvana, if I survive, if you still live, Imo Hongshan, I shall take your life with my own hands. Chapter 52. The movie Professor Su, please follow my command. Take a deep breath, inhale. Good. Exhale. Please clear your mind. In a specially modified room within the Zhenghua laboratory, a middle-aged man with a gentle smile continuously spoke to Su Zhenghua. At this moment, Su Zhenghua lay flat on a bed, eyes closed, resembling a marionette, mechanically executing the middle-aged man's instructions. Following the gentle words of the middle-aged man, a soothing melody began to play, reminiscent of winds caressing golden wheat fields, gentle breezes gliding over lake surfaces, and waves softly lapping against the shore. Su Zhenghua's breathing gradually stabilized. He fell asleep. Yet even in slumber, he seemed unable to find peace. His brow occasionally furrowed, as though he were enduring some form of torment. The middle-aged man silently left the room, closing the door behind him. He has fallen asleep, he spoke into the earpiece. On the opposite side of the headset, in a room resembling a command center situated several kilometers away, a dozen individuals clad in white coats are intently monitoring the situation through surveillance. The patient's condition during the rapid eye movement phase, including heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and blood oxygen saturation, presents a significant challenge for many of the world's foremost psychological experts and psychiatrists. Yet, this is a political mission where success is the only option. Failure is not permissible. Everyone is acutely aware of Su Zhenghua's value, and no one can afford the burden of a treatment failure. His psychological resilience is undeniably remarkable, his ability to withstand pressure surpassing that of the majority. However, he bears an immense weight of anxiety and fear deep within his subconscious. Several interrelated factors undermine his mental state, making the situation exceedingly difficult to navigate. I propose administering martinolazine in conjunction with psychotherapy, which should yield favorable results. However, this medication carries mild hallucinogenic side effects. And given that the patient is a scientist who values precision, the review board would likely disapprove. This is not an ordinary patient. Any treatment, whether pharmacological or therapeutic, must consider its impact on his real-life work and responsibilities. This complexity further complicates matters for the experts involved. In truth, the most effective approach would be to suspend the patient's work, allowing him to forget the mathematical formulas and the current crises facing humanity. Perhaps encouraging him to travel and unwind for a time, ultimately negating the need for medication as he would naturally improve. Yet, this optimal solution encountered immediate failure. The patient was utterly incapable of ceasing his thoughts. Even when away from his workplace, he remained furrowed in concentration, unable to relax. And the act of leaving his work environment only triggered mild anxiety. Reluctantly, this strategy had to be abandoned. A powerful force compels the patient to immerse himself entirely in his research, often pushing through exhaustion and diminished efficiency, as if any moment of relaxation would precipitate dire consequences or regret. This clearly stems from a subconscious fear that his relaxation could adversely affect the overall situation or that he might fail to achieve his utmost potential. Yet, as his research progresses, so too does his growing uncertainty about the future and fear of unforeseen changes. Caught in a web of conflicting emotions, he finds himself at a standstill. Currently, the most capable experts can only offer regular psychological support alongside some sleeping aids, merely maintaining the patient's mental state from further deterioration, which is evidently not a sustainable solution. The experts fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, one expert finally remarked, "In the face of psychological pressure and fear, one can either block or release. These are the only two options. Since release is not feasible, we must resort to blocking. But how do we block? We must find a way to bolster the patient's personal mental energy. I have analyzed the patient's developmental history, noting the profound influence of the head of the orphanage he once resided in, which instilled in him a strong sense of responsibility towards his country and the greater good of civilization. In truth, this serves as his spiritual pillar. We can approach this aspect to assist him in overcoming the fears that reside within his subconscious. Consequently, his mental state will assuredly improve significantly. Frankly speaking, this idea may not be particularly ingenious. However, at this moment, there are no alternative methods available, so we might as well give it a try. After all, even in failure, there are unlikely to be dire consequences. After deliberation, the experts decided to create a film inspired by the late headmaster of the orphanage, showcasing his heroic deeds and indomitable spirit, which dedicated a lifetime of noble character to the human world, to inspire Su Zhenghua in hopes of enhancing his psychological condition. This plan passed the review committee's scrutiny and promptly entered the execution phase. In a suburban area of a city, several members of the execution team knocked on a somewhat dilapidated door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with greasy, disheveled hair and a bushy beard. Upon seeing the visitors, the man's expression immediately shifted. "I've already stated that I will no longer make films. The world is falling apart. What nonsense is this about making a movie? Go away, don't bother me." One of the team members stepped forward, presenting a document. "Director Fu, please take a look at this." The man, referred to as Director Fu, impatiently took the document, glanced at it, and his expression fluctuated. After a long pause, he spoke in a deep tone. "Are you saying I can still contribute to humanity?" The team member nodded solemnly. "Very well, I shall accept this task." His attitude shifted decisively. "However, my old colleagues, you must bring them to me. I need a screenwriter, props, makeup artists, set designers, editors, lighting technicians, and most importantly, actors. As for your crew members, we will assemble them at the quickest pace. You need not worry about the actors. A global database is currently conducting facial recognition, and all actors will be selected based on their unique characteristics to ensure authenticity. You need not be concerned about their acting skills. We will take care of that." "Ah, such a lineup, such support," Director Fu exclaimed, suddenly feeling a surge of excitement and anticipation. Waves of communication emanated from the capital city, accompanied by the issuance of orders. Across schools, mountain villages, fields, residential communities, corporate buildings, and construction sites, individuals, some bewildered, some fearful, and others exhilarated, began to converge towards the capital. The directors and screenwriters, armed with comprehensive details about the late headmaster gathered by the world government, retreated to refine the screenplay, while the selected actors underwent intensive training to perfect their craft. From this moment forward, they would temporarily shed their former identities and embody various characters from the headmaster's life journey. An abundance of props and sets were rapidly constructed without regard for cost. If the directors and screenwriters had yet to finalize which scenes to utilize, they constructed multiple sets, deeming any waste inconsequential. To recreate certain grand scenes, the world government even mobilized the military to participate. Under a nearly unprecedented wave of support, the preparatory work was completed in a mere fortnight, seamlessly transitioning into the filming phase. Less than a month later, the final product was presented to the esteemed members of the psychology expert group. Despite the remarkably short production period, the completed film exuded exceptional artistic merit and visual allure. Director Fu, you truly embody the essence of a renowned filmmaker. Engaging you to helm this project was indeed a fortuitous choice, one expert exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Due to prolonged periods of overwork, Director Fu's eyes had swelled to resemble bulbs. Behind him, a cadre of actors and crew members bore weary expressions. Upon surveying the faces of his team, Director Fu spoke solemnly. "It is my privilege to contribute to our civilization, and indeed, it is an honor shared by all of us in this crew. We do not fear hardship. What we fear is our inability to exert ourselves." A smile spread across the faces of those behind him. The film was ultimately delivered to Zhenghua Laboratory. In a newly constructed screening room, Su Zhenghua, engrossed in his work, was forcibly summoned. His hair was disheveled and greasy, his beard unkempt, and dark circles adorned his eyes, rendering him noticeably more haggard than before. Clearly distracted, he frequently glanced outside, yearning to return to his workstation. However, when the film's opening frame appeared, he was instantly captivated. It depicted a young man embarking on a journey with his fiancée, eager to register their marriage. Su recognized the couple from the photograph that had once adorned the desk of the late director. The actors bore an uncanny resemblance to the figures in the frame. As the narrative swiftly unfolded, the events recounted by the late director materialized before Su Zhenghua. He witnessed the tragic demise of the director's fiancée, the director's enlistment into the military, and his gradual evolution into a competent soldier dedicated to the liberation of humanity. The profound love for the land beneath his feet and for the generations of compatriots who had thrived there became the director's most formidable source of strength, empowering him to confront any adversity without fear. Su observed the director engaging in fierce combat with the enemy, exhibiting unwavering resolve, and ultimately retiring with honor. He devoted all his savings and awards to establishing an orphanage, meticulously caring for the children, imparting knowledge and moral wisdom. The scenes depicted in the film were nearly a vivid recollection of Su Jinghua's own memories. Following the death of his fiancée Yi, the director remained lifelong unmarried. His desk perpetually adorned with a photograph from his youth alongside her, enduring until his own passing, an end met at the hands of the savior civilization. The life of the late director epitomized a commitment to the noble cause of civilization. Countless memories of the director's visage and laughter flooded Su's mind. And confronted with the endearing smile of the director on screen, he found himself weeping for the first time in years, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 53. A surge of emotion in Su Jinghua's heart. The late director was indeed a figure akin to a father. The creators of this film evidently undertook a meticulous process of research, employing methods inaccessible to the average individual, such as consulting classified documents. Consequently, the film exudes an authenticity that is strikingly palpable. Numerous incidents recounted within are mere whispers from the former director, many of which even Su Jinghua himself had long forgotten. Yet, as these memories are vividly resurrected on screen, Su Jinghua is instantly reminded, recalling, the old director did mention this at one point. It is precisely this authenticity and detail that renders the narrative profoundly impactful and striking. Su Jinghua, through a unique lens, accompanies the old director through the entirety of his life. There is no need for excessive words or thoughts. Everything is conveyed in silence. With tears dried, Su Jinghua rises, feeling an infusion of strength within him. The psychologist who accompanied him during the screening observes him carefully and inquires with a smile, "Professor Su, how do you feel?" "Much better, thank you." After the emotional release, much of the heaviness in his heart has dissipated. "May I meet the creators and cast of this film?" "Of course." In the lounge, the bearded director Fu, along with numerous crew members and character actors, gazes upon the young scientist, who is viewed as a figure of legend. Su Jinghua's name is not widely recognized by the public. The world government has neither deliberately obscured his existence nor actively promoted him. Most individuals who are aware of Su Jinghua possess only a vague impression. "Oh, Su Jinghua. I've heard he is quite remarkable." However, the creators of this film are different. The world government had previously dispatched individuals to elucidate Su Jinghua's unique status and significance. It was precisely for this reason that the creators were able to ignite nearly all their creative fervor, culminating in the completion of the film within just over a month. "Thank you, thank you." Su Jinghua's words are few, yet each one resonates with sincerity. The bearded director Fu grins widely, "Professor Su, it's up to you to drive those damned aliens away." A rare smile graces Su Jinghua's face. "I shall do my utmost. Life and death are but fleeting moments. What is there to fear? Let us act. Those extraterrestrial scoundrels dare to be arrogant on Earth. I have long found them intolerable. Those scoundrels, may their ancestors be damned." The bearded director Fu appears to be a fiery character, unable to restrain his emotions, and he erupts into a tirade, prompting many crew members to join in. After a period of jovial banter, the time to depart arrives. Su Jinghua shakes hands with each crew member. When he reaches the actor portraying the elderly director, a complex expression crosses his face. However, he ultimately masters his emotions, offering a heartfelt, "Thank you." This actor is a farmer who, while irrigating his fields, was unexpectedly summoned to the crew without fully grasping the situation. Lacking acting experience and not excelling in the intensive training, he nevertheless prevailed through a rigorous selection process. Due to his demeanor closely resembling that of the former dean, who hailed from a farming background, when he first appeared in the film, Su Jinghua almost mistook him for the old dean himself. In response to Su Jinghua's earnest gratitude, the old farmer chuckled heartily. "I heard that a great scientist is so preoccupied with thoughts of his father that he can no longer carry on his work. Unable to fend off the extraterrestrials, those in authority suggested that I resemble his father, hence I was asked to act in this role. I was reluctant to come. You see, for the crops in the fields require tending at this very moment. However, upon reflection, if I cannot fend off the aliens, what good would it do to cultivate more grain? Ultimately, it would all be in vain. So here I am, not tilling the land, but accompanying those from above. You must be that great scientist, right? While I wouldn't dare to truly assume the role of your father, I must offer you this counsel. You cannot show weakness. The villagers are counting on you." The old farmer rambled on, his words jumbled and unclear, yet Su Jinghua comprehended him without difficulty. He grasped the old farmer's hand firmly, which felt as rough as he remembered the former dean's hand, and with a smile, he reassured, "Rest assured, we are not cowardly fools. Whoever shows fear is indeed that." Su Jinghua extended his left pinky and gestured downward. Beside him, Sun Wei's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. For the image he held of Su Jinghua was on the verge of crumbling. The old farmer erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "That's the spirit." As the meeting concluded, Su Zhenghua appeared to be in a noticeably improved state of mind, and his work efficiency had increased, along with a significant enhancement in his sleep quality. He had even begun to plan a substantial research undertaking, seemingly filled with speculation and direction, with the next step being validation. Subsequently, an assessment of Su Zhenghua's mental state was submitted to the desk of Wu Yuan, the director of the Civilization Strategic Research Institute. A psychologist expressed concern, stating, "To be frank, this method is akin to a temporary boost. Professor Su's true emotional conflict remains unresolved. It is merely masked for the time being. If not addressed thoroughly, this hidden danger will inevitably resurface." Wu Yuan smiled and shook his head, replying, "Indeed, yet what does it matter? The final judgment is fast approaching. In this ultimate reckoning, if we prevail, Professor Su's emotional turmoil will naturally be resolved. If we fail, it is of little consequence whether his turmoil is resolved, for ultimately, we all face death. The emotional conflicts of the deceased need not be unraveled. Ultimately, the objective is to endure this challenging period." This was precisely why Wu Yuan consented to the production of this film. Time continued to pass quietly, and the newly established Space Force had, to date, proposed 6 strategies to prevent the asteroid torn from the planets Ishan and Choshan from colliding with Earth, all of which were under rigorous examination. Discussions regarding the asteroid impact remained strictly confidential to avert chaos, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. It was at this moment that another action by the Savior civilization drew public attention. Through observational equipment, observers clearly discerned that within the vast base, which integrates the space elevator's celestial terminus with the comprehensive space station, small spacecraft have begun to proliferate to various locations. A new round of space construction endeavors appears to be underway. It has been noted that at altitudes ranging from 10 to 30,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, no fewer than 60 small bases are being constructed at a rapid pace. Their distribution is uneven, yet they collectively envelop the entire planet. The exact purpose of these small bases remains shrouded in mystery, as does the motivation behind their construction by the Savior civilization. It is merely felt that these newly erected bases seem to bear no relation to resource collection tasks. If one could accept that the earlier large base served the function of refining and forging primary resources and energy for the Savior civilization's vessels to transport the most valuable materials, then what role could these small bases possibly fulfill? This uncertainty has sparked growing concerns among the populace. Coupled with the potential cessation of resource collection tasks by the Savior civilization and the ominous directive from the Emperor for Mo Hanshan to take action against the Phoenix base, the implications are all the more alarming. Yet, the world government is utterly ill-equipped to respond. Not only is the technological level insufficient to probe the specific functions of these small bases, but even if adequate technology were available, organizing sufficient resources and personnel for such an undertaking would be exceedingly challenging. Presently, the world government's focus and resources are severely strained. As for Zekuluo Island, despite its daily transport capacity of fewer than 120,000 tons of resources, the reality is far more complex. The stated transport volume is a direct shipment to space. To maintain this quantity, the actual resources consumed by the world government can exceed 100-fold. To sustain the operation of the space elevator and meet the living and working needs of its personnel, as well as the consumption of various factories, 12 large coal-fired power plants have been constructed in the vicinity of Zekuluo Island, each consuming over 200,000 tons of high-quality coal daily. If not for the extensive development of solar, wind, tidal, and wave energy generation facilities, along with the establishment of 2 nuclear power stations, the daily coal consumption would be even more staggering. The sheer volume of other essential living and production materials is beyond imagination. Only a unified government endowed with formidable organizational capabilities, mobilization prowess, and resource coordination abilities can sustain the normal operations of Zekuluo Island and its surrounding isles. This constitutes the world government's most significant trump card in its struggle against the Savior civilization, and it elucidates why the world government has repeatedly defied the Savior civilization, which has hesitated to decisively dismantle this government. Such organization, mobilization, and resource coordination cannot solely be addressed by advanced technology. They require decades, if not centuries, of mature governance, continuous trial and error, refinement, and self-improvement. Once destroyed, the prospect of rapid reconstruction is utterly bleak. In addition to Zekuluo Island and its surroundings, the Space Force has diverted a substantial portion of its resources to counter the threat of asteroid impacts. To prepare for the impending apocalypse, the construction of numerous underground bases and shelters, along with the accumulation of supplies, has consumed an extraordinary amount of power. Even if the world government could mobilize resources from across the globe, it would still fall short in the face of such immense consumption. The public's morale has reached a breaking point, with the Social Science Academy issuing a report indicating that if this situation persists, a collapse is imminent in the near future. Yet, whether fortunate or unfortunate, many have come to realize that this state of affairs will not endure for much longer. Chapter 54. Engineering Su Zhenghua has fully restored his operational capacity. With this pillar of strength, the extensive research team he leads has begun to accelerate its progress once more. He not only oversees the team's daily research but also collaborates with Li Cheng from the science department to propose a more expansive detection plan. He endeavors to uncover the deeper realities of the universe, seeking the true causes behind the myriad of anomalies within it, and attempts to analyze whether the universe has always appeared this way, unnoticed by humanity, or if it has indeed undergone changes beyond human comprehension. Should the universe have experienced such alterations, what are the underlying reasons, what impacts might they yield, and how will humanity continue to sustain its existence amidst these transformations? This is the most pressing issue confronting the human world today. Li Cheng has extended his utmost support for Su Zhenghua's plan. The world government has maneuvered its limited resources and capabilities to almost effortlessly fulfill Su Zhenghua's every request. Thousands of research teams have been integrated into this grand scientific initiative, with the number of engineers and technicians dedicated to constructing and upgrading various detection facilities approaching nearly 1 million. Li Cheng, the minister of the science department, has effectively become Su Zhenghua's logistical overseer. All resource and manpower requirements, as well as construction needs, are coordinated through him. In this era, it is likely that Su Zhenghua is the only scientist able to elicit such extensive support from the world government. Moreover, Su Zhenghua is aware that the Celestial Emperor not only refrains from obstructing this endeavor, but also welcomes it wholeheartedly. The conditions of time, place, and harmony have all aligned favorably, making it not an exaggeration to say that Su Zhenghua carries the hopes of all. At the Neutrino Experiment Observation Station at Longjin Mountain, situated over 300 meters underground, a colossal sphere with a diameter of 876 meters, constructed from polymethyl methacrylate and supported by a stainless steel truss, is under intense construction. It will house 300,000 tons of ultrapure linear alkyl benzene liquid scintillator, surrounded by 57 million photomultiplier tubes. This will be the most powerful and precise neutrino detector ever built by humankind. Even scientists have exclaimed that upon witnessing its data metrics, its construction will unequivocally herald the true dawn of neutrino astronomy. In previous eras, the human realm did possess neutrino detectors. However, those devices, while adequate for preliminary studies, fell short of declaring the advent of a new epoch. This particular detector, on the other hand, is truly deserving of such recognition. Its detection precision is unparalleled. Neutrinos originating from the vastness of outer space can penetrate the thick layers of rock barriers that only neutrinos can traverse, while nearly all other forms of radiation are effectively shielded by the liquid scintillator composed of linear alkyl benzene within the detector. Due to the detector's considerable size, the likelihood of interaction with internal matter particles has significantly increased compared to previous models. Upon colliding with these internal particles, the unique medium enables secondary particles to exceed the speed of light within that substance, thereby emitting Cherenkov radiation, an enchanting blue glow. The information contained within these mesmerizing luminescences is meticulously collected by a multitude of highly precise photomultiplier tubes. Consequently, all the secrets within are destined to be analyzed by research equipment, regardless of the countless billions of light years traversed by the neutrinos before arriving here. Whether they stem from nuclear fission or fusion, supernova explosions, neutron star collisions, cosmic dust accumulation, or black hole mergers, nothing remains concealed. It can unveil the myriad of wondrous physical processes occurring within the universe. In another location, 3,000 meters beneath the mountains, a germanium target ultra-low temperature detector is under construction. Once operational, it will reside in an environment of merely 20 degrees, patiently awaiting potential impacts from dark matter particles. The detector will identify possible collision events through the heat generated by particle interactions. If such events occur, further analysis will be conducted to discern the nature of the collisions and to gather more detailed data, all in an effort to unveil the enigmatic nature of dark matter particles. In this extraordinarily tranquil environment, where the muon flux amounts to a mere 19 events per square meter per year, external disturbances will be minimized to the greatest extent possible. It is noteworthy that prior to this, the lowest muon flux environment for dark matter detectors recorded 66 events per square meter per year. In addition to the germanium target ultra-low temperature detector, a 370 kilogram xenon detector will also be constructed. This device serves as another dark matter detector. Yet unlike the germanium target detector that observes dark matter particles via thermal monitoring, it seeks to identify dark matter through the scintillation produced by potential particle impacts. This, too, is the most precise and sensitive dark matter detector to date. Should humanity ever uncover definitive evidence for the existence of dark matter and glean insights from it, it is likely that such breakthroughs will be achieved through these two detectors. The analysis of whether dark matter indeed exists, along with its patterns and properties, will significantly advance our understanding of the universe's true nature. Even if these detectors ultimately fail to confirm the existence of dark matter, their value remains undeniable. Within the existing theoretical models of dark matter, it is posited that such a highly precise dark matter detector should be capable of identifying dark matter particles through theoretical calculations. However, should it fail to do so, it would serve as a compelling validation that current theories are erroneous, thus catalyzing advancements in physical theory. In a distant expanse, far removed from the clamor of urban life, the Listener Gravitational Wave Observatory is rapidly taking shape. By measuring the infinitesimal time differences between two perpendicular laser beams traversing a fixed distance, scientists can analyze the minuscule spatial variations induced by the transmission of gravitational waves, unveiling the wondrous realm of gravitational wave astronomy. Gravitational waves propagate with little interference from matter, unlike electromagnetic waves. They are not easily obstructed and are not concealed by the dense interstellar dust that obscures approximately 1/5 of the celestial sphere, a region known as the obscured zone, which exists due to the very shielding of the Milky Way galaxy itself. For ages, observations in this area have proven exceedingly challenging. However, utilizing gravitational waves for observation poses no such issues, as they are impervious to material barriers. This property bears resemblance to that of neutrinos, yet is more profound in its efficacy. Moreover, 5 dark matter detection satellites have been launched into space, employing principles distinct from those of subterranean detectors to observe dark matter. In addition, numerous optical telescopes, infrared telescopes, soft and hard X-ray telescopes, and radio telescopes, either constructed on the surface or launched into space, are now under development. Humanity is exerting a concerted effort across 4 fields: gravitational wave astronomy, neutrino astronomy, dark matter astronomy, and electromagnetic wave astronomy. Furthermore, several ultra-high-energy particle colliders, ultra-cold laboratories, and ultra-hot laboratories are also in the construction phase. Prior to the advent of the savior civilization, humanity lacked sufficient motivation to invest such enormous resources and manpower into astronomical observation. Following the arrival of the savior civilization, the tumultuous circumstances and environmental constraints rendered such significant investments impractical, compounded by the absence of sufficiently esteemed and capable scientists to spearhead these monumental initiatives. The construction of observational tools must invariably align with theoretical advancements, without adequate theoretical foundations or the requisite technological craftsmanship. Investing vast resources into the development of numerous high-performance observational instruments would be an exercise in futility. Presently, Su Zhenghua's research has vastly broadened perspectives, and the impending conclusion of the strategic stability period offers a conducive societal environment. The prevailing pessimism regarding the future galvanizes humanity to marshal all available resources for a final stand. Taken together, these conditions explain why such substantial and diverse construction projects are being pursued with fervent intensity. Of course, Su Zhenghua's personal prestige has played a significant role in this endeavor. This represents humanity's most resounding cry in the face of impending catastrophe, a testament to their greatest resistance. This is indeed a pivotal battle, where success is the only option, significantly determining the future fate of humanity. Should the investments yield results below expectations, humanity may very well lose its last vestige of hope for survival. Regardless of willingness or personal sentiments, people can only place their hopes in Su Zhenghua. At this moment, within the Su Zhenghua laboratory, he remains as focused as ever, pen in hand, sketching something on paper. His expression is one of intense concentration, seemingly oblivious to the external world. It is only when he reaches a pause that his secretary approaches him with a document. "Professor Su, this is a notice from the science department. The observatory has made a new discovery." The secretary's voice is laced with concern. Su Zhenghua takes the document and reads it attentively. The galaxy numbered 4945 has recently shown signs of potential disintegration. The gravitational system maintaining its spiral structure appears to have suffered mysterious damage, rendering it incapable of sustaining its own structure. It is anticipated that within approximately 1 billion years, it will completely fragment into 5 to 8 smaller galaxies. Such an occurrence has never been documented in our astronomical history. This is indeed perplexing. Logically, such a phenomenon should not occur. However, Su Zhenghua does not dwell on it for long. He merely schemes through the document before setting it aside. "Recently, we have observed too many bizarre events in the cosmos. One more does not change much, does it?" Chapter 55. Do not reincarnate in the suburbs of the capital, at the headquarters of the Annihilation Organization, in a spacious office. Mo Hanshan sits behind his desk, diligently reviewing a stack of documents. These are summaries sent by members of the Annihilation Organization from various critical locations, including large factories, transportation hubs, and supercomputing centers. The world government is unlikely to wholeheartedly commit to the resource collection mission for the Savior civilization. Only by deploying dedicated personnel to strictly supervise and prompt them can the mission be ensured to proceed smoothly. This responsibility falls squarely on the shoulders of the Annihilation Organization. The data on the documents indicates that the project's progress seems to be lagging behind expectations, causing Mo Hanshan to furrow his brow slightly. Just as he contemplates which measures to employ to improve this situation, a gentle knock sounds at the door. Upon receiving his permission, the secretary enters quietly. Leader. The chairman of the Wong Group has decided to donate 3 billion world coins to our organization. He hopes to invite you to dinner. What do you think? The operations of the Annihilation Organization do not receive funding from higher authorities and have relied on voluntary contributions from its members, leading to financial constraints. However, of late, several wealthy individuals have begun to reach out to the organization, donating substantial sums, gradually alleviating its financial situation. Clearly, the chairman of the Wong Group is one such affluent individual. Almost every wealthy donor yearns for the opportunity to grace the gatherings they propose, be it lavish dinners, golf outings, art appreciation sessions, or concerts. Their underlying motive is simply to cultivate a favorable relationship, anticipating that when the time of reckoning arrives, they might be able to extend a helping hand. In the past, Mo Hanshan rarely paid them any heed, often delegating such matters to his subordinates. However, this time, the staggering sum of 30 billion world currencies was undeniably substantial. He found himself compelled to accept the invitation. In a picturesque villa nestled by the mountains and waters on the outskirts of the capital, Wang Tianshun rose early, orchestrating the bustling activities of various servants. The specially invited chef was already in place, while exquisite ingredients from around the globe descended via helicopter, landing in the villa's backyard before being whisked to the kitchen for meticulous preparation. More ingredients were still en route, with some fresh fruits having just been plucked from their origins and promptly dispatched by private aircraft. For this sumptuous dinner, Wang Tianshun invested at least several tens of millions in world currency, yet he deemed it worthwhile. Ultimately, what is money? In his eyes, it is merely a numeral, sufficient to last several lifetimes. However, if some of it could be exchanged for future security, then its value would be maximized. The world government, it seems, is on the brink of collapse. To ensure the continuation of the Wang family, reliance on the apocalyptic organization appears essential. He even harbored a small, extravagant hope. If he could forge a strong alliance with Mo Hanshan, leveraging his connections with extraterrestrial beings, perhaps he might acquire some superlative technology. While he did not dare to dream of eternal youth or miraculous rejuvenation, the prospect of extending his life by several decades was certainly enticing. Surely, the so-called Savior civilization, so formidable that the world government could not withstand it, must possess such technologies. As dusk descended, a lavish dinner was ready at last. A convoy of vehicles quietly came to a halt at the entrance of the villa, and Wang Tianshun, accompanied by several key family members, stepped forward to greet their guests. The car doors swung open, revealing a tall, stern-faced man in his 30s or 40s. Having already seen Mo Hanshan's photograph, Wang Tianshun promptly approached, respectfully exclaiming, "Your Excellency, your presence elevates our humble abode." Mo Hanshan offered a faint smile, an indescribable sense of satisfaction swelling within him. The Wang Group is renowned as one of the most prominent conglomerates in the world, and its leader, Wang Tianshun, is a figure rarely encountered. Yet here he was, groveling before Mo Hanshan like a humble dog. This was the intoxicating thrill of power, a sensation that ensnared Mo Hanshan, leaving him captivated. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries with a hint of restraint, Mo Hanshan and his entourage were ushered to their seats with the utmost respect. When the meticulously crafted dishes were served, even Mo Hanshan found himself taken aback. He had never imagined that a simple dinner could be filled with such creative flair. Many of the dishes were so exquisite that he struggled to name them, yet each was a masterpiece, exuding a unique and enticing aroma. Throughout the banquet, Wang Tianshun lavished compliments upon Mo Hanshan, enhancing his already elevated spirits. By the conclusion of the gathering, Mo Hanshan even grasped Wang Tianshun's hand, kindly stating, "General Wang, your profound understanding of righteousness has alleviated the organization's urgent dilemma. Rest assured, I shall forever remember your contributions." With Mo Hanshan's assurance, Wang Tianshun felt a surge of elation. Alas, it is regrettable that those fools in the world government failed to grasp this truth. To save our civilization, it relies on your leadership. I have even heard whispers of some individuals secretly defaming you. They are truly obstinate. In my view, such individuals deserve to be executed. Imo Hongshan shook his head and replied, for the sake of civilization, enduring some grievances is of little consequence. Wang Tianxuan's expression turned solemn. You, dear leader, possess a truly magnanimous spirit. After a delightful banquet, upon returning to headquarters, another piece of good news awaited. Leader, the experts from the psychology team have indicated that they believe they have discovered the key. This news invigorated Imo Hongshan. The destruction of the 3 Phoenix bases was a directive given directly by the Emperor. Regardless of practical circumstances or personal beliefs, these bases must be annihilated. He had invested considerable resources into this endeavor, but had seen little progress until now, with this breakthrough igniting his spirits. Bring them in. A moment later, a bespectacled psychologist clad in a white lab coat approached Imo Hongshan. He held several documents, clearly prepared for a report. Please, enlighten me. What exactly is the key? The expert first greeted Imo Hongshan with utmost respect, and then continued. Leader, during this period, we have thoroughly examined the growth trajectories of Luo Haiyan, Shi Wei, and Wu Tsongshan, analyzing their behavioral mechanisms and developing comprehensive psychological models tailored to each individual. Through our extensive work, we have identified certain personality weaknesses inherent to each of them. Imo Hongshan nodded, encouraging him to proceed. In addressing these personality weaknesses, we have devised over 10,000 distinct influence strategies and employed supercomputers to simulate their psychological mechanisms. Ultimately, each individual has emerged with a specific plan. The calculations indicate that the probability of breaching their psychological defenses with these 3 plans stands at an impressive 97.6%. Imo Hongshan gently tapped the table, murmuring to himself, when the world government decides to issue the Nirvana Directive, you will have no hesitation, no doubt. You will instantly comprehend its authenticity and will act without delay. Conversely, if the directive you receive causes you to hesitate or doubt, then rest assured, it is false. This was the original statement from Wu Yuan, the director of the Civilization Strategic Research Institute, painstakingly obtained by the organization's intelligence agency. The expert respectfully affirmed, indeed. We can confirm that upon receiving their respective information, Luo Haiyun, Wu Tsongshan, and Shi Wei will undoubtedly act without the slightest hesitation, executing the Nirvana Directive at once. We are confident that we have found the key. Imo Hongshan accepted the documents from the expert, first perusing the segment pertaining to Luo Haiyan, temporarily bypassing the information regarding Shi Wei and Wu Tsongshan. In comparison to the other 2 individuals, it is the familiar figure of Luo Haiyan that occupies Imo Hongshan's thoughts. Upon carefully reviewing the information, a fervent flame ignited within him, stirring his emotions uncontrollably. Although he lacked extensive knowledge of psychological terminology or mechanisms, the moment he absorbed the information, an instinctual conviction blossomed within him. Upon receiving this message, Luo Haiyun would undoubtedly execute the Nirvana Directive, without fail. As for Shi Wei and Wu Tsongshan, he felt no such inclination, as his acquaintance with them was minimal. However, with Luo Haiyun's message as a foundation, he quickly gained confidence regarding the information pertaining to the other 2. Gathering the documents, a smile graced Imo Hongshan's face. You have performed admirably. Shall we reward each expert involved in this mission with 1 million world coins, elevating their internal ranks from level 5 to level 1. Upon the mission's success, ensure that each of their names is inscribed in the honor roll. Having recently received a donation of 30 billion world coins, Imo Hongshan's generosity flourished. Upon hearing of their rewards, the experts beamed with joy. Wealth and status were undeniably significant. Wasn't he that the very reason for their allegiance to the Annihilation Organization? Yet, in comparison to the honor of having their names etched in the honor roll, wealth and status paled in importance. After the Judgment Day, once the sovereign departed and human civilization was rebuilt, each name on that roll would represent a pioneer of a new era of civilization. Abundance in wealth, power, and status awaited them. The following day, after reporting to the sovereign, under Imo Hongshan's direct supervision, these 3 pieces of information were dispatched via the sole communication link connecting the various bases. At Base Phoenix 1, a message arrived quietly. General Luo Haiyan, this is Wu Yuan. If you are receiving this message, it signifies that the human world has been obliterated, and I have perished. In truth, there does not exist any message that would compel you to decisively execute the Nirvana Directive upon receipt. I deceived you, for I never intended for you to carry out the Nirvana Directive. Now, I can reveal to you the true purpose of the Black Box Project. Contrary to the world government's plans, it was not designed to retaliate against the Savior civilization. Its genuine aim is to preserve the ember of human civilization and ensure its continuation. The Savior civilization is invincible. Launching a counteroffensive is futile. From this moment forth, cease to trust any external information and do not reveal your presence. Your sole mission is to survive. You must endure and wait until the savior civilization departs, at which point you can return to the surface, procreate, and perpetuate our civilization. The future of human civilization rests upon your shoulders. Remember, do not pursue nirvana. Do not pursue nirvana. Do not pursue nirvana. Chapter 56. Gains and Losses at Base Phoenix 1. In the committee meeting room, all 17 committee members had gathered. The atmosphere was grave, and each member bore a solemn expression. Ro Hyun clenched his teeth in silence, feeling a tempest of fury surging within him, almost bursting forth from his eyes. He had just received the latest message from the outside world, and upon glimpsing it, he had immediately accepted its authenticity. The mere thought of the human realm ravaged by war, countless compatriots meeting tragic ends, and the name of human civilization fading into obscurity, expelled from the annals of the universe, while the savior civilization leisurely drifted away with the resources it had plundered from humanity, filled his chest with unbridled rage. His entire life had been dedicated to the empowerment of human civilization. The reason he had resolutely chosen to descend underground, thus severing ties with the human world, was to preserve its independence and autonomy. This was the very cornerstone of his lifelong struggle. As long as he drew breath, he would never allow such a fate to transpire. Now, although he still lived, the human world lay in ruins. A voice incessantly screamed within him, a cacophony of emotions threatening to explode. The veracity of this message was virtually indisputable. It was almost certainly dispatched by the world government. The essence of the message was straightforward, summarily encapsulated in 4 words: do not undergo nirvana. If this message were false, logically, the world government would have issued a corresponding directive to undergo nirvana, thereby rendering the Annihilation Organization's instruction meaningless. However, it was evident that no such directive had been issued. This contradiction undermined the possibility of the message being false, thereby affirming its truth. It could be posited that the external realm was tranquil, that humanity had not been annihilated. Yet, in such a case, what significance would a directive against nirvana hold? The organization would have never intended to undergo nirvana in the first place, which is equally illogical. In summation, regardless of whether the outside world had already fallen to the savior civilization or was in the midst of its destruction, this message could not have originated from the Annihilation Organization. Therefore, it must have come from the world government, which further substantiated the authenticity of the information regarding humanity's demise. Additionally, the message did not contain any description that would compel immediate action to execute a nirvana directive, further enhancing its credibility. As he had long harbored doubts about such idealistic assertions, humanity is capricious. How could such a message exist? He simply could not believe that a single message could manipulate him like a puppet. Even in his fury, Ro Hyun did not neglect to contemplate. Yet, it was precisely his inability to find a flaw in the message through reasoned thought that intensified his wrath. The boundless anger surged over him like a tidal wave, completely engulfing him. This fury resonated within the hearts of the other committee members as well. However, compared to Luo Hyun, his understanding ultimately fell short. The processes of contemplation, analysis, and judgment were evidently present in the minds of the other committee members, who had drawn conclusions identical to Luo Hyun's. This information was undeniably sent by the world government, only thus does it make sense. The question, then, is glaringly evident. What should be done next? A committee member let out a deep sigh. We are the sparks of human civilization, bearing the heavy burden of its continuity. In comparison to this mission, everything else pales in significance. I believe we should adhere to the directives of the world government. Though filled with anger and resentment, he remained rational. The other members sat in silence, neither in agreement nor opposition. Yet their silence itself conveyed a stance. Luo Hyun clenched his teeth. His voice strained as if forced from his throat. The 3rd-generation laser cannon has been successfully iterated and improved, with significant enhancements in all performance metrics. I believe it now possesses the capacity to pose a threat to the ships of the savior civilization. A committee member remarked, revenge serves no purpose. Apart from inciting the savior civilization to retaliate against our base, it has no other utility. Luo Hyun replied coolly, the situation can be divided into 2 scenarios. First, if our laser cannon severely injures or even destroys a ship of the savior civilization, then they would naturally lack the capacity to retaliate against us. Second, if our laser cannon poses no threat or only a minimal one, would they go to such lengths to retaliate against us for a slight loss? Particularly when they have not yet annihilated humanity. Is it not a hassle for them? The fact that they have not destroyed Phoenix Base while obliterating the human world already indicates that annihilating Phoenix Base is no easy feat, which is why it was not eradicated alongside us. Given this difficulty, would they truly expend significant effort to obliterate Phoenix Base merely out of revenge for minor losses? That seems improbable. The committee members remained silent. Luo Haiyan continued. The Nirvana fire passage can be sealed after it is opened. Moreover, operating the laser cannon does not require a large workforce. Allow me to take charge. I will operate the laser cannon to strike them, and once I depart, you will detonate the explosives to seal the passage once more. Regardless of its efficacy, I cannot accept them leaving unchallenged. They have destroyed our civilization. Luo Haiyun's voice was remarkably calm, yet anyone could discern the tempest of fury concealed beneath that veneer of tranquility. Without the protection of the thousands of meters of rock layers of Phoenix Base, once Luo Haiyun launched an attack and exposed himself, no matter what happened to Phoenix Base, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, even in death, Luo Haiyun yearned to unleash a roar that represented humanity's wrath. Even if I am but an ant, I shall bite before I perish. The conference room remained enveloped in silence. After a moment, a committee member suddenly spoke. General Luo, this information may be intentionally provoking you. The apocalyptic organization may have anticipated your inability to accept the demise of civilization and deliberately transmitted this message, thereby prematurely revealing the final trump card of our base. A moment of silence fell over the crowd as they processed this notion. It had not occurred to them before, but upon reflection, the possibility indeed seemed plausible. If this message was merely intended to provoke Luo Haiyan and the committee members, it could be logically justified. Contemplating this potential caused a sudden wave of cold sweat to wash over the committee members. Yet, Luo Haiyun remained composed. I have considered this possibility, he stated calmly. It is undeniable that such a scenario exists. We cannot disprove it, yet we also cannot prove its falsehood, can we? In this situation, we must contemplate what we stand to gain and what we might lose. Should I undertake the task of activating the laser cannon in retaliation? If this message is a fabrication designed to incite me, we risk losing not only my life but also our trump card being prematurely exposed. Conversely, if this message bears truth, what we may gain could be revenge against the saviors of civilization, the souls of countless innocent compatriots finding peace. We face two paths. Two possibilities. How shall you choose? Each path may lead to a potential error or a success. Luo Haiyun opted for the latter. The veracity of this message is impossible to discern. Therefore, in this matter, we cannot rely on clues to form our judgments. Since we cannot depend on clues, the only recourse left is the human heart. At that moment, another message arrived at the Phoenix 1 base. Please take note. The previous message was a deceptive communication sent by the apocalyptic organization, intended to provoke you. General Luo Haiyun, the human world has not been destroyed, and the situation remains stable. Do not allow anger to compel you into prematurely revealing our trump card. In an underground base within the vast wilderness, a panicked man burst into the office of Wu Yuan, the director of the Civilization Strategic Research Institute. Director, it's bad. Mo Hashan has sent highly targeted deceptive messages to all Phoenix bases. We suspect that Generals Luo Haiyan, Wu Shan, and Shi Wei may be deceived. Wu Yuan set down his pen, glanced at the document, and then let out a bitter smile. Mo Hashan certainly has capable subordinates. They have thoroughly analyzed the personalities of the three generals. What should we do? The man asked anxiously. Send a clarifying message, and hope the three generals can discern the truth from the falsehood. The man hurriedly left, but within moments, he returned to Wu Yuan's office. No need to send anything. The apocalyptic organization has already dispatched a clarifying message on our behalf. Wu Yuan paused in surprise, then chuckled wryly. This Mo Hashan is indeed one step ahead. What should we do now? Wait, Wu Yuan replied, his face etched with resignation. There is nothing we can do but wait. By the way, arrange a visit for me to Professor Su Zhenghua. The man hesitated. Couldn't we hold a virtual meeting? It may be dangerous outside. Wu Yuan simply responded, go ahead. The man, feeling helpless, left to make the arrangements. At the Phoenix 1 base, within the committee meeting room, Luo Haiyun cast a fleeting glance at the newly received message on the screen, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Rather than dispelling his resolve, this information only served to fortify it further. Such is his nature. Once he has firmly set his mind on a course of action, any external hindrance merely strengthens his determination. Now, let us proceed to vote, he declared, raising his hand first. After a prolonged silence, half of the remaining 16 committee members gradually raised their hands as well. With 8 members joining Luo Haiyun, they formed a majority of 9, surpassing the threshold required. Chapter 57. A note in the realm of reality. One would seldom encounter choices that are crystal clear, where the merits and demerits are readily apparent. If the superiority or inferiority of various options were immediately discernible, there would not be so many individuals straying from the right path. People must learn to navigate through the murky waters of uncertainty, making decisions amidst incomplete information, as if gazing through a mist. The discernment of what constitutes a good or a bad choice ultimately relies upon one's own experience and wisdom. No one can guarantee that their choices will be flawless. And neither can Luo Haiyun. He can only strive to select the option with the highest probability of correctness. Given the present circumstances, he is unequivocally convinced that his choice possesses the greatest likelihood of being right. Some individuals align with him, while others do not. Fortunately, with his addition, the number of supporters surpasses half. With this in mind, there is no further discourse necessary. A resolution has been reached, and the 17 committee members commenced their actions simultaneously. Together, they proceeded to the very heart of the Phoenix 1 base. Here, they discovered a highly concealed and completely sealed passage. Upon unlocking this most classified route, the committee members entered a spacious hall. This place marks the inception of the Nirvana Fire. According to the initial construction plans for the Phoenix 1 base, once the Nirvana Fire is activated, it will automatically facilitate unobstructed access between this transit hall and the rest of the base, without the need for any commands. Any weaponry or equipment required to execute the Nirvana Directive can be transported here with remarkable ease. Of course, this secret is known only to the committee members. Once the Nirvana Fire is ignited, a winding passage extending over 10,000 meters toward the surface will be unveiled. Nearly 1,000 mechanical isolation doors, situated along its length, will open automatically. Although this passage leads toward the ground, it does not provide direct access to the surface. Approximately 500 meters still separate its end from the ground, a distance comprised entirely of solid rock. However, executing the Nirvana Directive does not necessitate breaching this formidable barrier of rock. The reasons are twofold. First, it is unnecessary. Second, the Savior civilization is almost certain to be aware of the existence of the Nirvana Fire Passage, and during the execution of the Nirvana Directive, the entrance and its vicinity will undoubtedly be under close surveillance by the Savior civilization. The executors of the Phoenix base are easily exposed. Before they can even activate their weapons, they would suffer devastating blows from the Savior civilization. For this reason, the construction of the Phoenix base did not originally designate the exit of the Nirvana Fire Passage. This decision would be left to the executors within the base, thus maximizing the chances of avoiding preemptive scrutiny from the Savior civilization. Geologists from the human realm have meticulously provided the management committee of the base with the most comprehensive geological exploration maps of the area above and surrounding the Phoenix base. This intricate and expansive map is filled with dense red lines and areas. A site marked in red indicates a geological weakness, which could consist of soil, underground rivers, caverns, or fissures, or it may be composed of softer rock types such as lignite, alluvial layers, or shattered shale. In essence, these zones are relatively easy to excavate. The segmented red areas collectively form a vast labyrinth. Within this maze, numerous passages can connect to the surface from the end of the Nirvana Fire Passage. Located 500 meters below the surface, there are tens of thousands of such connections, occupying an expansive region with a radius of over 100 kilometers, amounting to more than 30,000 square kilometers. For the executors of the Nirvana Directive, the choice of passage is entirely at their discretion. They can select freely, and regardless of which passage they begin to excavate, specially designed underground tunneling equipment and cleanup facilities enable them to advance over 100 kilometers within a single day. Therefore, for entities on or above the surface, the executors of the Nirvana Directive could potentially emerge from any point within this vast area exceeding 30,000 square kilometers. Furthermore, the weapon development at the Phoenix base adheres to a stringent criterion. The time from exposure on the surface to the initiation of an offensive must not exceed 5 minutes. This implies that even if the Savior civilization discovers them after 5 minutes, it would be futile, as the necessary attack would have already commenced. To detect the executors of the Nirvana Directive in real time and strike them promptly to prevent their offensive, one would need to continuously monitor every location within this sprawling area of over 30,000 square kilometers. Given the complex terrain, with its towering mountains and dense vegetation, this is a feat that human technology is absolutely incapable of achieving. In the foreseeable future, aside from deploying a vast array of surveillance equipment and considerable manpower and resources, there is no feasible engineering solution that humanity can devise to accomplish this task. This does not, of course, imply that the Savior civilization is incapable of such feats. However, from the human perspective, their capabilities are regrettably limited to these measures. Efforts have been made to enhance the survival probabilities of the executors of the Nirvana Directive and to increase the difficulty for the Savior civilization to detect them. If one were to be discovered and suffer repercussions within a mere 5 minutes, it would be an unavoidable circumstance. Now, The passage of the Nirvana fire is on the verge of being activated. In the center of the hall, a series of small structures, resembling telephone booths, began to rise. There were a total of 17, each corresponding to a member of the committee. Luo Haiyun was the first to enter one of these booths. Within this small enclosure, a pre-programmed procedure would conduct a comprehensive identity verification of the individual entering. This included, but was not limited to, passwords, fingerprints, iris scans, and blood analysis. Following Luo Haiyun, the 8 members who supported him each entered their respective booths. The remaining 8 members, who opposed Luo Haiyun's decision, remained stationary, awaiting silently. After a brief moment, green lights illuminated above 9 of the booths, indicating successful verification. Subsequently, the doors opened, and the 9 members, including Luo Haiyun, re-emerged. It was now time to activate the passage. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The passage did not activate. Instead, a small metallic platform emerged from the ground, upon which rested a diminutive box. This was not stipulated in the execution manual. It was not part of the plan. The members exchanged astonished glances, and ultimately, Luo Haiyun stepped forward to retrieve the box, opening it in front of the assembled committee. Inside lay a piece of paper, seemingly torn haphazardly from some larger sheet. With an irregular shape and frayed edges, scrawled upon it were some disordered phrases. Luo Haiyun's expression turned grave as he unfolded it. I am Wu Yuan, General Luo Haiyun. Based on my speculations and understanding of the impending traitorous forces within our civilization, I am nearly certain that your decision to execute the Nirvana directive is erroneous. You have fallen prey to the machinations of the traitorous faction. Allow me to conjecture, they have likely employed psychological tactics against you. They must have discerned your psychological vulnerabilities and targeted them, leading you to decide to enact the Nirvana directive. After you issue the command to activate the Nirvana fire, the passage will not only remain closed but will be forcibly sealed for a duration of 24 hours. During this time, no external force can reopen it. Therefore, take a breath, relax. Use this interval to cool your thoughts and contemplate any potential flaws. While composing this note, I ensured I was in a secluded location, far from any electronic devices, and covered it entirely with my body before writing. However, I regret to inform you that, for the sake of utmost security, I cannot disclose the true method of communication here. You merely need to remember the words I once shared with you. If, after 24 hours, you still resolve to execute the Nirvana directive, then you must particularly ponder, are you truly resolute, without a hint of hesitation or doubt? In your desire to enact the Nirvana directive, Luo Haiyun could not help but tremble slightly. It was evident that this note had been placed here since the inception of the Phoenix base, at a time when Mo Ha-shan had not yet betrayed them, and the human world had not yet encountered treachery. However, at that moment, Dean Wu Yuan had already made a definitive prophecy regarding the emergence of traitorous forces. He even foretold that his current decision was erroneous, implying that he had fallen victim to the psychological onslaught of these traitors. Could this truly be the case? Luo Haiyun was uncertain. Yet, he recognized that, at least in this very moment, grappling with right and wrong was futile. Furthermore, ruminating over the origin of this note, whether it was placed there by Dean Wu Yuan or whether the savior civilization, prior to the closure of the Phoenix base, had secretly tampered with the activation program of the Nirvana fire and inserted this note, was equally meaningless. The passage of the Nirvana fire had already been forcibly sealed for 24 hours, regardless of his thoughts or decisions. He was unable to activate it or execute the Nirvana directive during this time. The only course of action left for him was to remain calm for the next 24 hours, as the note suggested, to meticulously ponder any potential loopholes, and to await the evolution of the situation. He handed the note to the other committee members and departed without a backward glance. Behind him, the 16 committee members examined the note, exchanging glances of bewilderment. Chapter 58, Truth and Falsehood. The 1145th daily report indicated that the Listener Gravitational Wave Observatory was making smooth progress, with experts predicting it would be operational within a year and a half. However, due to natural disasters, a poor autumn harvest had become highly probable. After receiving the previous information, yet another report was presented before Luo Haiyun. Initially, his brow furrowed in concentration, only to later relax as clarity dawned upon him. This information evidently conflicted with the previous directive to refrain from activating Nirvana. Luo Haiyun was uncertain which statement was true and which false, but he could utilize logic to unravel the matter. There existed 4 possibilities regarding these 2 pieces of information: true-false, true-true, false-true, and false-false. Due to the inherent contradictions, the true-true option was immediately dismissed. The first statement had declared the annihilation of the human world, while the second still reported daily occurrences with calmness, a contradiction that could not be reconciled. Furthermore, since the possibility of both statements being false existed. The false-false option could not be ruled out at this juncture. Nevertheless, Luo Haiyun was not particularly concerned with the veracity of the second statement. His sole focus rested on the truth of the first. With the true-true option dismissed, he was left to contemplate the true-false possibility. Assuming the first statement was true and the second false, that is, the first was sent by the world government while the second was dispatched by the Doomsday Organization. This would imply a particular scenario. The human world had indeed been destroyed, and the world government wished for the Phoenix base to refrain from nirvana so as to preserve the ember of existence. Conversely, the Doomsday Organization would be attempting to deceive him with the tranquil lies of the external world, hoping that the Phoenix base would not initiate nirvana and instead retaliate against the ships of the Savior civilization. However, Luo Haiyun glanced at the time. 17 hours had elapsed since the arrival of the first message. It was unlikely that the Doomsday Organization would be so negligent. If they truly did not wish for the Phoenix base to undergo its rebirth, they should have conveyed this information much earlier. 17 hours have now elapsed, and logically, the preparations for the rebirth of the Phoenix base should be nearing execution, if not already completed, and an offensive may have already commenced. This presents yet another inexplicable contradiction. Of course, there could be exceptional circumstances that have led to such an extreme situation, but the likelihood remains exceedingly low. Given this, both possibilities of truth, genuine and fabricated, are essentially eliminated, leaving only the scenarios of falsehood and deception. Regardless of the veracity of the second piece of information, the first is, by all accounts, highly likely to be false. Concurrently, this further enhances the credibility of the note claiming to originate from Wu Yuan, marking the beginning of the path of rebirth. Recalling the words inscribed on that note, Luo Haiyun was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Wu Yuan's astonishing foresight in predicting the unfolding of future events, forcibly locking the path of rebirth for 24 hours, he might have indeed made a grave error. Psychological vulnerabilities and psychological offensives. Mo Hongsan, I never anticipated you possess such stratagems. In light of Dean Wu Yuan's earlier remarks, Luo Haiyun found himself blindly inclined to believe. Such metaphysical matters might be unattainable for others, but if it were Dean Wu Yuan, perhaps, just perhaps, it could indeed be accomplished. Beneath the Zhenghua laboratory building, a small convoy consisting of 3 specially designed armored vehicles came to a discreet halt. A middle-aged man, exuding a friendly demeanor with a subtle smile perpetually gracing his features, disembarked under the protection of several guards and proceeded directly toward the building. Professor Su is currently in a research meeting. Please wait a moment. The secretary respectfully informed Wu Yuan as she presented him with a cup of tea before departing. On this planet, there are few individuals capable of prompting Dean Wu Yuan to make a personal visit, and Professor Su Zhenghua is undoubtedly among them. This is not a matter of intentional neglect on Su Zhenghua's part. The reality is that he has been exceedingly busy lately. The numerous large-scale cutting-edge research projects recently initiated require his attention, diverting a substantial portion of his energy. Moreover, he has his own research projects to oversee, lead a team, and engage in regular communication with other teams, spinning like a top in ceaseless motion. Upon learning that he would need to wait a while, Wu Yuan felt no displeasure. Rather, he began to savor this rare moment of relaxation. To do nothing and think of nothing, such intervals are exceedingly precious to him. Approximately half an hour later, Su Zhenghua, slightly fatigued, arrived at the reception room. Dean Wu, greetings. What brings you to seek my counsel? He inquired directly, aware that time was of the essence. In truth, Su Zhenghua found it somewhat peculiar that Wu Yuan chose to visit in person rather than opting for a virtual conversation. This did not align with the demeanor typically exhibited by individuals of significant stature. Wu Yuan maintained his gentle smile. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to engage in a casual conversation with Professor Su. Well, this place seems rather unsuitable. Perhaps we should relocate? Su Zhenghua glanced at his watch, hesitating momentarily. However, he soon discerned that there appeared to be something concealed behind Wu Yuan's words. Very well. Sun Wei, providing close protection for Su Zhenghua, boarded a specially designed armored vehicle. An accompanying emergency medical team brought along an extensive array of medical instruments, traveling in a field surgical vehicle that followed closely behind. Routine minor surgeries could be performed within this mobile surgical unit, even if major operations could not be completed. The situation could be stabilized to prevent further deterioration until additional rescue forces arrived. Specifically for Su Zhenghua, a staggering 3,000 units of plasma were prepared. Regardless of Su Zhenghua's destination, protocol dictated that this armored field surgical unit, along with its 2 attending surgeons, an anesthetist, and 3 nurses, must remain within 500 meters of him. although Wu Yuan held a rank that afforded him considerable authority for reasons unknown. He had not brought his usual entourage on this occasion. The convoy led by Director Wu Yuan moved ahead, while Su Jinghua's contingent followed closely behind. It appeared that Wu Yuan lacked a definitive destination. Even Su Jinghua, with no experience in tracking, could perceive that they were taking numerous unnecessary detours. After over an hour, the convoy finally came to a halt. They had arrived at the seaside, on a narrow coastal road adjacent to the shore. Upon stopping, Director Wu Yuan exited the vehicle, prompting Su Jinghua to do the same and follow him. Sun Wei and the security team attempted to keep pace but were met with Wu Yuan's obstruction. "I wish to speak with Professor Su privately." Sun Wei hesitated, glancing at Su Jinghua, who nodded in agreement, allowing Sun Wei and the others to remain at the roadside. Although they could not accompany them, all eyes remained fixed on Wu Yuan and Su Jinghua. Should any unforeseen event arise, assistance would be readily available. Director Wu Yuan remained silent, quietly treading along the sandy beach as he moved forward, with Su Jinghua following suit. At that moment, the atmosphere was tranquil, and even the sound of waves crashing against the shore seemed remarkably gentle. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Annihilation Organization, the command room was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Just 2 or 3 hours prior, the ambience had been one of fervor. Almost everyone had concluded that once the psychological offensive information targeting the 3 base leaders was disseminated, the Nirvana Directive would undoubtedly be executed. Consequently, the weapons nurtured within the 3 Phoenix bases over the years would be exposed before they had fully matured. The Savior Civilization spacecraft would effortlessly neutralize them. Thus, humanity would lose its last card, compelled to fully submit to the Savior Civilization. At that juncture, the authority of the Annihilation Organization could even surpass that of the world government. Once the Savior Civilization departed, it would not be inconceivable to usurp the world government. When that time arrived, a truly paradisiacal existence would finally dawn. Every individual is destined to become a great hero in the realm of humanity. Each one destined to possess boundless wealth, countless beauties, and immense power, everything one could ever desire. However, at this moment, it has been 27 hours since the transmission of 3 messages, each imbued with psychological warfare, corresponding to the 3 Phoenix bases. Upon receiving the Nirvana Directive, the Phoenix bases were required to complete all preparations for Nirvana and launch an attack within 24 hours, a rule known to the Annihilation Organization. Thus, it is understandable that there has been no action from the 3 Phoenix bases within this time frame, as they needed to allocate time for their preparations. Yet now, with 27 hours having elapsed and still no assault, an unsettling notion begins to take root in Mo Hongshan's mind, a possibility he is loath to accept. His mission has failed. The psychological offensive he once believed to be foolproof has crumbled. He recalls, with clarity, the fervent report he made to the Son of Heaven. The approving gaze cast upon him. Yet, the irony of reality is merciless. Turning to cast a fierce glance at the psychological experts, he notes their faces, once merely pale, now quivering with trepidation. Mo Hongshan scoffs, declaring, "Reduce the rating back to level 5. No, lower it by 2 levels to level 2. Reclaim the bonuses previously distributed." To his surprise, rather than despair, the experts exhaled with relief, as if evading a calamity. They had heard tales of Mo Hongshan's ruthless leadership many times. He chose to disregard them, retreating into silent contemplation. Should this endeavor also meet with failure, he would have no choice but to resort to alternative measures. Chapter 59. The Air by the Seaside. A kindly middle-aged man walked alongside a somewhat disheveled and weary-looking young man. A gentle sea breeze wafted through the air, bringing with it a refreshing and moist comfort. The sun hung in the sky, not harsh but soothing. Amid the soft sound of lapping waves, everything appeared tranquil and serene. Yet, not far off, a group of individuals watched these two with tense vigilance, slightly disturbing the atmosphere. As they walked, Wu Yuan finally broke the silence. "Professor Su, do you know why I chose this place to speak with you?" Su Jinghua lifted his gaze, surveying the ocean and the beach, and replied, "Perhaps it is because this place is far removed from any man-made structures." The voices of the 2 men emerged from the rhythmic flow of air from their lungs, vibrating certain parts of their throats. As their words were uttered, the air acted as a medium, beginning to vibrate and eventually reaching each other's ears. This vibration stimulated the eardrums, transmitting bioelectrical signals to the brain, allowing the other to hear and comprehend the spoken words. During this process, the vibrations of the air would invoke changes in some of its physical properties, such as the refractive index of light, the Brownian motion of dust, and transient alterations in density, among others. However, these changes are so minuscule that they are imperceptible to the human eye. Only within the confines of the most advanced laboratories, utilizing exceptionally sophisticated equipment while eliminating all external disturbances, can these variations be detected. At this moment, there are no artificial constructs in the vicinity of the two individuals. Upon hearing Su Zhenghua's response, Wu Yuan gently nodded. Are you aware of the Black Box project? Of course, Su replied. General Luo Haiyan once approached me, hoping I would join the Black Box project, but I declined. Wu Yuan chuckled. Fortunately, you declined. Otherwise, we would be in quite a predicament. Su Zhenghua's expression turned somewhat melancholic, lost in thought. Wu Yuan continued. The three Phoenix bases maintain only a singular communication link with the outside world. The world government has implemented the strictest measures to ensure its secrecy, yet you and I both understand that if the savior civilization wishes to breach our confidentiality, it undoubtedly has the means to do so. Su Zhenghua nodded in agreement. In that case, we are faced with a significant dilemma. How do we convey information that inspires trust to the three leaders of the Phoenix bases while simultaneously shielding them from the deceptions of the Annihilation Organization and the Savior Civilization? How can we ensure that when the time comes for their rebirth, they will embrace it without delay? This was beyond Su Zhenghua's purview. Yet he recognized that since Dean Wu Yuan had earnestly sought him out, his words carried profound implications. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the issue at hand. However, the complexity of the matter eluded him, and after a moment, he shook his head. I do not know. Wu Yuan replied cheerfully, I have a solution. Before the three leaders embark on their journey, I shall inform them that when the world government is prepared to issue the rebirth directive, upon receiving the order, they must act without hesitation, doubt, or any semblance of reluctance. They must execute the command immediately. Conversely, if there is any sign of hesitation, doubt, or reluctance, they should disregard the rebirth directive, for such an order would undoubtedly be false. Su Zhenghua's brow furrowed even deeper. Dean Wu, do you intend to reveal this method to me? Wu Yuan smiled. Even in the absence of any artificial constructs nearby, you must understand that vibrations in the air can alter light's refractive index and density, among many other aspects. Theoretically, with sufficient observational precision, even a satellite tens of thousands of kilometers away could eavesdrop on our conversation at this very moment. How could I possibly disclose my answer to you? While it may be nearly impossible for humanity to achieve this, it does not mean the savior civilization is incapable. As Su Zhenghua pondered, he remarked, Are you suggesting that you understand why I sought you out for this conversation? Su Zhenghua remained silent, motionless, simply awaiting a response. Because the one person I can be certain the savior civilization will not kill is you. Su Zhenghua's head snapped up. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he stared at Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan gently patted Su Zhenghua's shoulder. Relax, take it easy. There is no need for such concern. This is merely my conjecture. All right, let us depart. We must not allow them to worry excessively. Su Zhenghua's expression was stiff as he instinctively followed Wu Yuan's lead toward the small road. On the other side of the road, amidst a cluster of vehicles, the spirits of the accompanying personnel were taut with anxiety. In fact, during a previous surge of commotion, Sun Wei nearly lost control and rushed forward. The entire human world could not bear the burden of losing Su Zhenghua. If any misfortune were to befall him, it would be better for Sun Wei and the others to take their own lives rather than await the judgment of a military tribunal. At this moment, witnessing Su Zhenghua and Wu Yuan depart the perilous area side by side, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Wu Yuan's pace was leisurely, imbued with a sense of tranquility as if he had not savored such moments in a long time. In stark contrast, Su Zhenghua walked heavily, burdened by his thoughts. Professor Su, may I inquire your age? 33. Oh, not a trivial age indeed. Have you considered starting a family? We have many fine young ladies at the Strategic Research Institute. I could introduce you. Let us discuss this later. I am presently too occupied. Matters of a lifetime should not be taken lightly. In an instant, Wu Yuan, who had just been speaking cheerfully, fell silent. It was as if he had suddenly lost consciousness. Having taken a step forward, he collapsed onto the sand without a sound. Su Zhenghua stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, the first thought that flashed through his mind was, is there something wrong with Director Wu's legs? I was unaware of any issues. Beside the small road, Sun Wei's body bristled with alarm, akin to a startled porcupine. His heart raced violently, and he could even hear it pounding in his ears. With astonishing speed, he sprang to his feet, his foot striking the concrete with such force that it left a shallow indentation. Utilizing this momentum, he dashed towards Su Zhenghua like a leopard, moving at a pace that seemed to transcend human limits. As he ran, a roar erupted from his throat. Protect Professor Su. Medical team, hurry to assist Director Wu. In his rapid advance, he adeptly twisted his body, shedding his suit jacket in an instant. With a swift motion, he cast it over the still-dazed Su Zhenghua's head. His jacket, crafted from a special nanomaterial, could withstand close-range gunfire and was resistant to radiation, fire, and water. Its sole drawback was its lack of breathability. rendering it stifling when worn. Su Zhenghua remained in shock, even as the fabric enveloped his head. Immediately thereafter, Sun Wei positioned himself in front of Su Zhenghua, pulling him beneath the protective cover of the jacket as much as possible. At this moment, several other security personnel rushed to Su Zhenghua's side, removing their jackets to form a tightly woven shield of protection. Subsequently, they hastened to shield Su Zhenghua as he dashed towards the armored vehicle. At that moment, the door was already ajar, and like a wisp of cloud, Su Zhenghua was swiftly ushered inside, bewildered by the turn of events. The vehicle roared to life, propelling itself away from the scene with remarkable speed. Sun Wei and his companions followed closely in the remaining vehicles, ever ready to offer protection. Meanwhile, the medical team had reached the fallen Dean Wu Yuanzheng, accompanied by the security personnel. After a brief assessment, several nurses immediately commenced cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Moments later, the defibrillator arrived, and they swiftly initiated electrical shocks while administering adrenaline. All life monitoring equipment was set up within 3 minutes, yet every reading remained at 0. No heartbeat, no blood pressure, no brain activity. The leading doctor collapsed onto the ground, despair etched across his face. After a moment, he lifted his head to meet the grave expressions of his colleagues. No, there is no hope. The pupils are dilated. Thus, Dean Wu Yuanzheng passed away, silently, before all eyes, unexpectedly snuffed out. Inside the armored vehicle, Su Zhenghua was the first to receive the news. He felt rigid and cold, his teeth clattering, rendered speechless. He could not fathom how a venerable elder, a man of significant stature in the realm of humanity, who had just moments prior engaged in casual conversation with him, could suddenly collapse before him, lifeless. The paramedics reported that, upon preliminary examination, Dean Wu's cause of death was eerily consistent with those from the catastrophic events in Sanguan City and Heluasi City. It was the doing of the savior civilization. On the other end of the communicator, Sun Wei was engulfed in sorrow. He felt that, amidst this unfathomable advanced technology, life was no longer within his grasp. His proud skills and rigorous training seemed utterly futile. Su Zhenghua had escaped death merely because he was not the target of the savior civilization. If he had been, what recourse would Sun Wei have had? He raised his gaze, fixated on the vehicle ahead. Su Zhenghua was within that very vehicle. At that moment, his heart brimmed with an unyielding resolve. Such an adversary could only be countered by a scientist of Su Zhenghua's caliber. His own skills were of no use. He vowed to protect Professor Su. Even at the cost of his own life, even if it meant being shattered to pieces, he would safeguard Professor Su, the hope of our human civilization. Chapter 60. The aftermath. In the virtual conference room of the decision-makers, Su Zhenghua solemnly recounted the entire encounter with Dean Wu Yuanzheng to the assembly of grave-faced officials. Su Zhenghua possessed a remarkable memory and could vividly recall the details of their meeting just hours prior, including every word spoken by Dean Wu. The Chancellor stated with gravity, "Professor Su, you may not yet be aware, but the Annihilation Organization launched a highly targeted psychological offensive against the heads of the 3 Phoenix bases yesterday. According to analyses conducted by the Strategic Research Institute, it is believed that these psychological offensives could likely lead the 3 leaders of the Phoenix base to believe in the truth of the situation, prompting them to undergo premature rebirth, ultimately resulting in the failure of the Black Box project. However, perplexingly, none of the 3 Phoenix bases experienced an early rebirth." Su Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback, as this was information unknown to him. It appeared that the savior civilization held significant regard for those 3 Phoenix bases. Su Zhenghua slowly articulated, after their attempts to destroy the Phoenix bases proved fruitless, they resorted to assassinating Dean Wu Yuan, ensuring that the method capable of compelling the leaders of the Phoenix bases to act without hesitation or doubt would remain forever buried within Dean Wu's heart, never to be articulated or executed. The decision-makers nodded in silence, clearly having reached a similar conclusion. Dean Wu had foreseen his own demise, which was why he sought to converse with Su Zhenghua. He entrusted this task to him. Su Zhenghua nodded quietly. It was evident that had Dean Wu not anticipated his death, he would not have confided in Su Zhenghua with the assertion that he was the only person he was certain would not be killed by the savior civilization. It was precisely due to this realization that Dean Wu sought out Su Zhenghua for discussion. This action was purposeful, aside from Su Zhenghua. He could not entrust this matter to anyone else. For anyone other than Su Zhenghua could potentially be targeted by the savior civilization, even the decision-makers or the leader himself. The failure to dismantle this maturely functioning regime did not imply that the savior civilization would refrain from eliminating certain individuals or groups. A profound sense of desolation enveloped Su Zhenghua. Even someone as astute as Dean Wu could not escape the slaughter wrought by the savior civilization, despite his wisdom enabling him to make predictions from a strategic vantage point, recognizing the significance of the Black Box project and its trump cards. and making seemingly miraculous predictions amid complete uncertainty. He could not evade the arrival of death at the hands of the savior civilization. This was Su Zhenghua's first genuine encounter with death, occurring right before him. At this moment, the image of Dean Wu in his final moments replayed uncontrollably in his mind. It seemed just a moment ago, Dean Wu was kindly inquiring about his emotional matters, and now he lay in a coffin, reduced to a cold corpse. Su Zhenghua was even certain that had it not been for the desire to glean that method from Dean Wu's lips, the savior civilization would not have permitted him to live long enough to meet with them. He might have been killed long ago. It was precisely because it became apparent that even in a secluded setting, far removed from any artificial constructs, Dean Wu refused to disclose that secret during their private conversation that the savior civilization lost all patience, opting not to wait any longer and directly assassinated him, attempting to ensure that the secret remained forever concealed within his heart. Yet evidently, Dean Wu harbored a different assessment. By seeking him out in the final moments of his life, he believed that even if he did not reveal the method, Su Zhenghua, through his own intellect, could uncover that solution. But can I truly discover that solution? Su Zhenghua himself is filled with doubt. All the decision-makers await his response. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhenghua declared, Dean Wu Yuan has entrusted this matter to me, and I shall undoubtedly see it through. He found himself with no option of retreat. Nor could he afford to withdraw. His only course of action was to shoulder this responsibility, despite the burdens he already bore. The decision-makers nodded in silence. Su Zhenghua exited the meeting, while the deliberations among the decision-makers continued. Dean Wu Yuan was the first high-ranking official of the world government to be brutally slain by the savior civilization. This act was laden with implications. The apocalyptic organization had infiltrated the communication link with the Phoenix base and, under the Emperor's directive, commenced their assault on it. The Emperor remained indifferent to the impending asteroid collision with Earth, callously rejecting humanity's pleas for assistance, even refusing to negotiate a price, and in space, activities seemingly unrelated to resource collection persisted, culminating in the direct assassination of Dean Wu Yuan. Each of these incidents clearly indicated that this period of strategic stability was drawing to a close. The so-called Day of Judgment was, indeed, fast approaching. The decision-makers were certain that the methods employed by the savior civilization could grow increasingly frenzied and unrestrained. The rationale was simple. Humanity's value to them was diminishing. The Chancellor glanced at his solemn colleagues on the screen and let out a deep sigh. The risks faced by himself and his compatriots were the most perilous. Once the savior civilization cast aside all restraint and descended into madness, he could conceive of no reason that would compel them to spare him and his colleagues. Yet, akin to human civilization, the decision-makers too found themselves with no avenue of retreat. The Chancellor offered a faint smile. Maintaining a composed demeanor, let us all prepare for what lies ahead. Death may come at any moment. The decision-makers resumed their discussions. The timing of death was not their primary concern, at least not at this juncture. What truly preoccupied their minds was how to ensure the organization's continuity in the wake of their unforeseen demise. After exiting the meeting, Su Zhenghua chose not to dwell on the unexpected death of Dean Wu Yuan, for he lacked both the energy and the time to grieve. He did not even ponder what the solution might entail. While the situation continued to deteriorate, it was a process that must unfold. He resolved to consider this matter later. Addressing the current challenges was of utmost importance. Time slipped by quietly amidst the daily hustle and bustle, and before long, 2 years had elapsed. During this period, the overall situation remained stable. At least Su Zhenghua had not heard of any new upheavals. The matters requiring his attention were few: the completion and activation of numerous scientific research facilities, with thousands of research teams mobilized, and the impending asteroid collision, which left experts from the space forces contemplating countless solutions, yet still rendered them powerless. After all, it is a colossal celestial body with a mass exceeding 100 billion tons. Its sheer magnitude and the kinetic energy it possesses are staggering. Even a slight deviation from its trajectory is beyond the capabilities of the current human world. If only the space elevator could be made available for human use for a month, no, even half a month would suffice, or, at the very least, just one day, military experts from the space forces would undoubtedly devise a solution to this dilemma. Alas, despite the unimaginable sacrifices humanity has made to construct and maintain this structure, they cannot secure even a single day of operational time. In the vastness of space, the newly established small bases created by the savior civilization are proliferating, with over 100 now positioned in various directions above the Earth. Yet, the purpose of these installations remains a mystery to the human world. Aside from these developments, the past 2 years have seemingly been uneventful, proceeding with a monotonous regularity. With the activation of numerous research facilities, a plethora of exceptional scientific talents have emerged like mushrooms after rain, producing papers of remarkably high impact factors, some of which could even be deemed groundbreaking discoveries. The scientific community of the human world has flourished as never before. Su Zhenghua has not participated in any specific research projects, yet he reviews each new discovery. Most often, he can utilize these conclusions directly without needing to understand their derivation. Every paper and dataset presented to him has undergone rigorous validation by numerous researchers to confirm its accuracy or at least its relevance before reaching Su Zhenghua's desk. This methodology is intended to conserve Su Zhenghua's energy and time, allowing him to focus on more critical matters. It is akin to Su Zhenghua providing a direction, after which numerous scholars, like road builders, lay down the specific paths guided by his vision. These newly paved roads, in turn, enable Su Zhenghua to journey further and gain broader insights, prompting him to delineate the next segment of the path to be constructed, thus creating a continuous cycle. The rapid advancement of fundamental sciences has instilled greater confidence in people, yet no one can discern whether this is genuine prosperity or merely a fleeting moment of brilliance. Amidst a multitude of ordinary and extraordinary scientists, along with an even greater number of engineers, logistical workers, and technicians, and most importantly, the robust support of the world government, Su Zhenghua's peculiar theoretical framework is rapidly evolving, becoming increasingly comprehensive and substantial, even hinting at the potential to transform into a universal theory. However, just as circumstances seemed to be improving and everyone was brimming with confidence, one drizzly evening, within the confines of Su Zhenghua's office in the laboratory, he sat before the calculations on a draft paper, his expression cold and his body rigid. He had uncovered a deeply hidden yet profoundly fatal error. Chapter 61. Negative times negative equals positive. At this moment, twilight enveloped the sky. Heavy, ominous clouds obscured both the sun and the moon. A gentle drizzle tapped softly against the windows, creating a soothing sound. Su Zhenghua found himself lost in thought, gazing at a piece of paper filled with an array of intricate symbols. He had just performed calculations on a particularly complex equation and had arrived at a solution of profound significance. This solution revealed to him that something was amiss. Mistakes can occur in any endeavor, yet mathematics remains steadfast and unyielding. It is a discipline of precision, where values are absolute, leaving no room for ambiguity. The solution he had derived illuminated the existence of a critical flaw. According to his own theoretical framework, he had employed a method long regarded as valid to perform a series of calculations on the original data, only to find the results at odds with those produced by another equally validated approach. It was akin to a fundamental truth, so evident that even an elementary student could grasp it. The very foundation of mathematics would crumble should this principle be overturned. Yet within Su Zhenghua's theoretical structure, the inconsistency persisted. The reality of the situation was, of course, far more intricate. This fatal flaw had been obscured beneath layers of complex data and formulas, eluding even the most astute scientists in a brief span of time. It was only after prolonged contemplation and research that Su Zhenghua had discerned this issue. However convoluted the circumstances might be, they did not alter the essence of the matter. His theoretical framework harbored a grave and potentially catastrophic defect. Should he fail to adequately address this flaw, the exceptional theoretical edifice he had constructed, refined by the contributions of countless esteemed scientists, stood on the precipice of collapse. Yet again, he confronted a familiar predicament. He recognized his error, yet could not pinpoint its origin. With a soft sigh, he rose from his seat and approached the window, opening the bulletproof pane to allow the cool, damp breeze to wash over him. Across the street, several dozen meters away, a security sniper on duty noticed Su Zhenghua had opened the window and immediately heightened his vigilance, prepared for any unforeseen eventuality. Gazing out at the gentle rain, Su Zhenghua remained silent for a considerable time. The following day, he sent a correspondence to the Fo-Shui Ultra-High-Energy Cosmic Ray Observatory, requesting the allocation of observational resources to cosmic rays that exceeded their energy limits. Consequently, a month later, he received an observational report stemming from a high-energy particle collision event that had occurred 5 days prior. Analysts determined that the energy level of this particle reached an astonishing 391 by 1022 electron volts, far surpassing the established limits. Such high-energy cosmic rays are notoriously challenging to observe. In accordance with Su Zhenghua's original expectations, he would have been content if the Fo-Shui Ultra-High-Energy Cosmic Ray Observatory could detect a high-energy particle at 1/20th of that energy within 6 months. However, to his astonishment, merely a month had passed before a momentous discovery was made. This stroke of fortune could not be understated. It is noteworthy that such high-energy cosmic rays far exceed the high-energy particles that humanity can generate within laboratory confines. At this juncture, even the most advanced large particle colliders can only achieve energy levels of 411 by 1015, which is a staggering 7 orders of magnitude lower than the energy levels currently observed. The particle detected had an energy level reaching an astonishing 6,200 joules, approximately equivalent to the energy released by the explosion of 15 grams of explosives, nearly comparable to the energy possessed by a bullet exiting the chamber of a sniper rifle. Remarkably, this was merely a microscopic particle that could only be observed with a tunneling scanning microscope. It is foreseeable that the scientists at the Fengshui Ultra-High Energy Cosmic Ray Observatory could produce at least a dozen high-quality papers from this discovery. Yet, Su Jinghua's interests lay elsewhere. He was more concerned with other data. At such elevated energy levels, the universe's most profound mysteries are laid bare, providing an opportunity to validate Su Jinghua's theoretical framework. The final calculations left him in a state of ambivalence. The results indicated that all data aligned with the predictions of his singular theory, seemingly reaffirming its validity. However, how to address that critical mathematical flaw remained an enigma. Su Jinghua did not cease his investigations. He delved into academic databases, searching for past research papers related to ultra-high energy cosmic rays. Ultimately, he unearthed a study published over 30 years ago. The research methodologies and conclusions presented in that paper had long since become common knowledge in contemporary university curricula. Yet Su Jinghua was not preoccupied with these aspects. He was primarily focused on the specific observational data from that discovery, requiring them for further verification. The energy level of that particle was approximately 1% of the current observation, but it sufficed. Su Jinghua applied his theory once more to calculate the data, only to find a substantial discrepancy between the final results and the actual observational data. From this perspective, it appeared that his theory was flawed, once correct, once erroneous. A deep furrow formed on Su Jinghua's brow. In the ensuing period, he set aside his research and began to linger for extended durations at various detectors, colliders, cryogenic laboratories, and observatories. He devised numerous experiments, many of which were shrouded in mystery, their purposes unknown even to those around him. He never elucidated his intentions to anyone. He simply collected the data upon completion of the experiments and departed. His silence deepened, leading some psychologists to speculate about the state of his mental health. In a situation of desperation, Su Jinghua had no choice but to cooperate and undergo numerous tests to clear his name, ultimately assuaging the concerns of the psychologists. This state of affairs persisted for over 3 months. After this period, at Su Jinghua's request, a decision-making meeting was convened once more. All decision-makers were present, specifically to hear Su Jinghua's report. They understood that Su Jinghua's earnest request indicated the emergence of significant developments or crucial discoveries. Facing the gazes of the decision-makers, Su Jinghua spoke in a somber tone. I have recently discovered a critical flaw in the peculiar theory, which has resulted in contradictions within the foundational structure of the entire theoretical system. Relevant research suggests that the theory I proposed is likely incorrect. This revelation was undoubtedly explosive. The decision-makers gazed at Su Jinghua in astonishment, one unable to contain his curiosity. How is this possible? Your theory has resolved numerous practical issues and accurately predicted a multitude of phenomena. How can it possibly be wrong? If it is indeed erroneous, have the efforts of countless researchers over the years been in vain? Have all the resources expended, the manpower devoted, and the hopes and expectations invested been squandered? There is also good news. Su Jinghua's voice was somewhat hoarse. The good news is that our universe has also gone awry. Thus, a double negative results in a positive. My flawed theory may, to some extent, describe this erroneous universe we currently inhabit. This statement carried substantial weight. The decision-makers furrowed their brows, quietly contemplating its implications. Why assert that the universe has erred? Its underlying logic and fundamental laws have diverged from what they once were. The decision-makers exchanged glances. Are you suggesting that the physical laws of our universe have changed? Su Jinghua nodded. Though not entirely precise, it can be understood this way. A perceptive decision-maker inquired. Are you implying that the recent peculiar occurrences we have observed, including changes in the sun, fluctuations in Jupiter's gravity, the disintegration of galaxies, variations in the gravitational pull of massive objects, and the anomalous explosions of supernovae, are all due to alterations in the universe's fundamental physical laws? And what are the numerous disasters afflicting our planet? Su Jinghua sighed softly. I believe so. What has prompted these changes? Can laws truly be altered? A trace of confusion crossed Su Jinghua's countenance. I do not know. I have merely identified this phenomenon. It may be the result of some deeper, inherent law of the universe, or perhaps it could be a consequence of war. His expression darkened further. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly added, I lean towards believing it is indeed a war. A war? The decision-makers exchanged glances, and the leader immediately inquired, Are you suggesting that the very essence and foundational logic of the universe have changed solely due to a war? Is that what has led to this state? Su Zhenghua silently nodded. I believe so. Why? These changes are chaotic, random, and uncontrollable, devoid of any semblance of a deeper underlying order. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. For the time being, let us consider it a war. The Frere spoke in a somber tone. What does this war signify for us? The implications are, indeed, glaringly evident. Su Zhenghua offered a bitter smile. Have you not noticed the alterations in the sun, the anomalies at Jupiter's gravitational pull, the aberrations of the gravitational source, the disintegration of galaxies, and the increasing frequency of bizarre catastrophes on Earth? This planet, no, this galaxy, this universe, is becoming increasingly inhospitable for intelligent life. We are, in fact, slowly being annihilated. Chapter 62. The erroneous approach. In response to Su Zhenghua's words, the decision-makers fell silent once more. While only Su Zhenghua's bitter voice continued to narrate, we are but a colony of ants in a remote corner of the vast mountains and expansive lands. Generations have dwelled here, with many believing that this tiny anthill constitutes the entirety of existence. We could have continued our tranquil lives. However, the war belonging to the realm of humanity has erupted. We are astounded to witness the collapse of countless towering mountains, the effortless snapping of grand trees, and how a single shell can create an unfathomably enormous crater. A missile soaring from the distant horizon can sever a mighty river in its path. This is a conflict of a higher order, wielding powers beyond our comprehension. We can only infer the existence of this war through the faintest clues, trembling in our passive observation. For we are all acutely aware that even a small stone sent flying by an explosion can obliterate the world upon which we depend for survival. Moreover, we understand that as the war progresses, such occurrences are inevitable. Su Zhenghua's words sent shivers down the spines of decision-makers who had weathered countless storms and remained composed in the face of the savior civilization's invasion. They could scarcely fathom that despite the immense resources and manpower devoted to fostering a thriving scientific community, they had yet to devise a means to combat the savior civilization, only to arrive at such a disheartening revelation. The Frere murmured, if this truly is a war, how long has it been underway? I suspect it may not have been long at all. Perhaps it began with the arrival of the savior civilization, Su Zhenghua replied softly. This answer was not mere conjecture. He had perused and examined prior research data that supported this judgment. The decision-makers remained silent, quickly realizing that if Su Zhenghua's speculations were indeed accurate, then the sudden emergence of the savior civilization was likely intertwined with these events. However, the precise nature of this connection required further observation and contemplation. Professor Su, one remarked, I have noted that both the anomalous gravitational sources in the disintegrating galaxies, as well as the erratically exploding supernovae, are all exceedingly distant from us. If this war has only recently commenced, how could we possibly observe the changes occurring in such remote celestial bodies? The transmission of light also necessitates time. Su Zhenghua gently shook his head, cautioning against the application of classical physics to the concept of light speed. In the vast cosmos, there exists neither absolute time nor absolute space. The moment we perceive an event is precisely when it transpires. The decision-makers fell silent, struggling to grasp the profundity of his statement, choosing instead to refrain from further discourse on the matter. Their lack of understanding was inconsequential. What mattered was Su Zhenghua as comprehension. Professor Su, I have observed that the so-called onset of war, or the alterations in the fundamental laws of the universe, are largely mere conjectures on your part. May I inquire if we, within the realm of humanity, can utilize this conclusion to guide our strategic and tactical arrangements? Or do you possess any recommendations? Su Zhenghua refrained from providing a direct answer, instead offering, indeed, this is merely my hypothesis. However, I possess a means to validate its accuracy. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, slowly articulating that asteroid, which was torn from the realms of Ishan and Chioshan, destined to collide with Earth in a few years, was born from an error. Because of this mistake, its fate of impacting Earth seems almost preordained. Yet, if it can strike Earth due to error, might it also be diverted from its course, avoiding a collision? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon the decision-makers. Professor Su, what must be done? The Space Force found itself powerless against the asteroid hurtling towards Earth for several years. The savior civilization remained indifferent. In every respect, it hung like a sword of Damocles over humanity. In fact, the decision-makers prioritized the asteroid even more than the so-called war. After all, no conflict could obliterate humanity within a mere 2 to 3 years as this asteroid could. Su Zhenghua, slightly dazed, shook his head in response. There is no need for grand gestures. All I require is an interstellar missile and a little time. Following the report, Su Zhenghua dispatched a communique to major astronomical observation bases, demanding the most meticulous scrutiny of the asteroid. This included but was not limited to assessments of its mass, volume, density, material composition, trajectory, rate of mass loss, and precise gravitational distribution maps. Furthermore, all celestial bodies exceeding 10 billion tons within 50 million kilometers of the asteroid were to be included in the observations. This level of precision and observation had never been undertaken even by the Space Force, which was spearheading the asteroid impact defense, as it had seemed unnecessary to them. This endeavor implied a monumental workload of observation and calculation. Yet, there were no complaints. Instead, under the auspices of the world government, efforts commenced immediately. In a fleeting moment, countless sophisticated observation devices were aimed at the asteroid and its surrounding celestial bodies, akin to a laboratory mouse under the scrutiny of a microscope. With myriad eyes employing intricate instruments to uncover every secret within its composition. To ensure thoroughness, the Space Force collaborated with the Aerospace Agency, launching over 50 various types of probes to conduct on-site investigations. This endeavor does not require an excessive expenditure of resources, for at this moment, the asteroid is not too far from Earth. In the future, it will pass by at a distance of approximately 10 million kilometers, heading straight for the Sun, then orbiting around it before once again approaching Earth's trajectory. After 2 or 3 such cycles, it will ultimately make a close encounter with our planet. An immense influx of data has surged into the Zhonghua laboratory. At this juncture, Su Zhenghua has led his team to construct a sophisticated computational model comprising over 1,000 parameters. After several months, with the determination and input of these parameters, the model finally commenced its calculations. This endeavor consumed the full computational power of humanity's most formidable supercomputer and spanned several days. If a distributed computing approach had been employed, this duration could have been significantly reduced. However, the long-distance transmission of data might have resulted in errors, thus they opted to utilize this singular computer. Yet, this was merely the initial phase of the computational process. The entire calculation is dynamic, persisting until the task reaches its conclusion. With preliminary data in hand, the rocket specialists and weapon experts of the Space Force, along with engineers, immediately embarked on the customized manufacturing of the interstellar missile. This, too, is a meticulous process, allowing no room for error. The first attempt ended in failure. The interstellar missile had been launched into space, but subsequently, during its self-check, it was discovered that due to high-speed motion and air friction, temperature fluctuations and violent vibrations had caused a slight alteration in the parameters of the specialized hydrogen warhead, necessitating the abandonment of the mission. The hydrogen bomb was detonated in space, akin to a colossal firework, illuminating the night sky for all within the hemisphere to witness. The second interstellar missile underwent a deliberate and targeted adjustment, and this time, it successfully traversed the Earth's atmosphere, reaching space with standard parameters. Thus, propelled by its engine, it sped towards the asteroid that had just brushed past Earth. The final assault occurred 7 days later. Before the monitoring screens, decision-makers, high-ranking officials from the Space Force and the Aerospace Administration, along with numerous scientists, including Su Zhenghua, observed this moment together. The interstellar missile surged towards the asteroid at a relative speed exceeding 300 meters per second, detonating accurately about 50 meters above a specific point on its surface. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of light and heat rushed towards the asteroid, vaporizing a mountain peak several dozen meters high. Countless substances, such as water ice, dry ice, and methane ice, instantaneously evaporated, drifting away from the asteroid's surface. Its exterior glowed a deep crimson, resembling molten lava. The next moment, the explosion's brilliance faded. In this region, shrouded from sunlight, darkness descended once more. Aside from a certain impact on its external structure, it appeared that nothing else had changed. This was precisely the scenario that the scientists had anticipated in their calculations. Even if the hydrogen bomb were to penetrate deep within the asteroid and detonate, the outcome would scarcely differ from the present circumstances, especially considering it would explode merely 50 meters away. If the conundrum could be resolved so effortlessly, the Space Forces would have long since addressed it. So, has the issue been resolved this time? Everyone awaits further observational results, their hearts laden with trepidation. Amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, some unfathomable and erroneous transformations are occurring marvelously. Originally, this hydrogen bomb would not significantly alter the asteroid's trajectory, at least not enough to displace it from its orbit around the Earth. Yet, inexplicably, its course has indeed shifted. This is erroneous. Nevertheless, it has transpired. Just as the sun can extinguish and be rekindled, just as Jupiter's gravitational influence can fluctuate, just as galaxies may disintegrate, and just as numerous disasters that should not occur on Earth do occur, erroneous problems require erroneous solutions. When the observational data finally returns, and people discover that the asteroid's trajectory has undergone substantial alteration, rendering it incapable of surviving the solar orbit and destined to collide directly with the sun. A wave of jubilation sweeps over all. The sword of death that has loomed over humanity for years has, at this moment, been lifted. Yet, Su Zhenghua does not share in this elation, for he is acutely aware that if he truly manages to resolve this issue through such flawed means, it would merely affirm that some of his prior conjectures were indeed accurate. Either the cosmos itself has undergone some incomprehensible transformation, or war has erupted. And the latter possibility is evidently more probable. Having vanquished one wolf, a beast 1,000,000 times more formidable awaits in the shadows. In the face of this war, what shall we do? In the virtual conference room of decision-makers, the leader posed this question to Su Zhenghua. Chapter 63, The Savior near Gate 3 of the Wenhua Palace. Beside a tranquil lake with crystal-clear waters, in a small pavilion, the sovereign sits before an ancient-style long table, upon which rests a pristine sheet of Xian paper. Beside the paper is a brush holder adorned with various brushes, along with an inkstone and paperweights. The sovereign holds a brush, his posture reminiscent of a grand calligrapher, exuding serenity as his movements flow like water. In a brief moment, a landscape painting, akin to an inkwash, emerges vibrantly on the paper. In this artwork, the lake is serene, the hills lush, and a few birds glide leisurely across the sky. Nearly gazing at it envelopes Mo Hongshan, standing nearby, in a profound tranquility. This painting undeniably captures the current scenery, yet in Mo Hongshan's eyes, it surpasses the beauty of reality. The work is evidently of high artistic merit. It is likely that even a master of traditional Chinese painting could not surpass the sovereign as creation. Now, the painting awaits just one final stroke. Adding a bridge pier would complete the entire piece. But at that moment, the sovereign suddenly pauses. He lifts his gaze towards the direction of the sun. At this moment, the sunlight was exceedingly dazzling, impossible for any human to gaze upon directly. Yet it remained there, seemingly unperturbed by the intensity of its own radiance. Mo Hongshan, filled with astonishment, followed the emperor's gaze. However, after a mere glance, he felt as though his eyes had been pierced, prompting him to avert his sight immediately. Was that the direction of the small asteroid? Indeed, it was hurtling towards the sun. A flicker of realization sparked within Mo Hongshan. He understood that today, the human world would launch yet another assault on that asteroid, which seemingly piqued the emperor's interest. In the heavens, the sun's direction radiated a singular brilliance, overwhelming everything else and rendering the area devoid of anything but the sun itself. Yet, the emperor appeared to perceive something beyond. Not only that, a smile graced his face. And he even set down his brush to gently applaud, as if marveling at something truly extraordinary. A thought flashed through Mo Hongshan's mind. Had the world government succeeded in its endeavor? The emperor turned towards Mo Hongshan, remarking, I must say, your human realm harbors individuals of remarkable intellect. This task, I initially believed, was beyond your capabilities, yet you have astonished me with your achievement. The emperor's tone of appreciation stirred a twinge of envy in Mo Hongshan, for he knew to whom the praise was directed. In contrast, he found himself unable to resolve even the trifling issues of the 3 Phoenix bases. Compared to you, our science and technology pale in significance. With humility, Mo Hongshan lowered his head and spoke sincerely. Even our entire world relies on your benevolence for its existence. The emperor did not dispute this, merely smiling lightly as he said, I believe Professor Su Zhenghua should be able to discover even more. Confounded, Mo Hongshan chose to remain silent, offering no reply. The emperor, seemingly indifferent to his response, turned away to resume his work, adding the final strokes to the last missing bridge pier of the landscape painting. The artwork was finally complete. In the virtual conference room of the decision-makers, faced with the question of how to respond to the war posed by the leader, Su Zhenghua remained silent for a long time, ultimately shaking his head slowly. I do not know. Whether this constituted a war would forever remain uncertain. Both Su Zhenghua and the decision-makers referred to the inexplicable changes stemming from the fundamental laws of physics in the universe when discussing war. Yet, in conversation, everyone instinctively used the term war to denote these phenomena. Su Zhenghua truly found himself at a loss. The existence of such a situation had surpassed the limits of human imagination. What kind of formidable force could influence the universal laws of physics? And what power could possibly oppose it? Could a colony of ants at the edge of a battlefield realistically hope to remain unaffected amidst an onslaught of aircraft, missiles, artillery, and tanks? This was simply unrealistic. Moreover, Su Zhenghua could not even conceive a theoretical means of evading the repercussions of such a war. It is well understood that, when compared to application, theory often remains significantly ahead. For instance, several decades ago, physicists postulated the concept of utilizing negative energy wormholes for cosmic travel. However, even today, this notion remains merely a conjecture, devoid of any tangible realization. Nevertheless, the theoretical scope known to Su Zhenghua does not encompass the possibility of being shielded from the ravages of war. Confronted with this anticipated response, the leader offered a wry smile and remarked, "Are we to resign ourselves to fate?" A colony of ants at the battlefield's edge also prays for the swift conclusion of war, hoping that their nest remains untouched by the conflict. When this is translated to humanity, whether among the high-ranking decision-makers or Su Zhenghua, one of the most esteemed scientists, their predicament mirrors that of the ants. It seems there is no alternative. Su Zhenghua spoke in a flat tone, devoid of emotional fluctuation. In the face of such circumstances, he found himself bereft of the courage to even attempt a resolution. The asteroid that nearly collided with Earth was a challenge that engineering could address, yet constrained by the limitations of the prevailing conditions at the time. The arrival of the savior civilization, no matter how formidable or technologically advanced, at least remains within the realm of perceivable reality. How does one resolve a war that could potentially alter the very fabric of the universe? Does the emergence of the savior civilization bear any connection to this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhenghua replied, "I believe it does. However, the specifics of this relationship elude my conjecture. It seems unlikely that they would come to rescue our human civilization." As the meeting concluded, Su Zhenghua remained fixated on the now darkened screen, immersed in prolonged silence. Externally, his discourses regarding the commencement of war had already been disseminated, elaborating on his thoughts and processes for addressing the asteroid collision issue. Clearly, the ultimate problem had also reached a resolution, serving as a significant corroboration of Su Zhenghua's hypotheses. Initially, many had harbored considerable skepticism towards his assertions, but that doubt has now greatly diminished. Subsequently, more subtle signs indicating shifts in the fundamental laws of the cosmos were unearthed by scientists. As an increasing volume of evidence presented itself, even the most obstinate individuals could not deny this reality. What followed was a profound despair, far exceeding the initial despair experienced when the savior civilization abruptly descended, claiming the lives of millions. Some began to assert with conviction that the savior civilization was not here to oppress or enslave humanity, but rather to rescue it. Otherwise, why would they refer to themselves as saviors? Perhaps the ongoing endeavors are preparations for ultimate salvation. The previously employed drastic measures might have been necessitated by humanity's technological backwardness and ignorance, aimed at advancing progress, silencing dissent, and enhancing efficiency. In times of utmost despair and confusion, people often instinctively clutch at straws of hope, and this notion rapidly garnered a substantial following in the human world. The organization led by Emo Ha-shan, dedicated to the annihilation of civilization, capitalized on this sentiment and began to propagate its message widely. In the blink of an eye, the once infamous Emo Ha-shan has unexpectedly become a figure of great renown, akin to a hero. The headquarters of the extermination organization has become a bustling epicenter, with countless dignitaries daily yearning for an audience with Emo Ha-shan. Gatherings of the populace have even begun to materialize near Gate 3 of the Wenhua Palace, where they pay homage with reverence. Remarkably, the authority of the world government has, in certain respects, been overshadowed by the extermination organization. Amidst the tumultuous external events, Su Zhenghua has chosen to remain silent, showing no interest in subsequent developments. Instead, he has sequestered himself within his laboratory, incessantly surrounded by numbers and symbols. He has devoted all his energy to the study of peculiar theories, although he is acutely aware that this endeavor is unlikely to yield significant results, and that perhaps one day a stray stone propelled by war could shatter the fragile anthill of human existence. He persists, maintaining his routine with unwavering resolve. During this prolonged period of research and contemplation, an epiphany struck him, a theoretical approach to shield humanity from the ravages of war. Of course, theory is merely theoretical, and practical application is a far cry away. Yet, this does not deter him from further exploration. In a flawed universe, the correct methods cannot achieve their intended aims. Only similarly flawed approaches stand a chance of success. Thus, embracing this misguided path, he carelessly discarded an ink-depleted pen from his perpetually disheveled desk and reached for a new one, resuming his sketches on a sheet of draft paper. The more he sketched, the more engrossed he became. The sun gradually ascended to its zenith, then tilted westward, ultimately sinking beneath the horizon after casting a vibrant twilight glow. He remained absorbed in his drawings. Outside, his personal secretary anxiously awaited in the office, contemplating several times whether to call him to take a break and eat, lest his health suffer. However, after much hesitation, she refrained from intruding, unwilling to disrupt Su Zhenghua's train of thought. As the moon rose, Su Zhenghua abruptly stood up. His movement was so sudden that it sent his chair careening backward, crashing against the wall. His face was a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 64. Detachment. The method that could theoretically spare the human world from the scourge of war is, in essence, rather simple. To draw an analogy, it resembles a kettle placed over a flame. The original universe is akin to a tranquil kettle of water, undisturbed and at a comfortable temperature. However, the outbreak of war is akin to the flames beneath the kettle, continuously heating the water within. As the temperature rises, it becomes increasingly inhospitable for the life residing in the water. If the water reaches a boiling point, all sentient beings within will perish. The lives dwelling in this kettle of water are powerless to extinguish the source of the flames, nor can they relocate the kettle, or even maintain the water's temperature amidst the scorching blaze. Yet, a change in perspective is possible. If, at this moment, a spoon were to draw a ladle of water from a continuously heating kettle, distancing itself from both the kettle and the source of fire, then regardless of the boiling tumult within the kettle, the water in the spoon would remain untouched. This was the inspiration of Su Zhenghua. He theoretically deduced the precise steps required to execute this plan. Of course, all of this existed solely in theory, akin to the concept of utilizing negative energy wormholes for interstellar leaps in long-distance space travel, merely an idea. At this moment, humanity certainly lacked such capabilities. The crux of the matter lay in the uncanny alignment of his proposed execution steps with the actions of the savior civilization following its arrival. This was the source of Su Zhenghua's astonishment. The essence of the plan was to detach a portion of space from the existing universe, creating a small universe where intelligent life could continue to thrive, much like using a spoon to ladle water away. The extracted water need not concern itself with the boiling state of the kettle, just as the separated space need not worry about the devastation wrought by the impending war on the grand universe. Executing this plan would inevitably involve manipulation of space. In light of the now erroneous universe, Su Zhenghua proposed that by harnessing an energy level far exceeding that of a hydrogen bomb at certain critical gravitational nodes, one could achieve the objective of entirely extracting a segment of space, along with its inherent energy and mass, from the current universe. Although Su Zhenghua could not calculate the precise locations of these critical gravitational nodes, he could ascertain their approximate positions. Remarkably, the locations he computed coincided with the sites of numerous small bases that had recently split from the Savior Civilization spacecraft, positioned above the Earth. Even if this were mere coincidence, it seemed implausible that over 100 small bases would align so perfectly. What did this signify? It implied that Su Zhenghua's conjectures and calculations were almost certainly true. Had the Savior Civilization arrived, compelling humanity to expend vast resources and manpower, laboriously constructing space elevators solely to transport sufficient materials into space for the establishment of facilities capable of channeling enough energy to extract not only the Earth but also its material from the current universe? Had the Savior Civilization already discerned the truth of the war's commencement and, like him, sought a means to detach a portion of space from the current universe to recreate a small universe, thus initiating their plans early? Were the saviors truly saviors? And was their arrival genuinely meant to rescue the entire Earth? Were the lives taken and displays of force truly, as the Doomsday Organization claimed, a consequence of humanity's ignorance and backwardness, necessitating the use of violence to expedite progress? At this moment, Su Zhenghua's mind was in a state of turmoil. At that moment, he felt as though his worldview was on the verge of being completely upended. If this were indeed the case, then his struggles, his hatred, and his efforts would not only be in vain, but would merely serve to hinder the savior civilization. Both reason and emotion warned Su Zhenghua that this must be false. Unequivocally false. Yet, even if anyone could err, and even the universe itself could falter, mathematics remained infallible. The clarity of his calculations left no room for ambiguity. Beside him, his ever-watchful assistant, witnessing Su Zhenghua's distress, rushed over in alarm, attempting to steady him. However, Su Zhenghua forcefully pushed his arm away, the strength of which nearly caused the assistant to stumble. It was known that Su Zhenghua had always been gentle, treating his staff with kindness, never exhibiting such brutality before. With reddened eyes, Su Zhenghua sat down once more, immersing himself in numbers and symbols. He refused to accept this result. He would calculate again and again, perhaps even more times, determined to uncover any errors. Ultimately, he was met with disappointment. No matter how he recalculated, he could not find even the slightest mistake. His scientific acumen and thought process remained as keen and efficient as ever. He leaned back in his chair, gazing blankly at the ceiling, rendered speechless for an extended period. He pondered for a long time, unable to come to terms with the situation, instinctively rejecting it. Logically speaking, faced with an enormous catastrophe that was utterly insurmountable, The arrival of an advanced extraterrestrial civilization to save his home was a stroke of good fortune beyond dreams. After arriving at that recalculated result, he should have felt elated. Not only he, but every individual on Earth, even every animal, every plant, and every microorganism, should be filled with gratitude towards the saviors. However, it was precisely because this situation was so extraordinarily good, beyond imagination, that Su Zhenghua found it hard to accept. He could not believe that such a noble and selfless civilization could traverse the vast distances of the cosmos to descend upon Earth and rescue humanity from despair. He instinctively felt that there must be something amiss. Nevertheless, it was almost certain that the savior civilization was attempting to extricate the entire Earth from the current universe to shield it from the impending war. This revelation began to unravel a significant portion of the monumental mystery that had lingered in his mind and the hearts of humanity for years: the purpose of the savior civilization's arrival on Earth. They were indeed gathering resources, that much was clear. Yet, rather than departing after collecting resources, their intent was to detach Earth from this universe. This matter must be reported immediately. The decision-makers needed to be informed. But how should he approach this situation? It was foreseeable that upon reporting this matter, the decision-makers would inevitably seek his opinion. In such circumstances, his perspective would undoubtedly be regarded with great significance by those in power. One must, therefore, contemplate this matter in advance, ensuring that decision-makers are not misled. After a period of deep reflection, Su Zhenghua turned away from the office and entered the communication room. The report request had already been dispatched. Upon learning that Su Zhenghua had significant findings to present, all decision-makers, regardless of their prior engagements, immediately set aside their tasks and reconvened in the virtual meeting room. As the figures of the decision-makers appeared on the screen before Su Zhenghua, whose slightly haggard and disheveled appearance was also displayed, he candidly articulated his discovery. I believe I have come to understand the truth behind the arrival of the savior civilization on Earth, or at least a fragment of that truth. As Su Zhenghua concluded his exposition, expressions of shock emerged on the faces of the decision-makers. A few instinctively lifted their gazes toward the sky, seemingly observing the small bases that had split from the savior's spacecraft. Leaving this universe, the leader murmured, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Based on the arrangements of the savior civilization, Su Zhenghua was certain that only one Earth had been severed from the current universe. The moon was not included. The prospect of an empty universe, with just one Earth, foretold an immense solitude and desolation. Yet, this consideration was not of immediate concern. If humanity were to perish and civilization to extinguish, what significance would the vast universe hold, no matter how splendid? The foremost priority was survival and the continuation of civilization. Furthermore, the resources of a single Earth could potentially sustain the civilization's ascension to great heights, perhaps even allowing for a return in the future. The crucial matter at hand was how to endure the ravages of war and survive within it. Why did the savior civilization not clarify their intentions from the outset? Had we known this would transpire, we would have cooperated and avoided such turmoil. Su Zhenghua spoke softly. Perhaps the savior civilization finds communication and explanation too cumbersome, opting instead for violence and coercion as a more expedient solution. A decision-maker murmured, "This might indeed be the reason the emperor has refrained from eliminating you. It desires for you to unearth these truths on your own. Discovering them ourselves is far more compelling than being informed by it." After a moment of silence, Su Zhenghua resolved to clarify his stance. "I maintain a reserved perspective on the goodwill of the savior civilization, although I currently lack concrete evidence. I can only ascertain that the savior civilization intends to separate Earth from the present universe, but whether there are ulterior motives I have yet to uncover remains uncertain. My counsel is that we must continue to exercise caution and vigilance." Su Zhenghua's words served as a sobering reminder in the ongoing discourse. One decision-maker pondered for a moment before asking, "Professor Su, is there a possibility that the savior civilization seeks to save only themselves, excluding humanity? Could it be that we are merely tools for the savior civilization's mission to detach Earth, disposable once their purpose is fulfilled?" Chapter 65. Cautious optimism. The possibility spoken of by the decision-maker had indeed crossed Su Zhenghua's mind previously, and he instinctively believed it to be true. After all, he found it difficult to trust in the benevolence of the savior civilization. However, in response to the decision-maker's inquiry, he maintained a rational and objective demeanor. "Frankly speaking, the likelihood of such an event is minimal. I cannot fathom an interstellar vessel traversing vast distances merely to exploit what they perceive as primitive and backward humanity. If they possess such capabilities, would it not be more prudent to conduct this endeavor directly from their home planet? Even if they are a band of interstellar nomads with but a single ship, the total resources they require must be limited. Why then would they risk everything to extract an entire Earth? Su Zhenghua was not privy to the technical intricacies of detaching Earth from the current universe. Yet, he understood that the greater the mass involved, the higher the uncontrollable risks. Much of the mass on Earth is, in fact, deemed unusable, compared to detaching an entire planet. Subjugating human civilization to gather sufficient usable resources and merely extracting their ships and materials would pose significantly lower risks, even if their resource needs were exceedingly vast. Extracting the moon would be a far superior choice to detaching Earth. In summary, the possibility alluded to by the decision-maker is not entirely absent, yet it remains quite improbable. After a moment of contemplation regarding Su Zhenghua's response, the decision-makers posed another question. I have noted that the process of detaching Earth, as you described, involves exerting immense energy at critical gravitational nodes. Would this have any impact on our planet? Su Zhenghua replied, within my scope of understanding. The only entities capable of achieving such high energy levels are the energies released from the annihilation of micro-black holes. Due to Hawking radiation, a micro-black hole can convert its entire mass into energy in an exceedingly brief period, ignoring differences in energy units. It can be roughly likened to a supermassive hydrogen bomb. What scale are we discussing? That depends on the mass of the micro-black hole. However, even a micro-black hole weighing a mere 1,000 tons would release energy upon complete annihilation equivalent to that of a hydrogen bomb with a yield of approximately 20 trillion tons. There are at least over 100 such bombs in the vicinity of Earth. The countenances of the decision-makers grew somber. The thought of over 100 supermassive hydrogen bombs, each with a yield of at least 20 trillion tons, detonating simultaneously near Earth conjured a scene that was chilling to contemplate. Even if they exploded at an altitude of over 10,000 kilometers, the energy released would likely annihilate most life on the planet in an instant and severely impact the atmosphere. Su Zhenghua remarked nonchalantly. Yet, compared to the ramifications of that war, such an impact is relatively insignificant. In the vacuum of space, there is no air, thus. The most potent destructive force of a nuclear explosion, the shockwave, becomes moot. The residual radiation and thermal effects can be mitigated by taking refuge underground. As for the ecosystem, it is always capable of recovery. I nearly forgot. After being severed and thrust into an independent microcosm devoid of sunlight, it seems we can hardly speak of any ecological sphere. The prospect of humanity retreating underground to sustain and propagate itself appears to have become an unavoidable reality. Such a scenario of humanity wholly subsisting beneath the earth is clearly not a favorable development for our world. However, when juxtaposed against the devastation wrought by that war, the prospect of fading away into the cosmos, shrouded in ambiguity, renders the transition underground somewhat less dire. A decision-maker remarked, Professor Su, I have observed that you harbor profound prejudices against the savior civilization, even in the absence of tangible evidence, and despite the abundance of corroborative perspectives on the contrary. You seem unwilling to view them as benevolent. Su Zhenghua sighed, murmuring, How can I possibly regard them as benevolent when faced with executioners who regard human life with utter indifference? Capable of extinguishing the lives of countless innocents with a mere wave of their hand? The decision-maker continued. I recall Dean Wu Yuan once stating that we should never measure extraterrestrial civilizations by the values, morals, and worldview of our human realm, perhaps within their moral framework. Sacrificing a small portion of humanity to save the greater majority is entirely acceptable, even noble. Does this include the murder of Dean Wu Yuan? The decision-makers fell silent. Arriving at a definitive judgment on this matter is indeed challenging. The notion that the savior civilization harbors malice and seeks to evade humanity's desperate countermeasures could explain Dean Wu's demise. Conversely, one might argue that if the savior civilization acts out of goodwill, motivated by a desire for self-preservation against a more primitive civilization, or perhaps out of frustration for having expended considerable effort to rescue us while facing our continual opposition, then their actions could also be rationalized. Ultimately, interpretation rests upon one's inner convictions. Thus, this matter devolves into subjective interpretation. However, decision-making demands rationality and objectivity, not subjective whims. Su Zhenghua managed a faint smile, stating, You need not counsel me. I trust you can discern that my report to you and your colleagues is devoid of any personal emotional bias. Although Su Zhenghua maintained a reserved stance towards the purported goodwill of the savior civilization, he nonetheless articulated the supporting evidence for the viewpoint that the savior civilization is here to rescue the Earth and humanity without reservation. The decision-maker inquired, Do you believe we should remain vigilant? Su Zhenghua replied softly, Indeed, especially regarding those 3 phoenix bases. There are trump cards, and we must not allow them to falter. I concur with your assessment, the leader said slowly. Regardless, we cannot entrust our fate to the mercy of others. I believe our forthcoming strategy should pivot around cautious optimism. In addition to preparing for the severance from our current universe and continuing to construct and refine our subterranean ecosystem, we must temper our stance towards the savior civilization while maintaining vigilance. The Black Box project must steadfastly persist, and our readiness for combat cannot wane in the slightest. At the very least, if it is ultimately proven that the savior civilization harbors goodwill and that we, humanity, have erred, we shall compensate accordingly. I concur. The decision-makers have all expressed their stances, and Su Zhenghua felt a slight sense of relief. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. With the likelihood of being severed from the current universe becoming increasingly certain, there remained a multitude of preparations to undertake. Indeed, the entire strategic direction of human civilization would require significant recalibration. For instance, would the underground shelters, sanctuaries, and bases currently under construction be adequate for prolonged subterranean existence? Should they be modified? If so, how? What is the extent of humanity's available resources? How many additional shelters can be established? How many lives can they sustain? What shall be done if the number of shelters proves insufficient to protect all citizens? What should the model for subterranean living entail? Is large-scale soilless agricultural technology ready for implementation? How shall we address energy sources? A myriad of questions would inevitably arise amidst these preparations, and each resolution would demand substantial manpower and material resources. It seems the world government shall soon find itself in an unprecedented state of busyness. Yet, all of this bore no relevance to Su Zhenghua. Following the conclusion of this report, he devoted all his energy and time once more to his research. He endeavored to uncover evidence of malice from the savior civilization towards humanity. He remained uncertain if he would succeed. In truth, both his emotions and reason wished he wouldn't. Ideally, the savior civilization would indeed be benevolent, genuinely seeking to shield human civilization from the ravages of war, genuinely intent on its salvation. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to pursue this investigation with the utmost seriousness and even rigor. He was safeguarding the continuation of human civilization from another perspective. Nearby Gate 3 of the Wenhua Palace, within the pavilion beside the lake, the emperor stood with hands clasped behind his back, quietly gazing at the tranquil surface of the water. Behind him, besides Mo Hongshan, Jiang Yulan was also present. Her expression as she regarded the emperor's back was somewhat complex. This time, it was the emperor who had extended the invitation for her to join him in discussion, a first in their interactions. Recently, rumors had circulated regarding the outbreak of war and the savior civilization's purported intent to rescue humanity. She had heard of these whispers, and even access to some relevant research materials was within her purview. She was aware that just recently, Professor Su Zhenghua had discovered what could be deemed pivotal evidence and had reported this to the decision-makers. Numerous signs indicated that the savior civilization, which had so suddenly appeared in the human realm, might indeed harbor goodwill towards humanity. Had her previous convictions been misguided? Was it possible that Mo Hongshan, that despicable traitor, was in fact correct? If the savior civilization is benevolent, why would it associate with such a contemptible figure as Mo Hongshan? Perhaps it is truly inappropriate to apply human moral, ethical, and philosophical frameworks to extraterrestrial civilizations. In our perspective, the traitors, deemed utterly irredeemable and heinously culpable, may perceive themselves as inconsequential, provided they achieve their objectives. The stark contrast in the unfolding events left her momentarily unable to accept the reality. Even though she had to acknowledge it rationally, her emotions instinctively resisted. Beside Jiang Yulan, Mo Hongshan exhibited a demeanor of utmost respect. However, when his gaze shifted towards Jiang Yulan, it transformed into one of disdain and arrogance, tinged with a hint of mockery. As if silently questioning her, "You once looked down upon me, labeling me a traitor. What of now? Isn't the truth now validating my stance?" Suppressing her innate revulsion, Jiang Yulan continued to await the emperor's pronouncement. Having seemingly savored the splendid landscape before him, the emperor quietly turned, his sun-kissed, handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile. "I summoned you for a specific task. There are matters I need to discuss with the leaders of your human realm. Please relay this." Initially taken aback, Jiang Yulan's thoughts swiftly became complex. In light of the current circumstances, a dialogue may indeed be beneficial. "I shall make the necessary arrangements." The emperor turned his attention back to the scenery, while Jiang Yulan, departing, distinctly sensed Mo Hongshan's derisive gaze upon her retreating figure. Chapter 66. The Ark Project. The meeting between the emperor and the leaders was scheduled for 3 days hence. The Strategic Research Department of the world government had undertaken extensive preparations for this event. The human realm, unaware of the emperor's agenda, could only ready themselves for all conceivable topics, clarifying their stance, delineating boundaries, and devising negotiation strategies. Jiang Yulan received the preparatory materials and was to participate in the forthcoming discussion. This meeting would likewise be conducted via video conference at Gate 3 of the Wenhua Palace. Within Conference Room 1, the Emperor occupied the central seat, flanked by Mo Hanshan on the left and Jiang Yulan on the right. A large screen loomed ahead. As the conference commenced, the silhouettes of the decision-makers appeared on the screen. The Emperor remained as straightforward as ever, eschewing any embellishment of his intentions, refraining from elucidating motives or outcomes, and abstaining from any strategic discourse, directly articulating his purpose. The Black Box Project is to cease. It is time for those of you hiding in the Phoenix base to emerge. A weight settled in Jiang Yulan's heart. Her most desired topic of discussion revolved around how humanity would continue to thrive following Earth's severance into another universe, as this would signify the Emperor's genuine goodwill towards humankind. Conversely, the subject she dreaded most was that of the Black Box Project, for the morality of the Emperor remained uncertain. Yet humanity would be compelled to relinquish its ultimate card. Should circumstances shift, the human realm would find itself devoid of any capacity for resistance. Furthermore, the direct introduction of this topic by the Emperor in a meeting with the highest decision-makers of two great civilizations hinted at unusual undertones. Under normal circumstances, should not the initial contact be conducted by personnel of a lower hierarchy, who would engage in a mutual probing of each other's intentions, boundaries, and conditions? After several rounds of negotiation, once the overarching situation is largely determined, should it not then be elevated to a meeting at the highest level for resolution? In this context, should not Mr. Mo Hanshan first engage in discussions with me? Mr. Mo represents the sovereign, while I represent the human realm. Thus, even if an agreement cannot be reached, there would at least be room for maneuver. Through Mr. Mo's intervention, the Annihilation Organization could oversee and urge the human world, indicating that the sovereign is not oblivious to the nuances of the situation, nor does it disdain the employment of such strategies. However, despite this, the sovereign has opted for the current approach, suggesting a lack of concern for any potential room for negotiation during this meeting, or perhaps indicating an intention to leave no such space at all. This method serves to convey a resolute stance to the human world. As anticipated, the expressions of the decision-makers grew solemn in that instant. This situation was indeed unexpected. No one had foreseen such a scenario at this moment. Merely a single statement bore down upon the decision-makers with an overwhelming pressure that was indescribable. The leader involuntarily recalled the recent rampant rumors, namely, that the sovereign is the true savior, here to rescue the human realm, while the human world is scheming to strike against the benevolent savior through the Phoenix base. Beyond this rumor, the decision-makers also remembered much more. The innocent compatriots lost in Sangwon City and Halua City, the unparalleled technological prowess of the savior civilization, and their ruthless and unhesitating extermination of academician Wu Yuan. To refuse carries a significant cost, one so great it is almost unimaginable. Amidst the stifling silence, the leader slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the handsome, radiant young man on the screen, and articulated his response with deliberate clarity. The fate of our human world cannot rest upon the mercy of your savior civilization. Whether the savior civilization is benevolent or malevolent is of no consequence to us. The last time, in the face of nearly 10 million deaths in two major cities, the world government did not yield. This time, confronted with threats and intimidation or emotional coercion, the world government will likewise stand firm. If the savior civilization seeks to retaliate against the human realm or employs violent means to forcibly dismantle the three Phoenix bases, then so be it. At this moment, the organizational capacity of the world government is irreplicable in the short term. This means that an average daily supply of hundreds of thousands of tons of resources can only be managed by the world government. If you do not care about this supply, then feel free to retaliate. The sovereign maintained an air of calm, his faint smile unchanged. In contrast, Mr. Mo's expression grew increasingly frigid. Leader, I hope you and your colleagues will consider your response carefully and refrain from hasty conclusions. War has erupted, and this universe grows increasingly perilous. The Ark Plan must be enacted. Escaping this realm is humanity's sole path to survival. The savior civilization has come to rescue us, and I trust there exists corresponding evidence to support this notion within the Academy of Sciences. The savior civilization has expended immense resources and effort to aid our civilization. Yet as leaders of the human world, you obstinately refuse to fully cooperate with their benevolent endeavors, choosing instead to conceal your true intentions. Is this truly the attitude we, as a human society, ought to adopt in the face of our savior? Is this reflective of the morals and values we uphold? The decision-makers remained silent, offering no response to Mo Hongshan's words. Jiang Yulan, however, raised an eyebrow, her face etched with fury. Mo Hanshan, be silent, you wretched creature. Do you even have a place to speak here? While the decision-makers may dismiss Mo Hongshan's outburst, Jiang Yulan could not remain indifferent. She too had experienced moments of doubt in light of the evidence presented. Yet, after prolonged contemplation, she resolved to steadfastly align herself with the human world. For this is not merely a question of good versus evil concerning the savior civilization, but rather a matter of whether humanity can seize its own destiny. Mo Hongshan seethed, slamming his hand on the table. However, upon casting a glance at the still composed emperor, he ultimately quelled his rage and sat back down. At that moment, one of the decision-makers remarked coolly, "Chairwoman Jiang Yulan, please observe the decorum of this assembly." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yulan rose and slightly bowed her head toward the decision-makers, saying, "Yes, I shall earnestly reflect upon my missteps." The decision-makers and Jiang Yulan then lapsed into a silent wait. No one could predict the emperor's reaction. Would he resort to violent destruction of the Phoenix base? Would he take vengeance by slaughtering millions? Or would he eliminate the decision-makers, including Jiang Yulan? Amidst this silent anticipation, the emperor gently sighed, stood, and strode out. Mo Hongshan, hastily following, shot Jiang Yulan a venomous glare before departing. The meeting concluded after only a few exchanged words. Yet the underlying implications would linger in thought for a long time. As the figures of the decision-makers vanished from the screen, Jiang Yulan remained seated, lost in contemplation. She pondered many things, the most significant being the emperor's heightened concern for the Phoenix base, which evidently surpassed prior expectations. Coupled with the emperor's personal act of killing Dean Wu Yuan, this amalgamation deepened her pessimism and led her to believe the emperor harbored malicious intent. Consequently, the human world's stance became increasingly clear. The more resolute the emperor's attitude, the less room there was for humanity to retreat. The forthcoming encounters would merely involve countering one move after another. At the Zhenghua laboratory, the secretary cautiously entered Su Zhenghua's office. Upon confirming that Su Zhenghua was not in a contemplative state, she approached him and whispered, "Leader of the Annihilation Organization, Mo Hongshan requests an audience with you in 2 hours." Su Zhenghua paused momentarily, finding the request for this visit rather peculiar. Due to the lack of personal relations and official dealings with Mo Hongshan, Su Zhenghua pondered the purpose of his visit. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in acquiescence. Very well. 2 hours later, Mo Hongshan arrived punctually at the reception room of the Zhenghua laboratory. In the current climate, few individuals could compel Mo Hongshan to lower himself for a visit, yet Su Zhenghua was undoubtedly among them. Inside the reception room, Mo Hongshan greeted him with a beaming smile, exuding warmth, markedly different from his demeanor when meeting high-ranking officials and affluent businessmen. After exchanging pleasantries, Mo Hongshan remarked, "Professor Su, although I have not had the pleasure of meeting you before, I have always held a profound respect for your contributions to our human civilization. Without your remarkable intellect, there would be countless matters our civilization would still be grappling with." Su Zhenghua, known for his straightforwardness, felt slightly uncomfortable with such flattery, though his expression remained unperturbed. "Is there a specific matter that brings you here, Vice Chairman Mo?" he inquired. Mo Hongshan's smile faltered slightly. Nowadays, he was usually addressed as leader, and it had been a long time since anyone referred to his position within the Risk Assessment Committee. Clearing his throat, he said, "I wonder if you believe, Professor Su, that despite our differing stances, our loyalty to civilization is unwaveringly aligned?" Su Zhenghua remained non-committal. "I have heard that the Savior Civilization's ARC program seeks to salvage many vital pieces of evidence for our human civilization, and that you were the one to discover them. Professor Su, do you truly remain unaware of the real reason why the Son of Heaven has not eliminated you? Our human technology is, after all, woefully behind and profoundly ignorant. In the face of this cosmic catastrophe, confronted by our saviors, we still cling to outdated notions, insisting on obscure plans and the establishment of the Phoenix base. Professor Su, if you were to place yourself in the position of the Savior civilization, would you find solace in your heart?" Mo Hongshan spoke earnestly, his smile radiant. Yet, before he could finish his statement, Su Zhenghua abruptly stood, delivering a resounding slap across his face.